The path of righteousness cultivates the 5 elements, while the path of darkness masters the yin and yang. Chapter 1. The young master of the Yi family in Tianluo Kingdom, the Hahuan Sexi clan. This family is nestled in a valley within the central section of the Hingyang mountain range, commonly referred to as the Yellow Spring Valley due to the abundance of red resurrection flowers blooming across the hills. The ancestors of the Huangquani clan were disciples of the founding patriarch of the Hahuan sect, established thousands of years ago. For millennia, they have produced numerous nascent soul cultivators, rightfully earning their reputation as the foremost family in Tianluo. It is rumored that the current grand elder of the Hahuan sect, known as the Hahuan demon, is also a member of the Yi clan. Deep within the Yellow Spring Valley, after traversing a grove of bamboo, a delicate bamboo house comes into view. A young boy practices martial arts in the clearing beside the house. After completing a full set of basic palm techniques, he stands still, gradually calming his restless energy. Tomorrow marks the day of the family's spirit root assessment. I wonder if I will get a glimpse of this magnificent world of cultivation. The boy, named Yi Jue, possesses a handsome visage and a tall frame. At the tender age of 6, his striking appearance has already drawn considerable attention and playful teasing. Thus, he has chosen this secluded spot for solitude. In truth, Yi Jue's soul carries the memories of a 30-year-old from his previous life, making it challenging for him to engage in carefree play with other children. Indeed, this child was once a resident of the Blue Planet, and after enduring 3 days of binge-watching the anime Mortal Cultivation, he found himself overwhelmed by emotions, resulting in a sudden loss of consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he discovered himself in a warm chamber, feeling sticky all over and unable to resist the urge to move. After a series of arduous efforts, accompanied by a wail, Yi Jue entered this unfamiliar world. Gradually, he began to adapt to everything around him. At the age of 3, little Yi Jue commenced his studies in elementary learning, during which he slowly came to grasp the foundational knowledge of this world. He resided in the southern region, belonging to a family that was an affiliate of the Hahuan sect, one of the 6 major demonic sects of Tianluo Kingdom. The 6 sects are Hahuan sect, Yuling sect, Tiansha sect, Moyin Gate, Qianhuan sect, and Guiling Gate. Upon learning this, Yi Jue could not suppress the thrill in his heart. He was in the world of mortal cultivation. The thought of this filled him with excitement, and within just a year, he completed 3 years of elementary studies. Yi Jue yearned for his mother to teach him cultivation techniques, but was told that he must wait until he was 6, when his meridians would fully form, and the family would conduct a unified spirit root assessment before he could begin his practice. Through relentless effort, Yi Jue's mother had no choice but to impart some basic martial skills from the mortal realm, serving as foundational techniques for body strengthening. She also taught him a movement technique known as the cloud soaring step, which primarily helps him refine his agility and body control. However, his mother was often busy in seclusion. As she explained, once one becomes a cultivator, there are numerous tasks to undertake in exchange for cultivation resources. Fortunately, due to Yi Jue's innate talent for talisman crafting, he only needed to complete the family's talisman tasks to focus on his cultivation, and any surplus talismans could be exchanged for resources from the family. The bamboo grove surrounding the bamboo house served as a high-grade material for talisman crafting, enveloping the house over a ley line. Inside the bamboo house, there was also a spirit collecting array. Such benefits were provided by the family. Although life was arduous, it was free from danger, and for his mother, watching Yi Jue grow up in tranquility was a simple yet profound happiness. Indeed, the Yellow Spring Valley was rich in spiritual energy, enhanced by its ley line and the spirit collecting array within the bamboo house. However, his mother was still quite young and occasionally found joy in teasing little Yi Jue. Yi Jue began practicing the cloud soaring step at the age of 4. Within a year, he had made remarkable progress, darting through the bamboo grove with grace. His mother, occasionally indulging her playful side, took great delight in watching him flee in a frenzy. Reflecting on this, the anxiety brought on by tomorrow's spirit root assessment began to dissipate. Though if he were to discover that he lacked spiritual aptitude, he would miss the chance to experience the grand world of cultivation. He was still grateful for the love and companionship of his parents. With this thought, Yi Jue returned to the bamboo house, summoned a maid to prepare dinner, for he was at a growth stage where proper nourishment was essential. He then turned to the talisman crafting room to see what his mother was doing. Just as he was about to knock, her voice called out, "Come in directly. Tomorrow is the spirit root assessment. Will you be able to sleep tonight? Would you like me to lull you to sleep?" Yi Jue shrugged, entering the room to find his mother sitting in meditation to restore her spiritual energy. He lazily remarked, "Mother, please don't. If you lull me to sleep, I might not wake up." It turned out that his mother, always keen to see different expressions on Yi Jue's calm face, would often try to coax him to sleep when she had free time. However, her methods involved playing eerie music or recounting terrifying tales. Ironically, in this world, such frightening stories could very well be true, perhaps even drawn from personal experiences. Eventually, his mother escalated her tactics, showcasing horrifying images. Although the storytelling was lackluster, the authenticity was undeniable. Little Yi Jue would tremble in fear each time, sometimes even having nightmares, while his mother would record these moments perfectly with a memory orb. Thinking back on these experiences filled him with a mix of indignation and sorrow for his tumultuous childhood. Yet, he understood that his mother meant well, for this was the stronghold of the first demonic sect in the southern region, where the cultivation world was governed by the law of the jungle. Kill or be killed was the daily norm. Experiencing these harsh realities early on was far better than facing them heathen later. His mother, having completed her meditation, slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the nostalgic expression on her child's face, she smiled gently. As if struck by a thought, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Tomorrow, you will discover a surprise. When you return, I have prepared a grand gift for you. Are you excited?" She stood up, ready to dine together. "Excited, very excited," Yi Jue replied nonchalantly, already knowing that this grand gift would be substantial, perhaps even overwhelming for his small frame. Though his mother no longer needed to eat, she couldn't bear to see her child dine alone. Thus, for the past few years, she had continued to share meals with him, occasionally taking him on flights through the skies, even if they sometimes played out scenarios of falling accidents. Nevertheless, with his mother by his side, his childhood was truly filled with thrilling adventures. Chapter 2. The Heavenly Spiritual Root. On the second day, after awakening, I gazed at the mist enveloping the bamboo grove, my mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts, my eyes vacant as I pondered in silence. I sat quietly, lost in the beauty of the landscape outside my window until my mother approached, casting a cleansing spell upon me, and urged me to change into a fresh set of clothes. "Come, let us witness the grand spectacle of the spiritual root assessment," she said. With a gentle retrieval of my thoughts, I donned a flowing azure robe. My mother then took my hand, and we soared through the air on her sword, traversing a series of small hills until we arrived at a vast plaza. This area was a flat expanse within the valley, covering several miles. At its center stood a circular platform, clearly the site of the assessment. A throng of people surrounded the plaza, yet the lines encircling the platform were relatively sparse. Out of curiosity, I counted the queues, discovering 13 in total, each adorned with a vividly sculpted little dragon, its mouth agape. According to my mother, these dragons would hold the spiritual assessment orbs, and once a hand was placed upon them, the evaluation would commence. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual energy forms the foundation, and the spiritual root is essential for every cultivator. Without it, one cannot perceive spiritual energy, nor can they embark upon the first step of cultivation, drawing energy into the body. The concept of spiritual roots is varied and complex. However, my mother had previously explained that in the current cultivation world, those possessing a heavenly spiritual root are extraordinarily fortunate, progressing effortlessly to the golden core stage without any obstacles. There are 5 types: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each exceedingly rare. The assessment orbs reveal only one color corresponding to each type: golden for the gold root, cyan for the wood root, azure for the water root, crimson for the fire root, and yellow for the earth root. My mother advised me not to harbor hopes for such a root, as they are scarce in the realm, and when one appears, major sects vie to recruit them, with our family having witnessed only a handful of occurrences. Conversely, another category known as the anomalous spiritual root is not inferior to the heavenly ones. These roots often arise from the combination or mutation of 2 or more attributes, their origins as diverse as the stars. Yet, with the right cultivation techniques, their growth can rival that of heavenly spiritual roots, and their assessment orbs display an array of colors, differing from the 5 hues of the heavenly roots. Next, we have the true spiritual roots, which consist of 2 or 3 attributes, typically allowing for successful foundational cultivation, and are regarded as key prospects within the family. The assessment orbs reveal 2 or 3 colors corresponding to the respective attributes. Following these are the pseudo-spiritual roots, comprised of 4 or 5 attributes, which are deemed nearly incapable of reaching foundational cultivation. The 5-root variant, due to the current scarcity of spiritual energy, finds it exceedingly difficult to progress beyond the early stages of chi refinement, and thus is humorously labeled as the waste spiritual root. Nevertheless, my mother reassured me that if either parent possesses a spiritual root, there is a 1 in 4 chance of the offspring inheriting one, and if both parents have roots, the likelihood becomes exceedingly high, so there was no need for concern. Reflecting on my father, I realized I had only seen him a mere few times in my life, as he was often consumed by the rigors of cultivation. Just as I was lost in thought, a dozen streaks of light descended upon the assessment platform. A dignified middle-aged man stood at the center, his presence commanding silence. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the clan leader. Today, we shall conduct the family spiritual root assessment. Those who can draw energy into their bodies within a month will receive 3 scrolls of secret techniques from the second floor of the library and a mid-grade magical artifact from the treasure pavilion. Those who accomplish this within 3 months will receive 1 scroll of secret techniques and a mid-grade magical artifact. Those who succeed within 6 months will receive a scroll of secret techniques, and those who succeed within a year will be rewarded with 3 spirit stones. Now, let the spiritual root assessment begin. As soon as he finished speaking, 13 cultivators stepped forward, each youthful and diverse in appearance, brandishing a crystal orb in their hands. These must be the assessment orbs. To my astonishment, I recognized the man speaking on stage. He was my father, whom I had not seen frequently over the years. It seemed my mother's promise of a surprise was indeed fulfilled. As the assessments progressed, a young boy approached the dragon's head beneath the testing platform, placing his hand upon the assessment orb, which instantly illuminated in a dazzling gold hue. Gold and earth spiritual roots, a true spiritual root. The testers called out, and the boy stepped forward to register his name. As the evaluations continued, the number of participants swelled, yet those who were unsuccessful far outnumbered the successful. With over 200 participants, fewer than 100 passed the test, predominantly from core family members, indicating that at least one parent possessed a spiritual root, with most having roots from both sides. After all, the Harmony sect is well versed in the concept of dual cultivation. Eventually, it was my turn. Due to my mother's late arrival and my own reluctance, I found myself towards the end of the line. However, as the number of participants dwindled, I approached the orb. As my hand rested upon the assessment orb, it erupted with a brilliant light, revealing a single color, blue, water heavenly spiritual root. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the testers, and the clan leader swiftly approached me, unable to contain his delight. Yet, his expression turned solemn as he emanated an aura of authority, addressing everyone present. This matter is classified within the Yi family. I implore you all to refrain from any indiscretions. A heavenly spiritual root is not to be taken lightly. Before its growth, it is merely an ordinary cultivator. Although our family possessed the resources to manage any ensuing issues, it is wise to maintain discretion, for the fewer complications, the better. The clan leader thought to himself. Realizing this child must be presented to the elders for consideration regarding future cultivation or possibly for enrollment in the Harmony sect. As the commotion subsided, the clan leader announced the conclusion of the spiritual root assessment and led me to a picturesque location within the valley, which he claimed was the dwelling of the family's revered elder, according to my father, Yi Jue. With a flicker of a communication talisman, a passageway materialized before us. Yi Jue and I stepped inside. In the guest hall of the cave, I stood behind Yi Jue, listening to their conversation, realizing I was in the presence of the family's nascent soul ancestor. Indeed, he exuded the charm and elegance characteristic of the Harmony sect, appearing no older than 30. The ancestor appraised me before reaching a conclusion. It was best to conceal my identity and cultivate as an ordinary family disciple until I reached foundational level, at which point my status could be reported to the Harmony sect for admission. I mused to myself that the relationship between our family and the sect was not as harmonious as it seemed. Thus, Yi Jue escorted me back to the small bamboo cottage, announcing that my mother's future task would be to guide my cultivation, and all previously provided resources would remain unchanged before he took his leave. Chapter 3. The initial encounter with Qi refinement after Yi Jue departed. My mother gazed at me in a daze, murmuring softly, "I have given birth to an extraordinary figure." Her expression turned increasingly menacing, as if contemplating that if she did not assert her dominance now, it might soon be too late. Alarmed, I took a step back, cold sweat cascading down my brow, and fled towards the bamboo grove. Yet, my mother merely flicked her wrist, binding me in place, and playfully ruffled my hair, leaving it in disarray. After thoroughly disheveling me, she finally relented, pulling me to sit on the steps of the bamboo loft, her eyes scrutinizing me with satisfaction before she released me. My cheeks puffed up in indignation. Feeling somewhat helpless, what could I do? After all, she was my mother. Unable to fight back or escape, I could only console myself that one day, when I grew up, I would repay my beloved mother in kind. Mother gazed softly at the bamboo grove before her, gradually recounting her entire story. Her full name was Shu Linger, a prodigy born with dual spiritual roots in the Yi Jue lineage. Yet, she hailed from a minor family subordinate to the Yi sect, a family devoid of any foundation-building practitioners. Naturally, joining the Yi sect was not an issue. However, due to a lack of resources and her gentle disposition, which made her reticent in conflicts, as she herself expressed with a hint of skepticism. She was once targeted by a foundation-building practitioner who sought to capture her as a furnace cauldron. It was then that my father, Yi Tianqing, who was searching for his own path to core formation, rescued her and brought her back to the Huangquan Valley. Some indescribable events transpired during that time. Subsequently, Mother chose to remain in Huangquan Valley, becoming my father's concubine. Thus, a decade passed, and Yi Tianqing successfully achieved core formation, ascending to the position of clan leader. With his assistance, Mother also achieved foundation building. Over the past few years, she dedicated herself to her cultivation. And with an abundance of medicinal elixirs and spiritual energy at her disposal, she remarkably advanced to the mid-foundation stage. As she spoke, Shu Linger led Yi Jue to the training room, where she retrieved a cushion for him, and they both sat cross-legged facing each other. With a serious expression, she inquired, "You have always been astute. Do you know the fundamental difference between us and mortals?" Before Yi Jue could respond, she answered her own question. "We possess an innate ability to perceive spiritual energy, to refine it through our techniques, to cultivate our spiritual awareness, and to transcend the limitations of ordinary beings step by step. Achieving a lifespan of 200 years in the foundation stage is beyond mortal reach. The root of all this lies in our spiritual roots. Thus, this world is inherently unfair. Some are born destined to become immortals, while others, despite their extraordinary talents, can only tread the mundane for a brief time. You are fortunate, so fortunate that as long as you do not falter midway, you can become a significant figure. This will incite jealousy in many, so from today onward, you must tread carefully, for apart from yourself, others are untrustworthy." She then handed Yi Jue a slender booklet, which contained only a handful of pages, indicating he should read it first. As he perused the material, he found it surprisingly straightforward, with simple descriptions and step-by-step instructions, even accompanied by diagrams of meridians, seemingly aimed at ensuring clarity. The title was peculiar: Yi Family Qi Cultivation Technique. After a brief half-hour, he completed the booklet and felt an urge to attempt the technique. Unfortunately, his mother was still nearby. "What, do you wish to try?" she asked. "This is the foundational method for the first 3 layers, designed for beginners. Once you stabilize at the 3rd layer, I will provide you with a technique more suited to you. Do you have any questions? I'll try it out first. It's so simple. I've already mastered what needs to be learned. Let me give it a shot," he replied, centering his mind. The first layer of this technique comprises 3 minor circulations that converge into a major circulation. The first minor circulation is situated near the spiritual root. He recalled the method to sense spiritual energy he had just learned, gradually quieting his mind until it felt as though nothing existed around him, and his breathing faded from perception. Slowly, he lost track of time as darkness enveloped him, only to gradually perceive faint glimmers of light: green, blue, yellow, red, and gold, growing increasingly luminous. He focused on his spiritual root, employing the method he had just learned. The glowing points surrounding his spiritual root were drawn into it, and soon a stream of energy began to manifest within his dantian. However, as soon as the energy stream appeared, he was startled and exited the meditative state. He slowly opened his eyes to look at his mother and asked, "The points of light I saw in my tranquil state, were they spiritual energy? And the energy stream? I can direct it with my spiritual awareness, right?" Mother smiled warmly. "Who would have thought that your usually restless nature would allow you to enter a meditative state on the first try? You are indeed correct. With practice, it will become easier, but do not rush. Generally, completing 9 major circulations signifies successful energy induction, marking the completion of the first layer of the technique, indicating that your body and spiritual root have become familiar with the spiritual energy, thus meeting the foundational requirements for transitioning to another technique. This Qi cultivation technique primarily serves to sense and absorb spiritual energy. Its speed is relatively slow, but this has its advantages. A slow operation allows for easier control. Transitioning to other techniques would significantly increase the difficulty. When you feel discomfort in your meridians, halt your practice. Haste makes waste. Take your time in establishing a solid foundation." She gazed at Yi Jue with interest, seemingly eager to see when he would give up on today's practice. With this thought, Yi Jue fell silent, gradually calming his breath, centering his thoughts, and seeking the sensation he had just experienced. This time, when the energy stream emerged, he remained composed. enveloping it with all his spiritual awareness and cautiously guiding it forward while maintaining the method of energy induction to ensure the flow remained uninterrupted. He pondered that a thicker energy stream would proceed more slowly, while a thinner one would move faster. By adjusting the speed of the energy induction technique, he could control the thickness of the stream, and gradually, he adjusted his pace, unknowingly completing the first minor circulation, already feeling a bit fatigued. Cultivating immortality was indeed immensely fascinating, he thought, opening his eyes to find that an hour had passed. Shu Linger smiled at Yi Jue, saying, "Let us eat first and take a break. Practice some martial arts, then we shall try again this evening. From now on, you will practice twice a day, once at noon and once in the evening, with some movement in the afternoon." With that, she stood up and led Yi Jue to their usual dining area, where the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, including a bowl of lotus seed soup. Yi Jue promptly served a bowl for his mother, inquiring, "Does this lotus seed soup nourish the spirit?" She replied with a smile, "Our family maintains a pond of clear heart lotus. The more mature seeds are quite precious. This is from a 30-year-old clear heart lotus, lacking in medicinal efficacy, costing 5 spirit stones per pound. However, much of the meat comes from demonic beasts. For instance, the meat of the Tianjiao rhinoceros costs 1 spirit stone for 10 pounds, and this platter contains 2 or 3 pounds. Today, we celebrate, but such feasts will be rare in the future. Also, you will need to manage your own expenses from now on. I will keep a record for you to repay later." Chapter 4. Wealth, Law, Partners, and Land. Listening to his mother's earnest discourse, Yi Jue fell into silence. Cultivating immortality was not merely about combat. It entailed navigating the intricacies of human relationships. The path of cultivation requires an abundance of resources. Without wealth, one cannot progress. Since his mother had only recently reached the mid-foundation stage, she likely aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of core formation. In comparison, her skill in talisman crafting seemed barely sufficient for subsistence. With this in mind, Yi Jue contemplated the skills he needed to cultivate in the future. To achieve core formation, he must refine his life-bound magical treasures. Thus, mastering artifact forging as early as possible was prudent. Reflecting on core formation, wasn't Yi Tianqing a master in that realm? Seeking his counsel for guidance wouldn't be unreasonable. With this resolution, he felt his appetite surge. As he savored the beef, he felt the vitality and energy within him bubbling with fervor. He realized that a cultivator should not suppress their culinary desires. The realm of spiritual cuisine held great promise. However, after a short while, he was contently sated. Yet, the thought of the exorbitant prices lingered. While the scales, bones, claws, essence, and blood of demonic beasts each had their uses, the meat itself was often of limited value. Most of the time, it was simply inferior in quality. Only a few delicacies were preserved for the clan's consumption. Within the family, transactions involving spirit stones were conducted fairly. At this moment, Yi Jue, engrossed in thoughts of wealth, pondered various methods to amass riches. He soon realized that engaging in the materials trade was far less lucrative than the technology industry, as the family's millennia of resource accumulation provided ample access points for harvesting. Thus, obtaining materials from the family to craft finished products for resale proved to be a promising avenue for financial gain. In contemplating these matters, I neglected to inquire about my mother's proficiency in talisman crafting, perhaps greatly underestimating her financial means. "Mother, may I ask what level of talismans you are currently capable of drawing?" With a smile reflecting on Yi Jue's subtle thoughts, Shu Linger remarked that talismans are categorized into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier, each level further divided into 3 ranks: low, middle, and high. The essence of a talisman lies in the crystallization of spells. I am not entirely well-versed in the intricacies of advanced and top-tier talismans, as they have largely become akin to magical artifacts. Moreover, the success rate of talisman crafting is fundamental to profitability. At present, I am capable of drawing low-ranking intermediate talismans, valued at approximately 100 spirit stones, with material costs around 20 spirit stones each, necessitating a success rate of at least 50% to break even. However, I can produce no more than 5 talismans a day, as exceeding this would diminish my focus. If you wish to learn talisman crafting, you must first reach the 4th level of Qi refinement, where your consciousness can extend beyond your body and you have mastered basic spells. A single low-ranking beginner talisman paper costs 1 spirit stone for a dozen sheets, while the ink requires 5 spirit stones for a block, which can yield around 150 talismans. Crafting low-ranking beginner talismans typically results in losses, as few are willing to purchase them. They are primarily used for practice. Sales generally commence from low-ranking intermediate talismans, priced between 5 to 10 spirit stones. Listening to this, Yi Jue felt no emotional stirrings. Firmly convinced that his mother was indeed a minor affluent individual, and resolved to seek her support in due time. Mother, you truly are a prodigy. By the way, might I have inherited your talent? Yi Jue feigned innocence, his wide eyes sparkling as they fixated on Shu Linger. Recognizing the underlying interest in talisman crafting from her son's words, Shu Linger understood that the cultivation of spells relies on comprehension rather than innate aptitude. Nonetheless, since he was interested, she mused that it would suffice to expend a bit more resources. When your internal spiritual energy can circulate around your body, you will be able to retain a portion of it in your dantian. This amount will be minimal, yet sufficient for you to practice simple low-level spells such as purifying dust technique, heavenly eye technique, and transmission technique. At that point, I shall teach you. Followed by how to identify various materials. The compatibility of different talisman papers and spirit inks influences the success rate and quality of talismans of varying attributes. Additionally, crafting talismans will enhance your understanding of spells. While it cannot alter the intensity of spellcasting, it can improve your proficiency. However, do not neglect your cultivation. Completing the introduction of qi into your body within a month will yield you numerous advantageous opportunities, as certain secret techniques are highly coveted even among foundation-building practitioners. As her words faded, Shu Linger gazed at Yi Jue with a playful smile and suddenly inquired, "Do you remember the grand gift I mentioned? Are you looking forward to it? Do you desire it?" Yi Jue rolled his eyes, opting to ignore the powerful female cultivator who was preparing to create mischief. In a flash of brilliance, a resplendent set of magical robes accompanied by an entire ensemble of adornments materialized before Yi Jue's eyes. As it unfolded, he observed that the headpiece and hairpin were black, intricately designed, while the long robe was primarily black adorned with several vibrant red spider lilies. The boots, entirely black with silver patterns, exuded an air of opulence. Once Shu Linger dressed Yi Jue in the complete set of magical attire, the black background accentuated his fair skin, and the striking red spider lilies indeed conveyed an enchanting beauty. This entire set of intermediate magical artifacts was crafted from the materials of a second-tier black python. The hairpin, named Black Wind Pin, possessed an innate ability to execute the intermediate spell Wind Blade. The headpiece, known as the Xian Wind Crown, provided defense against the intermediate spell Wind Source Shield. The robe offered protection from the intermediate spell Wind Wall, while the boots, named Wind Command Boots, facilitated the intermediate evasion technique Wind Escape. The complete ensemble was valued at no less than 300 spirit stones, and aside from the overly elaborate design of the spider lily pattern, Yi Jue was quite satisfied. Afterward, Shu Linger retrieved a recording pearl and began directing Yi Jue to pose for various photographs. Following a series of awkward postures, he surprisingly found his capacity to endure such flamboyant attire improving. Indeed, Shu Linger derived her amusement from her child, determined to create joy even if it was lacking. Once this endeavor was completed, Shu Linger commenced introducing Yi Jue to the spiritual realm that belonged to them. In this secluded and tranquil territory, the bamboo house served as a nucleus, with a radius of over 10 paces covered by miniature spiritual veins, essentially encompassing the entire bamboo house and a small area in front. Its primary function was to facilitate the recovery of spiritual energy during spell practice. Naturally, the spiritual energy within the Huangquan Valley was already considerable, providing ample resources for disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Regarding this bamboo forest, it must be noted that it was one of the resource points of the Huangquan Valley. This particular bamboo, known as seven-star bamboo, thrives on moonlight, classifying it as a spiritual material. The seven-star bamboo also possesses a certain gathering effect for spiritual energy, and the entire bamboo forest is nourished by a small spiritual vein, having cultivated for 400 to 500 years, resulting in abundant spiritual energy. The various forces within the cultivation world congregate around numerous spiritual veins. The Huan sect is situated at the confluence of several large spiritual veins in the Hingyang mountain range. Beneath the Huangquan Valley lies a significant spiritual vein, not to mention the multiple medium-sized veins relocated from other areas, along with dozens of small veins and hundreds of miniature veins, forming a grand spiritual vein array that has sustained this illustrious family for millennia. It is essential to clarify that the mastery of spells is unrelated to spiritual roots. The original text only mentioned that the practice of Yuan magnetic divine light requires 5 spiritual roots, and basic low-level elemental spells can be learned with 1 or 2. The next morning, as the practice of embracing the primordial began, Yi Jue successfully completed 3 cycles of the minor heavenly circuit, after which it was merely a matter of familiarizing himself to connect them into a complete major circuit. The remaining task was simply a matter of diligent practice. For one with a heavenly spiritual root, achieving the introduction of qi into the body within a month seemed to pose no challenge. However, in the afternoon, Shu Linger unexpectedly brought in a mundane martial arts master to serve as Yi Jue's sparring partner. Initially, Yi Jue, who only possessed basic martial skills and the cloud step technique, struggled to keep up. Nevertheless, under such stimulating conditions, the activation and absorption of spiritual energy by his body appeared to accelerate. This was something Yi Jue discovered later that evening while practicing. The introduction of qi into his body felt increasingly effortless, as if his physical form had become more compatible with spiritual energy. Moreover, with the daily nourishment of beef from the heavenly horned rhinoceros, Yi Jue distinctly sensed an increase in his vitality. However, the daily expenditure of nearly 1 spirit stone weighed heavily upon him, creating an inexplicable sense of pressure for one yet to possess earning capabilities. Amidst these mundane yet extravagant days, on the 15th morning, Yi Jue began his daily practice of introducing qi into his body with a refreshed mind. As the spiritual energy flowed through 9 circuits, the influx of natural spiritual energy into his body quickened, surging through his spiritual roots and pouring into his dantian. As the spiritual energy within the dantian gradually stabilized, Yi Jue understood that he had successfully completed the introduction of qi into his body. Henceforth, he would be able to directly draw upon spiritual energy from his dantian to operate the heavenly circuit. However, with the circuit's operation yielding little increase in spiritual energy, further enhancement would require practicing the second layer of his cultivation technique. Thus, mastering the first layer of introducing qi into the body was of paramount importance. Possessing this portion of spiritual energy would enable the transition to other techniques, allowing the first layer to operate directly from the dantian without the need to simultaneously control the introduction of qi while practicing the heavenly circuit. After all, the more profound the technique, the more complex the operation of the circuit. Fortunately, once a successful attempt has been made in cultivation, subsequent transitions become significantly easier. For now, however, the most pressing matter was whether to pursue secret techniques. It seemed prudent to hold off for a couple of days, as there was no need to be ostentatious without sufficient strength. Next, it was time to practice spells. A myriad of wondrous and intricate spells awaited me. Mother, come teach me magic, teach me magic. With each knock on the door, Shu Linger seemed to realize something, exclaiming, "Have you broken through to the first level of qi training?" Yi Jue maintained a serious expression, nodding in a manner reminiscent of a sage. Indeed, but it's nothing remarkable. Shu Linger recalled her own struggle to barely break through to the first level after 2 months of effort, and, forcing herself to appear composed, remarked, "Yes. It's a bit stronger than my achievement back then. Come, what spells do you wish to learn?" Clearly, she had grasped the reason for Yi Jue's visit and sought to conceal some of her own abilities. Thinking about her servant needing to do laundry, she immediately recalled the first spell she wanted to learn, the dust cleansing technique. The teaching commenced, and in truth, mastering the dust cleansing technique involved merely channeling spiritual energy through a meridian in the liver and abdomen, running a small cycle, and then forming a hand seal. The spiritual energy would then automatically disperse, carrying away all dust and dirt from the body. As Yi Jue became increasingly adept at circulating spiritual power through the pathway, she successfully mastered this simple spell. In the days that followed, Yi Jue gradually acquired several commonly used spells, including the gentle breeze technique, cleaning technique, small water ball technique, small fireball technique, flash technique, binding technique, sound transmission technique, invisibility technique, immobilization technique, forbidden god technique, and charming technique, totaling 12 basic low-level spells. These spells, while not particularly powerful, were versatile and allowed Yi Jue to gain deeper insights into this vast world. Thus, after a simple passage of over 10 days, her mother took Yi Jue flying on a sword to the Qianji Hall to complete Yi Jue's registration. They received a pitch-black token, inscribed with Yi on one side and a manjusaka flower on the other. After the token was stained with Yi Jue's blood in the presence of the hall's steward, a display appeared, showing her name and contribution points. By inserting the token into a recess in the stone wall of the Qianji Hall, a series of family tasks and rewards became visible. Typically, rewards included contribution points and spirit stones, with contribution points being more scarce and precious than spirit stones, usually distributed in a ratio of 7-3. After flying with her mother to the scripture repository, Yi Jue presented her token to access the second floor. However, her mother's token was purple, raising questions about the ranking system. Gazing upon the vast collection of jade tablets and slips on the second floor, Yi Jue realized that the chances of discovering treasures here were rather slim. Yet, as she knew little at this stage, she took it all in stride, considering it an opportunity to broaden her horizons. She marveled at the wondrous descriptions within the jade slips, such as 5 Thunder Technique, an attack-type low-level intermediate spell that, once mastered, could conjure 5 bolts of lightning, wielding immense power. Azure Wave Technique, a high-grade water attribute method that, once perfected, could slightly enhance the foundational establishment rate by condensing a ripple of energy within each layer of the Dantian. Blood Refinement Technique, a blood attribute ritual that expedited the refining of magical artifacts, incorporating blood sacrifice arrays to enhance artifact potency post-refinement. Numerous spells and techniques emerged, most of which were practical for the Qi training stage. However, her mother discovered a technique suitable for Yi Jue's transition, the Ocean of Truth Scripture, comprising 13 layers. Perfect for her cultivation. Each layer purified the spiritual energy upon breakthrough, resulting in a more refined and abundant magical power. Particularly suitable for Yi Jue's practice during the Qi training phase. With a water-type spiritual root, progressing through this technique would be much faster than any low-level method. Yi Jue also found compilations on basic alchemy and foundational formations, containing a wealth of initial recipes and herbal knowledge, as well as detailed explanations of basic formations and symbols. This was indeed a family benefit, as such comprehensive introductory knowledge was difficult to find elsewhere. However, for now, Yi Jue had no intention of delving into alchemy or formations. Lacking the energy for such pursuits, she merely sought to familiarize herself with the foundational knowledge of the immortal cultivation world out of curiosity. After the registration steward completed her duties, Yi Jue's mother exchanged for a set of foundational refining knowledge, encouraging her to study these materials on alchemy and formations to broaden her understanding. Yi Jue nodded with a smile and then accompanied her mother to the treasure pavilion, where they exchanged for an attack-type intermediate magical artifact, the condensing needle. It was a slender needle, which Yi Jue twirled between her fingers, clearly satisfied with its stylish design. Measuring less than 3 inches in length, with sharp ends glinting like silver, its formidable power was evident. Moreover, it possessed the initial intermediate spell, Golden Edge Technique, significantly enhancing its piercing capability. Chapter 6. Spirit Mist Garden. As spring turned to autumn, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. With the gradual subsiding of spiritual energy fluctuations, the meditating youth slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Yi Jue had remarkably reached the 3rd level of Qi training and was currently studying the incantations for the 4th level. However, the 3 newly introduced small cycles in the 4th level's technique were all located near the Sea of Consciousness, compelling Yi Jue to proceed cautiously and steadily. Fortunately, half a year prior, Yi Jue had thoroughly mastered the family's Qi training method up to the 3rd layer, solidifying her foundation before transitioning to the Ocean of Truth technique, making the breakthrough to the 4th layer less daunting. Progress was promising. In just a few days, she could fully circulate the Great Cycle. Aside from the 1st layer requiring 9 complete cycles for a breakthrough, the remaining levels only necessitated 3 consecutive cycles for advancement, with the completion of 9 cycles marking a layer's perfection. Utilizing the 3rd layer's magical power to operate the 4th layer's Great Cycle would naturally yield substantial energy upon mastering the 4th layer, leading to subtle growth in the Dantian and meridians, thus facilitating her advancement. It was no wonder that Qi training techniques were divided into 13 layers. Without the next level's techniques, breakthroughs were arduous. The 4th layer would enable the release of consciousness, significantly enhancing spiritual awareness, truly reflecting the grace of cultivators. Contemplating this, Yi Jue felt a surge of anticipation. Nevertheless, she quickly focused her mind, preparing to practice talisman drawing. Talisman crafting required a certain level of talent, particularly challenging at the outset. Under her mother's meticulous guidance, Yi Jue spent over a year achieving modest success. Her understanding of the runes and restrictions on the talismans increased daily, and her success rate in crafting them became quite remarkable. However, the cost of materials used in practice often left her feeling a pang of regret. Even the simplest talismans incurred such expenses, highlighting that the myriad arts of cultivation were not something a casual practitioner could easily afford. After an afternoon of crafting talismans, Yi Jue, sitting in meditation to restore her cultivation, suddenly felt an inspiration to operate the 4th layer's technique. As the cycles of the Great Cycle flowed one after another, a resounding boom echoed, and her sea of consciousness seemed to explode outward. At that moment, as Yi Jue's consciousness sank into the sea of awareness, she discovered a small round mirror hidden deep within. When her consciousness cautiously brushed against the mirror, the world spun around her, and she found herself in a mysterious space. This place was vast and boundless, its end not easily discerned. Yet where she stood was serene and picturesque. With a waterfall cascading down and ancient vines hanging from the cliffside, truly a rare gem of a location. Just then, a wave of consciousness washed over her, and Yi Jue's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly the heart of the spirit mist garden? Traversing through time and space, I was brought to this world by the fragmented pieces of the Kunlun mirror. These fragments were discovered by the heavenly path and were compelled to merge with the core of this ethereal garden. This essentially transformed it into a nascent, time and space-oriented spiritual treasure, and I became the companion of this celestial artifact. As waves of consciousness flowed into me, a surge of uncontrollable joy began to swell within Yi Jue. This newly birthed treasure was named the Ethereal Garden, destined to shine brilliantly under my stewardship, as it was the unfinished creation of ancient times. Alas, this place was meant to be used in secrecy, for I am deeply entrenched in the demonic faction, where seizing treasures and taking lives is not merely commonplace, but considered justifiable. Thus, my previous choice was indeed wise. I now possessed both materials for alchemy and a place to cultivate spiritual herbs, soon achieving complete self-sufficiency. However, upon delving deeper, Yi Jue realized he had underestimated this treasure born from the fusion of Kunlun mirror fragments. Although it had arrived in a state of near fracture, the merger with the core of the ethereal garden allowed it to harness immense spatial laws and spiritual energy, leading to its transformation into a new, smaller mirror. Consequently, the entirety of the ethereal garden became a realm within this treasure. This was Yi Jue's greatest fortune, an abundant space discovered by ancient cultivators and practitioners of the spiritual realm. A core fragment of the ethereal garden crafted through their combined efforts. Within this realm, spiritual herbs flourished, and diverse terrains suitable for their growth abounded. With the air thick with spiritual energy, over millennia, many herbs had thrived for generations, with millennia-old specimens scattered throughout. Furthermore, since this treasure had essentially manifested within Yi Jue's consciousness, akin to a companion spirit treasure, it evaded detection by other cultivators. Yet, Yi Jue furrowed his brow upon realizing another fact. The ethereal garden had been created by spiritual realm cultivators specifically to nurture the celestial root before him. This ancient vine had been discovered thousands of years ago, with immense resources expended in hopes of shaping this space into the ethereal garden, aiming to cultivate the celestial root under vast spiritual energy. Unfortunately, a battle with ancient demons led to the shattering of the ethereal garden, causing the ancient vine to vanish along with its core fragments. The consciousness of the ethereal garden indicated that if it were to be fully restored, it could fully nurture this celestial root and give rise to another celestial treasure. Additionally, the ethereal garden surprised Yi Jue with the ability to accelerate time in a limited scope, albeit at a significant cost of spiritual energy. A manifestation of the temporal capabilities inherent to the original Kunlun mirror fragments. This revelation filled Yi Jue with indescribable joy, although he could not yet physically enter the sanctuary. Direct communication with the ethereal garden's spirit allowed for numerous possibilities. At this moment, even the usually composed Yi Jue could not suppress his exhilaration. Although he remained unaware of the current timeline, his talents paired with the ethereal garden promised a bright future ahead. In this instant, Yi Jue finally revealed a spark of the ambition he had long suppressed since arriving in this world. Despite his previous mundane existence, he had not been as overly cautious as he was now, though nurtured by his mother. The pressure of residing within the demonic faction made Yi Jue perpetually anxious about the sudden violent transformations of his kin or mother. However, with the confidence instilled by the ethereal garden, Yi Jue began to express his unique brilliance. Even though he could not yet physically take refuge, slipping his primordial spirit into the ethereal garden to await an opportune moment for possession was certainly feasible. Moreover, it must be noted that his mother's unwavering protection had kept Yi Jue away from the Yellow Springs Valley for far too long. While he lacked nothing in terms of cultivation resources, it was time to venture into the bustling and harsh world of cultivation. Chapter 7. Intermediate level talismans. With the completion of the fourth layer of the Hanhai Jinjing and the discovery of the ethereal garden, coupled with the expansion of his spiritual consciousness, the practice of object manipulation and sword flight was no longer a distant dream. At long last, I can fly? Thus, even though it was still night, Yi Jue eagerly sought out Shu Linger to learn the art of object manipulation, bringing with him a beginner-level artifact, a small azure sword, to practice with enthusiasm. Shu Linger, though somewhat exasperated, understood that while cultivators did not require sleep, A woman should indulge in comfort and self-care rather than subject herself to anxiety, as it would inevitably hinder her cultivation efficiency. Hence, after a period of practice, Shu Linger would relax for 2 days, substituting sleep for meditation. Today, she had planned to take a soothing bath. But Yi Jue's sudden arrival seeking to learn a new spell interrupted her intentions. However, he had indeed progressed to the 4th level of qi cultivation rather rapidly. Proudly, Shu Linger marveled at the astonishing speed of her son's cultivation, which suggested he might reach the foundation establishment stage within a few years, a 12 or 13-year-old foundation cultivator. How terrifyingly impressive. As Shu Linger guided him through the process, Yi Jue soon began to master the art of controlling the flying sword, which, while an intermediate-level spell, was considered a boundary between lower-level and mid-level spells due to its simplicity. At its core, it was merely a method of manipulating artifacts. Yet it required a level of spiritual awareness that could only be achieved at the 4th level of qi cultivation. As Yi Jue continued to practice, executing various maneuvers in the air, he suddenly noticed the projection pearl in his mother's hand, causing him to momentarily halt and return the flying sword to her side. "Mother, can I?" "No, there's no discussion." With a graceful departure, Shu Linger left Yi Jue with a wry smile, which he promptly dismissed as he turned away to immerse himself in rigorous training for the day. The sensation of watching his internal spiritual energy steadily increase was utterly addictive. Furthermore, with his spiritual awareness now extending outward, he could perceive movements within a Tenjong radius. This enchanting feeling was exhilarating. However, it was evident that his mother's chamber was indeed warded. He wondered what she was up to. Meanwhile, in her bath, Shu Linger smiled softly, relieved to have activated the wards in her room. Under her spiritual awareness, she observed Yi Jue diligently meditating, prompting a gentle smile to grace her lips. Such talent. Yet she pondered how much more could be captured in the projection pearl. Days later, Yi Jue ventured alone to the Qianji hall of his family, clutching 5 beginner-level intermediate water arrow talismans. The hall buzzed with a myriad of cultivators engaged in conversation, most clad in dark robes with generally handsome appearances. Prior to his arrival, he had learned that the 1st floor primarily served qi practitioners, while the 2nd floor was designated for foundation practitioners to receive and submit tasks. Given that most tasks were internal family assignments, the hall also functioned as a marketplace for the buying and selling of spiritual materials. This was the purpose of Yi Jue's visit. After casually waiting in line, Yi Jue discovered that the task collection area featured the stone tablets he had previously encountered. Each black tablet had a slot that could be activated with a family token, suggesting that the tasks visible to each person varied. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Jue soon found himself at the front of the line. He hurriedly produced his dark token, which caught the attention of the staff, though they only gave it a cursory glance. Instead, they were intrigued by Yi Jue's youthful face, which bore an expression of forced composure. "Is there anything I can assist you with, little one?" The staff member, a girl of about 17 or 18, likely possessed a significant background to work in such a place, as this position, though seemingly modest, wielded considerable power for someone so young. Yi Jue contemplated selling some spirit talismans while also purchasing talisman paper and spiritual ink for future creations. He produced 5 water arrow talismans he had painstakingly crafted over several days. The water arrow talisman is a low-level intermediate spirit talisman, typically purchased for 6 spirit stones. However, given the quality, I can offer you 5 spirit stones each. Do you have any objections? The girl examined them closely before smiling and saying, "Of course, no problem. I'll take 3 dozen water attribute low-level intermediate talisman papers and a block of water attribute spiritual ink. Can you give me a discount, pretty sister? I will be coming back often." Yi Jue understood that these talismans were of marginal quality, and thus he would not receive market value for them. As per his mother's guidance, acquiring even such subpar talismans was commendable. Moreover, establishing good relations for future dealings was essential. "Pretty sister, I'm Yi Tian. But you can call me Tian in the future, little one," the girl said. "This talisman paper is crafted from the exquisite linglong grass. 5 spirit stones for a dozen, and I can throw in 2 extra sheets for you. The spiritual ink is 50 spirit stones per block, sufficient to draw 30 to 40 talismans. Altogether, that would be 65 spirit stones. After deducting the 25 spirit stones from your sale, you owe me 40 spirit stones. Do you have the stones, little one?" With a sweet smile, Yi Tian extended her hand. Hesitantly, Yi Jue retrieved 40 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over, feeling a pang of regret over the price. Yi Tian quietly observed his actions and, after receiving the spirit stones, handed him the 3 dozen intermediate talisman papers and a block of mid-grade spiritual ink. I haven't seen such a delightful little one in ages. Yi Jue quickly noticed that the quality of the talisman paper and ink was indeed superior. The girl had even included 4 additional sheets, totaling 40. The ink was larger, likely enough to create 40 talismans. He swiftly stored the materials back in his pouch and could not help but smile at Yi Tian. "Thank you, Sister Tian. I am Yi Jue. See you next time," he said, eager to leave the Qianji Hall. He took out his flying sword and soared into the sky, unable to resist the urge to create more talismans. This storage pouch was a gift from his mother, a mid-grade magical artifact with a spacious interior measuring 30 feet in both length and width, containing hundreds of spirit stones and several low-level intermediate magical artifacts, his entire fortune. However, the pouch and spirit stones were recorded as debts by his mother, leaving young Yi Jue heavily in arrears. Yet, he was optimistic. His talent for crafting talismans was commendable, especially for water attribute talismans, which he had achieved a success rate of 40% on his first attempt. He believed he could soon rely on talismans to earn spirit stones. As a novice seeking support, Yi Jue focused on cultivating his qi and quietly learning about the world around him. Chapter 8. The Spirit Cuisine Master. While Yi Jue was immersed in his practice of talisman crafting and qi cultivation, one afternoon, his father, Yi Tianqing, visited the small bamboo house. Observing Shu Linger diligently creating talismans, he paused for a moment, waiting for her to complete a talisman before saying, after forming the golden core, "I've been busy refining my innate treasure, and there are many in the clan keeping an eye on me. It's been a while since I've come by." Shu Linger rolled her eyes and pouted, "As if I were looking forward to your visits. Yi Jue and I have been enjoying ourselves just fine." Yi Tianqing, hearing this, paused, shook his head, and said, "I appreciate your hard work during this time. Come, let us go see Jue." He took Shu Linger's hand, leading her out of the talisman crafting room. Just then, they encountered Yi Jue as he exited his small crafting space. The family gathered around the dining table, where Yi Jue, observing Shu Linger's pout and Yi Tianqing's silence, eagerly enjoyed the spiritual rhinoceros meat, savoring the moment. "Father, do we have any young girls who can make spirit cuisine? I'm getting tired of beef every day," Yi Jue suddenly inquired, pondering something. Yi Tianqing glanced at him, and for some reason, Yi Jue sensed a hint of gratitude in his father's gaze. "Our family runs several restaurants, and we have quite a few capable spirit cuisine masters among us. I'll look into it and arrange for someone to assist you in the next couple of days." In discussing spirit cuisine masters, it is noteworthy that the threshold for this profession in the realm of cultivation is relatively low. However, the time and energy required are considerable, leading to most being passed down through family lines, often adhering to traditional recipes kept within the family. They are usually affiliated with various families and factions. However, there are a few branches within the Huangquan Valley dedicated to the study of spirit cuisine. The Yi family has maintained a legacy of several thousand years, with substantial inheritance in the various arts of cultivation. Often, the issue is not the lack of skilled techniques, but rather the scarcity of individuals to inherit them. After all, most cultivators yearn for freedom, preferring to find a secluded place to meditate for decades. Yet, the lack of resources compels these cultivators to seek them tirelessly. Thus, family cultivators typically possess a skill to exchange for resources. Those with outstanding spiritual roots and talents are the only ones allowed to focus solely on cultivation without family obligations, allowing them to establish their foundations more swiftly. As Yi Tianqing elucidated some family matters to Yi Jue, Shu Linger occasionally chimed in. As a core disciple of the family who had quickly formed a golden core, Yi Tianqing often represented the diligent cultivator, unaware of many issues faced by the family's lower echelons. Listening to this, Yi Jue recalled Yi Tian, who had yet to establish a foundation in the Qianji Hall, and seemed to possess some knowledge of identification skills. Initially, he thought it was solely due to connections, but now it seemed clear. Curiously, Yi Jue asked, "Our cook, Aunt Yun, can also prepare beef. What distinguishes a spirit cuisine master's dishes from hers?" Before Yi Tianqing could respond, Shu Linger smacked her forehead. "The pills crafted by an alchemist cannot be compared to those rolled by a pharmacist, can they? Each spirit dish is meticulously crafted, considering the effects of the ingredients and combining various auxiliary materials, using spirit fire for preparation. Where do you think the difference lies? Hiring a spirit cuisine master would deplete your entire fortune in just a few meals." She cast a glance at Yi Tianqing. "Just arrange for a young apprentice to come over. They should be knowledgeable, but without the opportunity to be a head chef. We can train them ourselves." Yi Tianqing could only nod in resignation. By the way, there was a small family that specialized in spirit cuisine inheritance. What was their name? They sought my protection. I'll inquire if they have a suitable young girl. After dinner, Yi Tianqing took Shu Linger to the bedroom, and they seemed to be discussing something important. even fully activating their restrictions. 2 hours later, Yi Tianqing departed quietly. Yi Jue wished to ask his mother about the specifics of spirit cuisine masters, but the restrictions showed no sign of lifting, so he had to abandon the thought. The next day, Yi Jue adhered to the practice of rising early to cultivate his skills, concluding his training once his meridians began to swell. His mother, appearing as if she had just awoken, entered the training room. Yi Jue silently admired his father's prowess. "Mother, the inheritance of a low-tier spiritual chef must be quite simple, right? Do you possess any?" he inquired. Low-tier legacies were abundant, and even some initial-level inheritances were not particularly difficult to find, albeit often incomplete. However, it would be of little use to you, as it requires years of accumulation. Even if learned, it holds little value. Do you intend to work as a chef for others? As he spoke, he handed her a jade slip. Moreover, the scarcity of demon beasts in Tian Nen has led to the methods of consumption being summarized long ago. You may wish to review this. It outlines the processing methods for edible demon beast meat from the 1st to 4th ranks. While it may not compare to the finesse of spiritual cuisine, it retains about 70 to 80% of its efficacy. Taking the jade slip, Yi Jue pressed it to his forehead. Images of exquisite dishes flashed in his mind, accompanied by helpful diagrams. However, upon viewing the extensive array of utensils and numerous precautions, coupled with the lengthy preparation time, Yi Jue promptly abandoned the notion of pursuing this profession. Although he could likely author a Shanhai Jing in the Chaotic Star Sea after his supplementary studies, it was not a consideration for the present. Perhaps after forming his core, he might engage in it, ideally accompanied by a professional team of spiritual chefs to refine his work, without the necessity of shouldering every burden alone. Nonetheless, after perusing the jade slip, he recognized the profound depth of spiritual cuisine. He noted that many spiritual dishes prioritized efficacy over flavor, exemplified by a recipe for a jade spirit python soup requiring half a pound of meat from a 7-inch segment of the snake, combined with its gallbladder, processed with a dozen additional ingredients, and simmered gently for 7 to 8 hours. The resulting dish surprisingly possessed vision-enhancing effects, effective even during the qi refining stage. In the realm of cultivation, the ability to enhance one's sight could be a vital skill, with extensive applications. It was undeniable that a mere spiritual dish could enhance vision, showcasing the merits of spiritual cuisine's complexity. Seeing Yi Jue's covetous expression upon finishing, Xu Linger couldn't help but chuckle. Enough with the cravings. Most spiritual dishes require years of consumption before yielding results. They are not as miraculous as one might imagine. However, you may incorporate some into your diet before establishing your foundation. With your wealth, it is unlikely that the expense will impoverish you. Do not solely pursue speed with your heavenly spiritual route. Spiritual cuisine can assist in laying a foundation. For now, refrain from consuming elixirs. The accumulation of medicinal properties may hinder your breakthrough speed. Consume one when breaking through minor barriers. I will oversee it. With that, she shook her head and resumed her practice. In the realm of cultivation, the legacy of culinary arts from the flower-growing families endures. Chapter 9. Wang Kuer Foundation-building cultivators can train all day, even closing themselves off indefinitely if they wish, requiring only spiritual energy, as their bodies no longer depend on worldly substances. However, Xu Linger disdained that approach. In her words, with 200 years of lifespan, to abstain from food and drink, dedicating all time to cultivation, is to become a mere tortoise in the pursuit of immortality, ignorant of the vastness of the world and the beauty of life. This ideology, in turn, prevented Yi Jue from becoming a reclusive practitioner solely focused on cultivation. After all, upon arriving in this world, he felt immense pressure and a sense of urgency. Realizing he was in a demonic faction within the mortal realm intensified this pressure, compelling him to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Discovering he possessed a heavenly spiritual root eased some of this tension. Nonetheless, it was only after realizing he bore a mystical treasure that he began to truly express his individuality. Feeling a surge of ambition as if he could attain anything in this vast world, this prompted him to consciously engage with the grand forces of the demonic path, including all that Huangquan Valley had to offer. He even considered hiring a spiritual chef as a maid to enhance his quality of life. Naturally, Xu Linger fully supported this notion, as such a child would add a touch of warmth to their lives. 2 days later, a girl clad in a verdant dress soared to the edge of the bamboo forest, presenting a sound transmission talisman before arriving at the small bamboo cottage. Yi Jue and his mother scrutinized the girl who introduced herself as Wang Kuer, their eyes brimming with skepticism. After all, she appeared merely 13 or 14 years old and had already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, which hardly suggested a significant investment of time in mastering spiritual cuisine. Noticing the shared skepticism in their gazes, Wang Kuer felt a slight headache, apprehensive about the myriad complications that would inevitably arise. I possess water, wood, and earth spiritual roots, hailing from the Wang family's culinary lineage in the southern Huangquan Valley. After the passing of our family patriarch several years ago, the new head decided to become a vassal of Huangquan Valley. In my family, I am among the most gifted disciples, having begun studying spiritual cuisine at the age of 5, which has now surpassed a decade. However, I have a slight inclination towards tasting, so my family often seeks my opinion on dishes, which is why I have reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. It is nearly noon. Where's the kitchen? Allow me to prepare a few dishes for you to sample. Xu Linger quickly led Wang Kuer to the kitchen, with Yi Jue following closely behind, both clearly intent on witnessing the culinary skills of this future chef. Upon entering the kitchen, Wang Kuer swiftly organized the various chaotic items, using her magic to construct several stoves, leaving only one side of the entrance, while transforming the other 3 sides into assorted workstations. She also built numerous cabinets overhead and began retrieving items from her storage bags. What followed was a scene that left Xu Linger and Yi Jue utterly astonished. One by one, Wang Kuer emptied the contents of 4 storage bags, filling the kitchen to the brim. The work surfaces remained impeccably tidy, leaving the mother and son in awe of her remarkable organizational abilities. Next, Wang Kuer began extracting ingredients, even enclosing a small area outside the cottage to house chickens and ducks, while the kitchen contained several fish. Although they did not recognize the species, Wang Kuer's affectionate demeanor suggested their extraordinary nature. Once her preparations were complete, she commenced a dazzling display of her knife skills. Many times, a flicker of spiritual energy was evident, indicating that some techniques employed secret methods. In just half an hour, Wang Kuer had nearly completed various dishes. Then, eyeing the fish, she gritted her teeth, swiftly incapacitating one, gutting and scaling it with expert precision. After retrieving numerous pre-prepared ingredients, she produced a small vial, hesitating momentarily before allowing 2 drops to fall onto the sliced fish, enveloping it in spiritual energy as she began to mix it, subsequently applying a sealing technique and setting the entire portion aside. In a swift and efficient manner, half an hour later, 4 dishes and a soup emerged: bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, braised ribs, 8 treasure chicken, and a spicy fish fillet accompanied by a bowl of vegetarian soup. With a wave of her spiritual energy, the 4 dishes glided from the kitchen to the dining table, seamlessly connecting the kitchen and dining area, which were divided by a partition. To the left of the small bamboo cottage, adjacent to Yi Jue's talisman-making room, was the reception area, followed by the training room, rich in spiritual energy, and beside it, Xu Linger's talisman-making room. The second floor consisted of only 3 small rooms, designated as rest areas for Yi Jue and Xu Linger, with a storage room in between. Xu Linger's resting room, the largest, occupied the center, while Yi Jue's rested above the talisman-making room. Thus, after Yi Jue mastered the elementary and intermediate techniques of the wood spirit escape, he seldom ventured out via the external stairs, gazing at the exquisite array of dishes before her. Xu Linger resolved to clear out the storage room to accommodate Wang Kuer. However, observing the generous portions, she found herself somewhat speechless regarding the frequency of Wang Kuer's tasting. Pulling Wang Kuer to sit down, Xu Linger declared, "From now on, we shall be like family. Feel free to express any culinary desires you may have." With a bold smile that made Yi Jue's appetite surge, it was evident that although she had yet to taste the dishes, Xu Linger already held great faith in the abilities of this spirit chef. Wang Kuer smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, matriarch," but seemed ready to rise, clearly unprepared to dine with the 2 of them. However, Xu Linger gently restrained her, saying, "In this bamboo house, it is just the 3 of us. Your status in the Wang family must also be that of a core disciple, so you may feel free." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "I will tidy up the storage room on the 2nd floor shortly, and you may reside beside me." Wang Kuer's eyes glistened with unshed tears, clearly moved by the kindness shown by the mother and son of the Yi family. When the head of her family had approached her, he had explicitly stated that she was to serve a significant figure. Whether as a servant or a maid, it mattered not. She was to forget her identity as a member of the Wang family. At just 15 years of age, Wang Kuer understood the family's predicament and recognized that she had become a part of a transaction. Prepared for the worst, she never anticipated such a turn of fortune. "I wouldn't want to trouble the matriarch. I'll tidy up myself," she said, attempting to regain her composure. After calming her emotions, she continued, This dish of stir-fried dried bamboo shoots and pork is primarily made with bamboo shoots from the 7-star bamboo, paired with the hind leg meat of the first-level low-grade demonic beast, the rampant boar. If the young master enjoys it, I can venture into the bamboo forest to procure some bamboo shoots to marinate and dry myself. The rampant boar is raised in captivity, making the meat affordable, and this spirit dish can replenish vital energy and enhance strength, making it suitable for fortifying one's foundation. With that, she gestured for Yi Jue and Shu Ling Er to sample the dish. As they began to chew, Wang Kuer's gaze was filled with anticipation. After all, the sense of accomplishment for a spirit chef arises not only from experimenting with new dishes, but also from the appreciation and affirmation of their patrons, especially since these two would likely be her lifelong clients. Yi Jue, noticing the girl's eager expression, couldn't resist teasing her. "Ah, it's so spicy. How can it be this spicy?" he exclaimed, casting a mock pitiful glance at Shu Ling Er. Wang Kuer's expression shifted slightly, and Shu Ling Er quickly discerned Yi Jue's mischievous intent. Instead of exposing him, she took out a jug of spirit water and poured a cup for Yi Jue. "It is indeed a bit spicy. Kuer, do give it a try." After taking a sip of the spirit water that Shu Ling Er offered, Yi Jue nearly spat it out. It was evident that while Shu Ling Er played along, she had also pulled a fast one on him, which made Yi Jue's struggle to express his discomfort even more genuine. Wang Kuer hastily picked up her chopsticks to taste it, only to wear a face filled with doubt. Although she had not added any spicy ingredients while cooking, she had not anticipated Yi Jue's jest, momentarily fearing that something had gone awry with the dish's preservation. "Kuer, your taste buds may be malfunctioning. Perhaps you are not cut out to be a spirit chef," she thought to herself. Realizing it was Yi Jue's prank, she quickly devised her retaliation. Looking at Shu Ling Er with a tearful expression, Shu Ling Er burst into laughter at the scene, and soon, even Yi Jue, who had been glowering at Wang Kuer, couldn't help but join in the mirth. All right, it was just a little joke. Kuer, what about this rib dish? It looks so fragrant," Shu Ling Er said with a smile, skillfully redirecting the conversation. Wang Kuer quickly composed herself and began her explanation. Observing this exchange, Yi Jue felt increasingly vexed. Indeed, his mother was correct. Women were born actresses. However, as they sampled several dishes, Yi Jue's earlier annoyance dissipated into the ether. As Wang Kuer performed the hand gestures to unlock the sealing enchantment on the water-boiled fish slices, Yi Jue's eyes widened in anticipation as the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, compelling him to take the first bite. The main ingredient of this dish was the azure jade fish, a second-tier low-grade spirit fish, a specialty of the Wang family. Cultivation requires a dedicated spirit spring, yielding tender and flavorful meat imbued with rich water attribute spiritual energy, with a market price often in the hundreds of spirit stones, yet still in high demand. However, this one is merely a first-tier mid-grade specimen, yet it is a precious find among the few I brought with me, Wang Kuer remarked, her voice tinged with pride. Moreover, the azure jade fish is notoriously delicate, difficult to rear. Even in my spirit spring, it can only survive for a mere 10 days. There are numerous ways to prepare the azure jade fish, making it a hallmark of our Wang family. However, due to its low yield, I rarely get to enjoy it at home, and even during tasting sessions, I am often left out, Wang Kuer lamented with a hint of indignation. Yi Jue, savoring the tender and delectable fish slices, offered a piece to Wang Kuer. "It is difficult to procure high-grade ones, but with your connections, you might be able to acquire some mid to low-grade ones. We could establish a spirit spring beside the bamboo grove and cultivate some ourselves, ensuring an ample supply for you in the future." He then looked at his mother and added, "This azure jade fish can enhance my perception of water attribute spiritual power. I feel the water attribute spiritual energy in the air becoming more vibrant." It was likely that the Wang family was unaware of this fact, so they would need to devise a plan to acquire the cultivation techniques. Shu Ling Er, tasting the fish meat, smiled and said, "The second-tier azure jade fish is indeed a treasure. It is not so easily bred. The first-tier ones are manageable, merely a spirit dish celebrated for its flavor." Turning to Wang Kuer, she cautioned, "The fact that azure jade fish can enhance one's perception of water attribute spiritual energy must not be disclosed to your family. However, you may assist us in the cultivation. In the future, the azure jade fish will be yours to enjoy." Wang Kuer, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, "When I came here, my family made it clear that I was no longer connected to them. This matter shall not be revealed." She then swore an oath of loyalty, her expression betraying her excitement. As a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots, Wang Kuer possessed the finest water attribute spiritual root, and her cultivation was based on water attribute techniques. However, She had not realized this potential during her few tastings of the azure jade fish, indicating that this young master was indeed remarkable. It was a fortunate coincidence that Yi Jue, with his celestial water attribute spiritual root, had a heightened sensitivity to water attribute spiritual energy, coupled with a naturally stronger primordial spirit, allowing him to uncover this secret of the cultivation world. Though the short-term effects were negligible, long-term consumption could gradually enhance one's perception of water attribute spiritual power. This seemingly minor improvement might prove crucial on the arduous path of cultivation, potentially serving as the final push to break through bottlenecks. Thus, it was no wonder that Wang Ku'er hastily established her oath, her countenance reflecting her fervor. After all, such a precious resource was freely entrusted to her by Shu Ling Er, demonstrating her benevolence and purity of heart. This also fortified Wang Ku'er's resolve to diligently serve the young master, striving to ensure his well-being and prosperity. As they continued to eat and converse, the dishes paired with spirit rice were soon devoured entirely, and Wang Ku'er finally unlocked the sealing enchantment on the last dish, a simple vegetable soup. This soup was crafted from 30-year-old white jade vines, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Consuming it could dispel heat, relieve greasiness, enhance beauty, and invigorate the skin. As she spoke, she ladled a bowl for Shu Linger. Although Shu Linger had already eaten her fill, the sight of the nourishing soup was irresistible, prompting her to take another sip. Yi Jue, captivated by the fragrant broth presented before him, also succumbed and drank a bowl. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity regarding Wang Ku'er, who quietly consumed 3 bowls without a hint of hesitation. It was noteworthy that before this, Wang Ku'er had already sampled nearly a sixth of the meal and had hardly paused since, showcasing her remarkable appetite. After completely finishing the soup, the 3 of them sat quietly, allowing their meals to settle. For Shu Linger, feeling so full was a novel experience, largely due to the delightful dishes and pleasant atmosphere. Contemplating this, she observed the young girl before her. Though youthful and innocent, she had cautiously integrated herself into their midst. It seemed evident that her life at home had not been easy. With her future happiness in mind, Shu Linger resolved to keep the girl with them. It was at this moment that she firmly decided to retain this individual, viewing previous events merely as tests and assessments. If Yi Jue were to witness this scene, he might lament the unpredictable nature of human hearts, realizing that women were indeed born actresses. Chapter 11. The Hall of Thousand Mechanisms with Wang Ku'er's arrival. Life in the quaint bamboo cottage became increasingly vibrant. For instance, Ku'er had mysteriously acquired a secret recipe for crispy, fried 7-star bamboo worms, which not only enhanced physical cultivation but also tantalized the taste buds with its crisp and fragrant texture. Yi Jue found himself engaged in a friendly contest with this girl, who was at the 6th level of Qi training, and was astonished that neither emerged victorious. Having practiced Qi since he was 6, Yi Jue had only been training for a short while, and the disparity between the 5th and 9th levels of Qi was akin to crossing 2 formidable thresholds. Observing the girl, who had trained for a decade yet had achieved such modest prowess, Yi Jue gained a clearer understanding of his own talent for spells. As their familiarity grew, Shu Linger found herself increasingly fond of this quirky little girl. Their shared mischievousness naturally forged a playful alliance, delighting in teasing Yi Jue. Watching Wang Ku'er hide behind her mother, Yi Jue pondered the protein he had consumed and resolved not to engage with their antics, taking flight on his sword towards the Hall of Thousand Mechanisms. After several exchanges, the appraiser known as Yi Tian gradually became accustomed to Yi Jue. Sister Tian, with your extensive knowledge, do you happen to know of any means to instantly bind someone? Yi Jue inquired, clearly seeking a way to retaliate. Yi Tian, with a knowing smile, replied, there are plenty of options, depending on your intent. There are pills that seal one's powers, talismans that imprison one's consciousness, and various magical tools like the dragon binding lock and immortal binding ropes. However, I recommend simply purchasing a packet of sedatives. Whatever your desire, it will suffice. Her laughter hinted at her understanding of Yi Jue's predicament with Wang Ku'er. Yi Jue, feeling somewhat exasperated, realized that Yi Tian was no ordinary opponent. Renowned for her double spiritual roots, she boasted a grandfather in the core formation stage and worked here as the shopkeeper due to her affinity for appraising items. Yet, having reached full mastery in Qi training, she had no need for foundation-building pills and thus indulged in her playful pursuits. After some contemplation, Yi Jue took out the water attribute talismans he possessed and tossed them to Yi Tian. I want a dozen of various attribute talismans and ensure the quality is high. Next time, I shall bring you osmanthus cake, he declared. During a previous visit, upon seeing Yi Tian savoring osmanthus cake, He had presented her with a box of the delicacy made by Wang Kur, which had evidently struck a chord. In return, Yi Tian had generously offered him a discount of several spirit stones. Wang Kur's culinary philosophy emphasized aesthetics and flavor, while the potency of the ingredients could be somewhat diminished. The taste and presentation must be impeccable. Thus, her knife skills and pastry artistry could be deemed masterful. On one occasion, she had crafted an exquisite likeness of Yi Jue. So lifelike that, upon seeing it, he had been seized by a mischievous impulse and devoured it in a few bites. This incident had also illuminated Yi Jue's understanding of Yi Tian's influence, prompting him to inquire about her in the Hall of Thousand Mechanisms, only to discover that she was a hidden gem of great significance. Under Yi Jue's endearing demeanor and his striking appearance, which stood out even in the Yellow Spring Valley, she began to regard him with a measure of interest. Though their bond was not deeply rooted, she found the contrast between him and the typical figures of the demonic sect intriguing. As their interactions continued, Yi Jue occasionally confided in her about the mischief of his little maid, while Yi Tian regaled him with tales of the extraordinary treasures she encountered in her appraisals. Are you still unsatisfied with the water attribute talismans? Or are you eager to quickly sketch a talisman of focus to take revenge on your little maid? Yi Tian teased while exchanging spirit stones with him. With the passage of time and his expenditure, Yi Jue had attained a commendable success rate in crafting intermediate-level water attribute talismans and was eager to explore other series. Despite the abundance of spells, many were unsuitable for talisman creation, and several remained beyond his reach due to his current cultivation level. Thus, he contemplated practicing other talismans, hoping to master additional designs before breaking through. Such knowledge would undoubtedly enhance his future capabilities. Though he harbored these thoughts, Yi Jue refrained from stating them outright. Instead, he playfully warned, when the time comes, my revenge won't be limited to her. Should the opportunity present itself, I shall draw 2 turtles on your face. Yi Tian chuckled gleefully. Sister eagerly awaits that day. Now, take your items and go. I must get to work. With a gentle smile, Yi Jue accepted the noticeably heavier materials and departed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Tian. Next time, I shall bring you double portions of osmanthus cake. He then lingered in the Hall of Thousand Mechanisms, eavesdropping on various pieces of information. As the largest institution in the Yellow Spring Valley, it was the hub for task issuance and verification. Although many disciples were sent to the Huan sect annually, and the Yi family arranged for some to enter the sect during the decade-long opening, the number of foundation-building pills within the family was limited. Foundation cultivators were indeed the core members of any clan. However, for the sect, it is evidently impermissible for families to leverage the sect's power to cultivate their own members. Thus, the influence of the Yi family is largely divided into 2 factions. One chooses to join the sect and fight valiantly for the Yi family's interests within it, while the other remains in the Yellow Spring Valley, devotedly safeguarding its resource points. After all, as long as one achieves sufficient merit, there are still some foundation-building pills available within the family. The Yi family, a millennium-old Yuan-Ing lineage, also possesses 1 or 2 small spaces and generates a certain amount of spiritual herbs. However, this knowledge is classified as top secret, and the average disciple remains unaware of it. If it weren't for Yi Tian inadvertently letting it slip one day, Yi Jue would never have realized that the family actually controls a small space, albeit one that can only be accessed once every decade. Since then, Yi Jue has taken to wandering around the Thousand Mechanism Hall, eavesdropping on casual conversations and occasionally interjecting. Chapter 12. Eavesdropping. Have you heard? The Yi Goods Pavilion is preparing for a major event, remarked a man with a delicate appearance. I heard it's a large-scale trading fair, lasting 7 days and nights. Not everyone can set up a stall there, added another man, clearly intrigued. The 3 gathered in conversation. Yi Jue had recently visited the Yi Goods Pavilion, which is a core establishment of the family. The main hall is usually empty, desolate, and unoccupied. During Yi Jue's visit, only 3 or 4 individuals were manning stalls, displaying various trinkets and items of indeterminate purpose. Of course, some items were highly effective for specific groups. Such items, if exchanged at the Thousand Mechanism Hall, hold little value. So the family cultivators generally prefer to retain them and sell them to suitable buyers when time allows. The family evidently welcomes this arrangement, thus giving rise to the Yi Goods Pavilion. Typically, the Qi Refinement Period's Yi Goods Fair is held every 2 years, while the Foundation Establishment Period takes longer, as everyone's perception of time varies greatly. After reaching Foundation Establishment, it is quite common to enter seclusion for months without eating or drinking, practicing a spell or cultivating a technique for several months, in stark contrast to the Qi Refinement Period where one consumes spirit-boosting pills to sustain their retreat. From what they said, it seems there is indeed a grand event on the horizon. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi Jue cupped his hands in greeting. Seniors, are you discussing the Yi-Goods fair? May I inquire about the source of this information? The group turned to the youthful Yi Jue with impatience, replying curtly. Where did this newcomer come from? Go check the task board at the Thousand Mechanism Hall. Thank you, seniors. With an unperturbed expression, Yi Jue proceeded to the stone wall to insert his identity token for further investigation. It appeared that different tasks had different narratives. Yi Jue noticed a task titled Market Maintenance, requiring a Qi refinement level of 10 or above, with interviews at the Yi-Goods Pavilion scheduled for 2 months later. It seemed this task was the catalyst for their excitement regarding the Yi-Goods Pavilion's significant undertaking. However, this task did not appear to be widely disseminated. Was it reserved for core disciples? After all, the identity token does not record one's cultivation level. Nonetheless, the claim of 7 days and nights seemed dubious. Contemplating this, Yi Jue decided to continue his exploration and listen to others. After wandering and occasionally joining in conversations, Yi Jue soon gathered all the information. The Yi-Goods fair has become somewhat of a tradition, though its duration is not fixed. Only the starting date is confirmed. For the first 3 days, stallholders are required to provide 5 spirit stones daily, but due to the high number of participants in those initial days, everyone knows that better items will be available. Following that, the Yi-Goods Pavilion merely provides the venue and maintains basic order without further charges. Generally, those interested in bargain hunting return during this period, often leaving with some treasures. The fair typically lasts 3 to 4 days. With this in mind, Yi Jue resolved to take the opportunity to witness the transaction market constructed by the Yi family. However, safety must come first. The items during the first 3 days hold some value, and there are guarantees regarding safety, as it is said that typically 2 to 3 foundation establishment cultivators are present to oversee. Once those cultivators depart in the following days, he would refrain from attending. In addition, Yi Jue overheard quite a bit of gossip. Did you hear? The Twin Winds have slain a top-tier first-grade demon python. It seems they are not far from Foundation establishment. What's the big deal? Tian has been at peak Qi refinement for 3 years now. She has long since reached her limits. Years ago, she single-handedly defeated a peak Qi refinement demonic cultivator, and these past years have been about self-cultivation. What you mentioned pales in comparison. That genius with lightning attributes has successfully mastered the Water Thunder spell, which is an advanced level spell. Even Foundation establishment cultivators struggle to cultivate it. Speaking of spells, that fearsome individual practicing the Blood Sea Great method is truly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted, losing interest in the discussion, which only piqued Yi Jue's curiosity. Naturally, Yi Jue did not foolishly approach them, as they were preparing to disperse. Instead, he planned to visit the Scripture Pavilion later to delve into the mysteries of the Blood Sea Great method, which holds such a notorious reputation within the demonic path. As he pondered, Yi Jue made his way outside the Grand Hall, when suddenly he heard, "Have you heard? Qianjuezi's top-grade magic weapon exploded again. What a financial loss. Ha ha ha. Some people just don't know when to quit seeking Qianjuezi for weapon forging." Exactly. Chanting some incantation for spirit elevation, only to lose everything in the process. He can only deceive us Qi refinement disciples. Ha ha. A dignified Foundation establishment cultivator reduced to such a state. What a pity for the materials the Twin Winds provided. They brought this upon themselves. Believing in Qianjuezi's nonsense, blood and tears wasted. As the group chatted while walking away, Yi Jue felt a spark of inspiration and turned to fly towards the treasure hall. He recalled that weapon forging is quite distinct from talisman crafting. The foundational guide to weapon forging he had exchanged for earlier had been gathering dust in his storage pouch for years. This time, perhaps he could uncover the mysteries of weapon forging. Eagerly, he soared towards the treasure hall, making his way to the back chamber, only to find a pair of twins surrounding an elderly man with clouded eyes. The old man, with a head full of white hair and a frail form, appeared to be bullied by the 2 robust men. Many onlookers were present, yet none intervened, indicating that the old man had poor social standing. However, after observing for a while, it became apparent that the situation was not as it seemed. "I don't have a single spirit stone on me. These materials are from the treasure hall's task. We agreed that if the forging fails, I would take nothing. You also consented before the spirit elevation." The old man quavered, lacking the dignity of a Foundation establishment cultivator. "Brother, I simply cannot swallow this grievance." One twin exclaimed. "You never mentioned the failure rate for spirit elevation would be so high." The elder twin, maintaining composure, replied, "Originally, we brothers would not have been this enraged. We discovered this gigantic python deep within the Hengyang Mountains, pursuing it for 3 days and nights, and after a prolonged battle, we finally slew the beast. My brother was gravely wounded by the python's final counterattack, and after nursing his injuries for a month, we sought to procure a top-grade magic weapon. At that moment, Yi Jue approached us, assuring us that he could forge an exceptional magic weapon from the entire python, and we, mindful of his reputation, dared not act rashly. However, Yi Jue claimed that if the forging failed, he would take nothing, and the success rate was an impressive 80 to 90%. After much hesitation, we ultimately entrusted him with the task. Everything was proceeding smoothly, with the magical artifact already taking shape, radiating a brilliant light, clearly a top-tier masterpiece. The two brothers were overjoyed. However, when Yi Jue inquired whether they wished to enhance the artifact's power further, the brothers, not foolish, readily agreed. Chapter 13. Yi Jue. Little did they know, after Yi Jue infused the artifact with a special inscription using the blood of a python spirit, the artifact became alarmingly unstable. A sense of foreboding gripped the brothers. At that moment, the old man began to mutter cryptically, hastily inscribing several more runes. The artifact flickered with radiant light, alternating with a crimson glow. The brothers' hearts raced like a roller coaster. Suddenly, after the incorporation of one particular inscription, the artifact erupted in a violent explosion. Although the old man managed to shut down the refining furnace in time, he was still caught in the blast, leaving him in a pitiful state. The two brothers, however, suffered far greater losses, as a magnificent top-tier artifact had been snatched away from them in an instant, leaving them bereft. All of this stemmed from the old man's mention of Shengling. He explained that Shengling could enhance the artifact's power, nurturing its spiritual essence, allowing it to possess some of the abilities of magical treasures. Naturally, this was exclusive to foundation-building cultivators. Moreover, the requirements for Shengling were stringent. It not only required blood essence, but also blood essence that shared a common origin with the artifact being refined. The addition of a soul essence would yield even better results. Coincidentally, the brothers had brought along a demon python, rich in blood essence. Yi Jue could not resist the temptation to experiment, only to see his efforts end in failure. The old man, however, remained unperturbed, his impoverished state rendering him indifferent to the brothers' complaints. He mused that had he been successful, he would not have resorted to deceiving novice cultivators. This thought crossed the mind of a certain noble foundation-building artifact craftsman. This incident revealed to Yi Jue the stark reality of the world, prompting him to exclaim that even within a prestigious family, there existed individuals who struggled so profoundly. Yet, the idle chatter of onlookers unraveled Yi Jue's confusion. Under Yi Jue's inquiry, and with the assistance of several spirit talismans, he learned the complete story of Yi Jue. Though a foundation-building cultivator, Yi Jue was not an artifact craftsman nurtured by the Yi family. He was a disciple trained by the Divine Weapon Sect of the Yuanwu Kingdom, one of the three major sects renowned for artifact crafting, alongside the Heavenly Star Sect, known for its mastery of formations, and the Myriad Wonders Pavilion, celebrated for its talismans. However, Yi Jue did not adhere to the traditional methods of crafting artifacts. Instead, he often undertook audacious and groundbreaking innovations. During one such crafting session, he even utilized materials from the Purple River Car, pioneering the blood refining technique. The Divine Weapon Sect, claiming to uphold righteousness, was outraged upon hearing this and expelled him, sending assassins in pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Jue had already prepared for such a scenario, escaping to the nearby Tianluo Kingdom. After experiencing various tribulations, he chose to join the Yi family of the Yellow Springs Valley. To the surprise of many, within a few short years, he had crafted several top-tier artifacts imbued with spiritual essence, gaining considerable acclaim among foundation-building cultivators. Yet, this fortunate streak did not last. As his proficiency in blood refining advanced, he developed the Shengling technique, which spiraled out of control. Each explosion left him with nothing, and over the years, foundation-building cultivators began to distance themselves from him. Obsessively pursuing the Shengling technique, he devoted himself entirely to it, neglecting family responsibilities. Upon reading this, Yi Jue hesitated about whether to pursue the craft of artifact forging under Yi Jue's tutelage. After all, his foundational knowledge was quite solid, and the reputation of the Divine Weapon Sect was convincing. Yet, he worried that Yi Jue's reckless nature might tempt him to attempt the Shengling technique. Nevertheless, it was precisely such innovation that marked the brilliance of a true craftsman. Recognizing the profundity of artifact crafting, he resolved to seek his mother's counsel before making any decisions, hoping to also hear his father's insights. With this thought in mind, Yi Jue, who had initially been tempted, calmed his restless heart, understanding that haste was unwise. and quietly turned to leave. Upon returning home, he noticed Wang Kuer, timid and hesitant, and a smile crept onto his face, dissipating his earlier anger. After all, the family was affiliated with the demonic faction, and there might be relatives who even consumed human flesh. The vastness of their dark arts rendered trivial jokes inconsequential. However, he intended to visit the scripture repository to investigate the Blood Sea Great Method, for the flavor of the 7-star bamboo worm had been quite pleasing. Yet, he felt it necessary to issue a warning, lest he encounter further peculiarities in the future. Contemplating Qianjuezi, he realized that he could not allow Wang Kuer to turn out like him. "I shall confiscate your snacks for 3 days. Otherwise, I shall inform your father," he declared sternly, fixing a fierce gaze on Wang Kuer. With a pitiful look, she reluctantly produced a storage pouch, clearly having learned a valuable lesson from this encounter. In the days that followed, Yi Jue remained at home, diligently crafting the 5 elements spirit talismans. Then, one day, half a month later, Yi Tianqing arrived. Upon seeing this high-level Jindan cultivator, Wang Kuer earnestly showcased her culinary skills, aware that he was a formidable figure in the demonic realm. Despite Schulinger's repeated requests, Wang Kuer was too intimidated to approach the dining table. Yet, upon seeing the lavish spread, Yi Tianqing said nothing and nodded slightly, signaling the start of the meal. Wang Kuer dashed into the dining hall, relieved. Yi Jue seized the opportunity to initiate conversation, having accumulated a plethora of matters to discuss, as well as some plans to seize opportunities. "Father, have you heard of Qianjuezi? What is your opinion of his abilities?" Yi Tianqing glanced at Yi Jue, momentarily silent, before retrieving a strikingly green spear from his storage pouch, shimmering with azure light. "This treasure, the Qingjiao spear, is an exquisite top-tier artifact and my signature weapon. Forged by Qianjuezi, it was crafted from the complete body of a newly ascended second-tier Qingfeng Jiao, possessing some abilities akin to magical treasures. What do you think of his capabilities?" Yi Tianqing inquired with a slight smile, clearly pleased with the spear. Given Yi Tianqing's affinity for wind element spiritual roots, most top-tier artifacts available on the market did not suit him. Thus, having a powerful and seemingly custom-made top-tier artifact at his disposal, the weapon's effectiveness in the hands of a foundation-building cultivator surpassed that of some magical treasures. Upon beholding the gleaming Qingjiao spear, Yi Jue understood Qianjuezi's true prowess. "Father, I wish to learn the art of artifact forging from Qianjuezi. May I become his disciple?" Yi Tianqing smiled gently, replying, "In a few days, I shall accompany you to pay him a visit and express our gratitude. However, Qianjuezi's blood refining technique is exceptionally intricate. You must grasp the essence of the Shengling technique on your own, though he will surely provide ample instruction. His methods have evolved into a unique style. Had the Shengling technique been fully developed, his achievements would have surpassed even this. Nonetheless, crafting ordinary magical treasures is child's play for him. Unfortunately, while the family has heard of the Shengling technique and even attempted to collaborate with artifact craftsmen to refine it, the costs are exorbitant, and it ultimately fell through, leaving Qianjuezi to experiment independently." Chapter 14. Qi Refinement Stage 5. After Yi Tianqing agreed to take Yi Jue to meet Qianjuezi in a few days, Yi Jue requested the breeding techniques for the Qingyu fish and some fry, though none of the second-tier variety. Subsequently, Yi Tianqing departed with his mother to her quarters. Over a month passed, and before Yi Jue could await his father's return, he found himself on the verge of a breakthrough. Feeling the ethereal essence of water flowing into his body from the heavens and the earth, Yi Jue's dantian began to gradually swell. Having long understood that this was a natural phenomenon, he methodically operated the Han Hai Jinjing, circulating the technique around in cycles. The spiritual energy accumulated within his dantian slowly increased, and finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, with a sudden pop, it felt as though a barrier had been shattered, causing his dantian to expand further. Thus, he officially broke through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. After the breakthrough, Yi Jue felt invigorated, sensing that his magical power had doubled compared to before, and he could not help but let out a long howl of joy. Upon raising his head, however, he saw Wang Kuer holding a recording pearl. The moment she noticed Yi Jue turning, she swiftly turned and activated her wind control technique, dashing towards Schulinger's talisman crafting room. Observing the frightened Wang Kuer, Yi Jue smiled faintly, thinking to himself that now that his strength had improved, dealing with her would merely be a matter of time. Would she really be able to escape? Just as he was preparing to settle the score with Wang Kuer, a flash of escape light appeared. Yi Tianqing had arrived. Without pausing, he grabbed Yi Jue and soared towards a cave dwelling behind the Baibao Hall. Clearly, this was the destination for today, the cave of Qianjuezi, which appeared quite ordinary. after a communication talisman was sent in by Yi Tianxing. It wasn't long before a disheveled old man, exuding an air of neglect, appeared before the cave entrance. Clan leader, what a rare guest. What brings you here? The old man exclaimed as he led Yi Tianxing inside, arriving at a guest room that showed signs of having been untouched for a long while. The old man, unperturbed, cast a spell to tidy up a bit before inviting the two to sit. As they sipped the pleasantly warm tea, Yi Jue was astonished by the old man's fire control ability, a skill that many foundational cultivators would struggle to master. I shall not beat around the bush. The Qing Jiao spear has been of great assistance to me. It is but a small token of my respect, he said, tossing a storage bag to the old man. Upon opening it and glancing inside, the old man quickly closed it, his expression slightly agitated. Thank you, clan leader Yi. I feel unworthy of such generosity. However, once it is in my hands, it would be inappropriate to refuse it. Senior, I can never forget the kindness you showed me in the past. The Qing Jiao spear has accompanied me for a long time and has saved me from peril on several occasions. Yi Tianxing replied, you are too modest, old friend. What transpired in those days was merely a matter of chance. I merely spoke my mind. The Qing Jiao spear was crafted by me, and you compensated me handsomely. Yi Jue refrained from elaborating further, seeking only a clear understanding in his heart. I have another matter to discuss today, he continued, gesturing towards Yi Jue, who promptly stood up from his chair to stand by. This is my youngest son, Yi Jue. He has a passion for crafting, but has struggled to find a mentor. I wish to entrust him to you for some guidance. Yi Jue, hearing this, deeply bowed to the old man. It was clear to him that this person had once aided Yi Tianxing, and the length of time Yi Tianxing had taken indicated he had been preparing the gift in the storage bag. Moreover, judging by the old man's demeanor, it was evident that he understood more about Yi Jue than he let on. The old man, looking at the storage bag in his hand, understood that while the past assistance had forged a bond of goodwill, it could never equate to the value of such a generous gift. Moreover, as a golden core cultivator and clan leader, the respect shown was evidently in pursuit of his core inheritance. After all, why express thanks at this moment, if not for that purpose? With a faint smile, the old man gazed at the still bowing youth, and after a moment's contemplation, he declared, Clan leader Yi, I am not ungrateful. Your family has sheltered me greatly, and I have borrowed your family's crafting techniques without compensation. Given your generosity, I shall do my utmost to teach this child. Yi Jue, is it? I have no extravagant customs here. Simply serve me a cup of tea and call me master, and you shall be my disciple. Yi Jue slightly raised his head, presented a cup of tea, and then knelt, bowing his head, Master, from this day forth, I shall be your disciple. The old man chuckled, stroking his long, unkempt beard. Then, as if recalling something, he awkwardly added, Your teacher is somewhat poor and lacks any impressive gifts for our first meeting, but I shall make it up to you later. However, as you currently lack spiritual fire, it will be inconvenient to continuously borrow the earth fire for crafting. Fortunately, the upcoming Iwu conference may provide you with an opportunity to find a crafting cauldron or furnace that can utilize spiritual energy to ignite flames. Such items should be common enough, and they will suffice for you to refine mid-level magical artifacts. He then informed Yi Jue, I generally reside in this cave, occasionally at the Baibao Pavilion. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. For now, assist me and observe my crafting techniques. Ignoring Yi Tianxing, he led Yi Jue into a large room filled with an enormous cauldron. Yi Tianxing gave Yi Jue a slight nod before departing the cave. As Yi Jue watched his master retrieve an entire tiger carcass from the storage bag, he quickly realized that this storage bag was likely filled with such materials. Together, the master and disciple meticulously stripped the materials from the demon tiger, and Yi Jue, now looking quite disheveled, garnered a hint of approval from Qian Juezi. It was clear that Qian Juezi did not wish for his unique skills to be lost to time. Yet he recognized that taking on a disciple would inevitably distract him from his pursuit of perfecting the spirit elevation technique. Observing the diligent youth before him, Qian Juezi knew he had made the right choice. This boy possessed the patience necessary for the path of crafting. The art of crafting treasures lies in perseverance. Yi Jue may not yet comprehend this, but in time he would understand that it is rare for an alchemical batch to fail entirely, generally yielding at least a couple of usable pills. In contrast, if any step in the crafting process goes awry, the resulting magical artifact becomes entirely worthless. Failures in crafting are seldom attributed to diminished potency. Instead, they are often categorized as replicas, unfinished products, or mere templates. This is because if one does not master the shaping process before setting it aside, any mistakes mean that all materials are effectively wasted. Moreover, To excel in the crafting path inevitably involves numerous failures in material handling to discover suitable inscription circuits, appropriate processing techniques, and even compatible auxiliary materials. Ultimately, those who continue to forge ahead after countless failures are the ones who will truly master the art of crafting. Otherwise, they may only manage to create artifacts of a certain tier, merely scraping by. Chapter 15. The Yi Jue Conference. As the crafting process deepened, Yi Jue observed the handling of each material. Some he understood while others eluded him, and at times he experienced sudden clarity. He realized that this was due to his master's comprehensive considerations upon encountering these materials. Over the following days, Yi Jue watched as his master meticulously crafted a large, blade-like magical artifact, proceeding to inscribe runes upon it. However, these runes appeared vastly different from the spiritual patterns typically inscribed on other magical artifacts. As far as Yi Jue knew, the purpose of spiritual patterns is to maximize the spells inherent in the materials. For instance, a magical artifact crafted from tiger claws could potentially retain the wind claw technique frequently employed by the demon tiger. Given that Yi Jue had crafted numerous initial and mid-level magical artifacts, he had some understanding of spiritual patterns. Yet these blood patterns appeared exceedingly peculiar, almost otherworldly. As Yi Jue began to inscribe the runes, Yi Jue could only stand at a distance, silently observing. With the engraving of 7 blood-red markings on the blade, the weapon began to quiver slightly, emanating a flickering crimson light. However, Yi Jue showed no signs of halting. She proceeded to inscribe the 8th and 9th runes onto the blade, causing the weapon's radiant glow to flicker erratically, exuding an aura of profound instability. At that moment, Yi Jue inscribed 3 runes simultaneously onto the blade, and the moment the blade made contact with the runes, it could not withstand even a second before erupting in a violent explosion. Yi Jue watched in astonishment, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yi Jue appeared utterly unconcerned with her disheveled appearance, staring blankly at the explosion before bursting into a chilling laugh. She then glanced at Yi Jue, as if to prompt him with a question. Yi Jue shook his head slightly. Despite his many inquiries, it was evidently not the time for questions. Without first-hand experience, he would only remain bewildered. With this thought, he suddenly recalled his teacher's mention of the E-Treasure Conference and the need to purchase an alchemical furnace. Teacher, when does the E-Treasure Conference commence? Yi Jue calculated with her fingers. It will be in the next few days. All right, go back and digest this information. After you procure the alchemical furnace and some basic materials, return to me. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for him to leave. Yi Jue did not linger, swiftly returning to his bamboo cottage. After days of labor, he had witnessed only an explosion. His mind brimmed with details to recollect and thoughts to record. Back in the rune-making chamber, Yi Jue grasped his jade tablet and embarked on a mental journey. Having observed a complete alchemical process, he found clarity in many previously ambiguous aspects when cross-referencing with the fundamental alchemical compendium. Now, he felt an urge to craft a few magical artifacts for experimentation. Oh, the E-Treasure Conference, may it commence soon. During the 2 days of anticipation, Yi Jue rose early, completed his cultivation, and roused his mother and Wang Ke, clearly wishing to include them. However, both showed no interest in the bustle and had nothing they wished to purchase, leaving Yi Jue to embark on the journey alone. The E-Treasure Conference, held biennially during the Qi refinement stage, occupied the entire first floor of the E-Treasure Pavilion. Divided into 9 sections, 3 for the mid-Qi refinement stage and 6 for the late stage. Each section boasted over 30 stalls, totaling approximately 300 small booths brimming with wares. Surrounding the area, 3 imposing figures exuded an unfathomable aura, unmistakably foundation-building cultivators. Additionally, 3 squads of patrolling cultivators clad in matching black uniforms maintained order. Yi Jue's heart stirred as he recalled the tasks he had seen at the mission office. These must be the core disciples of families at the 10th level of Qi refinement. The grand hall resembled a rectangle, scarcely 10 zhang wide, but nearly 14 or 15 zhang long. Upon the door's opening, elevated platforms surrounded the remaining 3 sides, clearly designed for staff oversight. As Yi Jue entered, he felt a heavy sweep of divine awareness, evidently a warning that only transactions were permitted within these walls, forbidding any other means. After all, this was a family-hosted event, with well-established rules, clearly understanding the principle of steady gains. Yi Jue first wandered around, discovering an astonishing array of goods, each with distinct styles. Some vendors were vocally enthusiastic, while others sat in silence, and a few seemed to flirt with the edges of propriety. Clearly, if foundation-building cultivators were absent, many would have already resorted to seductive tactics. However, Yi Jue prudently kept his distance, quickly retreating to the mid-chi refinement section to peruse. The offerings here were significantly less varied, as the highest cultivation level was merely the 8th layer of chi refinement, leaving many techniques beyond their reach. Yet, the goods for sale here appeared more diverse, with many items sparkling with spiritual light, though their practical applications remained elusive. Casually browsing, Yi Jue discreetly purchased a few uncommon spiritual herb seeds, along with some materials from magical beasts and alchemical supplies to experiment with his crafting skills. Some of these materials could be found in the Qianji Pavilion, but most were not catalogued there, as many magical beast materials were solely for crafting. However, the family had the Baibao Pavilion, which often directly purchased such materials. Once acquired, they were typically crafted into magical artifacts and displayed for sale in the Baibao Pavilion. Most of the magical beast materials were refined by the pavilion upon request. Only mid-level and above magical beast materials held significant value, meriting inclusion in the family's Qianji Pavilion. Although their high cost was beyond Yi Jue's current means for experimentation. Suddenly, Yi Jue noticed a commotion at a stall, piquing his curiosity. A small crowd had gathered around the booth, evidently drawn by the spectacle. This magical artifact was my first choice. How can you forcefully claim it? I have my eye on it as well. What harm is there in placing a bid before the transaction is complete? It was clear that both parties coveted the same magical artifact, leading to an impasse. Initially, Yi Jue had been amused by their dispute, but as he observed the object of contention, his smile faded. The item they both desired was an alchemical furnace, small, exquisitely crafted, and entirely crimson, flickering with dancing flames. This was the type of furnace, as his teacher had described, that possessed its own fire. Watching the escalating argument, Yi Jue began to regret the time wasted wandering aimlessly, realizing that even had he arrived earlier, he would likely have been entangled in their dispute. Contemplating his ill fate, he had initially intended to intervene and secure the artifact at a high price, believing that he was safe from danger as he would not be leaving the valley. However, with the arrival of law enforcement personnel, the situation seemed to shift. The leader among them inquired, "What is the cause of this dispute? Is there a resolution in sight?" The youth on the left, with a wholesome demeanor, quickly spoke up. "I laid claim to a magical artifact and placed a bid. But this person insisted it was his first choice and told me not to purchase it, which I cannot accept." The youth on the right, slightly fairer in complexion, protested. "I clearly had my eye on this item first and was inquiring about its effects with the vendor when he began bidding." The enforcers, displaying impatience, pressed, "Is there a solution? If not, I shall randomly assign ownership of this item." The wholesome youth's expression shifted. He had no genuine need for the artifact, but was merely teasing the evidently invested youth. Yet, the prospect of random assignment by the enforcers threatened to ruin his scheme. "I am willing to settle this in the arena to determine the rightful owner," he suggested with a smile, confident that the other youth would shy away from such a challenge, thus securing the artifact for himself. The arena served as the family's designated venue for resolving disputes. When mentioned, most thought of it as a place for life and death duels, where fate was left to chance, and after death, family members could not pursue accountability. However, the wholesome youth referred to a second method of conflict resolution wherein foundation-building cultivators were stationed to oversee matters, providing a platform for late-stage chi refinement disciples to settle disagreements without bloodshed, requiring only a modest payment of spiritual stones to ensure one's life. In the mid-stage of chi refinement, practitioners seldom engage in combat, as their combat abilities are generally lacking, and they typically master only a handful of low to mid-level spells, often possessing merely one or two mid-tier magical artifacts. Most practitioners at this stage are rarely seen wandering outside, focusing instead on family tasks to expedite their growth, resulting in a woefully inadequate experience in combat. However, a turning point for Yi Jue arose not from this observation, but from the fact that he recognized the leading enforcer, who was none other than the appraiser Yi Tian from the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. As a direct descendant of the core formation stage and a dual spirit root on the verge of foundation establishment, she was undoubtedly a core disciple of her family. Given her idle presence while awaiting foundation pills, it was highly probable she would join such a lively event. Regrettably, at that time, Yi Jue was preoccupied with knowledge of refining tools and did not foresee this encounter. Had he anticipated it, he could have asked her for assistance in purchasing the item, thus avoiding the ensuing complications. Left with no choice, Yi Jue stepped forward, expressing, "I also have an interest in this artifact. Shall we contest in the arena?" He then communicated telepathically with Yi Tian, "Sister Tian, I require this artifact as well, and I am somewhat confident in this duel." Yi Tian glanced at Yi Jue before turning her attention to the fair-skinned youth. Upon seeing Yi Jue step forward, the youth's previously hesitant demeanor relaxed. "Let the two friends contend for this artifact," he declared, turning to leave. The simple-minded youth, named Yi Feng, looked at Yi Jue with a changed expression, secretly regretting his decision. Originally, Yi Feng had his eye on a storage belt at the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, but upon saving enough spirit stones to make the purchase, he discovered it had already been exchanged. Today, however, he spotted the very storage belt he had coveted around the waist of the fair-skinned youth. Seeing the youth's intent to acquire the refining cauldron, he had attempted to interject, hoping to barter for the storage belt. Yet, with the unexpected interference from the youth, he found himself unable to proceed, and his expression darkened with determination. "Then you two shall proceed to the arena to determine the victor. The winner will gain the right to trade for this treasure," the enforcer declared, his gaze fixed on the vendor. "What is the price of this cauldron?" "It must not increase suddenly. This mid-tier artifact, due to its complex craftsmanship, is priced at 120 spirit stones," the vendor replied, trembling. "Let us go then," he said, preparing to accompany Yi Jue and Yi Feng to the arena. As Yi Tian led the two towards the colossal structure, she couldn't help but frighten them with a warning. "Do you know why this is called an arena and not merely a stage? Are you aware of the 3 iron rules of the Yellow Springs Valley? The first rule, conflicts at the same level must be resolved on the spot. The second rule, low-level practitioners provoking high-level ones court death. The third rule, high-level practitioners oppressing low-level ones risk being killed in return." This arena was established in accordance with these rules, as resources abound within the valley and conflicts could cause considerable destruction, thus necessitating this arena. However, as the arena became more established, more individuals began to place bets on outcomes, and ultimately, the family transformed it into a betting arena, hosting duels monthly to enhance their combat capabilities. It also serves as a testing ground for family members. Typically, unless a life-and-death contract is signed, disputes remain unresolved, often leaving a life in the balance. Observing the slightly trembling Yi Feng, Yi Jue could not help but suggest, "What if I provide the spirit stones for the refining cauldron, and you let me have it? We could resolve this peacefully." Yi Feng suddenly turned, staring fiercely at Yi Jue. "Not a chance. I've waited too long for this opportunity." It was clear that a peaceful resolution was unattainable. Yi Jue was willing to risk it all for this artifact, as he did not know if another suitable refining cauldron would present itself in the near future. With his mastery over mid-tier spells and several mid-level artifacts already in his possession, the most he risked was a loss in a duel, which he deemed acceptable. After all, this artifact had nearly slipped from his grasp once before, and he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Should he ultimately be defeated, he could simply concede. A thought he shared with Yi Feng, who likewise considered conceding if the battle turned against him. Upon arriving at the arena, and after paying the spirit stones and signing the contract, the two were assigned to Area C, Ring 3. As they stepped into the waiting area, they were surprised to find an audience. Originally, their duel would have been private, but Yi Tian's renown drew attendees, and several idling practitioners followed her into the viewing area. As Yi Jue and Yi Feng entered, the crowd erupted in cheers, feeling the electric atmosphere filled with anticipation. Yi Jue closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, his eyes snapped open, their depth akin to a tranquil abyss. His focus sharpened, leaving no room for thoughts beyond his opponent. Thus commenced Yi Jue's inaugural arena duel, a contest of skill without the specter of death looming overhead. Chapter 17. The first duel. As both contenders took their positions on the stage, the referee succinctly outlined the rules, essentially forbidding malicious harm while ensuring that all grudges would be resolved post-battle. "Begin." With that command, Yi Jue, his mind taut with anticipation, unleashed a swift water arrow spell. Though a basic low-tier spell, it was perfectly suited for a probing strike after countless iterations of talisman crafting. Several water arrows surged forth towards Yi Feng, presenting an imposing display. Yet, Yi Feng was no novice. He swiftly cast a wind control technique, propelling himself several meters away with a deft leap. Slightly vexed, Yi Jue, confident in his adeptness with the cloud step technique, pursued Yi Feng. Just as he closed the distance to a mere few meters, Yi Feng countered with a fireball spell, sending it hurtling towards him. Caught off guard, Yi Jue activated a water shield talisman to intercept the fireball. Following that, he unleashed a barrage of water arrows aimed directly at Yi Feng. In response, Yi Feng shone with a brilliant glow, revealing a yellow orb in his possession. The illumination faded to reveal an imposing earth spirit shield, seemingly unassailable. With the earth shield in place, Yi Feng began to prepare a mid-tier gold sword technique, known for its rapid assault. Aware that evading it would be challenging, Yi Jue activated the wind boots to create distance. As the gold sword technique was unleashed, Yi Jue focused intently on Yi Feng's spellcasting, employing the wind technique from his boots while exerting all his effort into the cloud step. He left behind a series of afterimages, successfully evading the spell. Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators erupted in applause. The cheers invigorated Yi Jue, realizing that prolonging the battle would disadvantage him due to his lack of combat experience. He readied his spells while secretly maneuvering the congealed jade needle underground, simultaneously preparing a gold sword talisman, clearly intent on achieving a decisive victory. Unbeknownst to him, as both spells dissipated, Yi Feng also activated a flying dagger artifact, launching 3 consecutive attacks aimed at Yi Jue from multiple directions. Yi Jue silently lamented his predicament, resorting to shifting his form, either leaping or lurking, as he deftly maneuvered around the 3 flying daggers. Within mere moments, his garments bore several slashes. Yet fortune favored him as he had donned a protective robe beneath, sparing him from injury. However, Yi Jue was resolute, exerting his utmost effort to propel his movements across the arena with frenetic agility. Observing the seemingly immovable Yi Feng, Yi Jue comprehended that prolonging this encounter would ultimately tilt the odds in his favor. After all, Yi Feng was not merely sustaining the earth spirit barrier, but also controlling the flying daggers, both of which demanded considerable reserves of mana and mental acuity. Yet, as the saying goes, steadfast defense may lead to defeat. Better to lose a piece than forfeit the game. With this in mind, Yi Jue commanded his black wind hairpin to confront the flying daggers, simultaneously employing the wind control technique and enhancing his cloud surfing step with the wind boots, which made the speed of the daggers seem to diminish. While he understood that mastering this reduced speed was beyond his current capabilities, he began to prepare for a swift conclusion. Yi Feng was hardly idle, utilizing a set of magical artifacts comprising a mother dagger and 4 child daggers, a mid-tier treasure of considerable value. Unfortunately, he could only manipulate 1 mother dagger along with 2 child daggers to form a minor triad formation. As the stalemate continued and his mana rapidly depleted, he resolutely forced all 5 daggers into a minor pentagram formation, unleashing the full might of the 5-element mother and child dagger set. As the tension escalated, the audience erupted in cheers, astonished that 2 mid-stage Qi refinement disciples could engage in such a fierce contest. Yi Jue, considering the defensive capabilities of the earth spirit barrier, relied on his agility and the black wind hairpin to evade the 5 daggers, channeling spiritual energy into the ground while simultaneously sending the condensing jade needle underground as a contingency. Concurrently, Yi Jue deployed several small water arrow talismans, of which he possessed plenty, though their efficacy was questionable. Nevertheless, their purpose was to obscure visibility, thereby exhausting Yi Feng's energy. Yi Feng, constantly shifting his position, hoped to prolong the durability of the earth spirit barrier. However, among Yi Jue's barrage of small water arrow talismans was a single water arrow talisman of the highest quality. By the time Yi Feng sought to evade it, it was too late. As the earth spirit barrier trembled, Yi Feng labored to maintain his magical artifact. At that moment, a water blade technique erupted from beneath, a result of Yi Jue's concealed spiritual energy mingling with the talisman underground. It was only at this juncture that it violently struck. The earth spirit barrier was struck by 2 talismans and began to falter, fissures appearing on its surface. Yi Jue seized the opportunity to command the condensing jade needle to pierce upward from underground, aiming directly at Yi Feng's face. Yi Jue suddenly sensed that the condensing jade needle had entered an area devoid of resistance. At that moment, the referee signaled that the outcome had been determined, and all enmities were to be resolved. Yi Jue observed Yi Feng, who appeared unscathed, evidently protected by a defensive artifact that he had failed to activate in time, thus being subdued by the condensing jade needle. Clearly, the 2 high-quality talismans had not fully breached the earth spirit barrier. Reflecting on this, Yi Jue could not help but sigh at the challenges of magical combat. Although this victory seemed attributable to his agility, he recognized that the true advantage lay in the multitude of talismans and artifacts at his disposal. It was evident that he needed to amass more resources in the future. For battles among low-tier cultivators relied heavily on quick reactions and the clever use of various artifacts and talismans. Magical duels were indeed a contest of resources and hidden cards. Before departing the arena, Yi Jue basked in the audience's cheers, savoring the intoxicating taste of victory in magical combat. Yet he remained grounded, acutely aware that caution was paramount on the path of cultivation. When assured of success, one might afford to take risks. But the primary focus should be on cultivation and resource accumulation, avoiding entanglements with deeper metaphysical matters. Afterward, Yi Jue hastily exited the combat arena, pondering that barring unforeseen circumstances, he would not return. At the exit, Etienne awaited him, as expected. Yi Jue produced several snacks, including 2 portions of osmanthus cake. "Thank you, Sister Tian Sweet," he expressed gratefully. Etienne smiled. "I didn't expect you to remain so composed under pressure. Your mindset is commendable." Yi Jue was acutely aware of the numerous shortcomings he exhibited during the duel, particularly the lack of fluidity in combining his resources. After all, having just entered the mid-stage of chi refinement, managing 2 or 3 mid-tier artifacts was already quite a feat. Chapter 18. Gains and losses. Though Yi Jue's spiritual awareness was slightly stronger than his peers, this battle did not showcase that advantage. The primary issue lay in his underdeveloped mastery over his artifacts, as he could only utilize their basic powers, resorting to employing 3 artifacts only at the last moment. This was largely due to the wind boots requiring only the mobilization of spiritual energy, without necessitating mental control. Ultimately, his victory was attributed to the talismans, which he found rather embarrassing. This contest of magical prowess unveiled many of Yi Jue's flaws. "Sister Tian Sweet, may I seek your guidance on magical combat when you have the time?" Yi Jue humbly inquired. "Your artifacts are indeed of decent quality, sufficient for your current needs, and your mastery of spells is adequate. Do you know where your greatest shortcoming lies?" Etienne replied with a smile, clearly eager to mentor the humble and gentle youth. Yi Jue reflected on the recent duel. Was it a lack of a decisive killing blow? Insufficient defensive measures? Inexperience with artifact combinations? Inadequate combat strategies? A deficiency in close combat techniques? Etienne chuckled at his self-awareness. "You seem to grasp that you have numerous problems, but many of these are simply due to your youth and do not constitute the core issues. Your most significant flaw is your lack of a resolute desire to win. You have engaged in few duels, and you've never tasted blood. However, you must understand that this is merely the protection your family affords to young talents like you who have yet to reach the later stages of chi refinement. Once you enter the cultivation world, every duel will not only determine skill, but also life and death. Should you lose, do not expect others to spare your life. If your opponent allows you to live, believe me, the subsequent encounters will be far more dismal than death itself. Thus, it is imperative to win continuously. This time, Yifeng has not truly experienced life and death struggles, which is why you both had the chance to exchange blows." Yi Jue remained silent, fully cognizant that Etienne's words resonated with truth. The 3 iron laws of Huangquan Valley, which Etienne previously mentioned, underscored the survival of the fittest in the cultivation world. Many adept competitors in arena contests could swiftly fall to rogue cultivators whose artifacts and spells were inferior, sometimes even losing their lives. In fact, in later stages of chi refinement, it would be improbable to witness a duel like today's, where neither party sustained even minor injuries. What you lack is a transformation in mindset. I cannot teach you this. You must contemplate it yourself, Etienne concluded before departing, leaving Yi Jue to reflect on the encounter. As he gazed at the seemingly innocent youth before him, Etienne recalled her own first duel, a night darkened by clouds and wind. The family's initial mission was to exterminate all bandits on the mountain without exception and retrieve a spirit herb from their hidden treasury. Cultivators, exalted beings, wielding diverse celestial techniques in the later stages of chi refinement, could dispatch foes with ease. Alone, Etienne commanded her artifacts, pushing through the mountainside, her consciousness enveloping everything in her path as she dispatched enemies with the ferocity of a vengeful spirit. Wherever the crowd gathered, a spell was unleashed. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the sight of corpses strewn across the land and the blood-soaked terrain evoked a wave of nausea and fear within Etienne. As she gazed at the countless bodies and the pairs of terrified eyes before her, she found herself inexplicably hesitating to strike. Just then, a golden sword talisman flew towards her, leaving her grievously injured. It turned out that the chieftain of the mountain stronghold was also a cultivator. Observing this mid-stage chi refinement practitioner showed no intention of engaging directly, but rather commanded his subordinates to charge forward to their doom. Etienne had no choice but to wield her flying sword to slay those who approached. Feeling her own weakness, she developed a profound hatred for her prior cowardice. In the world of cultivation, weakness is an original sin, and a fragile mindset is the root of all weakness. That night, how Etienne managed to survive remains a mystery. It is known, however, that by dawn, there was not a single survivor in the stronghold. Men, women, and children were all annihilated. The gentle and humble girl, reminiscent of the present Yi Jue, vanished, and the name of the ruthless and bloodthirsty which fell upon Etienne. Despite this, Etienne's dual spiritual roots garnered a wealth of resources from her family, her cultivation far surpassing that of her peers with singular spiritual roots. And her combat style was fierce and merciless, earning her respect within the clan. Little one, I wonder what this world will ultimately shape you into. Yi Tian murmured as her words drifted away with the wind. At this moment, Yi Jue fell into deep contemplation. However, some things cannot be changed without experience. Having lived 2 lives under careful protection, how could Yi Jue possess such profound insights as Yi Tian? Thus, shaking her head, Yi Jue decided to temporarily set aside this matter. Yet, the impact of Yi Tian's words left an indelible mark within her heart, the extent of which remains unknown. Yi Jue then took to the skies on her sword, arriving at Yi Bao Pavilion, where she approached the stall selling alchemical cauldrons. This cost 120 spirit stones. Today had unfolded with too many events. Yi Jue clearly wished to conclude this matter swiftly, return home to recuperate, and then enjoy a couple of days at the Yi Bao conference before immersing herself in her alchemical studies. The stall owner seemed to have anticipated Yi Jue's arrival, recognizing her confidence from her earlier intervention. Without further ado, he handed the small cauldron to her. Yi Jue examined the cauldron, which was only a few inches in size. Its entire body of fiery red, reminiscent of molten lava. It was adorned with intricate patterns, evidently mystical engravings, and stood on 3 legs. Upon lifting the lid, she found it empty inside, save for a small opening on the side for infusing spiritual energy. Comparing this little contraption to the enormous cauldron in Qian Juezi's residence, Yi Jue looked to the stall owner for clarification. The stall owner smiled and said, "This treasure was forged by my grandfather, its body crafted from exquisite volcanic clay, and the core contains a piece of volcanic essence. After its completion, it was named Yan and is considered a fine mid-tier magical artifact." He then handed her a jade slip. As for its size, it is due to a restriction. Such heavy instruments are rarely moved around. Given their considerable weight and size, initial alchemical cauldrons were quite large. However, alchemists sometimes need to transport them, and since they are experts in their craft, some have developed a method to shrink them post-manufacture. This technique is relatively simple and has been widely adopted. Consequently, later forges often apply this restriction to facilitate storage and sale. The jade slip contained instructions for activating and deactivating the restriction, a small gift indeed. However, Yi Jue did not recklessly attempt to use it right away. Instead, she left Yi Bao Pavilion after thoroughly understanding its application, along with its effects and precautions. After a short while, Yi Jue returned to her small bamboo house. Sitting quietly in her room, reflecting on all that had transpired that day. Over the next 2 days, she leisurely explored the Yi Bao conference, collecting a plethora of materials, and then set off to Qian Juezi's cave dwelling. Chapter 19. Alchemy. As Yi Jue took out a jade talisman, a flash of light signaled her entrance into the cave, having been granted access by Qian Juezi during her last visit. Naturally, the alchemical room's restrictions remained active. Shortly after, Qian Juezi emerged from the alchemical chamber, leading Yi Jue to a stone room. "This will be your space. You may practice alchemy here from now on." Yi Jue nodded and presented the small cauldron to her teacher. "Master, what do you think of this cauldron?" "It is called the Yin Cauldron and is worth 120 spirit stones. Although casting cauldrons is part of the alchemical process, the intricate craftsmanship involved in creating such heavy instruments is typically reserved for specialized alchemists, and Qian Juezi was not among them. Nevertheless, mastery in alchemy allows one to discern quality even without direct experience." Qian Juezi observed the small cauldron, forming hand seals that emitted spiritual light, causing the cauldron to enlarge to half a person's height. After channeling some magical energy, he assessed the heat. Not bad. It appears to utilize volcanic fire as its source, possessing sufficient temperature, although stability could be improved. However, it is perfectly suitable for crafting lower to mid-tier artifacts. A quality alchemical cauldron is as vital to an alchemist as a life-bound treasure is to a core formation cultivator. Yi Jue nodded and elaborated on the details of the cauldron to her teacher. Slightly dazed as she gazed at the large cauldron, Yi Jue asked, "Should I try it now?" Qian Juezi, looking at the small cauldron before him, chuckled heartily. "Go ahead and give it a try. Place your hand here. Input a stream of magical energy, and then control that energy with your consciousness." Yi Jue nodded slightly, reached out, and began to manipulate her internal spiritual energy, slowly injecting it into the cauldron. The magical energy was expected to enter a loop, reaching its end where she could feel something resembling a round stone. Qian Juezi's voice echoed, and as Yi Jue sensed her energy, she discovered that after traversing a long circuit, the endpoint was a flat, round stone. "Master, I see it." Qian Juezi paused for a moment, then infused a bit of energy into the round stone, transforming the energy into flames. As Yi Jue's magical energy flowed into the stone, the cauldron suddenly heated up, and a sea of flames erupted within. Yi Jue was taken aback and quickly cut off her energy, causing the flames to gradually dissipate. Qian Juezi smiled slightly. Very good. To see real fire in the cauldron on your first attempt shows your high level of control over magical energy. Hearing this, Yi Jue closed her eyes and once more gently maneuvered her energy through the circuit, gradually channeling it into the stone. As the sea of flames surged within the cauldron, Yi Jue's consciousness enveloped the fiery expanse. With an increase in energy output, she could feel the temperature rising slowly. Conversely, as the energy diminished, the temperature gradually fell. While Yi Jue played with fire, Qian Juezi unexpectedly tossed a stone into the cauldron, a piece of water-attributed spiritual material known as Bailing stone. Feeling the stones plummet within the flames, Yi Jue quickly enveloped the small stone with his spiritual consciousness. He then gently guided the stone to the center of the cauldron, gradually increasing the fire's intensity. As the azure spirit stone began to melt, transforming into a pool of spirit liquid, he noted the emergence of a faint azure hue and promptly extinguished the flames. With his spiritual awareness, he carefully extracted the spirit liquid and placed it within a jade vial. The vial was sealed. In the future, he would need to prepare several jade vials equipped with temperature-preserving restrictions. Qian Juezi, supervising from the side, handed Yi Jue a jade slip, instructing him to experiment with this magical artifact. It bore no rank. Rather, it was a fusion of materials followed by the engraving of runes. The materials were commonplace, and the runes were basic. He would guide Yi Jue through the process once, allowing him to grasp the technique. Yi Jue examined the contents of the jade slip, which detailed a method for crafting a piece of jewelry, showcasing a variety of styles, about 20 in total, with most appearing identical. Clearly, this low-tier artifact was intended merely for novices to practice their skills. Following the instructions, Yi Jue began to condense the elemental stones, refining them until they turned from white to a grayish hue before withdrawing them. He prepared the main material, the tail feathers of the 9 treasures chicken, incinerating the feathers completely while intensifying the flames. Once the feathers melted into a jade-like color, he lowered the heat and added 2 tails of the condensed elemental stone liquid, using his spiritual awareness to facilitate a gradual fusion. Slowly but surely, he aimed to create a cohesive whole. He took 2 drops of the 9 treasures chicken's essence blood, heating them to a comparable temperature nearby, and then opened the main material to encase the essence blood within. He dispersed 3 parts of the sanfu powder into the mixture, followed by incorporating 2 tails of the earlier melted azure spirit stone. With his spiritual consciousness, he controlled the rotation until the entire mixture was free of impurities. He then directed his awareness to shape the form. At this stage, the raw prototype was successfully completed. Qian Juezi stroked his beard, chuckling. Let us take a brief respite. The next step involves engraving the spiritual runes, which is slightly more intricate. He wore an expression that suggested he was not overly optimistic about Yi Jue's ability to inscribe the runes. It is essential to note that a significant portion of the difficulty in crafting artifacts lies in the fusion of the raw materials, while another substantial part hinges upon the engraving of the spiritual runes. Should the rune circuit be flawed, the artifact would be unable to withstand the infusion of magical power, rendering it ineffective. Furthermore, the rune circuit largely dictates the artifact's potency. Some artifacts are classified by the number of runes inscribed. For instance, low-tier artifacts typically feature 1 to 3 runes, mid-tier artifacts possess 4 to 6, high-tier artifacts contain 7 to 9, and top-tier artifacts encompass 9 to 12 runes. Generally, as one progresses, the difficulty escalates. Thus, within the realm of top-tier artifacts, 9 runes are considered standard, 10 signify a premium quality, 11 denote a rare quality, and 12 represent an exquisite quality. Naturally, superior raw materials can accommodate a greater number of runes, and the number of runes directly influences the foundational abilities of the artifact. Consequently, some high-tier materials can still achieve top-tier potency, even with only 7 or 8 runes inscribed. In other words, while artifacts with numerous runes are undeniably powerful, a potent artifact does not necessarily require a multitude of runes. Although spiritual runes and talismans may appear similar, they are fundamentally different. Spiritual runes are primarily carved onto artifacts using spiritual consciousness as a tool, akin to engraving designs onto metal. Reflecting on these various principles, Yi Jue mentally reviewed the process before commencing his engraving. He slowed his pace, pausing at the numerous corners, moving quickly at certain points, and maintaining an even speed during the interconnected circuits. Under Qian Juezi's guidance, his spiritual consciousness meticulously inscribed a complete rune circuit onto the hairpin. With a flash of light, Yi Jue held the hairpin in his hand. Upon channeling magical energy into it, the hairpin emitted a faint glow, signaling his success. Unable to contain his joy, Yi Jue laughed aloud at the hairpin in his grasp. This process was far less arduous than crafting talismans. He recalled how, during his initial attempts, Shu Ling merely provided him with a set of elemental talisman brushes and offered a few pointers before leaving him to his own devices. Of course, the continuous flow of talisman crafting was a factor, whereas the creation of artifacts was time-consuming. Even this seemingly simple hairpin had taken over an hour to complete. It was no wonder that top-tier artifacts required several days to forge, often necessitating the assistance of crafting cauldrons and the might of earthly flames. Jue examined the hairpin Yi Jue had crafted, inspecting it thoroughly before tossing it back to him. The azure spirit stone was impure, and the cooling process was delayed, resulting in a darker hue at the flower end. The tail feathers were not entirely consumed, hence the black specks remaining on the hairpin. You added slightly too much sanfu powder, which weakened the magical energy transmission. The rune circuit was barely completed. The straight paths were too slow, affecting the magical energy flow, while the curves were too swift, diminishing the circuit's lifespan. In the future, it would be prudent to keep a record of each artifact you create for self-reflection. Should you encounter any confusion, feel free to inquire with me. He smirked slightly. Do not let pride get the better of you. I crafted far superior artifacts on my first attempt. You must engage in the process of crafting yourself to truly grasp its intricacies. With that, Jue returned to his crafting chamber, reflecting on the prodigious talent before him. Recalling that he had struggled for several days just to reach the condensation stage, and had taken 2 to 3 days to engrave runes before finally managing his first successful piece. As his mentor departed, Yi Jue gazed at the immense cauldron, unable to suppress his grin. He examined the hairpin, turning it over in his hands, and commanded it to soar around the crafting chamber, feeling the magical energy coursing through the rune circuit. He erupted into laughter, reveling in the joy of personally crafting an artifact, a pleasure entirely distinct from talisman creation. The thought of creating a variety of unique items and inscribing his personal mark on each artifact invigorated him as he embarked on his journey of crafting. With the previously condensed azure spirit stones and elemental stones still available, along with the sanfu powder and essence blood ready for use, Yi Jue began incinerating the tail feathers once more. Recalling the earlier sensations, he unleashed a fierce flame for several seconds, incinerating all the feathers until only 3 jade-colored tail feathers remained. He then employed a moderate heat to roast them gradually. Step by step, he adhered to the previous method, only to encounter an unexpected setback. The sanfu powder failed to integrate after a prolonged period. Yi Jue slightly increased his spiritual power, but upon contact with the liquid, the sanfu powder erupted violently. Observing the charred mass at the base of the furnace, he waved his sleeve, sending it to a distant corner where 4 similar failed attempts languished. Clearly, he had failed 5 times thus far. Yi Jue contemplated the crafting cauldron, reflecting on his earlier mindset. Feeling a twinge of agitation, resolving to tidy the workspace, he employed restrictions to shrink the crafting cauldron and stowed it in his storage pouch, intending to refine his skills at home. As he departed, he naturally informed his mentor and requested assistance in analyzing the reasons behind his repeated failures in material fusion. Seeking to summarize and reflect on his experiences, Jue observed the calm and composed youth before him, nodding in satisfaction. Initial failures in crafting are entirely normal. One must familiarize themselves with the cauldron, the flames, and the materials. For a novice, achieving success on the first attempt indicates a high level of intuition. Although I was slightly inferior to my teacher back in those days, I have already reached the realm of genius. There are indeed methods available. One must simply attempt, practice, and reflect more. After several years of honing your skills, once you become familiar with the various temperatures required for the fusion of different materials, your success rate will naturally increase. As he spoke, Jue produced his own blood flame, smiling as he added, however, there are also objective reasons. Do you remember what I said? The fire from a volcano is high in temperature but lacks stability. My innate spiritual fire, the crimson lotus blood flame, possesses an extraordinarily high temperature and can manipulate blood to enhance spirituality. It has accompanied me for over a century. If you were to possess a celestial spiritual fire like this and cultivate it as your own, intimately connected to your soul, your success rate would undoubtedly rise effortlessly. Alternatively, one could cultivate a method of spiritual consciousness differentiation, allowing you to multitask and control the temperatures of flames in different locations, thereby increasing the likelihood of success with ease. Yi Jue's gaze was fixed on the crimson lotus blood flame, feeling his blood boil uncontrollably since the moment this fire appeared. his eyes fervently locked onto this spiritual flame. Clearly, the notion of spiritual consciousness differentiation had not registered with him at all. Celestial spiritual fire. This is indeed celestial spiritual fire. Yi Jue observed Yi Jue's expression, evidently quite pleased. The world of cultivation is vast and unbounded. Even a god transformation cultivator, after a lifetime of effort, cannot claim to have traversed every corner, let alone the myriad hidden spaces and secret realms that exist within it. Yet, in this expansive realm, various spiritual fires exist. Some born from celestial spiritual entities and others concealed within the core of perilous fire domains. Not to mention, there are places shrouded in darkness and filled with ominous energy, all capable of giving birth to such extraordinary treasures. Some of these celestial spiritual fires possess tremendous powers, while others are renowned, and some even pale in comparison to certain divine transformations. I once witnessed the Qingyang demon fire from the Demon Flame sect, which was also exceedingly formidable. However, when it comes to spiritual fire, the possibilities are limitless. I stumbled into peril, surviving against all odds to acquire this spark of fire. In those days, it was but a small wisp, and through serendipity, I managed to refine it into my innate fire seed. It is thanks to this that my blood refining method has made remarkable progress, laying the foundation for the ascension of spirit. Any celestial spiritual fire must possess extraordinary capabilities. Unfortunately, due to insufficient resources and talent, I have been unable to fully showcase the might of this fire. After my demise, I hope you can cultivate this fire to its fullest potential, fulfilling a long-held wish of mine. As he spoke, the initially spirited demeanor of Yi Jue grew somewhat melancholic. It was evident that with a foundation-building lifespan of nearly 200 years, coupled with the early years spent evading the God Weapon sect and venturing through the heavenly demon path, he had reached an age where he began considering his legacy. Had it not been for this consideration, his singular obsession with perfecting the method of spirit ascension would have made it difficult for him to agree to teach newcomers the basics of artifact forging. Yi Jue fell into a brief silence. That won't happen. You are in good health, master. Once I achieve the golden core stage, I will find longevity elixirs for you. Chapter 21. Azure Blue Eyes flame. Upon hearing Yi Jue's words, Yi Jue burst into hearty laughter. I dare not even speak of achieving the golden core. Your aspirations in the mid-chi refinement stage are indeed lofty. How unashamed. Yet, Yi Jue remained silent, quietly noting to himself to check if there were any longevity elixirs in the Ling Miao garden. He must assist in prolonging this elder's life, ensuring that this man, who has devoted himself solely to artifact forging, could fulfill his lifelong dedication to the path of spirit ascension. Now, your water attribute cultivation is quite profound. I happen to know of a spiritual fire that would suit you perfectly. It is said that in the northeastern region of Tianluo Kingdom, near the Qianhuan sect by the sea, a spiritual fire was born from the depths of the ocean, known as the Azure Blue Eyes flame. This flame is a deep azure color and possesses a chilling nature. It is said to be a water attribute, celestial spiritual fire. While it is commonly believed that water and fire are incompatible, this flame boasts an exceptionally high temperature while exhibiting characteristics of various spiritual waters, truly a miraculous creation. As he spoke, looking at Yi Jue, Yi Jue expressed regret. Unfortunately, this fire was taken by the Qianhuan sect, and since then, I have not heard of it again. Had it not been for my own celestial spiritual fire, I might have remained unaware of its existence. What do you think? Are you intrigued? Years ago, to evade pursuers, I fortuitously escaped near the territory of the Qianhuan sect. From a distance, I witnessed cultivators engaging in battle. Several golden core cultivators from the Qianhuan sect were besieging a water attribute golden core cultivator. The prowess of that golden core cultivator left a deep impression on me. A single spiritual fire could steam mountains and boil seas, effortlessly overcoming all the techniques of the besieged cultivator, to the point where I saw a magical artifact reduced to ashes, its spiritual light extinguished, leaving only a pile of materials behind. Yi Jue's face reflected nostalgia. It was after that incident that I began to secretly inquire about celestial spiritual fires, for I understood deeply the magnitude of the fortune I held. With such power, should I successfully cultivate this fire, the path of artifact forging would be smooth sailing. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he looked at Yi Jue. Alas, my talent is insufficient, and with my concurrent focus on artifact forging, I find myself unable to achieve the golden core and have fallen to this state. You must remember, the path of spirit ascension cannot be pursued without achieving the golden core. Yi Jue felt a jolt within. Realizing that this flame had indeed had a profound impact on his teacher, leading him to obsess over the development of fire capabilities at the expense of his own cultivation. However, as a loose cultivator, achieving the golden core was indeed challenging. Yi Jue nodded and replied, "I understand, master. I will prioritize my cultivation." In his heart, he silently mused, "The Qianhuan sect, I shall seek out my father to see if there is a chance to acquire this celestial spiritual fire. If this fire truly exists, it would be most suitable as my innate divine ability." Qian Juezi smiled and encouraged Yi Jue to focus on establishing his foundation before considering other matters. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, he nodded. The process of refining celestial spiritual fire is fraught with peril. Assimilating celestial spiritual entities into oneself is a feat akin to seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. Countless cultivators have been tormented to the brink of death in pursuit of a single divine ability. Each time the Qingyang demon fire is unleashed, it costs the lifespan of a foundation-building cultivator. Who among those who possess celestial spiritual fire has not snatched a life back from the gates of hell? This somewhat alleviated Yi Jue's anxious heart. Nevertheless, he resolved to speak to his father about this matter when he had the opportunity. For a celestial spiritual fire that resonated with him could become a divine ability if nurtured properly. After all, though Yi Jue had seen little of Yi Tianxing in recent years, his requests had always been met with meticulous care. With this thought in mind, he could not restrain himself from visiting Yi Tianxing's residence. Interestingly, Yi Tianxing's abode was not located within a cave dwelling, but rather on a mountainside in the Huangquan Valley, surrounded by a cluster of buildings centered around three main structures arranged in a staggered fashion. The residence of the clan leader, Yi Tianxing, was situated at the back, and after traversing a series of uniquely designed buildings, Yi Jue arrived at a grand ancient mansion. This area was rich in spiritual energy, positioned at the confluence of three medium-sized spiritual veins within the valley. The ancient mansion had always served as the clan leader's residence, abundant in spiritual energy, allowing the leader to attend to mundane affairs while still engaging in cultivation without falling behind. Other residences, however, required contributions from the clan to obtain, as the demonic path was one where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Without the strength to alter the rules, the enforcement of such rules was notably stringent. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Jue produced a series of tokens before entering the ancient mansion and headed directly to find Yi Tianxing. "Father, I have discovered something that would greatly benefit my cultivation. However, it is located within the Qianhuan sect. It is called the Azure Blue Ice Flame, capable of enhancing my water attribute spiritual root and transforming into my innate spiritual fire as I grow." Yi Tianxing gazed at Yi Jue, acknowledging, "I am aware of this matter and will contact the elder of the Yuanian clan for assistance. You do not require any resources before your foundation establishment. Rapid elevation in cultivation without sufficient experience may lead to internal demons post-foundation." Throughout history, many gifted individuals have succumbed to the trials of their inner demons during their transformation due to insufficient foundations, lack of experience, and wavering resolve. With your aptitude, you will face no bottlenecks in your lifetime. However, a single setback could potentially ruin your entire existence. It is essential to understand that our family lacks Jindan but yearns for Yuanying. Once you successfully undergo your transformation, it is likely that our family could produce another formidable Yuanying cultivator in your generation, potentially allowing the Yi family to reclaim its long-lost glory over the Hahuan sect. As Yi Tianxing elaborated on the family's plans, he aimed to prevent any dissatisfaction from this gifted individual towards the family's support. Yi Jue felt a ripple of uncertainty within. It was evident that the emergence of a prodigious talent within the family was an opportunity for ascendance, which would naturally warrant the allocation of abundant resources to facilitate growth. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that this ancient lineage, having endured for millennia, possessed such a meticulous system for nurturing disciples, which starkly contrasted his perceptions of the demonic path. "Father, is the family concerned about my transformation being difficult? Is it not true that an earlier transformation leads to a purer and simpler trial of inner demons?" Yi Jue pondered, having secluded himself within the family for centuries. Could I not directly undergo transformation and then venture forth? However, after some contemplation, he unearthed a contradiction. The family had produced numerous Yuanian cultivators over the millennia, with even more striving for transformation, a fact he was previously unaware of until he had protested to the patriarch for resources, only to be informed of the complexities surrounding the tribulation of inner demons. A certain cultivator, who had swiftly broken through to Yuanying, experienced a drastic change in temperament post-transformation and was recorded by contemporaries as being reborn through the possession of inner demons. Enough. You need not concern yourself with so much. Trust in the family. They will consider your well-being. Extend them a modicum of trust, but do not overextend, he concluded, waving his hand to dismiss Yi Jue. Chapter 22. The Wind Escape Talisman. With a heart full of excitement, Yi Jue returned to his humble bamboo dwelling, only to find it eerily deserted. Where is everyone after several days of absence? He searched the premises until he discovered a note on an inconspicuous table. Oh, I have uncovered an ancient recipe detailing several seasonings and have taken the mistress to seek them out. Yi Jue chuckled at Wang Kuer's message and retreated to his room to wash up and enjoy a restful slumber. Cultivation, if it does not deepen one's self-awareness or enhance the quality of life, is merely an enduring trial over a millennium. Xu Linger undoubtedly served as Yi Jue's enlightening mentor, her actions prompting this foreigner to instinctively emulate her, thus transforming him while simultaneously reshaping his environment. Yi Jue had long ceased to be an outsider. After years of residing in this world, he had become an intrinsic part of it. Although he retained many notions from his previous existence, he had been accepted by Xu Linger and the world at large. Yet, how long could these incongruent beliefs endure? Would they be uniquely preserved within Yi Jue, fashioning him into a distinct individual, or would they succumb to the natural order of survival? Under the protective embrace of Xu Linger and the Yellow Springs Valley, the still innocent Yi Jue found himself quietly contemplating his future. The survival principles of the demonic path dictate that one must showcase their worth. Those deemed worthless are subject to the whims of the strong, and only the powerful can ascend within such a ruthless hierarchy. Individuals of the demonic path seem remarkably straightforward, or perhaps they resemble true scoundrels, rarely concealing their emotions. Yet, why does Hanli consistently manage to conceal his feelings? Inner demons arise from insufficient experience. Is seeking one's true self the answer? Enough of these ponderings, he decided, drying himself off before retiring to bed. The cultivation world is indeed convenient. Water heats itself and dries automatically, offering nothing but pure enjoyment and an exquisite experience. Sleep now and awaken later. As Yi Jue drifted into slumber, the protective wards of the room quietly activated, enveloping the bamboo grove in a serene silence. Meanwhile, Yi Jue sought the earth's spiritual materials, which could potentially strengthen his foundation, a water-attributed spiritual material known as the deep blue ice flame, reportedly in the possession of the Qianhuan sect. A handsome young man chuckled, "Tianqing, after all these years, do you still feel indebted to her and her child?" The matter of Yi Jue's celestial root would remain undisclosed until after his foundation establishment. Do you realize how many disciples of the Yellow Springs Valley perished due to this command? Yi Tianqing's brow glistened with perspiration, yet he remained silent, bowing respectfully. The last remaining Yuanying of the Yi family appeared remarkably youthful, the secret of his longevity a mystery. Well, the influence of the Yellow Springs Valley is not easily leveraged. I shall consult Brother Hehuan to seek this favor. Remember, protection can also be a form of harm. No demonic technique succeeds in transformation without bloodshed. The core family members must not be absent from the trials. You may secretly guard them, but they must remain unaware. With his head bowed even lower, Yi Tianqing replied, "Understood." Tianqing takes his leave. Ah, how refreshing. This is what it means to be full of spirit. Allow me to calculate. Today is suitable for drawing talismans. Yi Jue shook his head and headed towards the talisman-making room. After several unsuccessful attempts, Yi Jue silently regarded the talisman desk. Suddenly, a loud crash signaled yet another failure in artifact crafting. He stored away the flame cauldron and began meditating to replenish his internal energy, seeking to calm the turbulence within. Reflecting on his previous errors in talisman creation, he resolved to produce several this time. Previously, he had attempted to draw a mid-level wind escape talisman. As is widely known, defensive talismans are typically less expensive than offensive ones, while exotic talismans surpass those of the 5 elements in value. However, escape talismans stand apart, their worth entirely distinct. For a talisman maker, mastering escape talismans signifies a considerable achievement. Although Yi Jue had laid a solid foundation in talisman crafting, mastering mid-level 5-element talismans within mere months was already a testament to his extraordinary comprehension, yet he still felt a gap with respect to escape talismans. Regrettably, despite feeling in good form, he insisted on testing this particular talisman. However, whether by fortune or misfortune, after depleting all available wind element talisman paper over the course of 2 days, a shimmering wind escape talisman was successfully created. Of course, this did not guarantee the talisman's complete stability. Its unsteady rune circuit posed potential risks that could only be confirmed through experimentation. Contemplating this, Yi Jue selected the leanest rabbit from the batch, one that Wang Kuer had raised. Unfortunately, she had yet to return, leaving the rabbits plump and well-fed. He wondered how she would react upon discovering one missing. With a flash of spiritual light, Yi Jue waved his sleeve, clearing away the remnants of the rabbit's cadaver, and resumed silently crafting other talismans. Though it is somewhat embarrassing to admit, Yi Jue currently lacks the prowess to inscribe the elusive escape talismans. He has underestimated the significance of these small-scale talismans. Despite their limited applicability, their status is comparable to certain rudimentary high-tier talismans. Yi Jue has barely grasped the fundamentals of intermediate talisman crafting. In the days that followed, he dedicated himself to the craft of talisman making and artifact refining within the confines of a quaint bamboo hut, practicing diligently each morning and evening, quietly relishing the gradual enhancement of his abilities. The sound of clashing materials resonated continuously from the hut, yet Yi Jue remained undeterred, persistently engaging in the same tasks. Countless failures led to moments of introspection and analysis as he observed the issues arising during the fusion process, gradually recalling the sensations imparted by his instructor. The number of crafted hairpins in his hands began to multiply, although these creations were deemed insignificant failures by the discerning eye of Qian Juezi. Yi Jue meticulously collected each one, placing them in a large box, each labeled with protective runes. I have succeeded. I have succeeded. On a day several months later, Yi Jue erupted into a fit of manic laughter, his talisman radiating a stable aura of spiritual energy. At that moment, he could not contain his joy, for he had successfully crafted a wind escape talisman. In that instant, Yi Jue's talisman-making skills had truly ascended to a new level. With the successful creation of the wind escape talisman, Yi Jue's life began to simplify, embracing a rhythm of diligence and relaxation in his cultivation journey. He was, after all, merely an ordinary individual. By sheer chance, he had found himself in this new world brimming with infinite possibilities, endowed with certain talents recognized by this realm. He felt fatigue, fear, and naivete, and even in the face of monstrous horrors, he experienced trepidation. He was more captivated by the art of artifact refining and talisman crafting than by the pursuit of immortality itself. Deep down, it seemed he was simply a common person who found joy in the simple act of creation. In this newfound existence, Yi Jue was living his dream. Each day brought new insights, fresh experiences, and the thrill of acquiring knowledge that enchanted him. However, one fateful morning, as was his custom, he ventured to the Qianji Hall to procure materials for talisman crafting, only to discover that the appraiser had been replaced. "Excuse me, brother. May I inquire where Sister Yi Tian has gone? I haven't seen her today," Yi Jue asked. The brother, visibly impatient, shook his head. "Sister Yi Tian is preparing for the arena competition in 3 days. She is honing her skills. If you have something to say, please be quick, as I have other matters to attend to." Understanding that he could glean no further information here, Yi Jue obtained the materials he required, albeit of average quality, nothing compared to when Yi Tian was present. Nevertheless, with his current talisman-making abilities, he was not overly concerned. Subsequently, Yi Jue sought news about Yi Tian within the Qianji Hall and was surprised to find that the matter had become widely known, allowing him to quickly ascertain the details. It turned out that their family had successfully bid for 2 foundation establishment pills through the Tianluo black market. These 2 pills were surplus, leading to disputes regarding their ownership within the family. Given Yi Tian's background as the granddaughter of a foundation establishment expert and her complete mastery of qi refinement, it was expected that one of the pills would belong to her. However, Yi Tian had already applied for her share of the family's refined foundation establishment pill, set for 2 years hence, leading to some contention over this particular pill. Amidst the newly emerged qi refinement experts, the Wind and Thunder twins, due to their unique status as twins, had the opportunity to cultivate a secret family technique, the heart-converging demon art. Their advancement in cultivation would benefit the other, and having just entered the complete stage of qi refinement, they secured a share of a foundation establishment pill. The contention over the second pill arose from the peculiar existence of the Blood Sea Great Method, leading to intense disputes within the family. In light of these disagreements, the opposing faction brazenly suggested a contest in the arena, with the victor claiming the foundation establishment pill. Yi Tian, known for her pride and fierce reputation, agreed to this duel. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue recalled the infamous reputation of the Blood Sea Great Method and his previous curiosity about it, as he had intended to investigate its peculiarities in the scripture pavilion. However, various distractions had caused him to forget this matter entirely. When he learned that many believed the practitioner of the Blood Sea Great Method had a higher chance of victory in the upcoming duel, Yi Jue's interest was rekindled, prompting him to consider exploring the scripture pavilion once more. Driven by concern for Yi Tian, he rushed to the scripture pavilion without hesitation. Upon his arrival, the elderly guardian at the entrance remarked softly, What pure water-attributed spiritual energy he possesses, accompanied by such a heavy aura of darkness. I have heard that a water-attributed celestial root has emerged from the family, concealed for years. It must be him. But 3 years of cultivation, and he is still only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement? As Yi Jue passed by the elderly man with silver hair, he politely greeted him, fully aware that those who survive into old age within the family are rarely ordinary. The path of the demonic arts does not extend to comfortable retirement. Those who reach old age are generally formidable individuals. After this brief interaction, Yi Jue swiftly located the area for cultivation techniques and surveyed the vast collection of Qi refinement texts within the family archives. This privilege was a unique benefit afforded to core disciples, as certain texts required specific permissions for access. After several searches, Yi Jue was unable to locate the Blood Sea Great Method. In frustration, he approached a staff member for assistance. Through their explanation, he learned that the Blood Sea Great Method was not a typical cultivation technique, but rather a peculiar body-refining method within the family, capable of rendering the physical form indestructible and allowing for rebirth through blood. Yi Jue was taken aback and, following the description, found this method. The Blood Sea Great Method, of uncertain origin, is suspected to be a technique of an otherworldly true demon. The first and second layers consist of fragments obtained from a high-ranking Foundation establishment expert during a hunt, later revised by several individuals. The remaining fragments of the first and second layers state that during cultivation, one must puncture 100 acupoints and consume the essence blood of magical beasts for 49 days. Only then can one merge the magical beast's essence blood with their own to achieve the first layer's entry. Subsequently, refining the essence blood of magical beasts within one's body and condensing a blood shadow within the blood is considered the completion of the first layer. Once mastered, the blood shadow can penetrate and attack, possessing the combat strength of an 8th layer practitioner. Furthermore, the blood shadow is indestructible upon striking other cultivators. It can instantly drain their entire essence blood. As long as the blood shadow persists, the practitioner's true blood remains inexhaustible. The possibility of rebirth through blood also renders the physical body eternal. Upon reading these chilling descriptions, Yi Jue's heart raced with trepidation at the realization of the Blood Sea Great Method's bizarre capabilities and immense power. Yet, a thought struck him. This method might be countered by the likes of the exorcising divine thunder and other fiercely young entities, rendering it somewhat impractical. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and he was astonished to discover that the blood-related techniques in the realm of cultivation bore such similar legacies. Yi Jue let out a bitter laugh. It seemed that, considering the circumstances, not only others, but even he himself had unconsciously begun to doubt Etion's chances of success. After all, witnessing Etion's delicate demeanor, it was indeed difficult to imagine that she could embody a fierce and ruthless fighter. In stark contrast to the formidable and sinister Blood Sea technique, it was challenging to harbor any confidence in Etion's victory. Nonetheless, Yi Jue found himself captivated by the allure of this powerful and wicked technique, contemplating whether he too could cultivate such an extraordinary body refinement method. However, upon reflecting on his current situation, he realized that it was unwise to divert his attention elsewhere. He resolved to dedicate the next 2 years solely to refining weapons and crafting talismans, while also finding time to ponder the profound truths of the vast sea scripture. Thus abandoning his initial plan, everyone speculated whether this was the otherworldly heir of the esteemed Ding Yin, or perhaps a projection from the formidable figure of the underworld river. In Chapter 24, 6 Spirit Body, Yi Jue pondered that he could easily request techniques from both his family and the Hahuan sect. His own knowledge was limited, and there was no need to compare himself to rogue cultivators. With the support of powerful nascent soul elders from his family and the Hahuan sect, he felt assured that he need not worry about techniques. His sole focus could be on cultivation, as it was not yet time for him to shine. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Jue reluctantly set aside the jade slip in his hand and turned to leave the scripture repository. At that moment, an elder appeared around the corner, as if he had always been there. Yi Jue was taken aback, for he had not sensed anyone's presence until he turned. His spiritual awareness constantly enveloped a 5-meter radius around him, and he often scanned his surroundings, wary of any unknown dangers. The sudden appearance of this figure startled him. Though he gradually regained his composure, the elder did not show any intention of aggression, and Yi Jue was eager to assist him in any way he could. This was the same elder he had encountered upon entering the repository, and he wondered how long the elder had been there. "Do not worry, young one," the elder said with a smile. "I have acquired a form of spiritual sight that allows me to perceive the purity of your inner spiritual energy. Your cultivation method and spiritual root must be exceptional, and I can see that you have worked diligently. However, you may not be aware that I have observed a pure essence of Yin energy within you, which has caused your water attribute to become overly refined, thereby increasing the difficulty of your cultivation. Are you familiar with the concept of spiritual roots? With that, he smiled expectantly, waiting for Yi Jue's response. Yi Jue's heart raced. He had been striving earnestly in his cultivation, yet he often felt that, despite his rapid progress, he still fell short of the legendary spiritual roots described in texts. He had not anticipated being seen through by the elder before him. Nevertheless, he dismissed the term young friend as mere pleasantry. Elder, may I inquire if you have any guidance? Are you aware that all things possess spirit? Do you understand why all of creation has a chance at ascension, while decayed wood and stubborn stone do not? The elder continued, by a fortunate chance, I cultivated this spiritual sight, which allows me to perceive the essence of all things. I have a modest understanding to share, though it may seem presumptuous. Are you interested in hearing it? The notion of spiritual roots may seem elusive, yet they can harbor spiritual energy. They represent a chasm between mortals and cultivators. Beasts may cultivate and transform, while wild creatures toil for centuries. Spiritual plants and trees may evolve, and withered vines and ancient trees abound. Does this imply that beasts and plants possess spiritual roots? I have discovered that spiritual roots relate to the spiritual essence of living beings. Those with higher spiritual essence can gather spiritual roots, or others, harnessing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for their own use, while those with lower spiritual essence are overlooked by the energies of the universe. At this point, the elder's gaze intensified as he regarded Yi Jue. Spiritual essence is, to some extent, a reflection of the heavens' favor, and spiritual roots are the rewards bestowed by the universe upon those it cherishes. As one cultivates higher, their spiritual essence gradually increases. From my observations, your spiritual essence has already reached the level of a golden core cultivator, which means that in terms of spiritual essence alone, you are on par with me. Moreover, your spiritual essence is pure. Although it may be less in quantity, it is equal in quality. This indicates that you may possess a body favored by the heavens. The elder continued, heavenly spiritual bodies are rare, but when they do appear, they are invariably linked to celestial spiritual roots. It is not merely that your spiritual root quality is of the celestial variety. Rather, it is your spiritual essence that draws the heavenly spiritual energy, manifesting as celestial spiritual root qualities. Yi Jue gazed at the elder before him, reminded inexplicably of Qian Juezi's method of spirit elevation and the study of spiritual essence. If what the elder said held true, then Qian Juezi's method might indeed be a remarkable research endeavor. However, the concept of a heavenly spiritual body was too abstract, and the texts recorded little about it, making it challenging to ascertain the veracity of the elder's descriptions. The myriad of body types in the cultivation world were numerous, and many remained unexplored even unto death. Yet, once the appropriate methods were discovered and employed, such as Li Huayuan's three-yang body, the cultivation speed of 3 attribute spiritual roots was second only to that of celestial spiritual roots, and their alchemical fire was purer and stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. This demonstrated that one's physique significantly influenced the composition of spiritual root attributes. Yi Jue inquired, Elder, with your vast knowledge, do you have any insight into what my special physique might be? The elder laughed heartily, I do not know. Yi Jue felt a wave of frustration. I hope the elder is not jesting. The elder fixed his gaze on Yi Jue and said, throughout history, the emergence of heavenly spiritual bodies has been exceedingly rare. Celestial spiritual roots may appear once every few hundred years, while the concept of spiritual bodies is nebulous, without trace or evidence to substantiate it. I can only speculate. Yet I do discern that you belong to the Yin attribute spiritual body. The vibrant Yin essence within you is so pronounced that my spiritual sight can barely withstand it. If you wish to verify this, are you aware of the ancestral spiritual fire within your clan? Yi Jue nodded. The Yellow Spring Valley derives its name from the fact that its depths once resembled a ghostly realm. It is said that deep within a forbidden area, a flame was born. Upon its emergence, it was proclaimed as the sacred fire of the ghost path, claiming this place as the sacred ground of the underworld. It was only after my ancestors conquered this land and sealed the sacred fire, eliminating the ghostly cultivators, that it became part of the Yi family. Hence the name Yellow Spring Valley. The elder's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yi Jue. You are quite astute. The heritage of a 1,000-year-old family is beyond your imagination. The ancestors of old were on the brink of transcendence, yet ultimately failed. Their powers were beyond our comprehension. In that era, our ancestor battled the Ghost King, the former master of the Yellow Spring Valley, and upon slaying him, discovered this sacred fire. This fire can divide into countless smaller flames. If one can gain its recognition, they may obtain a small flame to nurture. Over the millennia, it has become a significant foundation of our Yellow Spring Valley. Should you manage to obtain a small flame, it will temporarily absorb all your pure Yin energy, preparing you to transition to Yin attribute cultivation once you establish your foundation, ensuring that your potential is not wasted. Yi Jue pondered, why not transition to Yin attribute cultivation now? Wouldn't that be quicker? The elder laughed heartily. Do you think the Qi refining stage is trivial? In the legendary ancient spirit realms, humans were born fully adept at Qi refining, able to establish a foundation within 100 days. And some with exceptional talent were born complete, merely waiting to begin their cultivation. Many were able to establish their foundation in 3 days. The cultivation methods during the foundation establishment period are diverse. The Qi refining stage is merely to familiarize the body with spiritual energy. There is no need for such a variety of attribute methods. You can establish your foundation in water attribute cultivation in merely 10 years. That is ample time. Why exhaust yourself seeking a Yin attribute Qi refining method? Yi Jue was taken aback, realizing that the first layer of demonic cultivation methods was indeed the foundation establishment period. He wondered why no Yin attribute Qi refining methods existed. Chapter 25. The Ethereal Spirit Fire. The elder chuckled. Do you know the origin of the demonic path? Upon hearing this, Yi Jue respectfully replied, the demonic path originated from the invasion of the demon realm, after which many cultivators defected to the demon tribe, acquiring numerous legacies, which led to the emergence of the demonic path. The righteous and demonic paths are not fundamentally different. They merely diverge in their cultivation methods. The demonic path places a greater emphasis on the potency of techniques and rapid progress in cultivation. The elder laughed heartily. Post-foundation cultivation methods can be categorized into 3 types. Do you know what they are? Yi Jue was momentarily taken aback. He remembered this from his previous life, but had not examined it in this life. Unsure of how to respond, he hesitated. The elder, seemingly reading his thoughts, jovially said, I suspect you have only a partial understanding and are worried I might be upset. Speak freely. Yi Jue felt a jolt of alarm. Those in the demonic path were masters at manipulating human emotions. He knew he had to be cautious and reluctantly said, I have only overheard snippets during idle conversations, so I cannot vouch for their accuracy. The first type is characterized by a slow cultivation speed, but possesses numerous divine abilities. With immense magical power, it excels in combat, often enabling lower-tier cultivators to triumph over higher-tier ones with ease. The second type cultivates rapidly, but has very few accompanying divine abilities and offers some opportunity to overcome bottlenecks, allowing cultivators to swiftly reach the golden core stage. Afterward, if given the chance to reach the golden core, they can overpower others or easily defeat lower-tier cultivators, as they lack competitiveness at the same tier. The third type is reputed to be top-tier, with fast cultivation speeds and many accompanying divine abilities, yet it comes with numerous restrictions and dangers. If one is not careful, their cultivation could lead to peril, wasting time and endangering their life. The elder gazed at Yi Jue, unsure of what expression to wear. After a moment, he chuckled. Your interpretation is not entirely incorrect, but it lacks precision. This is merely a result of your superficial understanding of these techniques. According to your reasoning, all cultivators of the demonic path should be practicing the third type, cultivating rapidly, yet facing many dangers, while also excelling in combat and speed of cultivation, correct? He pondered for a moment. Do you know why the first type's cultivation is slow? Techniques and divine abilities are both indispensable. Sometimes, divine abilities reflect certain aspects of a technique. Hence, when divine abilities are powerful and numerous, it often leads to a greater difficulty in mastering that technique, resulting in slower progress. However, it does not preclude the chance of reaching the golden core stage, making it suitable for those with high comprehension and compatibility with the technique. As for the second type, it is quite simple. It is akin to a simplified technique that sacrifices many aspects, making it naturally easier to cultivate, thus suited for cultivators of average talent. You seem to have misunderstood the significance of the third type. The rapid advancement and great divine abilities of a technique stem from its compatibility. The creator of the technique designed it with their own qualities and disposition in mind, tailoring it to the individual. Hence, comprehending it becomes effortless. The difficulties you perceive in mastering the third type indicate a lack of fit. If you feel overwhelmed, it suggests you have not grasped the essence of that technique, leading to various oversights. Yi Jue suddenly enlightened. But recalling the demonic path's rapid advancement often involved sacrifices and killings for power, he inquired, so, does this mean the first type is essentially an optimized, universal version of the third type, while the second type is a truncated version of the first. The elder laughed heartily. Ah, you are indeed teachable. Now you understand why the techniques practiced during the Qi refinement stage do not seem particularly sinister. It is because our demonic ancestors discovered that demonic techniques greatly diverged from the mainstream techniques of this world during their later creations. During the Qi refinement stage, with low magical power and weak physiques, various attributes of techniques circulated widely, while the foundational techniques of the demonic path began only from the foundation establishment stage. As such, no one created techniques during the Qi refinement stage. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue felt a slight urgency in his heart. Elder, regarding the ethereal spirit fire you just mentioned, if it absorbs the negative energy within me, will it harm my essence? Might it diminish my potential during the foundation establishment? The elder chuckled. You are nurturing your innate spirit fire. In the future, as the spirit fire grows stronger, it will only refine your constitution and will accompany you throughout your journey. When the spirit fire becomes more sentient, it may even become a progeny of yours. He laughed heartily, then abruptly seized Yi Jue and soared into the depths of the valley, clearly heading towards a forbidden area. Yi Jue sensed multiple powerful consciousnesses sweep past him, only to retract their awareness moments later. Soon, they entered a concealed space, empty and desolate. A few guardians were stationed near a teleportation array, indicating that the ethereal sacred fire was located within a small space in the valley or perhaps in some hidden area unknown to them. After passing through the teleportation array, a wave of dizziness washed over Yi Jue, and he felt the sky suddenly darken. The clouds loomed low and dark, reminiscent of the sky before a torrential downpour, and a palpable sense of oppression enveloped him. Yet, he noticed that his magical power within began to stir slightly. As they flew onward, they encountered various creatures. With humans being scarce, only a few cultivators could be spotted. Moments later, a pillar of fire pierced through the heavens appeared before them, glowing ominously red against the inky darkness, exuding an otherworldly aura that obscured the sun. Yi Jue's heart raced with excitement. Witnessing such formidable flames deepened his understanding of his clan's foundation. Surrounding them were stunningly vibrant nether flowers, with the central blooms the size of basins, growing smaller the further they were from the fire pillar. The elder gazed at the fire pillar and summoned a spirit fire that mirrored its color, though its aura was vastly different, akin to the contrast between an adult and a child's arm. Nonetheless, it was still remarkable. After casting several incantations, he drew a drop of Yi Jue's blood and ignited it in the fire. The pillar stirred slightly, and waves of flames surged forth, yet instead of heat, a chilling sensation enveloped him. The nether flowers began to sway in response, creating a magnificent spectacle. Suddenly, a wave of consciousness surged forth, startling Yi Jue. It was an emotion from the spirit fire, conveying a sense of joy. Yi Jue fell into silence, realizing that not being able to possess such powerful spirit fire was indeed a regret. However, he understood that the flames cultivated by cultivators were primarily those they nurtured themselves, and thus he sought only a single fragment of fire for the time being, planning to return later for more. Yi Jue had acquired his first strand of heavenly spirit fire, marking his formal entry into the swift currents of cultivation. Chapter 26. Qi Refinement 6th Layer. As the fire pillar trembled gently, a faint thread of fire, weak enough to extinguish at any moment, emerged and, under the fire pillar's guidance, slowly flew towards Yi Jue. Yi Jue looked at this strand of heavenly spirit fire, feeling no desire to refine it just yet. After all, this was heavenly spirit fire with immense power. Who could predict what chaos might ensue? The elder noticed Yi Jue's cautious demeanor and rolled his eyes slightly. Which of our clansmen is not valiant and striving, willing to risk their lives for a means of power? Yet here you are, your heart for the path so wavering. How can one with such a disposition hope to glimpse the Tao of the nascent soul? Yi Jue ignored him and gradually connected his consciousness to the spirit fire before him, contemplating how to stabilize it as his innate spirit fire. The elderly man, with a tone of resignation, remarked, "Were it not for my curiosity to ascertain whether you are indeed the legendary Three-Een spirit, I would not have gone to such lengths to persuade you. Here, take these, blood spirit powder and meridian transformation powder. This fire shall actively guide you on how to transform into your innate spiritual flame. It is an agreement signed by my Yi family with it. Our family sustains it, and those it acknowledges may utilize the subflames. After its fall, the subflames shall return to it. Were it not for this, how could such potent spiritual fire exist?" Yi Jue gazed at the two high-quality elixirs and sensed the elation emanating from the spiritual fire. With a faint smile, he declared, "In the path of cultivation. This alone suffices for a worthy attempt." He then consumed the two elixirs, drawing the spiritual fire into his body. As the flames entered, Yi Jue did not feel any heat. Rather, a chilling sensation permeated. At that moment, the blood spirit powder subtly began to take effect, significantly enhancing his vitality and gradually dispelling the cold. He gently directed the spiritual fire along a predetermined path, allowing it to gradually restrain its power. Subsequently, the meridian transformation powder's efficacy commenced, propelling Yi Jue's spiritual energy in segments, thus greatly reducing the consumption of his magical power. With the collaboration of the spiritual fire and the two elixirs, this journey of refining the spiritual fire passed without incident. Feeling the last remnants of the elixirs within him, Yi Jue commanded the spiritual fire to incinerate them completely. He then sensed streams of energy coursing through him as the spiritual fire navigated within, slowly dissipating. He perceived that the operational speed of the vast sea sutra within him seemed to accelerate, reinforcing the truth of the elder's words and amplifying his sense of urgency. Reflecting on his prior encounter with the elder, he had begun to stall for time. He promptly shattered the jade talisman left by Yi Tianqing, finding a measure of comfort in his actions. As his magical power surged with newfound vigor, his meridians began to swell slightly. To his astonishment, he realized that the bottleneck of the sixth layer of qi cultivation, which had persisted for several months, had been breached at that moment. Whether this was due to the speed of his heavenly spiritual roots cultivation or a minor feedback from the enhanced spiritual fire, he could not discern. At this juncture, contemplating anything else was futile. Yi Jue focused his mind and slowly commenced the operation of his cultivation technique, striving to break through his realm. After a brief period, with the breakthrough complete, he needed only to comprehend the sixth layer of the technique. Once adept, he would officially attain the sixth layer of qi cultivation. As Yi Jue opened his eyes, he spotted Yi Tianqing's figure and felt assured. It seemed his rather unassuming father was indeed quite reliable. Following a round of cordial pleasantries and a respectful bow from Yi Jue, they departed amicably, as if nothing had transpired. Once they had left, Yi Tianqing informed Yi Jue, "It is fortunate that you are astute. In a large family, there are all sorts of characters. While this individual possesses profound cultivation, no one can discern his true intentions. It is wise to remain cautious. Life is singular. Should anything happen to you, it would be too late." However, on the surface, the clan elders maintain order. A core formation cultivator would not openly act against you. Among foundation establishment cultivators, few are aware of your existence. Once you establish your foundation and possess a measure of self-defense, you need not worry. However, do not establish your foundation within the family. Doing so would jeopardize your status as a direct disciple of the Hahuan sect. After leaving the family, you must exercise utmost caution. Yi Jue recounted the recent events to Yi Tianqing, who fell silent for a moment before responding. "I had thought I had sufficiently overestimated your talent. Yet it seems I have still underestimated it. Such a spiritual entity is indeed the foundation of the Hahuan sect's grand ceremony, and it likely piqued the interest of the ancestor of the spirit eye." Nevertheless, Yi Tianqing acted in a timely manner. On the surface, it merely appears as though the ancestor is supporting a promising junior by assisting in the refinement of a family legacy spiritual fire. Moreover, given its formidable strength, it understands that opportunities will diminish in the future. Once discovered, it would likely be eliminated rather than nurtured. After all, this is a family. Stability and order are paramount, with inheritance being the priority rather than individual pursuits. 3 days later, within a modest bamboo hut, as Yi Jue successfully comprehended and practiced the sixth layer of his technique. It marked his official entry into the sixth layer of qi cultivation. However, on this day, after his morning practice, Yi Jue hurried to the arena. For today marked the duel between Yi Tian and the formidable Yi Jue, who had successfully cultivated the Blood Sea Great Method. Upon his arrival at the arena, Yi Jue immediately sensed a notable increase in the crowd's excitement. He hastened to the spectators' area for Yi Tian's match, only to find that he had arrived a moment too late. Many had already taken their seats. Clearly, everyone was eager to witness this duel, which would determine the fate of a foundation establishment dan. Notably, entry to observe today demanded 5 spirit stones, indicating the match's anticipated fervor. Given that even watching foundation establishment cultivators typically required only 5 spirit stones. Moreover, a betting market had been opened for this match. Yi Jue, understanding the stakes, symbolically wagered 20 spirit stones on Yi Tian, despite knowing her fearsome reputation. The peculiarities of the Blood Sea Great Method had also been a source of concern, and due to Yi Tian's relative inactivity over the past 2 years, her odds had surprisingly reached 1-3. As time passed, the surrounding area gradually filled with spectators. As the start approached, a number of standing tickets were sold, revealing that those who had initially hesitated could not resist the allure. Yi Jue had not arrived too early. Yet without hesitation, he secured a decent spot amidst the crowd. With a signal given, moments later, two figures slowly entered from opposite sides. On the left, a figure clad in a tight black outfit wielded dual blades, his expression stern, causing Yi Jue to hesitate momentarily. On the right was a tall, handsome man in a red robe, leisurely stepping forward with his hands behind his back. As the two took their positions, the Foundation establishment judge observed the contestants with a hint of tension. Chapter 27. The Thousand Mechanisms fan. As the judge began to announce the rules, the momentum of both contestants steadily rose. With a commanding signal from the judge, a collision ensued, raising a cloud of dust as the two fought evenly matched. Yi Tian initiated the assault, wielding her dual blades with precision, clearly demonstrating her mastery of swordsmanship even without the aid of spells. It was evident that her weapons, which were unmistakably top-tier magical artifacts, allowed her to unleash a spectacular display of martial prowess. Clad in black, she resembled a reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives. In contrast, Yi Jue's figure appeared precarious under the relentless assault. Witnessing such an aggressive approach took Yi Jue by surprise. The usually cheerful woman was indeed ferocious and reckless in her attack. As the radiance of a retreating talisman dissipated, Yi Jue suddenly materialized at the opposite end of the arena. Without delay, Yi Jue made a hand gesture, summoning a blood shadow that instantly appeared on the stage. Yi Tian, visibly attempting to intervene, unleashed two swift blades of light in an effort to disrupt the attack, but her attempts were evidently in vain. The blood shadow lunged directly at Yi Tian, who began to evade with her agility, yet it was apparent that her options were dwindling. Despite casting spells designed to counteract the dark arts upon the blood shadow, she could only hinder its movement, failing to inflict any significant damage. In desperation, Yi Tian was compelled to launch a direct assault on Yi Jue's true form, but Yi Jue skillfully evaded confrontation, continuously maneuvering around her while directing the blood shadow to attack. As the situation stagnated, it began to unfold unfavorably for Yi Tian. "Ah, wretched servant, what have you done?" Yi Jue suddenly erupted in fury, his body inexplicably withering, his hair turning stark white in an instant, and his visage aging, resembling a desiccated corpse standing on the platform. Abruptly, Yi Jue knelt, bowing his head towards Yi Tian. "Return it to me. That is the essence of my flesh and blood. Without it, I am doomed. I implore you, return it." The arena forbade lethal strikes. "I demand the blood shadow back. Concede at once." It turned out that during Yi Tian's relentless interference with Yi Jue, the fatal maneuver had been subtly aimed at the blood shadow. Yi Jue, unwilling to engage closely, had thus fallen into such a predicament. The foundation-building cultivators promptly advanced. "Yi Tian, you have emerged victorious. Do not harm the life of another." Yi Tian cast a fleeting glance at the foundation-building cultivators, her expression paling as the blood shadow surged into her body. Soon, her once ebony hair transformed into a cascade of white. At that moment, Yi Jue emitted a cry, spewing blood, and collapsed upon the arena floor. His technique shattered and essence seized, his fate now uncertain. Yi Tian, now adorned with white hair, observed the figure before her with cold detachment. Her gaze fixed upon the referee, a foundation-building cultivator. The referee felt a chill run down his spine. This individual shared merely a tenuous blood relation to Yi Jue, lacking any substantial connection, merely a safeguard for Yi Jue's life, for his grandfather was not a golden core cultivator and possessed no formidable treasures for self-defense. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian had resorted to a self-sacrificial ruse. Earlier, she had feigned a desire to grant the blood shadow an escape, prompting Yi Jue to attempt a surprise attack. Little did he know, it was a trap, and Yi Tian's performance had been so convincing that it appeared she had suffered a grave loss of essence, when in truth, she had merely stored it away for future replenishment. From the outset, Yi Tian had meticulously orchestrated her every move, plotting an inevitable demise. In the path of cultivation, failure equates to death. Yi Jue, too, had never contemplated sparing her life. Any opportunity was met with a covert strike. To descend the arena alive was the sole definition of victory. All other outcomes were but fleeting illusions. Yi Jue gazed at Yi Tian as though he had never known her. Or perhaps, he had only encountered the facade Yi Tian wished to present. He had never truly comprehended her in her entirety. The foundation-building elixir, the path of cultivation, the enmity of obstructing one's way, these were matters of life and death. Yi Tian sought to convey to all that those who hindered her journey would meet their end without exception. Yi Jue pondered in silence. Subsequently, He collected the 60 spirit stones that had inexplicably come into his possession, bemused yet amused, while observing several formidable unfamiliar presences also receiving their share of spirit stones. Curious yet hesitant to approach. Only after a few had departed did he learn that these individuals belonged to the inner shadows of the valley, known for their mysterious origins and formidable strength, elusive like dragons that appear only to vanish. It seemed they had begun to recognize Etion's prowess, suggesting she had experienced a tumultuous period of conflict. Following the conclusion of this incident, Yi Jue resumed his routine life. Notably, after feeling the resonance between the vast sea scriptures and his own spiritual roots, his cultivation speed gradually accelerated, with previously elusive nuances becoming clearer as he honed his technique. Yi Jue understood the optimal duration for daily cultivation, for excess could be detrimental. The meridians of the qi refining stage remained fragile, and any injury could take considerable time to mend. Thus, whenever he had a moment to spare, he diligently studied the arts of artifact refinement and talisman crafting. In Yi Jue's view, while he cherished the path of cultivation, the moment passion transformed into obligation, it was inevitable that his initial fervor would begin to wane. Hence, he continually sought the wondrous aspects of cultivation, particularly in the realms of artifact crafting and talisman creation. The rationale was simple. Many spells he could not adeptly cast, yet he could produce talismans. The principle eluded him, but through the continuous crafting of talismans, he perceived a diminishing difficulty in mastering various spells. Previously, it would take him 10 days to half a month to barely grasp a common mid-tier spell, but after initially mastering it, a period of talisman crafting allowed him to earn a significant sum of spirit stones and even master a mid-tier spell within a month. As for artifact crafting, with relentless practice and the destruction of materials, Yi Jue steadily progressed. Moreover, with the infusion of his life fire, the nether fire, his control over fire and artifact crafting had advanced significantly, enabling him to forge low-tier magical tools. For instance, the fan he currently held, exquisite in design, was also an initial-tier magical artifact inscribed with spiritual patterns, which he named the Thousand Mechanisms Fan. Chapter 28. The blood refining method. A year had elapsed since that fateful battle. In the aftermath, Etion reappeared daily at the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, as if the conflict had never transpired. Yet, it was palpable that the queue at the window had quieted considerably, with no one daring to dispute Etion's judgments. Everyone conducted themselves with a newfound normalcy. This silence conveyed an eerie undertone, as it was evident that the others had been somewhat intimidated by Etion's decisiveness. Furthermore, her hair remained unaltered, cascading in a white veil to her waist. On this day, Yi Jue once more visited the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, engaging in light conversation with Etion. Even though a line formed behind them, none dared to utter a word of dissent. Instead, many cast admiring glances at Yi Jue, as if he were a figure of great significance. This feeling was indescribable to Yi Jue, yet he found it not entirely unpleasant. Sister Tian, is one foundation building elixir insufficient? He inquired. What business is it of yours to ask such a thing? Etion retorted. I have saved my foundation building elixir, claiming it to be a failed one. In another year, I can acquire another. I sense that one will not suffice for foundation building. Two will ensure a successful breakthrough. You will understand when you reach the threshold of foundation building. If one fails the first attempt, and then the second, it would be a tremendous loss. Though Etion was reluctant, she ultimately revealed this secret to Yi Jue. In truth, it was hardly a secret. Foundation building elixirs were exceedingly precious, and holding on to one often attracted envy, a common trouble in the world of cultivation. Yi Jue smiled softly. Sister Tian, shall we practice our combat tactics and martial skills when you have the time? Etion smiled lightly. You plan to test the depths of my abilities with your cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement? Yi Jue chuckled awkwardly. I am merely here to seek your guidance. It is not every day one gets to witness Sister Tian's formidable prowess. Etion's playful demeanor shifted as she remarked. Your progress in cultivation accelerates as you advance, yet the time is too brief, and your accumulation of knowledge is insufficient. Although your ability to craft talismans and refine artifacts compensates for some of this, the art of combat transcends mere utilization of magical tools and talismans. Lacking a strong desire for enlightenment, an overwhelming urge to win, or even the fortitude to engage in decisive action, these deficiencies will undoubtedly impede your potential. While your talismans and artifacts could easily vanquish many experts, you could just as likely meet your own demise in the process. After a brief pause, Etion offered a mysterious smile. However, do not despair. Given your rate of cultivation, I eagerly anticipate what will unfold next. Yi Jue felt a chill run down his spine at her smile, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Observing her unresponsive demeanor, he gathered his materials and took his leave. Yi Jue did not return to the small bamboo cottage. It had been a year, and neither his mother nor Wang Ke knew where they had gone. At the entrance of the cave dwelling, Yi Jue produced a restricted jade talisman and stepped inside. This was the cave of Jue, and over the past year, Yi Jue had visited more frequently. With the completion of his first independently designed low-tier artifact, he could finally bid farewell to the novice phase. Yi Jue's current skills in artifact design, material selection, fusion, and inscribing runes had reached a commendable level. Such foundational skills are best cultivated at a young age, where a pure heart can truly appreciate the joy of achievement and learning. As one matures, the focus often shifts towards utilitarian purposes, reducing the art to merely a means to an end. This explains why, though many golden core cultivators engage in artifact refinement, few emerge as true masters. If one does not possess a genuine passion for the craft, the pursuit of mastery requires a conducive environment where peers can engage in collaborative refinement. Jue had dedicated over a century to the study of blood refinement and spirit elevation, fully aware that without a modicum of affection for these arts, one could not progress far, relying instead on elevated realms to overshadow lower-tier techniques. "Master, when will you teach me the blood refinement technique?" Yi Jue impulsively inquired. Clearly, he harbored an extraordinary interest in this unique method of artifact refinement, especially since even the golden core expert Yi Tianxing had greatly benefited from it. Jue regarded the young man before him, who had inadvertently grown to shoulder height. In just a year or two, he would likely surpass him. With his gentle demeanor and graceful posture, it was evident that even among the many handsome and beautiful figures in the Demon Dao's Hahuan sect, this young man stood out distinctly. Pleased with his disciple, Jue was acutely aware of his identity as the clan leader's son, recognizing that one day, the vast Huangquan Valley might serve as a resource for enhancing his artifact refinement skills. Thus, the successful completion of the spirit elevation technique would likely fall into this disciple's capable hands. After much contemplation, Jue murmured, "I, Jue, am the direct descendant of the divine weapon sect, born of the union between two foundation establishment disciples within its ranks. They are my biological parents. Yet while they granted me life, they provided me with no nurturing. Shortly after my birth, I was entrusted to the sect's infant care facility, where mortals tended to my growth. It was only later that I learned of my parents, but by then, they had perished during an expedition for materials. Thus, I remain nameless, known only by my Dao title, and my lifelong pursuit is to forge artifacts that will stand the test of time. In my youth, I displayed remarkable talent for artifact refinement. The divine weapon sect spared no effort in nurturing me. However, as the power of my creations grew, doubts regarding my methods arose among some, who accused me of stealing from others' legacies and demanded that I reveal my techniques. Although this crisis was averted with some maneuvering within the sect, I no longer felt a sense of belonging. After reaching foundation establishment, I spent years wandering alone, my cave dwelling in an exceedingly remote location. Ironically, it was during my travels that I attained a profound epiphany. Not only did my blood refinement technique advance significantly, but I also unexpectedly acquired the Crimson Lotus blood flame. Yet, it became clear that the divine weapon sect could no longer accommodate me. Jue concluded with a sardonic smile. The righteous sects are merely cloaked in a facade of propriety while practicing their doctrines. Countless deceitful individuals lurk within. And even among the so-called righteous, I find only mediocre characters. In contrast, there are forthright souls within the Demon Dao. Therefore, I would prefer to plunge into the depths of the Demon Dao, living in constant trepidation, rather than remain within a righteous sect where one smiles with a dagger concealed behind their back. Chapter 29. The Spirit Elevation Technique. After hearing Jue's words, Yi Jue fell into a deep silence. To him, the righteous factions often boasted a noble background, whereas the Demon Dao was notorious for its ruthless disregard for human life. After all, the techniques of the Demon Dao increasingly influenced one's disposition, often leading to extreme tendencies, while the righteous methods were more balanced and aligned with the idealized image of immortals. Now, he understood that the cultivation world was ultimately governed by human nature. The Demon Dao could lead some cultivators to extreme personalities due to certain techniques, yet the fundamental nature of individuals remains unchanged. People vary greatly, and with righteous cultivation methods advancing less rapidly than those of the Demon Dao, it inevitably gives rise to even more deceitful characters. Observing his disciple lost in contemplation, Jue nodded approvingly. This disciple had been well protected, and it was now time for him to grasp the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Jue continued. The blood refinement technique, when simplified, is quite straightforward. The demon Dao has numerous blood cultivation methods, excelling in the study of blood. As cultivators progress, their essence blood contains most of their spiritual essence. This is even truer for demonic beasts, as many of their powers are rooted in their blood, which harbors immense spiritual essence and energy. The blood refinement technique harnesses this energy, infusing it into artifacts to enhance their spiritual attributes, thereby amplifying their power and potential. The blood refinement technique I developed resembles the process by which demonic beasts utilize their essence blood to accelerate the enhancement of their materials. Moreover, once perfected, it can continue to nurture with the blood of the same origin demonic beasts, perpetually increasing its might. With a proud smile, he added, theoretically, the growth of blood refinement knows no bounds. Furthermore, according to my theory, one's own treasures can also be continuously refined using their essence blood, or even enhanced with the essence blood of demonic beasts. This is the essence of the blood refinement technique. Today, I shall use the blood refinement technique to craft a low-tier artifact. Observe closely and see how much you can comprehend based on your own insight. With that, he presented Yi Jue with a tome detailing the true essence of blood for him to study, before commencing the preliminary preparations for the materials. Yi Jue felt a surge of excitement as she took out the recording stone to document the proceedings. Although cultivators possessed formidable spiritual awareness, there were inevitably oversights. Thus, documenting the process would allow for continual reference upon her return. Once Yi Jue finished studying the true understanding, Jue, in turn, presented an array of materials, meticulously arranging them in sequence. It was evident he intended to demonstrate the process step by step, explaining as he went along. Yi Jue observed intently as Jue began to work with the materials. It was apparent that many of the components originated from the same mystical beast, and throughout the processing, he continually utilized its essence. The intricate handling of the blood left spectators in a state of awe. Yi Jue dared not relax her focus, as Jue interspersed his actions with extensive explanations, delving into the essence of the techniques. At times, Yi Jue experienced moments of clarity, awakening to profound insights as she absorbed the myriad nutrients, growing ever more captivated. As the final inscription was etched, the artifact was finally complete. Although it was a low-tier artifact, its vitality was vibrant, surpassing many mid-tier creations. Yi Jue watched in astonishment. With the most ordinary materials, she had gained a certain understanding of their properties and transformations, though she had never applied them practically before. Yet, she recognized that a standard processing method would not yield such a remarkable artifact. Witnessing the astounding craftsmanship before her ignited immense aspirations within Yi Jue. Bearing the legacy of Ling Miao Garden, filled with spiritual herbs and diverse materials, she realized that if she could fully convert these resources into her own sustenance, she would not need to worry about resources after forming her core. With this thought, Yi Jue placed even greater value on the blood refining technique. However, at that moment, she inquired, Master, what distinguishes the blood refining method from the spirit ascension technique? Can I not simply perform a basic spirit ascension and elevate a low-tier artifact to a mid-tier one? Jue stared at her in surprise. The spirit ascension method is not one I devised. Rather, it is a technique derived from the blood lotus flame's artifact refinement. At present, I am unable to teach you. He sighed. Spirit ascension is a step against the heavens, each blood pattern elucidated from my insights gained through the blood lotus flame. With that, he fell silent. Noticing Jue's disappointment, Yi Jue understood that his research over the past year had not been fruitful. Moreover, the remaining resources, coupled with those gifted by Yi Tianqing, had been entirely depleted. In recent days, Jue had been idle, thus able to devote time to teaching Yi Jue. It seemed he had come to terms with the situation, now merely seeking a successor, no longer resorting to deceptive means for the sake of conducting experiments. Yi Jue recalled Yi Tianqing's words about the blood refining technique being learnable, while the spirit ascension method required utmost caution. The echoes of his advice stirred uncertainty within her heart. It was unclear whether she sought to perfect the artifact refinement technique or felt an innate reverence for the extraordinary nature of the spirit ascension method. Or perhaps it was a sense of compassion for an elder. At this moment, Yi Jue's thoughts became tangled. Shaking her head, she redirected her focus to the blood refining method. This technique encompassed a plethora of concepts to learn and required considerable familiarity, making it particularly suitable for contemplation during her leisure time. Cultivating in the path of immortality has its limits. There are only so many hours in a day for optimal effect, Yi Jue mused. If cultivation merely involved refining techniques and enhancing magical power, how dull that would be. The essence of thousands of years of immortal culture, passed down through generations, held an undeniable allure for Yi Jue, who had never encountered such knowledge before. The intricacies of the blood refining technique further ignited her interest in artifact crafting, though she had never neglected her cultivation, often practicing diligently alone. Her dedication to spells and artifact crafting was gradually beginning to eclipse her obsession with her own cultivation level. Yet, this transformation occurred quietly. Yi Jue's unique Yiming spirit fire and rapid advancement in cultivation went unnoticed by those around her. Even Yi Tianqing, preoccupied with his own matters, failed to recognize that Yi Jue, within the qi refinement realm, had succumbed to an addiction to the myriad arts of cultivation, forgetting her original purpose. Qian Juezi, immersed in the pursuit of crafting, remained oblivious to this change. Chapter 30. The first whispers of trial as time passed aimlessly. One day, Yi Tian observed Yi Jue reaching the 8th level of qi refinement. Suddenly, just before departing, he sternly instructed her to return to the bamboo house in 2 days. That morning, after finishing her cultivation, Yi Jue began tidying up the small bamboo dwelling. For a guest was coming. What is this? No tea to offer? Yi Tian chuckled. Yi Jue, bewildered, replied, where would I find tea leaves? None. You poor cultivator. If you want tea, fetch your own leaves. Yi Jue turned her head dismissively. To her surprise, Yi Tian actually pulled out a box of tea leaves from her storage bag and tossed it to Yi Jue. Here, a gift for you. It's quite fragrant and has a pleasant aftertaste. Yi Jue took a bit and brewed 2 cups. Holding a cup, she sipped and exclaimed, ah, how delightful. If only my mother were here, she would have had everything. Now that both she and Kur are gone, I have no desire to search for anything else. But how did you guess I lack tea? Yi Tian giggled. I came for another purpose. You have reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Just 1 step away from the late stage. Do you know that the core disciples of our clan participate in a trial? The outcome is inconsequential. And even performance does not matter, but there is one stipulation. The trial lasts for 1 year. Should you find it too arduous, you may withdraw at any time. The results of this trial, whether outstanding or subpar, carry no rewards. Yet I have come to convey a piece of knowledge. Do you know why? Yi Jue shook her head. Yi Tian smiled slightly and continued. This is a secret known only to the ancestors at the core formation stage. During the trial, participants consume a special elixir known as the spirit sealing pill. After a year, through a particular ceremony combined with clan elixirs, one can not only break through to the 9th level of qi refinement, but also ascend directly to the 10th level. By persevering through the year, one could leap 2 levels. Moreover, this elixir significantly enhances your spiritual root's ability to sense and absorb spiritual energy, especially when paired with the clan's energy infusion. It is akin to seizing the very essence of creation. This elixir effectively locks your realm at the breakthrough point of the 9th level, allowing you to refine your cultivation continuously under the influx of spiritual energy, with no side effects, saving you 2 to 3 years of arduous training. Is that sufficient? Yi Jue was momentarily taken aback. What a trial! Such generous rewards? The heart refinement trial, Yi Tian explained. Each person's specific task varies slightly. Mine is to live as a wealthy girl for a year in the mortal realm. The life is indulgent, surrounded by servants, where everything is provided at a whim. However, under the spirit sealing pill, you will lose your sensitivity to spiritual energy, becoming an utterly ordinary person. Yet, there will be guardians, if you wish to withdraw midway. You can activate a sensing talisman or leave a mark, ensuring your safety. Core disciples will all participate in this trial, with a clear purpose, to sever worldly ties. Immortal beings do not dwell among mortals, which has led us, the disciples of our family, to lack a great deal of worldly knowledge. Thus, this trial has been said to have persisted for thousands of years. I recall that during this time, I began to contemplate the essence of my cultivation and the purpose behind it. A year is a long stretch. If I were unable to cultivate, I suddenly realized that my life revolved solely around this practice. Perhaps you can comprehend? Cultivators are also human. They experience confusion and unease. Yet, they tirelessly pursue the heavens and the earth, soaring into the azure sky, as if they have never encountered such moments of uncertainty. This period is the time our family has fought for, allowing us to detach from ourselves before we establish our foundation. Yi Jue was perplexed. Wouldn't this lead more individuals to succumb to temptation and indulge in worldly pleasures? Yi Tian replied, to be enamored with the mortal realm is also a form of cultivation. As long as one can refine their skills and strengthen their beliefs, it suffices. Neglecting one's cultivation, however, is truly a misplacement of priorities. Yet, I have also witnessed those who, upon realizing their true hearts, chose not to pursue immortality and instead wished to live a life of comfort as affluent heirs, only to see their families annihilated by passing demonic cultivators, leading to their own downfall. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties and dangers. Once one embarks upon this journey, it is a path of life and death. Yi Jue was left speechless. No one had informed him that even core disciples within the clan faced trials. However, for Yi Jue, this experience served merely to broaden his understanding of the vast cultivation world. Besides, having not ventured outside in years, he devoted himself to his practice, delving into the art of weapon forging and discovering his talent for talisman crafting, which allowed him to earn some spirit stones. Thus, he had not considered seeking opportunities elsewhere, as the resources provided by the family were sufficient for him to establish his foundation. He had intended to acquire some means of survival after achieving his foundation, then assess the current timeline before determining his course of action. Given his innate spiritual root, he even contemplated remaining in seclusion until he achieved the golden core stage before venturing forth to seek opportunities. However, this experience would likely dismantle Yi Jue's calculations entirely. Reflecting on the clan's well-structured cultivation system, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Yi Tian's gaze fixed on Yi Jue, stating, "If you are not prepared to risk your life for a fleeting opportunity, I would advise against continuing your cultivation. In today's cultivation world, resources are limited, and everyone is striving to survive. Even if you do not compete, others will perceive you as an obstacle and seek to eliminate you. I, too, was once like you, and had it not been for my grandfather, who is at the golden core stage and possesses some power, I might have already met a fate akin to you. If you are not ready to contend with fate, I do not recommend entering the path of cultivation. How many cultivators can live to see their natural end? Yet, now that you have embarked on this path, you must steel your resolve." Under Yi Tian's description, the plight of the lowly demonic cultivators was vividly illustrated. The resources of the demonic path's Tianluo nation are indeed far richer than those of the Yu nation. Yet this does not imply that the lives of low-tier cultivators are significantly better. The denizens of the demonic path adhere strictly to the law of the jungle, where countless gifted individuals fail to develop their talents. The cultivators here are more ruthless and audacious. The ones you see are obedient low-tier cultivators, reckless mid-tier cultivators who have already matured, and fearsome old demons. Among these three tiers, the absolute obedience of low-tier cultivators is an indispensable step in every cultivator's growth. If one cannot learn to endure and lacks a steadfast heart seeking the path, they will not persist long enough to become audacious mid-tier cultivators. The development of the demonic path has always been one of barbaric growth, governed by the laws of the wild. The last vestige of warmth that the family can provide is merely a trial for core disciples, consuming resources to sift out those who can rapidly evolve into mid-tier cultivators, thus fostering the family's growth. Soon, Yi Jue's disposition would begin to shift. Chapter 31. Spirit Sealing Pill. The tranquil cultivation environment provided by the family, along with a robust resource exchange platform, is not something easily established. If you intend to spend your remaining days in the family, it may prove quite challenging. Therefore, you must achieve commendable results in this trial, striving to break through to the later stages of qi refinement. Only by reaching this realm will the family allocate certain resources to assist you in attaining qi refinement's completion, thus providing you with a chance to establish your foundation. Yi Jue listened intently, committing the information to memory. It appeared that the family had a systematic approach to nurturing these core disciples. Yet he wondered what his trial would entail. Given his innate spiritual root, was it truly necessary for him to participate in such seemingly futile trials? It seemed that the efficacy of this spirit-sealing pill was exceptional, perhaps a testament to the family's profound heritage. As a mortal, I too was once a mere human, having practiced for years, yet I remain unaware of what else there is to experience. Why do the demonic path sects conduct such peculiar and seemingly trivial trials? I recall Han Li severing his ties with worldly matters. I have never truly experienced the mundane world, yet I remain oblivious to the role it plays in the journey of cultivation. However, it appears that the closer one approaches the 9th layer of qi refinement, the greater the benefits one reaps. Months later, Yi Tianqing arrived at the small bamboo house. Observing Yi Jue, who had reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of qi refinement, exuding a barely perceptible aura of suppressed cultivation, Yi Tianqing nodded. It turned out that after Yi Tian had left, Yi Tianqing had also visited once. Emphasizing the importance of this trial, and mentioning that the ancestor of the nascent soul would be paying attention to Yi Jue's performance. The clan had no objections to Yi Jue's pursuits in weapon forging and talisman crafting during his leisure. Yet his obsession with cultivation at the Qi refinement stage had raised the eyebrows of certain clan members. After all, the family did not lack for adept weapon or talisman makers. What they sought was a guiding figure worthy of reverence. Yet they did not impose strict demands on Yi Jue, who was still very young. After all, for the true core members of the clan, decades or even centuries of growth is a weight worth enduring. Accompanying this, however, was immense pressure and scrutiny, rendering Yi Jue unable to evade this trial and compelling him to participate. Upon Yi Tianqing's arrival, Yi Jue gathered all his belongings, sealed them within his room, and activated the bamboo house's formation before departing with Yi Tianqing to the trial location. In no time, a grand hall appeared before them, infused with abundant spiritual energy. Clearly situated atop the clan's sole significant spiritual vein, it remained uncertain how far the dwelling of the ancestor of the nascent soul was from this location. Within the hall stood 7 or 8 youths, all around 10 years of age, some even younger than Yi Jue. Observing Yi Jue's cultivation, they felt no particular awe. Not to mention that Yi Jue had only recently unlocked his innate spiritual root 2 years prior. Even his lack of experience with cultivation-enhancing pills and the purity of his magical power set him apart from all present. Yet, here, the use of spiritual medicine was irrelevant. Even if one developed a resistance, the bottlenecks would become even harder to break through. Nevertheless, they undoubtedly represented the most exceptional group of core disciples within the family in recent years. Upon arrival, Yi Jue discovered that these individuals were not as unfamiliar as he had assumed. He recognized 2 among them, and they possessed some knowledge of him. For instance, they knew of his good rapport with Yi Tian, his frequent visits to the Qianji Hall to gather information, and his commendable skills in talisman crafting. Even the public has heard whispers of Yi Jue's striking appearance, primarily from the female cultivators. Although the Huangquan Valley is affiliated with the demonic sect of the Hetsong school, and the valley boasts numerous dual cultivation techniques, practitioners generally adhere to the principle of focusing on their cultivation foundations first, rather than indulging in dual cultivation. After all, while dual cultivation may facilitate breakthroughs and accumulation of cultivation energy, it evidently offers little assistance in the foundational stages. Thus, discussions about dual cultivation partners are typically reserved for after establishing a solid foundation. Despite this, Yi Jue, who often traverses the depths of the Thousand Machines Hall, has been regarded by some as an excellent candidate for a dual cultivation partner, a fact he remains blissfully unaware of. However, when the women in the group discovered that Yi Jue was a core disciple, their eyes gleamed with newfound excitement. Before long, the atmosphere of hushed chatter dissipated with the entrance of several robed figures. Esteemed clan members, your presence here today is a privilege for our family, as well as for yourselves. It is my hope that those of you undergoing trials will appreciate the sacrifices made by our clan and, in turn, contribute to the family's future, one of the robed figures proclaimed. Today, you will be partaking of the spirit-sealing pill and the benefits provided through the trials. I urge you to remember that the primary ingredient of the spirit-sealing pill is a rare herb, over 600 years old, and our clan has limited access to it. This potent essence facilitates remarkable effects without compromising your foundational strength or potential, maximizing your ability to absorb the celestial energies of the world during your 9th-tier breakthrough. To this end, our clan nurtures this sacred land at the very source of a significant spiritual vein. As he spoke, a jade vial emerged from his storage bag, releasing a cascade of spiritual light. A vibrant green pill floated before Yi Jue. He grasped it and let out a soft sigh, pondering the necessity of such a potent herb in conjunction with the trials. Shouldn't the first step be to find a place rich in spiritual energy to refine it? Yet, the black-clad figure's subsequent words illuminated Yi Jue's understanding, as if the final piece of a puzzle had fallen into place. This pill should not be consumed yet. Save it for when you arrive at the trial site. Subsequently, Yi Tianqing took Yi Jue to a location in the mortal realm, a quaint little town. They stood on a narrow path outside the town, where Yi Tianqing offered final advice. Exercise caution. Should you fail the trials, do not despair. With your talent, forming a golden core is merely a matter of time. The clan's resources will undoubtedly be allocated in your favor, so do not overly concern yourself with the outcomes. Yi Jue nodded, yet he could not shake off the flicker of spiritual light from earlier. The spirit-sealing pill, he mused, might be detrimental in areas abundant with spiritual energy, hence the need to venture into the mortal realm. This suggested that the pill existed prior to the trials, implying that the trials were established after the creation of the spirit-sealing pill. With a slight shake of his head, he suppressed these thoughts and swallowed the pill. Chapter 32. The tavern attendant, as the effects of the spirit-sealing pill began to manifest, Yi Tianqing soared away on his flying sword, becoming a distant speck. Yi Jue felt the gradual dissipating of his magical power, losing the sensations he had cultivated over the years. Moments later, he could no longer feel the presence of spiritual energy within himself or around him. Clutching the ordinary, low-quality jade pendant around his neck, which served as his connection to Yi Tianqing, he understood that should he break the pendant, this trial would come to an abrupt end. Thus commenced his trial journey. As Yi Jue stepped into the town, the solid ground beneath his feet evoked a sense of nostalgia. He couldn't help but reflect on how, in the past, his magical energy had kept his shoes pristine, yet now he found himself needing to wash them. In a secluded corner of the town, he followed a marker to discover a gray package containing a few pieces of broken silver and 2 sets of clothing and shoes. There was also a note detailing the identity he would assume for the coming year. Though everything was fair and just, with the location chosen by Yi Jue himself, the description on the note left him somewhat disheartened. The note informed him that he was now known as Zhang Tian, the son of a farmer from Zhangjia village, whose parents had recently passed away. With the assistance of his clan as third uncle, he sought a position as a tavern attendant, hoping for meals and some skill training in return. The note included the tavern's location, along with a letter of introduction for the tavern owner. Yi Jue refrained from reading the letter, fearing it might expose his false identity and invite trouble. As he walked, he soon arrived at a modest 2-story building, where a young attendant hurried out to greet him. "Welcome, sir. We have exquisite spring wine and tender beef. What can I get for you?" Yi Jue furrowed his brow at the sight before him, but, drawing upon his past upbringing, he respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. "Good sir, I am from Zhangjia village, sent by my third uncle to seek an audience with the tavern owner. Might you guide me?" The attendant's expression shifted, but he turned and replied, "Follow me. I'll take you to meet the owner. Your ability to stay depends on your own merits." Yi Jue quickly followed him. During their brief walk, he learned that the attendant was named Wang Shaoer, from the neighboring Wangjia village, alongside 2 other attendants from Wanjiakan. They arrived at a door in the back courtyard, where Wang Shaoer knocked. A voice from within responded, "Come in." Wang Shaoer pushed the door open, ushering Yi Jue into the room. The space was filled with bookshelves, crammed with volumes, and a desk piled high with ledgers. "What brings you here?" A robust, affable middle-aged man seated behind the desk inquired. Wang Shaoer, startled, replied, "Owner, this is a newcomer from Zhangjia village who wishes to meet you." Yi Jue then introduced himself. "Owner, my name is Zhang Tian, as bestowed by my third uncle. My parents perished while hunting in the mountains, and my third uncle, out of compassion for my youth, referred me to you, hoping you might provide me with sustenance to avoid starvation." He extended the letter of introduction, having discreetly destroyed the note detailing his true identity, wary of being discovered. After the owner perused the letter and scrutinized Yi Jue, he shook his head. "You hardly appear to have endured hardship. While I am reluctant to take you on, your third uncle has offered a favor in exchange for my care over the next year. If, after a year, I still find you lacking, you are free to return home." Yi Jue was soon to arrive, leaving me alone at home. I hope to devote myself to diligent study. Eager for the proprietor to assess my future merit, I wished for an opportunity to prove myself. Upon hearing this, the proprietor revealed a slight smile. "Very well. What is your name?" Yi Jue replied with a grin, "Zhang Tian." The proprietor frowned. "That won't do. I have 2 others here called Xiao Si and Xiao Wu, and Wang Shaoer has always been known as Shaoer." Yi Jue quickly adapted, declaring, "From this day forth, I shall be known as Xiao San." The proprietor nodded, recognizing that though this young man appeared inexperienced, he possessed a sharp mind and cleverness, capable of bearing significant responsibilities after some training. For now, follow Shaoer and learn from him. If you encounter anything unclear, do not hesitate to ask. He has 2 or 3 years more experience than you, and he can certainly teach you well. Xiao San and Xiao Si will share quarters, and you shall stay with Shaoer. Do you understand?" Shaoer, already accepting this new reality and considering how much easier his work would be, smiled and said, "Thank you, proprietor. I shall take good care of Xiao San." Yi Jue echoed his gratitude, and the proprietor waved them off. Once they departed, the proprietor gazed at the letter before him, examining it repeatedly. After a long silence, he sighed deeply. He then held the letter to the candlelight, watching as it slowly burned away, his expression flickering in the dim glow of the flames. After a period of silence, Yi Jue followed Wang Shaoer into the bustling tavern. Shaoer commenced his duties, saying, "Since today is your first day, observe what I do. After dinner, we will tidy up your quarters and retrieve a set of bedding. Pay close attention. If you have questions, feel free to ask me tonight." With that, Wang Shaoer resumed his work. To Yi Jue, this appeared to be a laborious and mundane occupation. As he observed, he found himself yearning for the art of forging. Yet, it was evident that he could do nothing of the sort at present. Suddenly removed from his forge, Yi Jue felt a disconcerting disorientation, a sensation akin to discomfort enveloping him. Reflecting on this, he recalled his internet addiction. Surely not, he mused. Can one become addicted to forging while cultivating immortality? Recognizing his inner turmoil, he gradually composed himself. Though he deemed it quite normal for cultivators to encounter psychological issues, experiencing it firsthand stirred a sense of unease within him. As Chapter 33, The Life of a Young Servant, unfolds, Yi Jue began to notice further anomalies within himself. His recent obsession with the path of forging was alarming. The talismanic arts were fundamental to his existence, expediting his mastery of spells and enabling him to trade for spirit stones. With a modicum of talent and a solid foundation, his daily practice was not overly extensive. The collection of exquisite talismans he had accrued served as his trump cards, enhancing his capabilities in combat and survival. Yet, despite this, he had not engaged in forging for some time. Initially, he had intended to cultivate an interest in forging through blood refinement techniques, to prevent losing enthusiasm after achieving the golden core stage. It seemed that spending time with Yi Jue had influenced his mindset, transforming his primary objective into the meticulous study of forging. Fortunately, this trial had come at a timely juncture, allowing Yi Jue to detach from his previous pursuits and confront his true self. A sudden realization struck him. The likelihood of psychological issues arising among demonic cultivators was significantly greater than among righteous cultivators, and the pressures of cultivation often obscured such issues until it was too late. It was imperative that he sought a method or artifact to fortify his mind against external influences and to achieve clarity of heart. "What are you doing?" Lost in thought, Wang Xiao'er's voice broke through Yi Jue's reverie, catching him off guard. Without his spiritual awareness, he had let his guard down. Reflecting inwardly, he resolved to remain vigilant in the future to avoid unforeseen incidents. "I was just thinking about my parents," Yi Jue replied. Wang Xiao'er, observing the young man's sorrowful demeanor, fell into a contemplative silence. "What is there to ponder? You needn't address me as Xiao'er. I'm not much older than you. At least you had parents. Mine were heartless and unworthy of mention," he said, turning to attend to customers. "Master Zhang, what brings you here? Please, come in. Is it the same as last time? Lao Bai, bring out a pot of the finest by Luo Chan," he called as he led the customer into the back room and up to the second floor. Yi Jue fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with the prospect of adopting such a servile lifestyle. The pride of being a cultivator clashed painfully with this new reality. He recalled Yi Tian's voice echoing in his mind. Low-level cultivators must learn humility, patience, and the ability to assess situations. Yi Jue suppressed his discomfort while mentally noting Wang Xiao'er's welcoming phrases and memorizing the faces of various patrons. Although all spiritual perceptions were sealed, the development of his consciousness allowed for decent memory retention. He then thought it better to follow Xiao'er than to remain idle like a statue. This individual, though seemingly self-serving and calculating, appeared to possess a fundamentally good nature. Soon, a familiar scene unfolded in the tavern. Wherever Wang Xiao'er went, Yi Jue followed. Many patrons teased them, but Yi Jue remained unperturbed, merely smiling in response. Presently, Yi Jue appeared travel-worn in his servant's attire, and with Yi Tian's adjustments to his appearance, he resembled an ordinary young servant. Wang Xiao'er occasionally introduced Yi Jue to customers, while others merely offered polite smiles and moved on. Yi Jue took note of those whom Wang Xiao'er introduced him to, recognizing that these patrons held a certain fondness for Xiao'er. As night fell, the tavern gradually quieted as patrons departed. Two cooks emerged from the kitchen, inviting everyone to dine together. They pushed together 2 tables, and everyone gathered around. The proprietor introduced Yi Jue, and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Jue mentally recorded the names: 2 cooks, 2 waiters, an accountant, and 4 young servants, including himself, comprised the entirety of this 2-story tavern. The establishment bore the simple name of the Fong Family Tavern, owned by the proprietor, whose surname was Fong. It was said that this tavern had a history of over 100 years, founded by the proprietor's grandfather. Having developed over a century, it held a certain standing in the town. Yi Jue was indifferent to such details, his primary concern being his physical discomfort. Deprived of spiritual energy, he felt ravenous after a long day of activity. Yet, observing the humble fare before him, he sensed a profound disquiet. Though this was a tavern, and the food should be decent, the last time he had eaten such mundane fare was long before his ascension to the qi refinement stage. Feeling the growl of her stomach, Yi Jue could only gradually place morsels of food into her mouth. An elderly woman observed Yi Jue and kindly inquired, What's the matter, dear? Not to your liking? If there's something you wish to eat, just let Aunt Zhang know, and she will prepare it for you tomorrow. Being new to this unfamiliar place and lacking the means to protect herself, Yi Jue, touched by the concern shown, hesitated to express her true feelings. No, it's just that I'm not quite accustomed to dining with so many people. I'm a bit fatigued today, so I don't have much of an appetite. But it's all quite delicious. As she listened, Aunt Zhang smiled reassuringly, saying, there's no need to be afraid. I am also from Zhangjia village. I merely got lost in the town. The shopkeeper's mother took me in, and I've been here ever since. Who knows, we might even be relatives. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue understood all too well the implication of being lost. It was clear that her parents had abandoned her in the town, hence the lack of any mention of returning home. It seemed Aunt Zhang felt a sense of compassion, perhaps due to their shared plight and Yi Jue's youth. Thank you, Aunt Zhang, she replied, as she continued to eat. After the meal, Yi Jue assisted Wang Xiaoer in tidying up the dormitory, though there wasn't much to organize. The dormitory contained just 2 beds with minimal belongings. They stowed away the items on the beds into the cupboard, wiped down the surfaces, laid down a layer of straw paper, and placed the bedding atop it, completing the task. At that moment, Wang Xiaoer handed Yi Jue the bundle he had helped her collect earlier. Yi Jue retrieved a change of clothes from her bag and inquired about the location of the bathing facilities. Wang Xiaoer took her to a rudimentary bathing area, and the two lay down on their respective beds. For a time, silence enveloped them. As Yi Jue settled into her new surroundings, she felt a mix of confusion and helplessness. Leaving her comfort zone had revealed that she was not as courageous or graceful as she had imagined. Reflecting on the moments in the original story where Han Li had lost his powers multiple times, Yi Jue fell into a thoughtful silence. Chapter 34. The conflict begins. Shower. What do you think is the purpose of doing this? Wang Xiaoer mumbled. It's already difficult enough to survive. Here, everyone seems to get along well. And we have a place to stay. What more could we possibly desire? Many people in the mundane world understand various truths, yet they find themselves unable to act upon them. What could Wang Xiaoer achieve by abandoning the comfort he currently possesses? Would a change of scenery truly yield a better life? Perhaps it could fulfill his aspirations or grant him freedom or dignity. But the greater likelihood remained that he would meet a tragic end, forgotten and alone. Being ordinary is not frightening. The inability to accept one's ordinariness is the true horror. For Wang Xiaoer, the struggle to survive was already a formidable battle. Dear guest, please refrain from causing a disturbance. Yi Jue's voice rang out with a hint of steadiness. I intend to make a scene today, just to see how you handle me. A drunken young man slurred. It turned out that this patron, having overindulged, demanded more wine, insisting that Yi Jue bring him another jug. After she complied, the patron tasted the wine and claimed the 2 jugs had different flavors, accusing Yi Jue of diluting it. He then began to raise a ruckus. Yi Jue had no choice but to try and calm him down. Wang Xiaoer joined in to assist, but unfortunately, the patron was too intoxicated to listen. The situation escalated, and soon he ordered his servant to attack the 2. However, the servant, recognizing the injustice, held back his blows, while the patron struck Wang Xiaoer, who cried out in pain. As Yi Jue curled up on the ground, enduring the minor attacks, the physical pain was manageable, yet a storm of fury brewed within her. Fortunately, the shopkeeper arrived in time to put an end to the chaos, instructing both parties to retire for a while. Under the shopkeeper's continuous reassurance, the patron gradually sobered and ceased his commotion. In the dormitory, as she applied medicinal alcohol to Wang Xiaoer's wounds, Yi Jue reflected on how more than 2 months had passed, during which she had become increasingly accustomed to her duties. Each day, she welcomed guests, not only serving but also tending to their horses and performing various tasks in the kitchen, immersing herself in the ordinary labors of life. Yet today's events nearly pushed Yi Jue to her limits of restraint. Endurance, it seemed, was often a temporary inability to resist. Thus she resolved to remember this incident for the future. Feeling powerless was a state that could not be countered, and so she chose to let the incident pass. Yi Jue silently vowed that when the time came, she would return to settle the score. Remembering Han Li's countless acts of subservience, she understood that not everyone in this world would treat her kindly. In fact, being bullied often became the norm when one lacked strength. Observing the bruises on Wang Xiaoer's body and the marks left on her own skin, Yi Jue felt a profound calm wash over her. What was the purpose of cultivating immortality? The present circumstances served as undeniable proof. It was about seizing control of one's fate. Once she attained the power to determine the lives and deaths of others, the world would be rid of villains, and only virtuous souls would surround her. In the following days, Yi Jue appeared transformed, her demeanor no longer detached from the tavern, but rather fully integrated. Engaging in mundane tasks, she toiled diligently and, during moments of leisure, exchanged light-hearted banter with her companions, as though the earlier conflict had never transpired. The shopkeeper observed this transformation and nodded in approval. If this young lad were to become disillusioned, the shopkeeper knew he would have no choice but to let the clever youth depart. Business sought profit, and should a guest be offended, the effort required for future endeavors would multiply tenfold. Gradually, as Yi Jue integrated further into the taverness operations, she began to notice the complexities within this small establishment. Aunt Zhang's cooking was inferior to that of another chef, yet she remained the undeniable second-in-command. Having grown up alongside the shopkeeper, earning unwavering trust, occasionally, the shopkeeper would overlook minor errors on her part. Among the 4 young attendants, subtle rivalries brewed. The 2 Wan family servants banded together, having previously bullied Wang Xiaoer, though their behavior had improved somewhat since their arrival. Observing the myriad of human experiences within this little tavern, compounded by the diverse array of patrons she encountered daily, Yi Jue felt a captivating allure in this seemingly tranquil life. The calm yet tumultuous existence enveloped everyone in a state of numbness. Each day was filled with trivialities and domestic matters. The aftermath of the conflict merely served as additional fodder for conversation after meals. No one deemed it particularly wrong, viewing it simply as a minor interlude in their otherwise placid existence. Yet, Yi Jue recognized that this incident had indeed sparked change. For instance, she had grown less impulsive, instead savoring everything around her. Wang Xiaoer, too, had ignited ambitions, actively seeking knowledge and striving to take charge of his own destiny. Time, indifferent to human desires, pressed onward. Step by step, the guest who had previously caused a conflict, Yi Jue, was received twice more. However, the guest did not recognize Yi Jue, behaving as if nothing had transpired. After all, who would take offense with a mere servant? Who would concern themselves with the thoughts of an insignificant being? During their first encounter, Yi Jue struggled to maintain composure, yet by the second visit, he was able to greet the guest with a cheerful demeanor, as if nothing had ever occurred. It was the servant who, upon witnessing Yi Jue's smiling face, hesitated to speak, ultimately shaking his head, perhaps believing that it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, this conflict dissipated into nothingness, as if no ripples had been stirred. Currently, Yi Jue was diligently seeking to curry favor with Aunt Zhang, having realized that she could bring him certain advantages, and she was willing to assist him within her means. Consequently, 2 months later, Yi Jue became a helper in the kitchen, a role that was significantly more comfortable. His daily tasks involved chopping wood, fetching water, washing, and cutting vegetables. Initially, Aunt Zhang merely encouraged Yi Jue to assist more in the kitchen, but as his speed and skill in cutting vegetables improved, she proposed the idea of making him a permanent helper during one dinner, to which the shopkeeper nonchalantly agreed. After all, kitchen duties had often been shared among a few individuals, so now it was simply a matter of assigning one person to take responsibility. The shopkeeper had never mentioned compensation, and Yi Jue tacitly refrained from inquiring. Thus, in this tranquil existence, Yi Jue quietly transitioned to a more comfortable position. Chapter 35. Growth. As time gracefully flowed by, Yi Jue gradually adapted to life here. With the increase in his leisure hours, he began to contemplate his journey since arriving in this world. In the brief span of less than a decade, Yi Jue had experienced an abundance of events. From the moment of his birth, within his diminutive frame resided a mature soul. Under the care of his mother, he slowly engaged with this world, seizing every moment to acquire a semblance of self-preservation. Upon discovering that he had entered a realm of cultivators, he felt a mix of trepidation and excitement, ultimately transforming into a profound anticipation for the future during the spiritual root assessment. This innate talent also brought about a sense of complacency, as Yi Jue believed himself to be extraordinarily gifted and exceptional. In his mind, his family ought to furnish him with abundant resources, allowing him to swiftly ascend to the realm of foundation establishment and eventually to that of a golden core master. However, after a mere glimpse of the ancestral figure, all communication ceased. This led to an amplification of Yi Jue's inner unease, prompting him to commence his studies in talisman crafting. The advantages were manifold. Not only would it refine his magical abilities and bolster his reserves, but it would also generate some income in spirit stones, becoming a skill upon which he could rely in the future. The subsequent ease of life allowed Yi Jue to acclimate further to this world, slowly realizing that it was not as harsh as depicted in his past life. He had a father in the golden core stage and a family protected by a revered ancestor. While wandering cultivators might face difficulties, as a core disciple of his family, he was also able to enjoy a more serene aspect of this world. From this juncture, Many memories from his past life began to clash with his current understanding, as individuals tend to trust what they perceive with their own eyes and what they wish to believe deep within. At this stage, Yi Jue harbored few worries. Having set aside his previous perceptions of this world's harshness, choosing instead to relish its beautiful facets. Driven by personal enjoyment and the desire to better harness his opportunities, he became increasingly enamored with artifact refinement, even to the point of obsession. Influenced by Qianjuezi and his own inner relaxation, it was only when his life was threatened that he began to question the protective facade of his family. In that moment, Yi Jue realized that his exceptional spiritual root was both a gift and a source of potential malice. While his family could shield him from certain dangers, the internal animosities within the family were inescapable. With the resolution of his physical issues, Yi Jue began to earnestly strive to enhance his strength. Yet it was not until 6 months of reflection that he gradually comprehended the impact of both negative and positive mindsets on his future. Strength manifested in myriad forms. Yi Jue possessed commendable aptitude for cultivation, arguably among the finest of his generation. However, the limitations stemming from his past life's mentalities, habits, and thought patterns hindered him, rendering him somewhat out of sync with many cultivators in this world. Yi Jue understood many truths and recognized the world's cruelty, yet, akin to an ordinary individual in his previous life, understanding did not equate to capability. The trials imposed by his family, along with the accompanying indignities and frustrations of being unable to retaliate, further acclimated him to the harsh realities of this world. In his previous life, Yi Jue lived in an era of peace and prosperity where effort did not guarantee success, yet outcomes were seldom dire. Fairness was not a given, yet a relative sense of equity could be established. What struck Yi Jue most was the absence of rules in this world, a lack of fundamental order. Thus, after departing from the illusion of a warm family, the order constructed upon familial authority shattered. Yi Jue observed this chaotic world with a discerning eye, gradually awakening the wild instincts within. Concurrently, his obsession with strength began to resurface. Power was not solely defined by one's absolute capabilities. Often, all forces at one's disposal constituted a part of one's strength. Simultaneously, the timorous character cultivated under the constraints of order began to erode. With a weapon in hand, the desire to kill emerged. Xiaosan, chop this vegetable, he was called. Coming. Yi Jue responded, bowing slightly, his eyes devoid of any ripples, as if the earlier thoughts had never existed. When one is powerless to enact change, acceptance of reality becomes paramount. He now understood why his family assigned him trials as a servant rather than indulging in the frivolities of worldly pleasures like Etian. Yi Jue could be regarded as a certain candidate for golden core cultivation, and his family's concern was to prevent his downfall. Thus, the essence of his evaluation lay in patience and situational awareness. Otherwise, without discernment, provoking a high-level cultivator could only lead to a fatal conclusion. It was evident that Yi Jue had not yet altered his family's influence and required more resources from them, which implied that he needed to act in accordance with their expectations. Submission to authority and reverence for strength would most effectively ignite one's resolve toward the pursuit of power. For instance, at this juncture, Yi Jue's thoughts and aspirations revolved primarily around enhancing his strength, even if he could not yet concoct elixirs to rapidly elevate his cultivation. A shift in mindset would yield lifelong benefits. With a steadfast mind, peace of thought ensued, and unbeknownst to him, Yi Jue's spiritual awareness became increasingly refined. Although this transformation was not immediately apparent, it was indeed taking place. He appeared more like a mature servant than the youthful boy he once was. In the ensuing 6 months, life unfolded with an air of tranquility. Although there were moments when guests were received, Yi Jue no longer resisted these encounters, even finding value in the opportunity to observe the myriad facets of human existence. He felt a sense of bemusement as people tirelessly debated trivial matters for the sake of minor gains. At times, he pondered how, despite being among them, his aspirations diverged completely from theirs. Yet, he no longer regarded them with disdain as he once did. Instead, he adopted an attitude of indifference. Yi Jue could seamlessly assume his role, blending in without a trace of distinction. Occasionally, he would engage in light-hearted gossip with them, even boasting of having encountered celestial beings, which elicited laughter from the crowd, to which Yi Jue responded with a calm smile. He had learned to don a mask, understanding the profound divergence between the celestial and the earthly. Such transformations were also evident in Wang Xiaoer, though his growth was less pronounced than Yi Jue's. Chapter 36. Conclusion. The passage of time never halts for anyone. Tomorrow marks the completion of a year, and also Yi Jue's departure. That evening, Wang Xiaoer looked at Yi Jue and inquired, "Are you about to leave?" Yi Jue was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that this companion of a year would notice. He had merely conversed a little more with a few familiar faces today, but this perceptive individual had picked up on it. Yi Jue's first instinct was to let not this person affect his trial. If necessary, it would be easier to eliminate him and concoct a story to cover his tracks, ensuring everything would be well once he departed. However, knowing the man before him, Yi Jue allowed his thoughts to pass swiftly. "How did you discern that?" Yi Jue retorted. A glimmer of hope flickered in Wang Xiaoer's eyes. "They may not see it, but I can. You are unlike us. You lack understanding of many common matters. And you could never be one of our kind. The innkeeper likely sees it too, but he doesn't mind as long as you work. Others have not suspected anything. Although you have not exhibited anything particularly unusual these past few days, your interactions with Aunt Zhang have increased, and you've been staying up later at night. I surmise something significant is about to unfold in your life. I recall how bewildered you were when you first arrived. It has nearly been a year, and I suspect you are on the verge of leaving." Upon finishing, he looked at Yi Jue, who offered no rebuttal, and immediately knelt before him. "I hope that, given our year of camaraderie, you might grant me an opportunity." With that, he prostrated himself on the ground. Yi Jue observed this scene, his gaze flickering momentarily. The man before him possessed a remarkable acumen for navigating social nuances. However, the path of the celestial and the earthly diverges. Without spiritual roots, all is in vain. I can offer you an opportunity, but whether you seize it depends on you. I shall return here within the year, if fate allows. I would not mind bestowing upon you a chance. With that, he reclined on his bed, sleep eluding him. Though he understood that Yi Tianxing was safeguarding him and that his safety was not in jeopardy, the events of this final day, particularly the dialogue with Wang Xiaoer, had stirred a sense of urgency within him. After all, it was merely the final day. Those who travel 100 miles must not falter at 90. Yi Jue contemplated. "Brother Xiaoer, I have witnessed your transformation this past year. You have constantly sought opportunities to escape this place, yearning for a grand future. Yet, you may come to regret it. The stability and tranquility of this small town are sought by many. Do you still wish to gamble your life on that?" Lying in bed, Wang Xiaoer gazed at the ceiling with bright eyes. "Brother San, I do not wish to bring up old wounds. But do you remember the beating I endured? You felt the sensation of fate being entirely beyond your control, did you not? In that moment, all I desired was to crush him underfoot, to tear into his flesh and angrily proclaim that my dignity, Wang Xiaoer's dignity, is not something that can be trampled upon at will." Wang Xiaoer spoke these harsh words with a calm demeanor, yet they carried a chilling undertone. Is it not absurd? A mere first-tier servant daring to utter such a sacred word as dignity. With that, he chuckled softly, before succumbing to a fit of coughs that brought tears to his eyes. Yi Jue regarded this mortal, and, for reasons unknown, recalled the words of the old man who had attained the golden core, speaking of spiritual essence. Those favored by heaven must possess spiritual roots. This is the universe's gift to its beloved. Before him, Wang Xiaoer inexplicably evoked a sense of being cherished by the cosmos. Throughout that night, the two engaged in extensive conversation as the hours slipped away. As night deepened, Yi Jue's thoughts gradually drifted away amidst Wang Xiaoer's rhythmic breathing. As dawn broke and the sun climbed higher, Yi Jue received a message from Yi Tianxing. He and the innkeeper bid farewell. The establishment he had called home for a year, slowly fading from view. Before long, Yi Tianxing arrived, soaring in on his sword, ready to escort Yi Jue away from this mundane town. Observing the tranquil youth before him, Yi Tianxing nodded approvingly. He had been keenly aware of the changes in Yi Jue. "How do you feel? You are about to step into the vast and tumultuous realm of cultivation. Once you reach the latter stages of qi refinement, you will possess a measure of self-defense." Yi Jue nodded and then asked, "Could I obtain a map of this area? I wish to settle some past grievances upon my return." With a smile, Yi Tianxing produced a map marked with various locations as if he had anticipated the request. "This is customary. I once traversed a region where not a soul was to be seen for 10 miles. Do as you please. It is merely a mortal settlement." Yi Jue replied with a faint smile, "I appreciate your assistance, father." Before long, they arrived at the grand hall where the trials were announced. Unlike when they departed, most of those who returned appeared somewhat changed in temperament, with some individuals absent, likely having concluded their trials early and lifted the restrictions of the spirit-sealing pill. Though the effects remained potent, they were certainly not comparable to those who had undergone a year of sealing. "Yi Jue, why the caution? You seem to have truly experienced the hardships of the mortal realm," remarked a flamboyantly dressed female cultivator with a playful laugh. Yi Jue regarded the transformed figure of his fellow clanswoman for a moment before averting his gaze, his expression betraying no emotion. The female cultivator, having been scrutinized, offered a slightly disinterested chuckle before turning to jest with other returning cultivators. Clearly, Yi Jue was not the only one who had undergone a transformation. Yet, what remained unchanged was that those standing here now possessed a resolute determination that far surpassed their previous selves. The cultivators, cleansed by the trials of the mortal world, stood in stark contrast to those who had only known the rigors of solitary cultivation. As for the demonic path, these cultivators, or those with a significant hope of establishing their foundation, would find that the disparities in temperament would directly reflect in their techniques and cultivation progress, ultimately determining how far they could journey in the path of immortality. The cultivation techniques of the demonic path are renowned for their rapid advancement. However, only a select few families have devised trials to assist their disciples in enhancing their mental fortitude. Without such preparations, should they later encounter adversities that damage their resolve, they may succumb to inner demons, rendering their cultivation stagnant and resulting in the family's investments being squandered. With this thought in mind, Yi Jue realized that he still stood a step away from the quintessential demonic path, a gap likely attributable to postnatal cultivation. He pondered how his family might arrange for him in this regard. Would the extension of his lifespan gradually morph him into an old demon? Yi Jue dismissed this notion, firmly believing that every transformation has its cause. Chapter 37. The 10th layer of Qi cultivation. As a gentle breeze swept through, several streaks of light darted into the hall. A group of cultivators, unseen for a year, soared in on their swords, dressed in black robes adorned with dark red patterns. They epitomized the distinctive attire of the Huangquan Valley. The leading middle-aged man spoke. Congratulations to all. We shall now proceed to the reward segment. Follow me. He led the group to a series of rooms on the second floor, explaining some regulations along the way. According to his instructions, Yi Jue entered a cultivation chamber, devoid of any decorative embellishments save for a few engraved restrictions. One by one, he disabled these barriers, stripped off his garments, and settled into the water-filled tub at the center of the room. After achieving a tranquil state, he retrieved a vial of green liquid that had just been bestowed upon him and poured it entirely into the tub. As the liquid mingled with the water, it gradually transformed into a scalding heat. Yi Jue began to sense the flow of spiritual energy anew. Upon perceiving this energy, he meticulously guided it to circulate in accordance with the 9th layer of his cultivation method. As the medicinal effects took hold, he effortlessly broke through to the 9th layer, which was entirely expected. However, the subsequent scene left Yi Jue with a sense of awe regarding the profound depth of the great families. The breakthrough state did not conclude even after he reached the 9th layer. With an abundance of spiritual energy now at his disposal, Yi Jue greedily absorbed it without reservation. As he operated his cultivation technique, the spiritual energy eagerly surged into his body. Time slipped away unnoticed in this efficient and ethereal state of cultivation, and before long, he attained the perfection of the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. What followed was simple. With a determined spirit, he aimed to break through once more. The 10th layer of Qi cultivation was achieved. This milestone marked him as a minor adept, especially within the realm of cultivation where scattered practitioners predominantly hovered around the 8th or 9th layers. At this juncture, Yi Jue had secured a modicum of self-protection in this vast and tumultuous world of cultivation. With the family's allotted time still ongoing, Yi Jue continued to refine his cultivation under the favorable conditions. As time flowed on, his aura deepened to an unfathomable extent, and he had entered the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm. Just then, the cultivation period concluded, and upon receiving the signal, Yi Jue stood and dispelled the barriers of the cultivation chamber. Observing his peers emerging with auras exceeding the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, he revealed his newfound strength, prompting astonished glances in his direction, as they had not anticipated such fruitful gains from him. Yi Jue, however, remained indifferent to their stares. Calmly, he exited the grand hall and returned to his modest bamboo cottage. The lengthy trial had left him both physically and mentally exhausted. He needed to retreat and reflect upon his acquisitions, as well as devise a plan for his future path. Inevitably, he had to address the matter regarding the individuals at the tavern, and he also considered utilizing the spirit testing pearl to assess Wang Shao's spiritual root aptitude. Should the boy possess celestial potential, Yi Jue would not hesitate to grant this clever and industrious youth an opportunity to alter his fate. Silent contemplation ensued. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Yi Jue had always held fast to the belief that the strong prey upon the weak, and grievances must be repaid in kind. Given the chance, he would ensure that the wealthy troublemaker from the tavern would come to regret his existence in this world. Ironically, Yi Jue had never formally studied the secret arts of the demonic path, yet he possessed a modicum of understanding. If necessary, he could seek assistance from Tian. Nevertheless, he preferred not to pursue that route. Instead, he contemplated forging a demonic artifact through the method of blood refinement. Conveniently, he had several suitable artifacts at hand, but the initial forging required a significant amount of mortal blood essence. Initially hesitant, he had refrained from attempting it. However, considering that Tian had mentioned an upcoming family assassination mission, during which Tian had almost lost his life, Yi Jue resolved to settle mundane affairs before the mission and subsequently take the rudimentary refined blood artifact to initiate his trial through slaughter. To ensure the quality of the initial product, he would enlist the help of Master Qianjuizi. Days later, after procuring all necessary materials from Yi Tianxing, Yi Jue sought out Qianjuizi. Consequently, 365 delicate needles and a needle case appeared in his hands. Following this, Yi Jue visited Yi Tianxing and discreetly departed Huangquan Valley with an elderly servant. Days later, a young servant disciple joined the Yi family, and Yi Jue entered seclusion. Time slipped quietly by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One day, a communication jade talisman flew into the bamboo cottage. As the barrier flickered, the talisman materialized on Yi Jue's desk. Yi Jue slowly concluded his cultivation and sensed the information within the talisman. Shortly thereafter, he rose and exited the bamboo cottage, dispelling all barriers before taking flight on his sword. This mission marked Yi Jue's inaugural family task. Within the family, any member wishing to undertake a mission from the valley must first confront this task, which many jestingly referred to as the extermination mission. As a core disciple, Yi Jue enjoyed the privilege of absorbing the family's spiritual energy without performing tasks. However, this would no longer be the case once he reached the late stages of qi cultivation. Tian had previously clarified that the first trial was more of a benefit than a true task. Strictly speaking, it posed little danger. However, the likelihood of unforeseen complications in this current mission was significant. Thus, the Elder Council personally selected the participants, thereby averting numerous family tragedies. This was the family's final act of kindness. Thereafter, everything would depend on the sword in hand. Naturally, Yi Jue had long requested 2 life-preserving treasures from Yi Tianxing, ensuring his safety. As his power gradually increased, Yi Jue found himself intersecting with Yi Tianxing more frequently. The family also permitted this progression, even facilitating certain conveniences. After all, the family's millennia-long foundation rested on numerous regulations within the valley. Yet, reality dictated that this family would likely yield at least 2 core formation cultivators, prompting everyone to cultivate goodwill. Moreover, his heavenly root aptitude granted Yi Jue certain advantages in various aspects. For instance, the infernal spirit fire within him theoretically required a vast amount of contribution points and spiritual stones for a fusion opportunity, yet the family had never mentioned this requirement. Similarly, the search for the azurized flame had also consumed a considerable portion of the family's resources. Numerous other benefits could be cited, but I shall refrain from enumerating them all. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Jue occasionally reflected on the warmth of his family, a sentiment stemming from his potential. Yet good deeds are not necessarily dictated by one's heart. Chapter 38, The Annihilation Task. After a brief interval, Yi Jue arrived at a mountain stronghold. Recalling the mission he received through the Jade Talisman, he understood that disciples from his clan had encountered misfortune here, allegedly at the hands of rogue cultivators and mountain bandits. Other disciples had already set off to investigate the rogues, and the clan demanded a complete extermination of the bandits. Yi Jue, however, was indifferent to who had perished here or the role of the bandits. Had it been the Yi Jue of a year prior, he might have harbored a flicker of compassion for such bloody slaughter. Yet at this moment, all he desired was to utilize the blood of these 1,000 bandits to sharpen his 365 blood rays. Indeed, the method of blood refinement was far more suited to demonic artifacts. Yi Jue was confident that, after this event, this artifact would truly attain the power of a top-tier magical instrument. With each step, he claimed a life, slowly making his way up the mountain. His consciousness swept across the area, far exceeding that of an ordinary 10th-layer qi cultivator, rendering the commoners as easy prey. All sentries were swiftly eliminated, and even numerous birds fell victim to a flash of blood rays, drained of their essence. The entire forest gradually descended into silence. These blood rays were a set of needle-like magical instruments, intricately combined with Yi Jue's own needle techniques, transforming with remarkable speed, as if a rain of blood were falling from the heavens. Furthermore, this treasure could absorb the essence and spirit of others to refine itself, retaining a portion of its sentience, making it a premier demonic artifact. At that moment, The artifact's initial trial in Yi Jue's hands was indeed overkill against a group of utterly defenseless mortals. Meanwhile, the stronghold's main hall was bustling with a wedding celebration. As the second-in-command had taken a new concubine, the entire stronghold was in high spirits, singing, dancing, and feasting heartily. As Yi Jue approached the entrance, he couldn't help but smile at the lively scene before him. Very well, let them all indulge, he mused, and with a flick of his sleeve, the 365 blood rays ascended as if riding the wind, charging towards the main hall. As the crimson light enveloped the area, the revelers began to collapse one by one. Within mere moments, the grand hall transformed into a hellish scene, yet curiously, there were no visible traces of bloodshed, as if everyone had simply drunk too much and fallen asleep. After absorbing the blood of these commoners, the blood rays shone even brighter. Yi Jue continued forward with a calm demeanor. His mission required him to procure a token as proof of completion. He contemplated raiding the treasure vault for 2 mundane curiosities. However, his senses detected a living soul still present. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed the blood rays towards the figure, who miraculously evaded the strike. Yi Jue raised an eyebrow. The speed of his artifact was unparalleled. A mere mortal could never hope to evade it, especially since he had enveloped the entire stronghold with his consciousness and executed a harvest of blood rays. Theoretically, there should have been no room for error. It was indeed a peculiar occurrence. Observing the gaunt man before him, clad in a red robe, Yi Jue expressionlessly commanded the blood rays to strike. The man's face contorted in despair as he attempted to speak, but the blood rays swiftly reduced him to a bloody pulp, which was then entirely absorbed. Yi Jue calmly entered the secret chamber he had detected earlier. Savoring the superior essence he absorbed compared to that of the commoners, he mused. No matter what fortune you possess, this is merely the first step on the path of cultivation. It holds no value for me. He took a moment to admire his bounty, surveying the chamber filled with gold, silver, jewelry, various tomes, and precious stones. Though this stronghold boasted many martial artists, they were but a force among mortals, ultimately powerless against cultivators who had transcended human limitations. Within a brief span, the mountains were devoid of any survivors. Under the blanket of his consciousness, the life essence had been extinguished, leaving no visible wounds. Many had died so swiftly that their smiles remained etched upon their faces. This annihilation task had become somewhat trivial for Yi Jue at this point. After all, not long ago, he had joined forces with Yi Tianqing's seasoned servant to execute a similar mission, a moment that had stirred a flicker of emotion within him. Yet, gazing at the refined artifact he had crafted, any lingering guilt dissipated. Cultivators rise from humble beginnings, yet they are no longer insignificant. Yi Jue casually selected 2 pieces of agate, admiring their beauty. He then cast a cleansing wind talisman to erase all traces of his presence before soaring away on his sword, completing the task without a ripple of disturbance. Upon returning to the clan, he submitted 1 piece of agate as proof and casually placed the other on a stone platform in the Ling Miao garden, atop which lay a vividly colored, ordinary stone. This was yet another of Yi Jue's quirky habits, leaving a token as proof of his annihilation tasks. These remnants were the stepping stones on his journey toward the pinnacle of the cultivation world. After returning to his bamboo dwelling, Yi Jue activated his protective barrier and began his training. Advancing through the early to mid stages of qi cultivation was relatively straightforward. However, overexerting oneself could harm the meridians, leading to more harm than good. The later stages required a more diligent approach to achieve perfection. Thus, Yi Jue dedicated his spare time to cultivation, rarely venturing out unless boredom or an overwhelming urge for activity compelled him. However, it was noteworthy that despite the simplicity of this task, he was rewarded with 20 spirit stones, which left him both amused and bemused. After only 2 or 3 days of cultivation, a communication talisman arrived. Yi Jue deactivated the barrier and began attending to his guest. Incense was lit, water was boiled, and tea was brewed. As the water bubbled, a tall, graceful figure appeared in the reception hall. "How did your annihilation task go?" Yi Tian directly inquired as she took a seat. Yi Jue did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a tea strainer, added 4 or 5 tea leaves to the teapot, rinsed them, and poured a cup for Yi Tian, then served himself. He savored the aroma, nodding in satisfaction before replying, "The annihilation task? Quite simple. Facing a group of mortals with 10th layer qi cultivation posed no challenge whatsoever. With my consciousness enveloping the area, it was a straightforward sweep." Yi Tian regarded Yi Jue, momentarily at a loss for words, as if gazing upon a formidable demon. Previously, she had always seen him as a refined and polite gentleman, embodying the virtues of a righteous scion, often lamenting how well his mother had protected him. Now, however, her perspective seemed to warrant reconsideration. To kill one is a crime. To slaughter thousands is an act of might. Slaying 900,000 marks one as the greatest among the mighty. Observing the seemingly indifferent Yi Jue, Tian found herself at a loss for words. Yi Jue, in contrast, chuckled, Sister Tianer, I hope you weren't too frightened to act back then. Chapter 39, Foundation Establishment. Tian rolled her eyes slightly. Although she had indeed felt a twinge of fear at the time, she was far from intimidated now. I have come for two matters. After this, I shall enter seclusion to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Yi Jue paused, clearly realizing that this woman would soon be addressed as his master's aunt. However, Foundation Establishment? What could possibly be so significant that you would delay such monumental matters? Tian gazed at the youth before her, a hint of hesitation flickering in her eyes, yet it was quickly replaced by resolve. I wish to share a tale with you, a tale steeped in blood. Once, there was a young girl who eschewed the rigors of cultivation in favor of the wonders of novelty. The mere thought of training would give her a headache. Yet, she found immense joy in the study of illustrations, particularly those depicting rare materials and treasures, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of them. Her charming disposition endeared her to the elders of her clan, who, fearing her exceptional talent and natural aptitude, refrained from reprimanding her. Thus, she navigated her carefree childhood with ease, only to eventually partake in the clan's trials. The first trial demanded she assume the role of a wealthy heiress, and she adeptly amassed an array of fascinating materials and unique crafting techniques. However, due to the indulgence she received from her family, the myriad luxuries of the mortal realm held no allure for her. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue recognized that the girl was indeed the embodiment of a person lost in frivolity. The thought of such an innocent soul embarking on a mission of extermination tugged at his heartstrings. Without a moment's pause, Tian continued her narrative. As expected, she commenced her mission of annihilation, initially finding it thrilling as she cut through her foes. Yet, as time passed, her hands began to tremble. These were human lives she was extinguishing. She yearned to halt her actions, but felt paralyzed by fear. She understood that as a mere chi cultivator, she was as mortal as anyone else, susceptible to death by blade or sword. Yet, gazing at the blood-soaked remnants of the stronghold, terror gripped her heart. At that moment, Tian looked at Yi Jue, her eyes slightly reddened. Do you think her shameful? Yi Jue remained silent, lost in thought. Just as her fear peaked, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The chieftain of the stronghold, a formidable opponent, severely injured her. In that instant, her fear transformed into a paralyzing dread of death itself. Consequently, she unleashed her ultimate gambit, obliterating everything in her path. Following the explosion, the ground lay littered with remains, and she stood amidst the scene of hell on earth. Her hands stained with the blood of her victims, burdened by the weight of her sins. It was then that she truly comprehended the nature of the cultivation world. Upon concluding her tale, Tian erupted into laughter, as if the emotional turmoil she had just expressed was merely an act. What of you? How do you perceive this trial? Yi Jue found himself momentarily at a loss for words. During the trial, I endured the hardships of the lower class, pondering for half a year before realizing that this world is inherently predatory. In times of poverty, one can only safeguard oneself. I possess neither the power to alter this reality nor the means to do so. Cultivation is merely an obsession, a fervor for strength that is not inherently flawed. Perhaps it is my cold-hearted nature. During my first blood sacrifice, I felt nothing but nausea, devoid of fear. Yi Jue hesitated, aware that he had witnessed a more stable world, which intensified his disdain for this reality. Often, the discordance of this world led him to act with excessive fervor. After my first act of violence, I felt the primal instincts within me awaken. By the second extermination, however, I was left with an unsettling calm. Tian glanced up at Yi Jue. You recognize the chasm between mortals and immortals, yet you do not regard these mortals as kin? Yi Jue nodded slightly, meeting her gaze with a smile. After establishing my foundation, you shall have a lifespan of 200 years. Treating mortals as equals will only lead them to see you as a monster. Besides, they refer to you as a celestial master. One must embody the essence of such a title. Tian regarded the individual before her, somewhat astonished by his rapid maturation. His ability to adapt surpassed her own at that age. Cultivators of both the demonic and righteous paths trust only in themselves. The demonic perspective allows for diverse beliefs. As long as one believes and practices, that is their true path. Tian, of course, could not grasp this fully. while Yi Jue's exposure to both worlds offered him a glimpse of the self-centric nature of existence. Observing the youth's determination and resolve, Yi Tian let out a quiet sigh. The second matter pertains to news regarding your mother. This is the reason I did not immediately retreat to establish my foundation. Your mother once aided me, which is why I have been amiable towards you. The moment I first laid eyes upon you, I recognized you as the child of Aunt Shu. Yi Jue was momentarily taken aback. Has something happened to my mother? With Yi Tian's elucidation, Yi Jue learned that Shu Linger had not encountered any misfortune. Rather, by sheer coincidence, she had discovered a secret location filled with spiritual plants and herbs, unknowingly stumbling upon the abode of an ancient cultivator. However, she had become ensnared by the restrictions of the inheritance within. Now that the secret realm had been uncovered by the clan, Yi Tian fortuitously found Shu Linger trapped within. After consulting ancient texts, it was determined that this was an inheritance left behind by a righteous cultivator. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue could hardly contain himself. Yi Tian smiled gently. This is beyond our reach. I merely wanted to inform you that your mother is safe. The rest lies in your hands. I shall return to prepare for my seclusion. After establishing my foundation, I will primarily focus on traveling and rigorous meditation. Should you require anything in the future, seek me out in my abode. You are also welcome to visit at any time. Farewell. Yi Jue watched as the carefree girl departed, pursuing the path of immortality. Pondering her thoughts, as Yi Tian soared into the sky, she left behind a remark. The tea is delightful, and your skills are commendable. Until we meet again. Yi Jue tidied up, a faint smile gracing his lips at her words. After all, it was his own interpretation of the tea ceremony from his past life that had undergone countless personal trials. Subsequently, he exited, sealing the barriers behind him, and made his way to Yi Tianqing's residence. Father, I have news regarding my mother. Yi Tianqing regarded him with the expression of one who had encountered a fool. I thought you had forgotten about her. I have been closely monitoring the situation. Your mother has been wandering since she left, unaware that she had entered another's abode and only realized her predicament afterward. Had your trial not delayed me, I would have fetched her sooner. Your timing is fortuitous. I shall lead the exploration of the cave and bring you along for the experience. With that, he issued commands, and soon several core disciples arrived. Yi Tianqing produced a small vessel, which he enlarged upon exiting, allowing Yi Jue and the other 6 to ascend into the sky. On the journey, Yi Tianqing began to explain the origins of their task. This cave is located slightly beyond the Yellow Springs Valley and was not unearthed by our kin. The Zong family, an affiliated clan of the Hahuan sect, made the initial discovery. However, our clan members have priority in entering, as this matter was reported by our kin who were on duty here. We, in the Yellow Springs Valley, have always adhered to principles of virtue, and the excavation of this cave will be a joint endeavor. There is minimal danger involved. We have an agreement with the Zong family that whoever discovers it first shall claim it. However, this is merely for formality's sake. It is common sense to act with discretion in such matters. Would you not agree? As Yi Jue listened to this grandiloquent rhetoric, he began to understand why Yi Tianqing wished to have him accompany him. Though those of the demonic path adhered to strict regulations, it did not mean they lacked fangs. They merely executed their actions with a veneer of cleanliness. The concepts of fairness and agreement were but a jest when the disparity in strength was so evident. Even if the Zong family had uncovered the secret realm, what of it? At most, they would consider their shared status as affiliated sects and avoid overt hostility, merely being careful with their facade. After a brief period, the group arrived at a valley. The environment within this valley is delightful, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant scent of flowers. A vibrant array of blossoms carpets the ground, resembling an ocean of blooms. Soon, a shuttle-shaped artifact descends, carrying a group of cultivators clad in flamboyant red attire. Opposite them is a similar group of 5 or 6 individuals. A woman approaches, playfully teasing. Brother E, it has been decades since we last met. Shall we visit my flower fragrance pavilion for a drink? I have a rare brew of floral essence that can enhance our dual cultivation by 30%. Yi Tianqing disregards the alluring woman before him and lightly pats Yi Jue, who is abruptly jolted awake, realizing how naive he is. The woman's enchanting techniques are evidently advanced, and he nearly fell victim to them. He resolves to develop countermeasures against such charm arts in the future, lest he suffer further losses. Yi Jue, indeed, has been unwittingly caught up in this. Too close to Yi Tianqing, who is attentively watching over him. Zhong Libo, representing the Huangquan Valley, states, there are 3 openings in this secret realm, abundant with spirit beasts, spirit herbs, and spiritual materials. Given this foundation, it is highly likely to be the cave dwelling of a golden core cultivator. Thus, Our party of 6 shall enter 2 at each opening as per our agreement, without engaging in conflict, and take whatever we can. In the future, this place will belong to both of our clans, divided equally, opened once every 20 years for 3 days each time. Zhong Libo, with a playful sway of her waist. Giggles, Brother Yi, your words are so heartless, they really hurt my tender heart. I shall comply with your wishes. Afterward, they work together to stabilize the restraints and then open the 3 gaps, directing everyone to enter. Of course, the disciples heading towards the spirit beast area have received secret instructions to locate Shuling Air and rescue her, using their combined strength to eliminate the other 2. This matter is set aside for now. Observing the crowd entering, Yi Jue can discern that this place harbors considerable accumulation. However, based on Yi Tianxing's earlier description, the ancient restraints here suggest a long-standing origin. Had it not been for the diminishing spiritual energy, this place might have persisted indefinitely. It remains uncertain whose cave dwelling this is and what heritage it holds, leaving Yi Jue with an insatiable curiosity. He understands that this secret realm is not something he can covet at his current level. The next opportunity will be in 20 years. By then, if he wishes to witness the wonders within, he can request a quota from his clan. Contemplating this, he ponders whether Shuling Air is fortunate or unfortunate to have wandered and only to become trapped. Outside, only Yi Tianxing and the 2 others remain, and a certain individual sits beside Yi Tianxing. Yi Jue must maintain a respectful distance, unable to discern their conversation. He feigns disinterest, yet he comprehends that the Golden Core cultivator's affairs are beyond his reach, especially since Shuling Air will soon emerge. Surely, nothing will go awry. 3 days later, Yi Jue observes the 2 in the distance, unsure how to express himself. They have remained motionless for 3 days, and even a fool knows this cannot be genuine. Eventually, they rise and unlock the restraints, revealing Shuling Air and Wang Ku'er emerging from within, somewhat disheveled but showing no signs of injury. Mother, are you all right? Yi Jue inquires with concern. Shuling Air shakes her head and swiftly approaches Yi Tianxing. Suddenly, she sniffs the air, her eyes clouding momentarily with an enigmatic shadow. Yet she remains silent. Yi Tianxing shows little concern, merely expressing a modicum of care before tallying the spoils of their venture. 1 individual has perished, with 1,000 contributions recorded for their clan to be inherited by their family. All gains will be calculated at market value, divided by 10. While non-secret realm items may be dealt with freely, all who return alive shall receive an opportunity to select a secret technique from the Sutra Pavilion. All right, step forward and present your offerings, affirm your resolve, and you may then depart. As the crowd steps forward, Yi Tianxing sets up a formation and begins documenting contributions and acquisitions. Yi Jue's eyes widen at the sight of numerous spirit herbs, some hundreds and even 1,000 years old, alongside a wealth of spiritual materials and beasts. Shuling Air has also submitted several spirit beasts, while Wang Ku'er has nothing to report. At that moment, Yi Jue notices Shuling Air producing a spirit beast egg, which stirs with a flicker of ghostly spirit fire from within, as if sensing something. Without hesitation, Yi Jue requests the egg from Yi Tianxing. As his spiritual sense reaches into the egg, he perceives a small creature resembling a raccoon, leaving him both curious and apprehensive about its future form. However, given its resonance with the ghostly spirit fire, he ponders whether this connection is with his spiritual body or merely with the fire itself. A test can be conducted upon their return. Mother, it has been so long since we last met. Shall we return now? Shuling Air silently gazes at Yi Tianxing, who unexpectedly grasps her hand and ascends into the air, disappearing from sight. He then communicates with the group to return together. Yi Jue, along with the others, safely returns to Huangquan Valley. After reporting back, he takes Wang Ku'er to their small bamboo house. Amidst a crowd of onlookers, Yi Jue is eager to uncover the details of their years apart. As Wang Ku'er slowly recounts their experiences, Yi Jue gradually gains insight. Initially, their journey was solely to procure ingredients mentioned in ancient texts. However, they soon discovered that many descriptions were exaggerated or altered due to the drastic changes in the world, resulting in disappointing outcomes. Wang Ku'er then suggested searching for suitable spirit herbs as substitutes, and each attempt led to delightful feasts, which Shuling Air naturally relished. With their seclusion in the mountains, far from prying eyes, they enjoyed a carefree existence, allowing Wang Ku'er to take the lead. Chapter 41. The Little Raccoon Unexpectedly. The two stumbled upon a flower valley, where a faint spiritual energy lingered, giving rise to various low-tier spirit herbs, though devoid of a spiritual vein. This picturesque valley captivated them, and they wandered about. However, they unwittingly ventured into another space, becoming unable to return. Though the area was rich in spiritual energy, it was fraught with restraints, akin to entering through a back door, and they found themselves stranded in a half-formed realm, lingering on the periphery. They were ultimately ensnared due to the shifting landscape of the restraints. Only upon being rescued did they explore alongside the disciples of Huangquan Valley, discovering several resource points. It was then that they pilfered the spirit beast egg, which was entirely unremarkable within that cave, lacking any other treasures or signs of habitation. Shulinger seized the egg and fled, unopposed by any spirit beast, entirely unaware of its nature, as there were no records of such a creature, likely a variant. Thus, it fortuitously became Yi Jue's possession. Yi Jue stares at the spirit beast egg in his hands, uncertain how to proceed. Should he perhaps infuse it with some ghostly spirit fire? He muses, will it turn into a roasted kitten? With this thought, he conveys his intent to the ghostly spirit fire, which responds by channeling pure Yin energy into the egg. Moments later, the egg begins to radiate with brilliance, and soon, cracks start to form on its shell. Before me appeared a diminutive creature resembling a raccoon, though it was entirely devoid of fur and quite damp. I gently cradled it in my hands, and it cast a glance at me before emitting a series of eager cries towards the eggshell. I then set it down beside the shell. At that moment, Wang Kuer gazed at the little creature with wide, sparkling eyes. The tiny being clutched the eggshell with its paws, nibbling at it while cautiously retreating a couple of steps to observe Wang Kuer, as if wary of her intentions. Just as she prepared to move, the little creature seized a large piece of the eggshell and scurried away, calling out anxiously to me. Wang Kuer paused her movements. The creature turned back to glance at her, taking a few steps closer before returning to the eggshell to continue its nibbling. Seeing this adorable little being, I felt a surge of affection and contemplated a name for it. Observing its appearance, I worried that my mother would return and claim naming rights, so I decisively declared, "Littly, do you like this name?" As I spoke, I gently stroked the creature. It remained focused on its eggshell, only twisting its body slightly to glance at me. Wang Kuer seemed poised to say something, but I interrupted, stating, "Silence implies consent. We shall call it Littly." After the little one finished its piece of eggshell, I took it back to my room, where I gently wiped its body with warm water and prepared a cozy nest for it to rest, relocating the eggshell to its new abode. The little creature nestled against the eggshell and promptly fell asleep. By evening, Shulinger returned, albeit immediately retreating to her room without emerging. Wang Kuer and I resigned ourselves to the situation and enjoyed a sumptuous spiritual meal. Remarkably, Little Lee awoke and partook in the meal as well, showing no signs of selective eating. I was uncertain whether it was appropriate to feed it, so I contemplated consulting the scriptures in the morning. I offered it a bit of everything, and the little creature ate, slept, and played with the eggshell, coming to me when it saw me and resting in its nest when I was out of sight. Life for it seemed quite fulfilling. The following day, I visited the scripture repository and consulted with some clan members who raised spiritual beasts. They informed me that different spiritual beasts possess varying dietary needs, but each creature is aware of what it cannot consume. This reassurance eased my worries. Wang Kuer, delighted, began experimenting with various offerings for Little Lee, spiritual plants, pastries, and meats. To our surprise, Little Lee accepted everything, though it did discard some items after sampling them. Wang Kuer discerned its culinary preferences. It favored meat, was open to vegetables, but shunned pastries. Freshness was key, and it preferred softer textures, perhaps due to its newly sprouted teeth or perhaps its inherent laziness. Indeed, Little Lee was quite lazy. It would rather remain still than move, sit instead of stand, and lie down instead of sit, embodying a feline-esque understanding of life's essence. Shulinger glanced at Little Lee without expressing much, but she tacitly accepted its presence at mealtime. I understood that she had discerned my father, Yi Tianxing, was not entirely forthcoming, which irked her. However, there was little to be done. This world, steeped in the cultivation of immense power, operates under stringent hierarchies. Unless Shulinger achieves her core formation, it is unlikely that Yi Tianxing will behave with complete honesty. Yet, she seemed to comprehend this. Feeling somewhat unsettled but not excessively angry. Such is the nature of this world. Without strength, nothing can be adequately safeguarded. How is your mother? Has her mood improved? She seems to be enjoying herself more and is even engaging with Little Lee, I inquired. Oh, you hatched that spiritual beast egg? Quite interesting. It is entirely white-furred now. I wonder how that came to be. I'm tempted to rename it. However, it exhibits a rather lazy temperament and has not yet displayed any innate talents or taken the initiative to cultivate. You should care for it for now. Establish a basic spiritual contract with this unfamiliar creature and assess its potential. Some exotic beasts have lengthy growth cycles, and it is not uncommon for their attributes to remain hidden in the short term. I nodded in agreement. Yes, father. Yi Tianqing regarded the young man before him with a hint of pride. In his youth, he too had been quite charismatic, even fathering several children, some of whom possessed notable talents while others were of average aptitude. However, none matched the spiritual root potential of Yi Jue. Yi Jue had never met these elder brothers. Yet as the clan's firstborn, he undoubtedly benefited from certain preferential resources. Still, when it came to foundation building, results depended on aptitude, and Yi Tianqing could only make arrangements without guarantees, given the many core formation cultivators within the clan. The secret methods for nurturing spiritual beasts existed within the clan, yet those suitable for Little Li were not assured. Let us wait and see, he advised. Ascertaining its attributes will allow for the use of corresponding spiritual materials. My visit was indeed motivated by Little Li. Over the past few days, after consuming the eggshell, its fur began to grow, although its subsequent growth was considerably slower. I had never raised a spiritual beast nor intended to, but the creature's cuteness and the responsive nature of my own constitution compelled me to invest some effort. To my dismay, however, my journey was not straightforward. Yi Tianqing failed to recognize this type of spiritual beast. I had no choice but to settle for a spiritual beast contract. Chapter 42. Attributes of Darkness reflecting on Yi Tianqing's earlier mention. The clan would arrange for me to join the Yuan Sect once I reached the 11th level of Qi refinement. I fell into a contemplative silence. Though Yi Tianqing implied he would consult me regarding future arrangements for my cultivation and the clauses concerning resource support, these had yet to be specifically agreed upon. The clan lacked precedents for nurturing disciples with heavenly spiritual roots, and this agreement would fill that void, providing a reference for future generations. Thus, it required some time. However, I understood that I currently possessed little leverage against the clan. While it appeared I had options, in reality, I had none. From Yi Tianqing's words, it was evident that my inclusion in the Yuan Sect was highly probable, although I did not object to the idea. The abrupt departure from a place I had long called home was somewhat disconcerting. Furthermore, I wondered whether my heavenly spiritual root would attract unwanted attention within the sect. It was easy to evade overt threats, but subtle dangers were much harder to anticipate. The clan had accumulated resources over millennia, creating a tightly knit community, and it would be challenging for core formation cultivators to sever ties. In contrast, the Yuan Sect was a mixed bag, where it was not uncommon for scattered cultivators to thrive. I was mired in complex thoughts, yet felt no fear. I simply needed to prepare for whatever challenges might arise, whether they be soldiers or floods. My focus remained on establishing a solid foundation as soon as possible. Upon returning to my bamboo dwelling, I followed the procedures outlined in the spiritual beast contract, successfully establishing a basic blood pact. To my surprise, Little Li showed no resistance and readily accepted the contract. I could faintly sense its emotions, which seemed to carry a hint of joy. This type of blood contract allowed for a basic connection of intentions and would enable me to benefit from some of its cultivation achievements as it progressed, typically resulting in a modest increase in vitality. The spirit beasts evolve at a slow pace, taking a considerable amount of time, and as they reach the later stages, they often fail to keep up with their master's cultivation speed. Hence, Yi Jue has little interest in nurturing spirit beasts, as this is a need of the family's power. The formidable combat strength acquired over a prolonged period is a result of such accumulation. Gently sensing the situation, the conveyed message regarding cultivation was that it was temporarily unfeasible, perhaps due to its youth. However, it did inform Yi Jue that it required copious amounts of blood-rich meat to accelerate its growth. The description was akin to a joyous woof-woof, expressing its happiness. After a lengthy guessing game filled with various emotions, they finally understood. Subsequently, Yi Jue procured second-grade blood beef, and after Wang Kuer prepared it, Yi Jue also indulged in steak, feeding the half-cooked portion to the little raccoon. This temporarily resolved the little raccoon's dietary needs. Yi Jue couldn't help but feel relieved that the little raccoon did not require milk. Months later, a small cat resembling a fox darted swiftly through the bamboo forest. Its paws occasionally shimmered with white light, leveraging itself among the bamboos. Yi Jue stood with hands clasped behind his back. After months, it had finally reached the initial stage of first-grade cultivation. It was no easy feat yet. Shadow attribute beasts are rare, and no innate abilities had been observed. The little raccoon leaped onto Yi Jue's shoulder, playfully tugging at his clothing. Yi Jue gently pushed the little raccoon down, cradling it in his arms. The little raccoon yelped in excitement, eager for praise, displaying a charmingly spirited demeanor. Though not expecting much from the little raccoon's combat prowess, Yi Jue nonchalantly retrieved a shadow attribute flower. It seemed the higginbana flower suited the little raccoon well. Moreover, while there weren't many things in the Yellow Springs Valley Higanbana flowers were abundant. Therefore, the various ages of these flowers were generally not considered precious. Of course, those over 300 years old remained somewhat valuable. But such spiritual materials were not on par with medicinal herbs. Given Yi Jue's wealth, this was hardly a concern. Furthermore, Yi Jue occasionally visited Yi Tianxing, reaping considerable benefits. The relationship between his parents had improved significantly over the past 2 months, thanks to Yi Jue's persistent matchmaking efforts and Yi Tianxing's relentless dedication. Recently, Shu Linger had shed her previous frown, returning to her usual playful and cunning demeanor, leading Yi Jue to fall for her tricks once again. However, Yi Jue had developed some resistance, prompting Shu Linger to exclaim that he was no longer as entertaining as in childhood. As Yi Jue sensed the growing power of the netherfire within him and the little raccoon's affection, a smile blossomed on his face. This shadow attribute was indeed a rare quality, and it was fortunate that there were numerous shadow attribute spiritual entities in the world. Just as Yi Jue prepared to cultivate a spell, a jade talisman arrived, sent by Yi Tianxing. Upon sensing it, a contemplative expression crossed Yi Jue's face. Finally, it had arrived. It seemed the wait was over. Leaving behind a sound transmission talisman, he soared into the wind, riding his sword toward the location indicated by Yi Tianxing's talisman. Upon his arrival, the once boisterous hall fell silent at his knock. Present were numerous late-stage foundation establishment and false core stage cultivators, the heads of various institutions within the valley. Among them were 3 core formation elders, who typically disregarded mundane matters. These 3 were responsible for main tasks, rewards and punishments, and household affairs, specifically the heads of the Qinquan Hall, the Criminal Hall, and the clan leader. Generally, these 3 positions were held by core formation cultivators, serving more as overseers than as active participants in specific affairs. This meeting's primary focus revolved around Yi Jue. In simple terms, it concerned the distribution of resources within the clan. This was essentially a monthly meeting, with most discussions concluded. The highlight and main event was the inclusion of Yi Jue as a principal party. As Yi Tianxing declared the meeting adjourned, attendees began to exit in succession. The subsequent discussions bore little relevance to the influential foundation establishment practitioners. Yi Tianxing spoke directly. Yi Jue, these 2 individuals are well aware of your talents. Those who departed only recognize you as my child, while the rest remain uninformed. Now, you may express your future aspirations freely. Yi Jue, upon witnessing Yi Tianxing's encouraging gaze, felt a twinge of gratitude. It appeared that this adoptive father truly supported him. Esteemed elders, I dare not speak presumptuously, but I have a few humble insights regarding my future cultivation. My name may not be widely known, yet I understand that no flower nurtured in a greenhouse can grow into a formidable demon overlord. Although my talents are noted by many, one must not let fear stifle progress. Only through courage and diligence can one rapidly grow. The Yellow Springs Valley is commendable, yet its scope remains limited. I wish to join the Hahuan sect. The core formation elders exchanged glances, nodding slightly, their expressions revealing satisfaction. The Hahuan sect is grand and has nurtured numerous gifted cultivators, while the Yellow Springs Valley lacks a robust legacy for such talents. Although the valley has its share of gifted individuals, it has not cultivated a lineage for them. Yi Jue understood this well. Yi Tianxing had previously mentioned that he hoped Yi Jue would grasp the importance of his position, leaving a favorable impression in subsequent negotiations to secure greater support and resources. Thus, when Yi Jue was encouraged to speak freely, he grasped Yi Tianxing's intent and delivered his passionate declaration. Soon after, a core formation cultivator spoke up. To be frank, whether you wish to establish your foundation within the valley or in the Hahuan sect, the impact on the family will be minimal. Our primary concern for you to establish your foundation within the Hahuan sect is for your own benefit. There exists a distinction between sect cultivators and clan cultivators. For the Hahuan sect, the foremost requirement for true disciples is to prioritize the sect's interests. However, not all clan disciples are excluded. Hence, an agreement was established. Cultivators who join the sect before establishing their foundation and later acquire a foundation establishment pill can be recognized as true disciples. Conversely, those who join after establishing their foundation will never be regarded as true disciples. This designation can greatly assist you in obtaining resources and conveniences. Do you understand? Yi Jue smiled and replied, I am grateful for the family's meticulous planning for me. I will never forget the family's great kindness. Yi Tianxing looked at Yi Jue's excellent performance, finding it both amusing and exasperating. Very well, we have 2 options for you to choose from, and you may still reconsider. First, the obvious choice is to join the Hahuan sect, where several core formation cultivators from our Yellow Springs Valley are present. You would be arranged under one of them. And upon establishing your foundation, your innate talent would be revealed, allowing you to serve under the Hahuan Old Demon. This path is the safest. Yet plans may not always translate into reality, and no one knows what the Hahuan Old Demon truly thinks. The second option is to cultivate within the Yellow Springs Valley. Establishing your foundation here carries greater risks if you later wish to join the Hahuan sect or serve under the Hahuan Old Demon. However, you can rely on the valley's resources for cultivation, and reaching mid-core formation will not pose a problem. Beyond that, you would need to obtain resources on your own. Before Yi Jue lay two choices. Had it been before the trial, he would undoubtedly have chosen the latter, for regardless of the circumstances, he aimed to survive to core formation. However, at this moment, Yi Jue pondered for a moment and inquired, "Does the family have any assurance that I can directly join the Hahuan sect as a disciple under the esteemed Hahuan Old Demon? Or would it be possible for me to join the Hahuan sect, meet the Hahuan Old Demon, and seize the opportunity to become his disciple?" The celestial spiritual route allows one to advance directly to the core formation stage, but does not exempt one from the tribulations of the infant transformation stage. Thus, I only require a master at the infant transformation stage to eliminate any obstacles in my cultivation. The premise of all this is to become a disciple of one at the infant transformation stage. The others exchanged glances. Such an arrangement was indeed feasible. The celestial spiritual route indeed qualified one to attract the attention of great cultivators. The family had some connections with the Hahuan Old Demon. After all, one cannot write 2E characters with a single stroke. Although he claimed to have severed ties with the Yellow Spring Valley, the connections were not completely cut off. Yi Jue nodded slightly. In light of this, Yi Jue remained steadfast in his intentions and expressed his willingness to join the Hahuan sect and become a disciple thereof. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Months prior, the elder of the clan had mused, "Is this truly possible? Elder, please reconsider. A celestial spiritual route is a once-in-a-century occurrence. How can our family simply hand it over to the Hahuan sect?" The three were still gathered in the same chamber with the clan elder. The qualifications of the celestial spiritual route indicate that reaching the late core formation stage is not a problem. Our Yellow Spring Valley cannot provide assistance for its infant transformation. Thus it must be nurtured through the Hahuan sect. If it transforms early into an infant and subsequently advances to the mid-Yuaning stage, the Hahuan Old Demon might even change his name to the Yellow Spring Old Demon, and the Hahuan sect could be renamed the Yellow Spring Sect, fulfilling the wishes of our ancestors. The qualifications of the celestial spiritual route are worth the risks we must take. All future connections should be minimized. Once it joins the Hahuan sect, all resources will be managed and coordinated by Tian Xing. Arrange for a blood servant for protection, and ensure that the other clan members have minimal contact. You must ensure that it willingly joins the Hahuan sect without any oversight. If Yi Jue fails to achieve infant transformation, all discussions are off, and all plans will commence from the moment Yi Jue successfully transforms. Understood, the three replied. Observing the youth before them willing to take risks, their admiration for him grew, yet they knew they must not let any resentment develop within him. Yi Tianxing also presented a blood servant, its entire form of vivid crimson, with a black mask concealing its visage, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes visible beneath the hooded cloak, its entire black robe failing to obscure the radiant red glow emanating from it. This is a blood servant, granted to you for protection, possessing genuine combat prowess at the core formation stage. You may be unable to control it for now. I will assist you in refining it, using my blood to activate it. Before your foundation is established, you should be able to unleash its power thrice. Afterward, it may harm your roots. Its primary function is to serve as a safeguard. This item is advantageous due to its quick activation and formidable strength, and it is quite rare within the clan. After establishing your foundation, it can be utilized as a regular corpse for refinement. Consider it an early investment from the family. With that, he began the refinement process for Yi Jue, and upon completion, he produced a corpse bag to store it within. Next, they presented several items, including a soul-slicing blade capable of severing one's consciousness, which Yi Jue found particularly appealing, followed by a concealment veil and a blood-drinking cloak, both intended for hiding and escaping. They also revealed two high-quality talismans, a blood feather dart and a shadow demon drill. The blood feather dart boasts immense offensive power, while the shadow demon drill operates with minimal noise when attacking. One is for decisive strikes, and the other for turning the tide in dire situations. The clan's arrangements for these two talismans were quite clear, as the demonic path often involves combat and treasure-seeking, and having too few trump cards is unacceptable. All these talismans are offensive, for talismans that focus on defense are akin to awaiting death. Following this were several blood essence pearls. which are straightforward in their purpose. Remnants of malevolent beings, crafted from tainted blood, contact with them renders one devoid of spiritual essence, instantly ruining centuries of cultivation. There were also 3 escape talismans, 2 for mid-range escapes and 1 for long-distance blood escape, each a treasure for survival. Looking at the bounty in his possession, Yi Jue felt immense satisfaction. Although this was likely the clan's most generous moment, he was unconcerned, for with the backing of the Hahuan sect in the future, he would not fear the possibility of reclaiming treasures. At this moment, Yi Jue felt a sense of bright prospects before him. As he examined the contents of his storage bag, he sensed the underlying malice harbored by everyone towards him. Returning to his small bamboo house, he hurriedly sorted and organized the items into the Ling Miao garden, feeling a bit more at ease. Chapter 44. Hahuan sect. Speaking of the Ling Miao garden, it had flourished over the years. Several acres of spiritual fields had been cultivated by Yi Jue, who planted various spiritual herbs and plants. At the core, beside a waterfall, Yi Jue had meticulously carved out numerous square storage compartments in the walls, although Yi Jue could not directly enter at present. Controlling it with his spiritual sense for simple storage tasks was quite convenient. After all, the Ling Miao garden could be considered the safest place. All valuable items were transferred there, along with backups of daily necessities and the spiritual rice and plants he had been growing. Observing the resources that would prevent him from starving on a deserted island, Yi Jue felt a profound sense of security. Putting aside idle chatter, as Yi Jue familiarized himself with the soul-slicing blade, his thoughts began to drift. Yi Tianqing had once expressed a hope that Yi Jue would lead the Yellow Spring Valley to greatness after his infant transformation. The series of actions contradicting common sense evidently suggested some underhanded schemes Yi Jue was unaware of. Yet now, the risks he had taken had yielded such immense rewards. Particularly the blood servant, a testament to the family's deep resources. Yi Jue contemplated his potential entry into the Hahuan sect. After all, the embarrassment he faced during the encounter with the soul separation was not something he could afford to overlook in the future within the Hahuan sect. Recalling the foremost demonic sect in the mortal realm, Yi Jue felt a surge of excitement within. The old demon Yunlu, at the mid-Yuaning stage, was known for his androgynous appeal, indicating he primarily practiced the dual cultivation techniques of the Hahuan sect. The Hahuan old demon had mentioned a surname Yi and had not practiced the Hahuan techniques, instead cultivating demonic methods. Being one of the 3 great cultivators of the southern lands, a formidable figure at the late Yuaning stage. Just these 2 individuals alone could hardly be considered sufficient to represent the foremost demonic sect. Not to mention, the Hahuan sect lacks nothing in terms of resources. As the sect leader's 2 sons are formidable in their own right, it is likely that the sect leader himself is at the peak early Yuaning stage, not yet reaching the mid-stage. From Yi Jue's past life, he recalled at least 4 early Yuan cultivators, the Yinyang dual demons, and the Fat Chai dual demons. With such strength alone, they could easily annihilate the entire cultivation realm of the Yu Kingdom. However, it is evident that their strength is far from limited to just this. Moreover, the mainstream techniques within the Hahuan sect are undoubtedly dual cultivation methods. Even those who do not primarily practice them would inevitably be proficient in certain dual cultivation secret arts. Not to mention the alluring arts that are inextricably linked to dual cultivation techniques. These seductive arts were particularly bothersome to Yi Jue. If he did not wish to be at the mercy of others because of them, the best course of action would be to cultivate a secret technique that enhances spiritual awareness, such as the grand evolution method practiced by Han Li, which is exceptionally refined. However, the demonic path is replete with methods for cultivating the soul, and those adept at manipulating souls are undoubtedly masters of the demonic path. Yet, most of these methods require the soul to attain a certain level of strength. The current Yi Jue was no longer the naive beginner he once was. Recklessly practicing soul cultivation techniques could be detrimental to the enhancement of his soul's strength. Thus, it seems that prior to establishing his foundation, he could only seek a soul-protecting artifact for defense. However, speaking of this, Yi Jue felt a surge of excitement. He then flew directly to the scripture repository. After several days and nights of relentless searching, he finally found it. This was the one. When it comes to Yi Jue, it was during a sweep of the Ling Miao Garden's core area that he discovered a dimly glowing lotus seed in a corner. As his consciousness brushed over it, a trace of his essence was absorbed. Had he not been deep in contemplation about his own awareness, he might have overlooked it entirely. After a thorough search, Yi Jue found a passage describing this extraordinary entity. It was said to be a celestial treasure, known as the heart control lotus, which had only appeared once in the mortal realm and could grow alongside one's sea of consciousness. The description of the lotus matched perfectly with what Yi Jue had encountered. After meticulously transcribing all pertinent information about this object, he departed from the scripture repository. Upon returning to his bamboo cottage, he eagerly dispelled all restrictions. With fervor, Yi Jue drew the lotus seed into his consciousness, but as soon as it manifested in the external world, it took root within his sea of awareness. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to lose consciousness. As a myriad of inexplicable lights and shadows emerged, he realized that this object was a creation of the spiritual realm, cultivated within the Ling Miao garden. However, after the garden was shattered, the essence of the lotus had been severely damaged, leading to its gradual depletion. It was only during the convergence of the Kunlun mirror and the upheaval of the world that a sliver of hope emerged, allowing numerous essences to coalesce within this single lotus seed, enabling its survival. The growth of such heavenly materials is peculiar. They mature within a person's sea of consciousness and can only be planted in the external realm once fully developed, producing seeds in the process. Naturally, special environments can also be crafted for cultivation, such as the lotus pond built by ancient cultivators, which simulated the human sea of consciousness and used spiritual water to ensure the continuous growth of the heart control lotus. At that moment, Yi Jue experienced the history of the Ling Miao garden from the perspective of the lotus seed. Gradually, he regained consciousness, feeling a sense of helplessness as he contemplated the lotus's growth. While the idea of wishes coming true was appealing, the reality was that the lotus's maturation seemed eternally distant. The heart control lotus could grow alongside the owner's sea of consciousness, but it also had the alternative method of absorbing foreign demons as nourishment. However, inviting foreign demons into his sea of consciousness seemed tantamount to courting death. For the time being, the protective power of the lotus was sufficient, and Yi Jue resolved to search for similar cultivation techniques for his soul in the future. After all, he did not believe that the demonic path had not uncovered any usable methods regarding foreign demons. The demonic path is known for its relentless pursuit of power, with practitioners unafraid to employ any means necessary. Now that he had agreed to join the Yi Jue sect, he would inevitably interact with these true demons and celestial fiends. Thus, possessing the heart control lotus to safeguard his sea of consciousness was indeed prudent, especially considering the possibility of encountering masters skilled in manipulating souls among these demonic practitioners. Without further ado, after a refreshing slumber, Yi Jue embarked on a rather monotonous retreat. This time, his goal was crystal clear: to elevate his cultivation. After all, the clan could summon him at any moment to journey to the Yi Jue sect. One day, a tumultuous energy surged within the small bamboo cottage, only to settle abruptly, as if nothing had transpired. Unexpectedly, he had achieved a breakthrough earlier than anticipated, though future advancements would prove increasingly challenging. This breakthrough stemmed from the prior accumulation of his energy during his ascent to the 10th level of Qi training, coupled with relentless combat and the transformation of his mindset, allowing him to reach the 11th level in just a few months. Perhaps it was the mounting urgency in his heart that fueled this progress. Yi Jue sensed that his departure for the Yi Jue sect was drawing near. Indeed, just a few days later, as he solidified his cultivation, several individuals arrived. After producing a token, Yi Jue departed with them. This time, he was accompanied by over a dozen fellow cultivators, all at the 11th or 12th level of Qi training. Chapter 45. Apprenticeship. Having previously informed certain individuals within the sect, Yi Jue was able to embark on this journey with relative ease. Alongside his companions, he boarded a vessel bound for the Yi Jue sect. The journey was at times dull, with the young ones expressing their excitement and anxiety, chattering about everything related to the sect, while the escorting foundational elder merely observed, allowing their exuberance. Yi Jue remained aloof, refraining from participating in their childish camaraderie. Once they departed from the Yellow Spring Valley, the world ahead was shaped by entangled interests, and the path forward was paved with corpses. Standing at the bow of the ship, Yi Jue felt the fierce winds scatter against the barrier, with the tumultuous skies and clouds receding behind him, his hair fluttering in the gentle breeze. A surge of ambition welled up within him, vowing to change the heavens by his own hand and to alter the earth's very landscape. He aspired to instill fear throughout the vast realm of cultivation with his overwhelming demonic presence. This time, we are visiting a senior from our clan. You will start as registered disciples under a true nascent soul master, so please show utmost respect and diligence. Shortly, someone will come to escort us. Simply follow them, and my mission here will be complete. Do well for yourselves, the foundational cultivator said, then closed his eyes in silence. In less than an hour, a remarkably handsome young man, no more than 20, approached, radiating the aura of a foundational cultivator. Greetings, members of the Yi family. I have come on the master's orders to welcome you into the sect. There is no need for such formalities. We are in your debt, they replied, clearly eager to avoid offending the young man. The cultivator, who introduced himself as Wei, paid little mind to the elder's subservient tone. He swiftly produced a flying vessel, ushering everyone aboard. In a matter of moments, they traversed a grand formation, and the ship continued onward without pause, heading straight for a towering peak. The Yellow Spring Valley lay nestled in a gorge within the Hingyang mountain range, shrouded in mist. The Huan sect, the foremost demonic sect, was situated atop this mountain range. The Hingyang mountain range stretched across the entirety of the Tianluo kingdom, dividing it into two distinct halves. The western region was steep and perilous, dense with forests, and was the territory of the Yuling sect, harboring countless beasts. The central and eastern parts belonged to the Huan sect, characterized by expansive mountains with diverse terrain, including towering peaks and fertile grounds rich in spiritual veins. The Huan sect's headquarters was located on a mountainside in the central region, surrounded by misty peaks and valleys, a mere illusion created by the protective formation of the sect. As the cultivator provided an introduction, the grandeur of the Huan sect unfolded in vivid detail. Although they traveled at great speed, the young man still took the time to give them a brief tour, primarily to familiarize them with the sect. They passed through the main hall, which was located in a valley directly in front of it, flanked by observation platforms. To enter, one had to ascend hundreds of steps, crossing through an arena area where the central platform was the largest among the 9-square layout. After traversing the arena and climbing several hundred more steps, they reached a platform at a similar height as the viewing areas. It was only after climbing 1,000 more steps that they finally arrived at the main hall, where new disciples registered and received basic supplies. However, it was evident that Yi Jue and his companions had entered through a back door and were spared these formalities. A later submission detailing one's cultivation and background would suffice. Matters such as essence, blood, soul, jade tokens, and chi are unlikely to remain within the sect, for one could easily fall prey to treachery. Such occurrences are commonplace in the demonic path. Who knows what practitioners of secret arts might seek an unsuspecting individual for experimentation? From the moment Yi Jue entered the Huan sect, he became vigilant about the traces he left behind, fearing they might be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Ahead lies the peak where my master resides. Come, let us meet him first before determining your arrangements. By the way, my name is Song Wei, the fourth disciple of my master, responsible for the mundane affairs within the peak. You may address me as Uncle Song. The man before them, identified as Song Wei, spoke with a smile, his charming peach blossom eyes curving slightly, hinting at an alluring charm, which he seemed blissfully unaware of. Yi Jue felt a subtle alarm. The man appeared to possess an innate magnetism. Upon their initial encounter, Yi Jue had perceived him as overly handsome, and it seemed likely that his physique contributed to this. Which of you is Yi Jue, and who is Yi Jingtian? The two of you remain, the rest may withdraw. As a figure emerged within the hall, an elderly Taoist with white hair and beard, youthful in appearance yet exuding an ethereal quality, did not resemble a practitioner of the demonic path, but rather a righteous cultivator. The old Taoist merely glanced at the assembled crowd before commanding them to retreat. He fixed his gaze on Yi Jue for a moment before shifting his attention to Yi Jingtian, an extraordinary spiritual root at the 12th level of Qi cultivation. Excellent. Do you wish to become my disciple? Yi Jingtian, evidently prepared for this moment, immediately knelt and proclaimed, "Disciple pays respects to the master." The old Taoist stroked his beard and chuckled. "There is no rush. I have 22 disciples, all of whom are at the foundation establishment stage. You may wonder why they are only nominal disciples. The sect is far more ruthless than you imagine. Within your clan, opportunities for internal strife are scarce, and your combat abilities require enhancement. The situation within the sect is markedly different. The Qi cultivation competition is a significant hurdle. Do you understand why? All Qi cultivators are compelled to participate in the competition, including manual labor disciples. It is intended to provide everyone with a chance for advancement. The first 5 rounds do not permit death, and participants are divided by cultivation level, with no option for forfeiture. Thus, although you have been arranged to receive my protection, you must overcome this hurdle on your own. If you do not secure a position within the top 100, you shall remain a nominal disciple." As he concluded, the old Taoist turned his gaze toward Yi Jue, appearing slightly pained, and waved his hand for Yi Jingtian to leave. "The clan truly knows how to burden me. With your celestial root talent, the ancestor is currently in seclusion and unable to inform me, and I cannot make this public. For now, focus on your cultivation. When the ancestor emerges, I will take you to him. However, you will likely need to participate in the Qi competition. I do not expect you to achieve remarkable results. Merely passing the first 5 rounds will suffice. Your task is to establish your foundation as soon as possible. As he spoke, he produced a set of formations, gesturing for Yi Jue to take them. Without further words, it was clear he intended for Yi Jue to find a nearby place to cultivate before considering other matters. Yi Jue was mentally prepared. It was customary for a late-stage nascent soul master to remain in seclusion for extended periods, as few things in the mortal realm could attract their interest. Chapter 46. Red Valley. As Yi Jue took his leave, the hall gradually returned to silence. Upon exiting, he found Song Wei and Yi Tian waiting outside. Song Wei immediately spoke. I am the 4th disciple of the master. You may refer to me as 4th brother. For you too, foundation establishment is merely a trivial matter. Yi Tian accepted this formality without hesitation, which in turn increased Song Wei's regard for him. Yi Jue cautiously inquired, I do not wish to overstep, but if my brother has a command, I shall obey. Might I request a brief introduction to this place, so we may select our residence for seclusion? Song Wei smiled. This peak is called Danxia, to the west. There is a cliff where one can witness the brilliant evening glow. Do not think I neglect you. This sky full of red clouds has aided countless couples in achieving their desires. This area and the surrounding valleys are all part of the Danxia lineage, with proximity being a key factor. The 22 true disciples of our master all cultivate nearby, aside from myself on the main peak and several nominal disciples. You may also cultivate on the main peak if you do not mind. There are many residences near the main peak, though they are crowded and bustling. Many prefer solitude and have carved out caves nearby, which poses no issue, as the area surrounding Danxia is enveloped in our protective formation. Our master was once known as the Dan Demon Old Monster. In recent decades, he has cultivated for self-improvement and earned the title of the Dual Master of Dan Arrays. The formations near Danxia Peak were arranged by our master himself. Yi Jue understood. The dual mastery of formations was indeed noteworthy. He decided to postpone such considerations until after establishing his foundation, as it was unwise to be distracted at this stage. He requested a map of the Danxia Peak area and, after parting with 100 spirit stones, Song Wei pointed him to a suitable location, a modest spiritual vein in a secluded spot, ample for Yi Jue's solitary cultivation, with the added benefit of a picturesque environment. After some searching, Yi Jue discovered a valley brimming with spiritual energy, adorned with a sea of flowers and a small pond fed by a cascading waterfall. The myriad unknown blossoms vied for attention, with red flowers dominating the scene, and Yi Jue instantly fell in love with this place for his cultivation. He promptly withdrew the formation gifted by his master and began to set it up. Unlike others, Yi Jue preferred to cultivate in a bamboo house, so he spent additional time clearing an area to construct one. His skills in artifact crafting proved invaluable. Although the bamboo house lacked the practicality of formations such as gathering and dust-repelling arrays, it was undoubtedly sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. Thus, Yi Jue named this place Red Valley, with plans to rename it as the 100 Herb Garden once the flora flourished. After settling in, Yi Jue was eager to explore the intricacies of this formation. For as Song Wei had mentioned, the master was renowned for his mastery of formation arrays, suggesting a high level of expertise. As Yi Jue investigated, he gradually began to appreciate the formidable capabilities of the formation. First, the formation's coverage could extend up to 30 zhang. While this Red Valley measured only 20 zhang in diameter, already considered a large cave dwelling. Secondly, the formation's foundational functions of prohibition, obstruction, and warning were complete. And it also included methods for confining enemies during attacks, showcasing its tremendous capabilities. After several hours of study, Yi Jue grasped its basic applications. To his delight, this formation exhibited a subtle gathering effect, truly living up to its master's reputation. Even a casually bestowed formation was so potent. He wondered whether it could withstand the assaults of a core formation cultivator. However, given the proximity to Danxia Peak, Yi Jue reasoned that should an emergency arise, he could call for help, and a core formation cultivator would arrive in no time. With the formation's protection, he felt secure enough to immerse himself in his cultivation. Having just entered the 11th level of Qi cultivation, his next goal was to reach the 12th level, patiently awaiting the summons of the old demon of Yihuan. As Yi Jue sank into silence, the entire Red Valley fell into tranquility, save for a small cat frolicking about, swimming through the flowers, and enjoying itself immensely. Yi Jue, meanwhile, cultivated within his bamboo house by the pond, and as the true scripture of the vast sea continued to circulate, his understanding of this technique deepened profoundly. Qi cultivation techniques generally do not require accompanying methods, lacking powerful supplementary spells. This technique is renowned for its profound accumulation. with each layer of cultivation yielding more potent and refined energy than ordinary methods, thus alleviating the burden of achieving pure energy at the pinnacle of qi cultivation. When Yi Jue chose this cultivation method, he had already devised a plan. While it is said that there are no bottlenecks before the formation of the golden core with a heavenly spirit root, and theoretically, one does not require a foundation establishment pill to successfully establish a foundation, it is always prudent to prepare thoroughly for such matters. This particular method can be cultivated to perfection, slightly enhancing the probability of successfully establishing a foundation. Primarily because its pure and vast spiritual power significantly reduces the difficulty of condensing it into true essence for foundation establishment. However, when it comes to the transformation of the physical body and the washing of marrow through the I Ching, Yi Jue understands that he must reach that stage to truly appreciate the wonders of the heavenly spirit root. The spiritual energy in this place is considerably stronger than that in the small bamboo house in the Huangquan Valley, and the scenery is far more pleasant. More importantly, this location wholly belongs to Yi Jue, allowing him to act without the need for secrecy from Shu Linger and others. Although he is not concerned about any secrets being discovered, being with his parents inevitably makes Yi Jue, a man with mature thoughts, feel somewhat awkward. Within this cave that is uniquely his own, Yi Jue feels liberated. During his cultivation, he took out a plethora of seeds, encompassing various attributes, with an abundance of demonic attributes. After all, compared to spiritual flowers and plants, the vibrant colors of demonic flowers and plants are far more dazzling. Coupled with Yi Jue's water attribute, heavenly spirit root, he used spiritual water to nurture them, causing a multitude of lower-tier flowers and grasses to sway gracefully. Furthermore, the large quantities of ethereal flowers from Huangquan Valley that Yi Jue brought were planted here, gradually transforming the environment into an enchanting spectacle. The predominant hue of the azure spiritual energy, paired with the striking red ethereal flowers, alongside a medley of chaotic demonic flora and the numerous spiritual flowers and grasses already present, created a breathtaking sight. Aside from the moss-covered green vines surrounding the waterfall, the bottom of the pond is where the spiritual energy is most concentrated, with some exposed rocky patches nearby, upon which several bamboo houses are situated, built by Yi Jue for his cultivation breaks. Before his search, Yi Jue had already requested a water attribute spiritual vein in this location. Rich in water attribute spiritual energy mixed with some wood attribute energy is indeed the most suitable for his cultivation. Observing his modest abode, Yi Jue smiled with satisfaction. In such a pleasant mood, his progress in cultivation felt accelerated. However, before achieving a breakthrough in his technique, he found that his occasional practice in talisman crafting had unexpectedly advanced. With the successful creation of several advanced beginner talismans, Yi Jue could now be considered a budding talisman master. From the initial practice arranged by Shu Linger to refine his spells, to now achieving a level of proficiency, Yi Jue's time investment has been far shorter than Shu Linger anticipated. Chapter 47. Insights within the sect. With the completion of the advanced beginner talismans, Yi Jue felt a surge of energy and wished to meet the esteemed members of Danxia Peak. With determination, he left the Red Valley, which he had not stepped out of for months, and after deactivating the formation, he flew towards Danxia Peak. Rather than hastening to the main hall, Yi Jue took a detour to the western side of the mountain, where a protruding platform lay nestled among deep green forests and well-paved stone paths, adorned with lush flowers. Not far off, a few small gardens were scattered about, with winding streams and quaint pavilions interspersed. Enchanted by the beautiful scenery, Yi Jue silently resolved to return later to witness the evening glow here. He then proceeded directly to the main hall, where he found Yi Jing Tian, intending for him to introduce the surroundings, as Yi Jing Tian had remained at Danxia, and thus naturally became the leader of the Yi family disciples who had arrived. However, Yi Jue had been in seclusion for months and was unaware of this development. Given that the ancestor appeared to value Yi Jue even more, Yi Jing Tian was hesitant to disturb him. Unexpectedly, today he took the initiative to seek out Yi Jue, who reciprocated with a polite greeting. "Senior brother, I extend my greetings. I wonder how you find your stay at Danxia Peak." Yi Jue spoke courteously, aware that he had grown accustomed to solitude and had neglected to meet with his fellow cultivators due to his recent insights during seclusion. Yi Jing Tian was not surprised. It was evident that Yi Jue was either cultivating or on the path of cultivation, leading him to naturally assume Yi Jue was a dedicated practitioner. And thus he did not think much of it. "Junior brother, you speak so modestly. We journeyed together from Huangquan Valley, and as part of the same group, we should support each other. Both of us have caught Master S' attention and should seize opportunities to communicate more," Yi Jing Tian continued. I have come to understand that our master is also from Huangquan Valley, but like us, he chose to join the Huan sect, maintaining a loose connection with the family. Occasionally, the family sends a batch of disciples here, but the registered disciples are often expendable. Only those who establish their foundation gain a modicum of master's attention. And even then, the loss rate among Yi family disciples remains quite high. As far as I know, the 22 true disciples are no longer the first generation. Some have left after their training, and others have defected to different sections. Currently, there are only 5 disciples with the surname Yi, which is less than a quarter of the original number. Yi Jue was slightly astonished. The Yi family from Huangquan Valley had certainly produced more than one golden core cultivator over the years. So why do the family members seem so destitute that they still come here to vie for opportunities? As Yi Jingtian continued to elaborate, Yi Jue began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that the sect competition was the root of the issue. The demonic sects, at times surprisingly egalitarian, required participation in the sect competition regardless of one's status, even if one were merely a servant. All those with spiritual energy could participate. Although those in the initial stages of Qi cultivation had some discretion, they could choose to register as Qi Layer 1 with a small contribution, allowing them the option not to participate. Aside from that, everyone else had to compete. There were a multitude of disciples in the sect, and the hidden talents among them were numerous. The sect's Qi cultivation competition occurs every 5 years, with outstanding performers earning a foundation establishment pill. However, the Golden Core ancestors can offer limited assistance at this stage, and not many benevolent ancestors invest in Qi cultivation disciples, as the demonic path emphasizes mutual benefit. And the Golden Core ancestors do not see much potential in Qi cultivation practitioners unless they possess exceptional talent. Exceptional talents are rare gems. The Yi family is prosperous, but they can only send so many. Consequently, many cultivators directly chose to forego joining the ancestors and opted to participate in the sect competition instead. This decision has provided some lower-tier cultivators with a chance to rise. Indeed, the foremost demonic sect has its merits. This left a profound impression on Yi Jue. While the demonic path is rife with aggressive fighters, there are also those who focus on tranquil cultivation, and many with malicious intent abound. Overall, it is significantly more chaotic than righteous sects, and one must not be lax in the upcoming competition. Thus, he inquired further about the competition. Since Yi Jingtian was also interested in this matter and had gathered substantial information, the two engaged in conversation. As Yi Jingtian recounted details, Yi Jue became increasingly aware of the extensive resources allocated for this sect competition. After all, they were putting forth dozens of foundation establishment pills. And according to Yi Jingtian, the top 20 were almost guaranteed to receive one, indicating the sect's considerable foundation. However, what piqued Yi Jue's interest further was that the foundation establishment pills were primarily concentrated for this competition, with only a few circulating outside, and were uniformly distributed by the sect leader, ensuring that Qi disciples were eager to compete for their foundation establishment. Akin to the nurturing practices of the demonic path, the first 5 rounds of the competition were exceptionally brutal, as killing was permitted. If one wished to gain recognition, the subsequent rounds would be less intense. The first 5 rounds were essentially a meat grinder, with the sect maintaining only a symbolic prohibition against indiscriminate killing, turning a blind eye to accidental deaths and other incidents, all to stimulate the competitive spirit among Qi disciples. The two continued their discussion as they walked, soon arriving at the scenic viewpoint of Danxia Peak. Yi Jingtian smiled slightly and remarked, "It seems Junior Brother has taken an interest in this place. Since we have unknowingly arrived here, allow me to introduce it to you." Yi Jue could not have wished for anything more. Beyond the breathtaking scenery, what is truly remarkable is how the radiant glow can subtly bewilder one's consciousness, prompting actions that would normally be deemed audacious. Although the effects may be faint, for disciples yearning for dual cultivation, such a romantic vista combined with intimate companionship often proves irresistible. It is well known that even the mightiest dam can be breached by an ant. Once the heart's defenses are compromised, future events become unspeakable to outsiders. While the sect of Harmonious Union does not prohibit relations between men and women and offers numerous dual cultivation techniques, most require a solid foundation before they can be practiced. Only after the essence solidifies and one's original force significantly increases can one reap the supreme benefits of dual cultivation. Thus, within the sect, most foundational practitioners have either supplemented their studies with or primarily focused on a form of dual cultivation or enhancement technique. However, the intricacies of dual cultivation can easily ensnare Qi practitioners, complicating their path to foundational establishment. Consequently, those who aspire to such advancement tend to avoid this locale. Be cautious. Junior brother, one elder warns, many practitioners in the sect are keenly observing your potential to compete for foundational pills. If you are not careful, I nearly fell into their trap, almost deceived into losing my essence and diminishing my chances of foundation. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue furrows his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. Please, senior brother, elaborate on your experience of being deceived. Yi Jing bursts into hearty laughter. There is nothing that cannot be shared. A month ago, I encountered a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Tian from within the valley. I was unable to resist my attraction. Little did I know, it was the allure of charm magic that transformed her into the manifestation of my deepest desires. Fortunately, a protective artifact sent from the valley awakened me from this enchantment. Chapter 48. Charm magic. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue cannot help but glance at Yi Jing. Yi Tian, is she not the appraiser from the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion? Yi Jing, taken aback, replies with a grin, you are acquainted with Sister Tian? It seems fortune has not favored me. Although my aptitude is commendable, the valley lacks suitable techniques, and without the support of an ancestor, my limited supply of foundational pills led me to hastily consume one. Today, I deeply regret that decision. Hence, I chose to join the sect of Harmonious Union in pursuit of opportunity. If I find the right techniques, perhaps I too could achieve foundational breakthrough like Sister Tian. He shakes his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Yi Jue believes only half of this, suspecting that foundational pills are not easily shared and fearing that the clan lacks suitable foundational techniques for future development, prompting the choice to join the sect. As for relying on a foundational pill to ascend through the 12 layers of qi cultivation, Yi Jue has no faith in such claims. Though he refrains from voicing his doubts, merely nodding in shared disappointment. As the sun gradually descends, the horizon ignites with crimson hues, casting fiery clouds across the sky. On the mountains, by the woods, and in the waters, a red mist begins to rise, creating an ethereal realm. Observing the enchanting Danxia scenery, Yi Jue marvels at the artistry of nature, noting that this mist possesses a subtle effect on the senses, constraining his awareness to a limited radius. Captivated by the scene, he retrieves a recording pearl to document it, envisioning crafting an artifact dedicated to preserving such natural wonders. At that moment, a woman clad in red appears in the distance. Her graceful figure, draped in delicate sheer fabric, causes Yi Jue to momentarily falter. As she approaches, her face reveals an unparalleled beauty, her features perfect and ethereal, with a charming beauty accentuated by a tear mole at the corner of her eye. Yi Jue glances toward Yi Jing, who likewise turns to observe her. Both are struck with awe, realizing that she does not wield charm magic. Her mere presence is enough to mesmerize them, compelling them to guard their hearts. The woman pays no heed to the two below, moving deeper into the thick mist, disappearing from sight. Yi Jing quickly urges Yi Jue to flee, explaining that she likely possesses formidable powers, her charm magic seamlessly integrated into her being, and should not be underestimated. Yi Jue shakes his head slightly, a suspicion forming in his mind that she may not be employing charm magic at all. After all, his heart-controlling lotus seed did not react, suggesting she is simply innately captivating. Indeed, the sect of Harmonious Union harbors hidden talents. Yi Jue reflects on this thought, his desire to unwind vanishing as he yearns to return to his home in the Red Valley for eternity. However, in the face of the unknown, he realizes that lingering in the depths of the demonic sect could lead to dire consequences, and thus he must maintain his connection with Yi Jing. With this in mind, Yi Jue produces several high-level talismans, feigning the need for his senior brother's assistance. After some reluctance, Yi Jing accepts the tokens. Subsequently, Yi Jue entrusts Yi Jing with acquiring various materials, offering to settle part of the payment in talismans. Yi Jing readily agrees, as he has gathered a group for such endeavors. They exchange contact information and agree to meet monthly before parting ways. Yi Jue hastens back to the Red Valley, but not before stopping by to visit the ancestor of Danxia Peak. Unfortunately, the ancestor is in seclusion and does not meet him. He leaves a message expressing his desire to acquire knowledge of charm magic and then departs. On one particular day, while Yi Jue is refining his powers, a message arrives from outside the valley, revealing that it is from Song Wei. After welcoming her inside and settling down, Yi Jue demonstrates his tea-making skills, captivating Song Wei with his fluid and aesthetically pleasing technique. After savoring a cup, she remarks, "You truly are extraordinary, junior brother. In such a short time, you've transformed the valley into a veritable paradise, embodying the demeanor of a wealthy young noble." Yi Jue humbly responds, "I am merely indulging in a small hobby. I fear I have become the subject of your jokes. The valley indeed houses a few tea trees, and although the Ling Miao garden possesses many, the tea served to guests is freshly picked from the Red Valley trees to maintain appearances. After several rounds of tea, the two engage in casual conversation. Yi Jue senses that Song Wei's visit is purposeful, prompting him to inquire, "Might I ask what brings you here, senior brother?" With a slight smile and narrowed eyes that exude charm, Song Wei responds, "Though I am a man, I possess an innate charm that makes me susceptible to charm magic. My master has heard of your interest in this art and has sent me to impart knowledge. I possess the essence of my master's charm techniques. Do you have any questions?" Realization dawns on Yi Jue. Indeed, possessing an innate charm body is a unique advantage for practicing this art. He immediately asks about the enchanting woman he encountered on Danxia Peak. After deep contemplation, he notes that he could not summon the will to fight against her. Despite his youth, he has taken countless lives. How could he falter because of a woman? Thus, he sought guidance from his master. Song Wei glances at him in surprise before laughing. "It seems you escaped the charm's grasp thanks to some protective artifact, yet you remain unaware of its true essence. Do you know what charm magic truly is? Most believe it to be a form of mental attack or an illusion that obscures perception. Some knowledgeable individuals may recognize it as a means to control the heart, but these interpretations do not capture its essence. Otherwise, how could there exist individuals with an innate charm body? I possess no magical prowess, yet each frown and smile of mine can bewitch others. You safeguard your consciousness with treasures, breaking free from control, for your magical artifact has activated on its own, causing your consciousness to tremble and liberate itself. However, once you become overly reliant on magical artifacts, others' enchanting techniques may find an opportunity to exploit your vulnerabilities, bypassing your defenses with ease or wielding overwhelming power, rendering your artifacts insufficient to awaken you from their charm. Enchantments can generally be classified into three categories: the basic art of obscuring the mind, the advanced techniques of illusionary magic, and the pinnacle of mind control, among others. Within the basic tier, there exist profound methods. But this is merely a superficial classification. Do not become overly fixated on it. Nevertheless, the art of mind control is indeed the most intricate of all, and the individual you encountered that day embodies such an existence. This person is quite renowned within certain circles, and I am acquainted with them. Chapter 49. Tea on me, do not worry. The reason you have not noticed is that they have not targeted you. Moreover, you mistakenly believe that beauty and grace are forms of enchantment, which is not the case. Only a timid heart is their enchantment. This person is named Tianmi, the daughter of a sect leader practicing an esteemed dual cultivation technique known as the Cha Nu Dfa. Its requirements for cultivation are exceptionally high, thus progress is gradual. This method is also one that must be cultivated from childhood, making it impossible to switch paths, which is why she has yet to reach the foundational stage. If you happen to encounter her during the Qi gathering competition, it would be prudent to surrender immediately. Yi Jue appeared slightly perplexed. This individual possesses a soul strength comparable to that of the foundational stage, and her magical power is likely formidable as well. Only her physical constitution is somewhat lacking. However, with an abundance of magical artifacts and talismans at her disposal, it is likely that many at the foundational stage would find themselves outmatched by her. The Cha Nu Dfa is likely perfected to the first layer, making her one of the predetermined candidates for this competition. "Tea on me," Yi Jue murmured. "I would appreciate it if you could share some enchantment techniques. This would not only prepare me, but also allow me to learn something unexpected." Song Wei, upon hearing this, smiled softly but said nothing. Enchantments for men often take the form of ethereal elegance, while for women, they are associated with nobility and purity, though there are exceptions. The enchantment I practice is known as Yin Shi Mei Xing, and most women who practice enchantments tend to attract attention. Do you wish to pursue this form of enchantment, or the more hypocritical kind? Yi Jue was taken aback by the question, having never considered it before. Were it not for the upcoming competition and concerns for safety, she might not even have the curiosity to learn. Nonetheless, given the opportunity, Yi Jue was unreserved in her decision to pursue dual cultivation. Jue aimed to practice a form of mind control, with no particular requirements regarding temperament. Song Wei sighed regretfully, as if lamenting that she could not transform Yi Jue into the embodiment of Yin Shi Mei Xing. She produced a jade slip. The mind control technique is neither overly profound nor commonplace. It consists of 10 layers, corresponding to the early stages of the nascent soul. However, the remaining 90 layers are merely theoretical. I must warn you, this technique is easy to learn but difficult to master. Reaching the 5th or 6th layer should suffice. Remember, it is merely a technique. The true essence lies in the cultivation method. Yi Jue expressed her gratitude. In the following days, Song Wei and Yi Jue continuously exchanged insights on the art of mind control. As Yi Jue gradually grasped the fundamentals, her temperament began to shift, regardless of the enchantment. There exists a spectrum of change in temperament. There is no enchantment that leaves one's temperament completely unaltered. After all, enchantments were conceived to transform one's essence. However, this art is undeniably of the demonic path. With the completion of the first layer, Yi Jue distinctly sensed a newfound control over her mental prowess. Under the operation of the technique, she could subtly influence the psychology and emotions of the target. Yi Jue did not delve deeply into her studies, practicing only occasionally. Her primary focus remained on accumulating and refining her magical power, as the Qi gathering competition only distinguishes between the early, middle, and late stages of Qi gathering. Until she reaches the 12th layer, she often feels a lack of confidence. Nonetheless, during her meditation and practice, Yi Jue would also rehearse her sword techniques. After all, the soul-cutting blade could be regarded as her primary weapon. Contemplating her combat strategies, she noted that while she had ranged attacks with blood shadow, close combat with the soul-cutting blade, escape with the blood drink cloak, and surprise attacks with talismans and blood marrow pearls, she seemed to lack a defensive artifact. However, with an abundance of artifacts, it became cumbersome to wield them effectively. A defensive artifact of the nature of protective garments would be ideal. There was still time to seek assistance from Yi Tianxing in finding one. With peace of mind, she could focus on breaking through to the 12th layer of Qi gathering and subsequently await the competition. Seasons changed, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. One day, while in seclusion within the valley, Yi Jue suddenly felt a stirring in her consciousness. It was a message from her master, and Yi Jue's heart stirred slightly. Fearing that the old demon of harmony had emerged from seclusion, not daring to delay, she hastily tidied herself and departed from the Red Valley. After securing the barriers, Yi Jue flew directly towards Danxia Peak. Upon entering the hall, the elder of the Yi family, known as the Twin Masters of Alchemy Formation, regarded Yi Jue, who had already reached the 12th layer of Qi gathering, with a gentle smile. The heavenly spirit root is indeed extraordinary. The old demon of harmony has recently emerged from seclusion, and the ancestor has sent word. Today, you are to meet them. Whether you live or die depends on today's fate. Hearing this, Yi Jue felt a surge of anxiety. Although a late nascent soul cultivator's path was arduous, it was unlikely they would take an interest in a body endowed with heavenly spirit root. Yet, who could say what dark arts they might employ to exploit the power of the heavenly spirit root to enhance their chances of achieving the spirit transformation? It is known that the only thing that still holds allure for them is the spirit transformation. Other matters, unless one's lifespan is nearing its end, would hardly move them. Yi Jue recalled the family's descriptions of the grand ceremony of the Harmony sect, feeling a flicker of confidence, struggling to regain her composure. The ancestor nodded slightly. This ancestor, named Yi Jue, was known as Dan Mosey, and it had been many years since anyone had spoken of his true name. Few knew that this elder bore the surname Yi. With the cultivation of the late-stage golden core, he had always maintained a connection with the family and understood the significance of a heavenly spirit root to the Yi family. Observing Yi Jue's commendable temperament, he naturally felt a renewed confidence in the family's plans. He directly took Yi Jue into the sky, and after a while, they arrived at an unremarkable cave dwelling that bore no signs of distinction. As the ancestor presented a token, a flicker of light revealed a swirling vortex. Entering the vortex, Yi Jue was choked by the dense demonic aura. After all, most demonic cultivation in the mortal realm is based on a transformation of spiritual energy into a false demonic aura, with true demonic energy being rare, found only in certain parts of the Dajin. Nonetheless, sensing the purity of this demonic aura, Yi Jue marveled at the terror of high-level cultivators. Before long, they arrived in a grand hall, where Yi Jue and the ancestor bowed before a burly man clad in black robes seated at the head. This man bore an unremarkable appearance, yet his demeanor was cold, radiating an unfathomable aura accompanied by waves of chilling energy. Both bowed before him, and the man in black spoke icily. You must be the heavenly spirit root from Huangquan Valley. Yi Jue clasped her hands in acknowledgement. The old demon of harmony's cold expression softened slightly. I also hail from the Yi family, and I received a portion of the core inheritance of Huangquan Valley. Otherwise, I would not have been able to cultivate my Insha demon technique to this extent. Although your body could assist me in forming a demonic corpse, your cultivation is too low. Instead, it would be better to let you experience some trials and see what achievements you can attain. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue first felt a slight easing of her heart, but then it tightened again. It became clear that facing off against three major cultivators from Tian Nan was indeed perilous. However, This was also an inevitable trial for one with a heavenly spirit root. Recognizing her position, Yi Jue bowed deeply, saying, "I pay my respects to the master. Thank you for your grace." The old demon of harmony nodded slightly, gesturing for them to rise. Only then did they dare to stand, and with the assistance of a maidservant, they took their seats nearby. However, within a short time, Yi Jue felt that her inner garments were already soaked through. Chapter 50. The final apprenticeship. The old demon of harmony waited for the two to settle before taking a sip of spirit tea, finally breaking the silence. "You need not be overly formal. I am not a man possessed by bloodlust. I am aware of your intentions and your schemes, yet I neither endorse nor oppose them. Should you truly achieve your goals, I would not mind lending you a hand. As for the heavenly spiritual roots, how many cultivators with such roots have successfully formed their nascent souls throughout history? Each nascent soul is a paragon of their generation, born from countless fortuitous encounters and immense cultivation. Thus, tread carefully." The alchemist demon remained silent, while Yi Jue, mustering his courage, spoke up. "Master, I have a request." The old demon of harmony frowned slightly. "Speak." Clearly, he harbored no affectionate sentiments towards this new apprenticeship, viewing it merely as a means to intimidate potential threats. Understanding the necessity of demonstrating his worth, Yi Jue boldly declared, "Master, I seek to obtain the secret tome of Harmony's sect. The heaven and earth yin-yang technique. My heavenly spiritual root is attuned to extreme yin energy, making it particularly suitable for this tome." The old demon of harmony remained silent, seemingly contemplating the request. This technique is the most esteemed cultivation method of Harmony's sect, known to be passed down from the founder, rumored to be an ancient legacy of the demon realm. It embodies the essence of seizing the natural order of the universe, utilizing dual cultivation to harness its powers. The requirements for cultivation are exceedingly stringent, as evidenced by Yunlu, who indulged in all pleasures due to imbalances of yin and yang. With Yi Jue's extreme yin energy and spiritual affinity, it was anticipated that if he cultivated the extreme yin, he might break through to the god transformation stage on the day when yin gives rise to yang. Thus, once the clan learned of his recognition by the nether fire, they endeavored to secure this secret tome for him. Yi Jue understood the difficulty of this endeavor. However, becoming a disciple of the old demon of harmony afforded him a slim chance. After a prolonged silence, the old demon responded, "If you rank among the top 2 in the Qi Refinement Grand Competition, you shall become one of the Harmony Twins. I will arrange for the prize to be a foundational cultivation method of your choosing. If you attain the title of Harmony Twin, you will be recognized as a direct disciple, and Yunlu will have no grounds for dissent. If you fail to secure this title, do not expect to receive the direct lineage technique easily. Should you earn the title of Harmony Twin after establishing your foundation, Yunlu would be compelled to impart the technique in its entirety. That is settled. If Yunlu is willing, you may also apprentice under him. After all, should you succeed in your cultivation, it is likely you will become his successor. I harbor no objections to this, and would even welcome it. Now, should he wish to take on disciples in the future, do not hesitate to approach him directly. Is that understood? My seclusion is not yet concluded. I will be searching for materials over the next few years before retreating again. You may leave now." After Yi Jue and the alchemist demon took their leave, the alchemist demon remarked, "I did not expect Yunlu to be practicing the heaven and earth yin-yang technique. That was quite unexpected. However, the founder's demeanor towards us remains relatively amicable, which hints at deeper secrets. Yet, he seems to support your intention to apprentice under Yunlu, likely due to some unresolved grievances from the previous generation. You must exercise caution." Yi Jue frowned. The Qi Refinement Grand Competition is no easy hurdle. The alchemist demon chuckled. "There is no need for excessive worry. Most participants who achieve full Qi refinement succeeded in their foundational establishment during the last competition. This time, only a few unfortunate souls will not make it through. You should only be wary of a select few, such as Tianmi, with more than half a year remaining. Take the time to study their strengths. You have yet to reveal your capabilities. Keep some cards close to your chest, and seize any opportunity for a surprise attack." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yi Jue devoted himself to preparation. Days later, the old demon of harmony announced his return from seclusion. The first order of business was to announce a significant event. He had taken a heavenly spiritual root as his disciple, named Yi Jue. Yi Jue's name quickly spread throughout Harmony's sect, while he retreated into seclusion within Red Valley, diligently honing his magical prowess, familiarizing himself with combat techniques, and strategizing against potential adversaries among the cultivators of the 12th layer of Qi refinement, all in preparation for the grand competition. Days prior, a shipment of resources from his family had been delivered to Yi Jue, who accepted it without much comment. noting the intact restrictions on the storage bag. However, Yi Tian frequently glanced at Yi Jue, hesitating to voice his thoughts, clearly astonished that his usual interactions were with such an extraordinary individual, a once-in-a-century heavenly spiritual root cultivator. With no other choice, Yi Jue made a hasty exit. Upon opening the storage bag, he found it contained various cultivation resources. Although Yi Jue had requested minimal spirit stones, the bag was filled primarily with spiritual herbs and plants, along with materials for talisman crafting. He understood that the upcoming grand competition would demand an extensive use of talismans, prompting him to amass a significant stockpile, including some disposable magical artifacts. While their other uses were limited, their explosive power would suffice for defensive maneuvers. What particularly caught Yi Jue's interest were two artifacts. Describing them as two would be inaccurate, for one set included a complete ensemble of magical garments, including boots, a hair crown, hairpin, and accessories, a collection of considerable worth, comparable to the rest of the contents of the storage bag combined. The other artifact was a small shield, also for protection, representing a complementary pair of defensive magical tools. After a brief familiarization, Yi Jue felt more confident about the impending competition. As he devised various tactical strategies, time flowed steadily. Following the decadal initiation ceremony for new disciples, Harmony Sect gradually fell into a hushed tranquility. For 2 months post-ceremony, the Qi refinement disciples prepared diligently for the imminent competition. In a mere 2 months, the clash of tens of thousands of cultivators would commence. One day, under a clear sky, the sound of bells echoed through the main hall of the sect. Upon hearing the chime, Yi Jue rose, ensuring the little raccoon was safely secured before soaring towards the hall on his sword. Tens of thousands of practitioners gathered, forming a sea of dark figures. Suddenly, a flash of spiritual light enveloped them, and all were unceremoniously drawn into a spatial treasure, the very artifact facilitating such a grand assembly. Observing the space, Yi Jue noted the absence of any arenas. No wonder the first 5 rounds were said to be exceedingly brutal. After 5 rounds, most cultivators would be utterly exhausted. Yi Jue's gaze fell upon a female cultivator of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and with an indifferent flick of his wrist, he prepared to strike with a blood-red glow. To his surprise, the woman promptly conceded and fled. It is worth noting that conceding meant she would be compelled to participate again in 5 years. However, if she abstained for 5 rounds, she could sit out for a decade. Not overly concerned, Yi Jue simply shook his head at the sight of the fleeing female cultivator. Over 50,000 Qi refinement disciples from Harmony Sect were participating, and after 5 rounds, perhaps only 3,000 or 4,000 would remain. Chapter 51. The grand competition. As the waiting period unfolded, Yi Jue observed the unchanging surroundings, surmising that they were to remain in place. Indeed, shortly after, a towering cultivator emerged in the space. Without uttering a word, he swung his blade, sending a wave of crimson blade energy directly towards Yi Jue. Startled by the fierce attack, Yi Jue retracted his blood aura and, feeling a twinge of excitement, withdrew his soul-cutting blade, eager to compare sword techniques. As their close-quarters combat unfolded, Yi Jue's blade techniques grew increasingly unpredictable, oscillating between feints and solid strikes. With a decisive slash, Yi Jue's opponent suddenly felt a sharp pain in his consciousness, and darkness enveloped his vision. However, he reacted swiftly, rolling to the side in an attempt to evade. Easily evading Yi Jue's impending fatal strike, the individual displayed a resolute disposition, producing several thunderous orbs to hurl towards Yi Jue before promptly conceding defeat and fleeing. Yi Jue, upon witnessing the thunderous orbs, restrained his urge to annihilate and swiftly retreated. The explosion from the orbs caused a slight tremor in Yi Jue's aura, though it was far from a serious injury. After 2 consecutive encounters where his opponents had escaped, a flicker of ire ignited within Yi Jue. Consequently, his subsequent actions became markedly more decisive and ruthless. However, the next 3 cultivators he faced were formidable, each possessing exceptional means of self-preservation. Yi Jue, relying solely on the heart-controlling lotus and the heart-controlling technique, managed to eliminate a female cultivator who specialized in enchanting arts. This enchantress was indeed captivating, yet her essence was muddled, indicating a history of dual cultivation that had squandered her remarkable beauty. After 5 rounds, Yi Jue was automatically teleported out. A wave of withdrawals ensued, with lower-tier cultivators opting to forfeit. However, those who persevered longer would reap more substantial rewards, and while Yi Jue, with his considerable wealth, was indifferent to such treasures, many lower-tier cultivators had risen through this influx of resources. Nonetheless, wisely withdrawing was a prudent choice. Ultimately, 3 214 individuals remained for the next round. This subsequent round commenced the following day, granting the cultivators a moment to regroup. At dawn, the first round of the official matches began, determining the number of arenas through a drawing, specifically the 9 platforms within the Grand Hall. Each arena would be overseen by foundational cultivators serving as judges, significantly reducing the mortality rate. After all, these over 3,000 individuals were all promising candidates for foundational cultivation. And the Yi sect was not reluctant to allocate some resources. Yi Jue drew platform number 7, match number 73, which meant he was to compete in the 73rd match on the 7th platform. Typically, the first round would last an entire day, with the second and third rounds also extending through the day. As time swiftly passed, Yi Jue observed from the sidelines, captivated by numerous dazzling spells and combat techniques, meticulously contemplating their application for later use. Among them was a practitioner of the blood sea technique, who drained a significant portion of his opponent's vital essence using blood shadows. Yi Jue was momentarily stunned, not anticipating encountering such a technique within the Yi sect. However, upon closer scrutiny, he discerned that it was not an indigenous method, suggesting the blood sea technique had scattered widely. This technique presented formidable challenges, and he pondered whether the Netherfire could counter the blood shadows. Dark arts were often unpredictable. Vigilance was paramount. Before long, it was Yi Jue's turn to take the stage. His opponent, draped in a black robe, emanated an ominous aura. Upon hearing the judge's command, Yi Jue unleashed dozens of blood rays aimed directly at him. The ghostly practitioner waved a spectral banner, summoning several formidable apparitions to intercept the blood rays. With this, he successfully restrained numerous blood rays. Yi Jue retracted his blood rays, opting to engage with his soul-cutting blade. Although the blade was a close combat weapon, it could inflict damage on the spirit, making it an effective tool against ghostly practitioners. After a preliminary probe, Yi Jue charged forward wielding the blade. Under his strikes, the ghostly shadows flickered unpredictably, while his opponent summoned various artifacts to bolster the shadow's strength. Nevertheless, Yi Jue's demonic blade struck with precision, gradually dimming the apparitions with each blow. The ghostly practitioner was compelled to continuously produce items to restore and enhance the shadow's power. Ultimately, he summoned forth several powerful shadows through the activation of his vital essence. While Yi Jue deftly restrained these formidable apparitions, biding his time for an opportunity to eliminate one. With every apparition vanquished, the ghostly practitioner displayed unmistakable anguish. As the situation intensified, Yi Jue seized a moment to decisively eradicate several shadows. In retaliation, the ghostly practitioner unleashed a multitude of shadows towards Yi Jue. Seemingly preparing for a desperate final strike, it was now a decisive moment. Yi Jue's expression shifted, though he remained composed, knowing he had awaited this very instant. With so many shadows, control was unattainable. Most were lesser spirits, incapable of resisting the piercing blood rays. He unleashed 365 blood rays, piercing all the shadows. In an instant, the shadows dissipated. Yi Jue erupted with a flurry of blade light, directly targeting the ghostly practitioner. The practitioner produced several talismans to evade and then attempted to flee beneath the platform. With his techniques thwarted, the ghostly practitioner sustained considerable damage. Realizing he was no match for Yi Jue, and wisely retreated. A practitioner of dark arts recognizes the importance of prudence. Yi Jue's victory garnered him a modicum of fame, as both artifacts showcased considerable power, complemented by his commendable close combat prowess. However, his youth led many to harbor a tinge of condescension. Furthermore, as Yi Jue prioritized subduing rather than exterminating his foes, numerous seasoned dark practitioners speculated that he had likely not encountered much bloodshed. This was precisely Yi Jue's intent. While the power of his artifacts could not entirely conceal his abilities, it was wiser to adopt a different approach, shrouding his combat methods in ambiguity. The disparity in perception between a battle-hardened cultivator and a fledgling novice was stark. Yi Jue, aspiring for the Yi sect's dual throne, proceeded with meticulous caution. He chose not to depart, but rather to continuously observe the various techniques displayed on the platform. After all, these cultivators would be his opponents in the coming days. As the 73rd participant, each platform would host over 170 matches today, leading most to await their last match before resting. Even the slightest intelligence could influence the outcome of the next day's battles. Time sped by swiftly. Yi Jue felt as though mere moments had passed before the competition neared its conclusion. He hurried back to Hanggu for rest. Yi Jue refrained from cultivating, instead indulging in a bath and reclining on his bed. He closed his eyes, reflecting on the day's events before succumbing to slumber. On the following morning, rejuvenated, Yi Jue completed his morning routine and made his way to the arena. As expected, the first order of business was the drawing, and this time, Yi Jue was assigned to platform number 9, match number 13. Chapter 52, Confrontation of Enchantment. The 13th match was evidently a prominent placement. Even with potential absentees today, there would still be over 700 battles. Each platform would host no fewer than 80 matches. Yi Jue closed his eyes to rest, anticipating the competition on platform 9. Today's matches promised to be significantly more exhilarating than yesterday's, as many who had advanced beyond 5 rounds had merely relied on fortune. However, after yesterday's one-on-one eliminations, the remaining over 1,000 cultivators exhibited commendable combat prowess. Thus, today's duels would likely result in fierce exchanges, extending the duration. Yet, regardless of length, there would be an endpoint. As time progressed, it was soon Yi Jue's turn. He promptly rose and soared into the 9th arena from the viewing stands. His opponent was a lithe female cultivator, veiled in sheer fabric, her eyes shimmering with ethereal light. Yi Jue instinctively averted his gaze, recognizing her as a practitioner of enchanting arts. Though her features were not striking, they exuded a subtle allure that stirred desire. Her bold and revealing attire ignited countless fantasies. Before the match commenced, Yi Jue discerned that her enchanting arts had already taken effect. With the referee's command, the surroundings transformed into a serene pink hue. The air was filled with the gentle whispers of female cultivators, their soft murmurs resonating like tender laments. Before him, the female cultivator's body began to emanate ethereal glimmers, her exposed skin gradually turning a delicate shade of pink, a clear indication that her charm technique was in full effect. A warmth surged through Yi Jue, and the female cultivator appeared increasingly enchanting. As the pink aura enveloped the atmosphere, a dreamy glaze surfaced in Yi Jue's eyes, as if he had succumbed to the charm spell. Simultaneously, the female cultivator glided gracefully towards Yi Jue, locking her gaze onto him. She murmured, "Young lord, I shall always be by your side." However, within Yi Jue's consciousness, clarity prevailed. He recognized that everything unfolding was merely a facade. Yet, the charm's influence lingered. Silently, he activated his heart-controlling technique, questioning, "Will you truly remain with me?" The female cultivator, feeling the allure of his handsome visage, felt her cheeks blush under the thin veil. As they both settled into silence, the illusion deepened, and the female cultivator began to sway her body, causing Yi Jue to instinctively follow suit. As she exerted herself, beads of sweat began to form, dampening her veil and causing strands of hair to cling together, exuding an air of disarray. Unperturbed, the female cultivator seemed oblivious, as if Yi Jue had become a lamb awaiting slaughter. With the pink aura intensifying, she made a sudden move, seizing the man who had fallen upon her and tearing him apart. Just as she reveled in her triumph, she felt her thoughts growing sluggish. It dawned upon her that Yi Jue appeared majestic, and she felt a wave of shame wash over her for her recent actions. She knelt, as if standing would be a profound disrespect to him, yet she remained unaware of her own unsettling behavior. Yi Jue smiled slightly and addressed the referee. "Please declare the victor." The referee, casting a deep glance at Yi Jue, concluded this abrupt match. Unbeknownst to many, Yi Jue had subtly controlled the female cultivator's heart and mind while she was ensnared in her illusion and charm techniques. If left unbroken, it was likely that the female cultivator would continue to exhibit such submissive behavior towards Yi Jue in the future, rendering him a truly sinister figure. Yet, he maintained an innocent demeanor, as if none of this pertained to him. Onlookers felt a twinge of fear at this spectacle, for it was unsettling to witness a formidable female cultivator kneeling in submission without apparent coercion. The reality was simple. Yi Jue had skillfully influenced her at critical moments, ultimately using the backlash of her own charm technique against her. With his heart-controlling technique having reached the 4th level, Yi Jue found this manipulation to be a trivial task, though only a handful could discern the truth. As Yi Jue withdrew, the female cultivator awakened from her stupor, regarding him with a mix of deep trepidation and lingering desire. Ignoring her disheveled state, she hastily departed the arena. Yi Jue smiled gently, waiting for the next match to commence, for there was still a second contest to be held that day. He gradually restored his expended consciousness. The battle of wits and the clash of charm techniques appeared calm on the surface, yet they were far more perilous than mere duels. The backlash from the female cultivator would likely leave a lingering crack in her psyche whenever she encountered Yi Jue in the future. As afternoon approached, Yi Jue continued to observe the ongoing battles while recuperating his depleting consciousness. With the final match concluded, over 700 cultivators would initiate their 3rd round of combat. By chance, Yi Jue drew the #1 position for the first arena. He ascended the stage, facing a physical cultivator. Without further ado, Yi Jue brandished his blade and engaged in a vigorous battle. The physical cultivator, sensing an opportunity, produced a massive hammer and joined the fray with earnest intent. Amidst their fierce exchange, Yi Jue noticed the cultivator's left arm exhibited a distinct delay in the flow of spiritual energy, recalling that he had been injured in his previous match and had yet to fully recover. Seizing the moment, Yi Jue adjusted his offensive strategy. The cultivator unleashed a furious roar, his left arm swelling dramatically, launching a powerful punch against Yi Jue's blade. It was then that Yi Jue realized he had fallen into a trap. Nevertheless, he understood that the injury was genuine. Even if the cultivator had access to enhancement techniques, they would not last long. Thus, he summoned his spiritual energy to counter the onslaught. After exchanging blows 5 times, the cultivator's left arm emitted a resounding crack, the luminous aura fading. Recognizing the opportunity for victory, Yi Jue pressed the attack with relentless strikes. He deftly retrieved several talismans, deploying them in succession, countering the cultivator's hidden techniques. With a series of powerful blows, he sent the opponent tumbling from the stage. The cultivator shot Yi Jue a fierce glare but departed without uttering a word. Although his prowess was commendable, he had fallen victim to Yi Jue's keen observation of his previous injury, leading to an unavoidable defeat, leaving him deeply unsatisfied. Yet, such is the nature of combat. It encompasses both raw strength and fortuitous circumstances. Had Yi Jue only mastered spells without grasping the intricacies of battle, this encounter may have proven challenging. Fortunately, during his retreat in Honggu, he had diligently addressed many of his shortcomings. Though time was short, his exceptional innate talent allowed him to flourish, rendering him nearly unmatched in duels below the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, his extensive research into various combat techniques had equipped him with a comprehensive array of strategies, especially in facing physical cultivators, where direct confrontation often proved most effective. Chapter 53, the top 10. With this victory, the day's battles came to a close. Yi Jue gathered intelligence in preparation for tomorrow's contests. After this day, fewer than 400 cultivators would remain. Tomorrow, 50 would be determined, followed by the top 10 in the subsequent days, culminating in 6 matches over the next 2 days. Yi Jue continuously honed his skills through each encounter, whether in combat techniques or the seamless integration of spells. The imperfections in his strategies were gradually refined with every duel. Having determined the top 10, Yi Jue fortuitously drew a bye, placing him directly at 13th. The upcoming selection of the top 10 indeed required a measure of luck. The final 3 victors would challenge the preceding 10, with the winners claiming their spots in the top 10, while the defeated would face elimination. As Yi Jue had not fought, he was positioned at 13th, necessitating a challenge and subsequent victory to secure a place among the top competitors for the following day's contest for the Twin Blossoms of Harmony. In making his challenge, Yi Jue chose to confront a practitioner well-versed in charm techniques among the top 10. Due to his superior consciousness, coupled with the refining properties of the nether flame and the presence of the heart control lotus seed, he found himself particularly adept at countering practitioners of allure. The selected opponent exhibited a hint of anxiety, having witnessed Yi Jue's previous encounter with the charm-using female cultivator, an unsettling sensation lingering in her mind. Gazing at the handsome youth before her, the blue-clad female cultivator felt torn between reluctance and trepidation. With a resigned glance at Yi Jue, she took flight and gracefully exited the arena. Ultimately, the allure of the top 10 rewards proved irresistible, compelling me to engage in this contest. As both parties took their positions, Yi Jue clasped his hands together and uttered, "I beg your pardon, Sister Lan. Today's circumstances leave me no choice. I shall seek to make amends in the future." It turned out that this female cultivator of the Lan surname was someone Yi Jue was acquainted with, having nearly aided Yi Jingtian in a prior endeavor. Subsequently, they had become friends, and Yi Jue had visited a few times, thus fostering a sense of familiarity. It was precisely this connection that elicited a twinge of regret, yet the situation was unavoidable. Among the trio of enchanting female cultivators, one had failed at the peak of her qi training, while the other was Tianmi, whom Yi Jue was reluctant to confront just yet, as revealing his trump card prematurely could lead to entirely different consequences. The Lan surname cultivator's expression hardened. Given the circumstances, further discussion was futile. She immediately employed her mind-controlling technique. Anticipating this, Yi Jue subtly stirred his consciousness to nullify her attempt. He then swiftly increased the distance between them, initiating a barrage of blood-red light to disrupt her focus. Gradually, he began to execute his own mind-controlling technique, while the Lan cultivator likewise commenced her seductive charm. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Yi Jue, what are you planning? Are you intending to strike at me? It was Yi Tian, her tone laced with playful reproach. Yi Jue was momentarily taken aback as her visage seemed to materialize before him. Unfazed, he directed the blood-red light straight at her, his gaze icy. The lawn cultivator bore a resemblance to Yi Tian, which allowed her charm to create an illusion that felt almost tangible. She was evidently aware of this and intended to use it as her secret weapon. However, Yi Jue was entirely unfazed by her tactics. Frustration flickered in the lawn cultivator's eyes as anger surged within her. She unleashed a barrage of spells upon Yi Jue. He deftly dodged her assaults. In a fit of exasperation, she produced a talisman-like artifact, and with a flick of her wrist, the arena was enveloped in a formation. Under the thrall of the formation, crimson mist began to swirl, indicating that it was a complementary array. As the formation's power surged, Yi Jue found himself struggling. Although he gradually exerted control over the lawn cultivator, causing her to squander her spiritual energy in emotional turmoil, the power of her formation was formidable. As the mist thickened, illusions began to manifest before Yi Jue, and despite the tremors of the mind-controlling lotus seed, he felt increasingly overwhelmed. Realizing the necessity for a swift resolution, he understood that while he possessed the lotus seed, the depletion of his consciousness was alarming. If his mental energy were to diminish excessively, recovery would be a troublesome affair. Yi Jue concentrated the blood-red light into a formation and advanced toward the lawn cultivator, who soon found herself at a disadvantage. Her offensive began to falter. Seizing the moment, Yi Jue produced 3 or 4 talismans, all of which were high-tier attack charms. Witnessing Yi Jue's relentless aggression, the lawn cultivator's heart raced with anxiety. She immediately unleashed her most potent charm. Unbeknownst to her, this was precisely what Yi Jue had been anticipating, as her momentary lapse in focus was a critical opening. If she had remained composed, bolstered by the formation's power, her charm might have posed an insurmountable challenge. However, with the formation newly activated and not yet at its peak strength, Yi Jue remained largely unaffected. In that instant, her charm became a double-edged sword. As the backlash from her charm surged forth, compounded by the effects of the mind-controlling technique, the lawn cultivator fell silent. Though she was also adept in mind control, a temporary stalemate ensued. Left with no choice, Yi Jue engaged in a mental duel. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The individual before him had yet to experience the depths of intimacy. Drawing from the vast reservoir of knowledge accumulated from his past life, he transmitted insights through their mental exchange. The lawn cultivator's expression froze, her eyes widening in surprise, clearly caught off guard. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Jue unleashed his mind-controlling power, ultimately triumphing in this battle of consciousness and spirit. With a lingering gaze of resentment directed at Yi Jue, the lawn cultivator departed. Yi Jue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, averted his gaze. Under his influence, the myriad of images conjured in the mind were undoubtedly of the lawn cultivator and himself. Following the referee's announcement, Yi Jue ascended to the high platform. Unfortunately, not all challengers succeeded. One was summarily executed, and the referee offered no commentary. It was evident that such contests were gambles where life and death were often the most favorable outcomes. After all, this was a blatant struggle for resources, laden with enmity. Most demonic cultivators understood the futility of tolerating provocation. Otherwise, others would perceive them as easy prey. As the referee proclaimed the emergence of the top 10, Yi Jue felt a slight relaxation wash over him. Only a final step remained before the coveted seat in the yin-yang technique. Upon returning to the Red Valley, Yi Jue dove into the cool waters of the pond, allowing the icy embrace to wash away his fatigue. The intense battles of recent days had exacted a heavy toll. The pressure on the victors was immense. Along the way, Yi Jue had encountered various insidious plots from demonic cultivators, employing treacherous spells and unforeseen tactics, all of which significantly enhanced his combat prowess, while simultaneously draining his mental strength. With the sound of the cascading waterfall, Yi Jue gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 54. Talisman Treasures. As dawn broke, Yi Jue awoke from his night in the pond. Thanks to the automatic circulation of his spiritual energy and the protection of his robe, he remained unscathed by the cold. However, a brisk breeze from the valley jolted him into awareness, reminding him of the tasks awaiting him that day. Nearby, Shaoli also seemed startled, clearly mimicking Yi Jue's demeanor. As they soared toward the arena, Yi Jue drew a formidable opponent in the lottery. Upon standing on platform 5, he prepared himself. I have watched many of your matches. Your consciousness is robust, your charm is impressive, and your combat skills are commendable. Both your ranged and melee spells are top tier. However, you lack one crucial element: a decisive weapon to breach your enemy's defenses. I cultivate the thick earth spirit technique. I have no other strengths, relying solely on my formidable close combat prowess and impenetrable defense. What do you say? Having observed my battles, you must feel quite disheartened. This match shall be your end, boasted a brawny man, his voice echoing with uncontained arrogance. The referee had yet to signal the beginning, yet he confidently proclaimed his advantages. Yi Jue felt a hint of exasperation towards such opponents. Unlike typical physical cultivators, this one embodied brute strength and resilience, akin to a tortoise. While he appeared to be easily outpaced, the numerous enhancements to his spells often enabled him to overpower adversaries with a single strike. Clearly, his spiritual energy was of remarkable purity and volume. Otherwise, he would never have reached the top 10. Having observed several of his matches, Yi Jue noted his gradual encroachment upon opponent's space, granting him a considerable advantage in arena battles. With a focused mind, Yi Jue awaited the referee's signal. As the match commenced, he drew his weapon, launching a powerful strike. In response, the brawny man blocked the attack with his forearm, absorbing the impact. The collision left Yi Jue's arm slightly tingling, and his expression grew solemn. He possessed several blood essence beads gifted by his family, which could counter the brawny man's strength. However, if one proved ineffective, it would be a setback, as his family's resources were limited. Rather than exposing them now without guarantee of success, he resolved to test the efficacy of the blood feather-piercing talisman against this formidable opponent. This is indeed the intended meaning, as Yi Jue had previously contemplated how to deal with this individual upon their encounter. The options were limited to talismans or blood marrow beads. These were the only treasures Yi Jue could employ to turn the tide. With his mind set, Yi Jue began to manipulate the soul-cutting blade with his spiritual will, engaging in frenzied strikes without holding it in his hand. He then executed a series of agile movements, continuously circling around. Occasionally, he would throw out a talisman to restrain his opponent. In the short term, the arena fell into a stalemate. However, those in the spectator stands understood that Yi Jue was likely preparing his trump cards, and as time progressed, his advantages diminished. If, after utilizing his 2 trump cards, he failed to break through the brawny man's assault, victory would slip from his grasp. As time wore on, diamond-shaped barbs appeared before Yi Jue, adorned with grooves resembling bloodletting channels. As the momentum around Yi Jue swelled, the brawny man began to grow anxious. However, having just been repelled by a talisman, he found it too late to charge forward. Someone in the spectator stands exclaimed, "A talisman treasure. It is indeed a talisman treasure." Instantly, countless gazes shifted to the 5th arena. The terrifying aura emanating from the arena made it clear to the onlookers that this was indeed a talisman treasure. As discussions erupted amongst the spectators, the brawny man, about to face this strike head-on, was drenched in cold sweat, silently cursing himself for his reckless bravado before stepping onto the stage, provoking this formidable opponent. He wondered how many strikes he could withstand, promptly channeling his techniques to their maximum potential, enhancing the power of his defensive artifacts, and employing secret arts to temporarily amplify his abilities. As a blood-red light, composed of blood feathers, surged towards him, the brawny man sensed his defenses teetering on the brink of collapse. Clearly, Yi Jue had been preparing for this decisive strike, conserving some of the talisman's power for a more extended period. Indeed, in mere moments, cracks began to form in the brawny man's protective barrier. The referee, disregarding his own potential injury, used his agility to rescue the brawny man and subsequently announced, "Yi Jue is victorious." Thus, Yi Jue advanced into the top 5, just 2 steps away from the ultimate victory. However, by this point, Yi Jue's trump cards had been largely revealed, although his cultivation time was short, indicating a shallow accumulation of experience and a mere few artifacts. His aptitude in combat was evident, demonstrating a remarkable ability to learn and adapt rapidly. Yet, the upcoming battles would pose challenges that these differences could not bridge. The next opponents were the closest to the foundation establishment stage, most of whom could directly confront those at that level. Yi Jue's path ahead would undoubtedly grow arduous. As time slowly passed, the final 2 battles commenced in the afternoon. When the draw took place, Yi Jue picked an empty slip. The onlookers exchanged curious glances. This marked Yi Jue's second empty draw, leaving one to ponder whether it was a stroke of luck or misfortune. The subsequent contest would only determine the Hahuan twins, without delving into specific rankings. This meant that if Yi Jue had not drawn an empty slip and managed to secure a victory, the remaining opponent would inevitably challenge him. Now, however, Yi Jue was certain to face an adversary of equal prowess, one firmly within the realm of the Hahuan twins. Taking a deep breath, Yi Jue focused intently on the impending battle. Yet, The spectators remained largely unconcerned. After all, while the 12th layer of Qi refinement was impressive, the remaining contenders were all at the 13th layer. The value of cultivation only becomes apparent when one truly surpasses others and can dominate through sheer power, something Yi Jue currently lacked, as that exhilarating sense of dominance belonged to his opponents. As the combatants took their positions for the final showdown, Tian-Mi swiftly maneuvered her artifact, employing her charm techniques, talismans, and various divine arts with tremendous speed. The scene was both magnificent and brutal, while her opponent, a man clad in black who practiced demonic arts, unleashed a harrowing aura, manifesting sinister artifacts that painted the arena with a hellish tableau. The black-clad man showed no fear of her charm techniques, evidently suppressing them with his malevolent energy. Both combatants were momentarily evenly matched. Tian-Mi then unleashed waves of sweet, toxic miasma to assail her foe, seizing upon a slight opening to execute her charm technique. Observing this, Yi Jue felt a chill. Even such a formidable individual could not fully unleash her strength. Indeed, in Yi Jue's eyes, despite the intense battle, Tian-Mi had merely demonstrated her charm technique and employed a miasma attack, which had already set the stage for her victory. With this thought, Yi Jue turned his gaze to the adjacent arena. Chapter 55. The Hahuan twins. As Yi Jue turned, he was met with a dramatically contrasting scene. Unsurprisingly, the female cultivator who had previously failed in her foundation establishment attempt was among the two combatants on the battlefield. Yi Jue heard the crowd refer to her as Mei, though her full name remained unknown. It was her distinctive white hair that had caught Yi Jue's attention earlier. According to information Yi Jue had acquired, her hair had not always been snow white. It had transformed following her failed foundation establishment attempt. However, this backlash seemed to only affect her hair, with no apparent detriment to her other aspects, though such knowledge was not something one could simply purchase. Yet, at this moment, she was being suppressed by another who also practiced demonic arts. The situation felt somewhat ironic, especially since Tian-Mi was gaining an initial advantage through her charm techniques, gradually shifting the balance towards victory. Meanwhile, the Mei surname cultivator was struggling to maintain an equal footing, and if this continued, it was not inconceivable for her to gradually reveal her weaknesses. Observing this, Yi Jue meticulously analyzed the characteristics of the demonic cultivator's techniques. He swiftly discerned that she too cultivated through the method of transforming malevolent energy, granting her a degree of resistance against charm techniques. Coupled with a blood spirit banner in her possession, the waves of blood energy combined with her malevolent aura forced Tian-Mi's pink charm techniques to retreat layer by layer. Recognizing this, Yi Jue began formulating a strategy to counterattack. However, as the situation evolved, a peculiar expression crossed Yi Jue's face. The Mei surname cultivator produced a jade Buddha, its emerald body radiating a solemn majesty, and it appeared to possess remarkable spiritual energy. Yet, the reason for Yi Jue's peculiar expression was that this Buddha bore no clothing, and upon closer inspection, it resembled the Mei surname cultivator's own visage. As the magnificent yet unclothed statue expanded within the incantation, Yi Jue felt a wave of dizziness wash over his consciousness. Fortunately, the heart control lotus seed activated automatically, allowing him to regain his clarity. What an insidious artifact! Yi Jue murmured softly to himself. Clearly, upon the emergence of this treasure, the opposing demonic cultivator was instantly entranced, causing the tides of battle to shift in an instant. Yi Jue found himself momentarily stunned. How could one triumph over such an artifact? However, would not choosing Tian-Mi be tantamount to courting death? Fortunately, to ensure fairness, after Yi Jue made his selection, the opponent was allowed a recovery period of 2 hours. With the conclusion of the two intense battles, Yi Jue unhesitatingly chose the Mei surname cultivator. After all, relying on the power of the artifact would evidently be easier to contend with than the increasingly formidable Tian-Mi, who was closing in on the foundation establishment stage without any apparent weaknesses. The woman bearing the surname Mei observed the scene before her and suddenly erupted into laughter, her melodious tone shifting to a chilling, sinister timbre. "Little one, I shall ensure that your existence becomes a living hell." Yi Jue was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this indicated a flaw in her cultivation of temperance. He quickly resolved to employ the heart control technique, which, upon reaching the 4th level, allowed one to condense a heart seed that would take root by absorbing the host's emotions, ultimately leading to complete domination over that individual. Yi Jue had never utilized this method before, as it was reserved for an unavoidable situation, initially intended for dealing with a male practitioner of demonic arts. To his surprise, it was this woman he faced, and thus he felt no hesitation. The execution of this technique required some concealment, otherwise, being discovered would be detrimental. Yi Jue's first thought was to avoid squandering a precious opportunity. As the competition commenced, he directly vibrated the heart control lotus seed, instantly dispelling the enchantment cast by the Mei woman. Though she was prepared, the backlash was minimal. Yi Jue, eager to embed the heart seed early on, recklessly squandered a chance to counter the backlash. However, one must accept losses for potential gains. The earlier the heart seed took root, the more advantageous it would be. As the battle unfolded, Yi Jue primarily relied on talismans to conserve his spiritual energy. After all, a practitioner who had achieved full qi refinement and consumed foundation establishment pills possessed a profound and pure reservoir of spiritual energy, qualifying them as among the elite beneath the foundation establishment level. Yi Jue questioned his own inadequacy in spiritual energy, observing Yi Jue's agile maneuvers. The Mei woman unleashed a wide-ranging assault, sending countless petals swirling and exploding in succession. Yi Jue had prepared for this, activating the small shield sent by his family, which shimmered with light, neutralizing all explosions. As the final confrontation approached, Yi Jue began to reveal most of his hidden cards. The spirit shield and scale robe represented his last two lines of defense, rarely activated in daily circumstances. With the manifestation of his magical artifacts, Yi Jue gradually began to engage in a tit-for-tat exchange. Crimson flashes and varied talismans danced about, restraining the majority of the petals. The Mei woman's basket of petals was activated in abundance, but Yi Jue was well prepared. At a certain moment, he sensed the heart seed sprouting, confirming the woman's emotional vulnerabilities, which began to spiral into uncontrollable rage. Yi Jue fanned the flames of her fury. "Aunt Mei, how is it that at your age you still fancy such delicate blossoms?" The Mei woman's eyes widened slightly, her breath quickening. "You insolent wretch, I shall take your life today." With that, she maneuvered a needle-like artifact toward him. Yi Jue had anticipated this, but deliberately delayed his reaction. The needle struck his robe with a resounding thud, sending dust billowing into the air. He felt the heart seed growing stronger and began to amplify the emotions it fed upon. Emerging unscathed, Yi Jue taunted, "Aunt Mei, how is it you've come through unharmed? Quite strange, have your eyes deceived you?" As the joy that had been magnified dissipated, the heart seed accumulated vast energy. The Mei woman sensed something amiss, yet her overwhelming fury drowned out her rationality, extinguishing her last glimmer of hope for victory. Next, Yi Jue utilized the heart seed to manipulate the emotionally unhinged Mei woman, compelling her to oscillate between extremes of emotion, greatly depleting her mental fortitude. As her spiritual strength waned to a mere veneer, Yi Jue seized the moment to infiltrate her psyche with the heart seed. Once the heart seed fully matured, it signified that the woman's life was now under Yi Jue's control. Savoring the prospect of freely altering her emotions, Yi Jue smiled, realizing that even before establishing his foundation, he had acquired a potential ally on the brink of that very achievement. The heart control technique was undoubtedly a profound and nefarious skill, capable of breaching mental defenses, manipulating emotions, and dictating actions, ultimately controlling life and death. This sinister art was merely a branch of enchanting techniques, and Yi Jue was eager to establish his foundation and witness the prowess of the heavenly yin-yang technique, reputed to seize the essence of creation. Had it not been for the Mei woman's excessive expenditure of mental strength in this battle, coupled with her impaired temperament due to failed foundation establishment and intense desire for victory, the act of heart control would have been far from simple. Yet, none of this mattered anymore. With Yi Jue compelling the Mei woman to concede, he officially became one of the dual cultivators of the Harmony sect. Chapter 56. Yunlu. What followed was the conferral ceremony. Although such titles occurred every 5 years, this occasion was particularly significant. The old demon of harmony had decreed that the newly appointed dual cultivators could select any foundational cultivation method. Despite Timi's esteemed lineage as the sect leader's daughter, she would still need to exchange contributions for her chosen technique, unless her father took a personal interest. However, it was evident that in the realm of the Harmony sect, progeny were often of little significance. While higher cultivation levels made offspring increasingly rare, the nature of Harmony sect's techniques likely ensured that by the time of foundation establishment, progeny were plentiful. Those who failed to establish foundations probably had no desire for descendants, and advanced stages like core formation and nascent soul would likely not seek heirs either. Moreover, the sect's secret medicines for early progeny were no longer a rarity. Obtaining a set for early childbirth was quite feasible. To the Harmony sect, an abundance of offspring was undoubtedly a blessing. In light of these circumstances, Timi's path to acquiring the charming maiden technique for foundational cultivation was assured, but certainly not simple. As for Yi Jue, he unapologetically requested the heavenly yin-yang technique. With the two revered tomes of the sect's secrets being handed over, both the sect leader and Yunlu arrived to inspect them. Naturally, Timi's father, sect leader Tian, and Yunlu, the highest practitioner of the heavenly yin-yang technique, were compelled to take an interest. Especially Yunlu, who, upon seeing the Harmony sect's disciple with a heavenly root, coming to learn the yin-yang technique, felt a surge of disbelief. Nearly suspecting that the old demon sought to change allegiances and engage in dual cultivation. However, upon Yunlu's arrival, he informed Yi Jue that he could not practice the heavenly yin-yang technique, leaving Yi Jue momentarily stunned. Yunlu then took Yi Jue by the hand and led him away. Arriving at Yunlu's palace, indeed, it was a palace. Yi Jue marveled at the elegant architecture, with pavilions and corridors harmoniously arranged, exuding grace and beauty. For the first time in years, he felt he had found a kindred spirit, as he had seldom encountered individuals with refined taste, often preferring to amuse himself in solitude. Suddenly discovering a hedonist in Yunlu, however, gave him pause. The thought of Yunlu's dual nature, both virtuous and licentious, sent a chill down his spine. Despite Yunlu's radiant complexion and exceptional demeanor, Yi Jue felt a twinge of apprehension in her presence. Nevertheless, he suppressed his unease, particularly since Yunlu had just claimed he could not practice the heavenly yin-yang technique. Yi Jue was unwilling to accept this, but as a master of the heavenly yin-yang technique, he had no choice but to heed Yunlu's insights. As they reached a pavilion, attending maidens began to serve fragrant tea, and soon a performance of song and dance unfolded nearby. Yi Jue feigned interest, merely casting a few glances. Master Yunlu, may I inquire why you believe I cannot cultivate the heavenly yin-yang technique? Yunlu chuckled, you little rascal. Already boasting before you've begun. I shan't hold it against you. Perhaps one day you'll be my true successor. Each nascent soul practitioner of the Harmony sect was an invaluable treasure, for their experiences were akin to the historical journeys of entire nations. The heaven and earth yin-yang technique is a method left by the founding master of the sect, rumored to be deeply connected to the demon realm. We shall not delve into that, as I have yet to encounter anything related to the demon realm. However, there is one undeniable aspect, the seizing of the natural order. The specifics of this seizing are beyond our current scope, as they are too distant from you. You need only to understand that when I broke through to the foundation establishment stage, the union of yin and yang alone was insufficient. According to the records of the technique, it was only through dual cultivation with two practitioners of the wind and thunder elemental roots that I achieved balance. Among those practitioners at the time, there was only one male and one female suitable for dual cultivation. It was only after this that I managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage. With that in mind, do you still wish to pursue this technique? You must be aware that this method could potentially enhance your elemental attributes, and you possess a water elemental root. It is quite possible you will need to find 4 practitioners of the elemental roots. 4. Do you think you can find them? To establish your foundation, you will need 1 practitioner of an elemental root, preferably of the fire element. Do you know where to find one? Don't even mention whether there's one in the cultivation world. If there are, they are surely well hidden. If you truly know of one, I will personally fetch them for you, I promise. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue was momentarily taken aback and blurted out. I heard that the Yin sect has discovered a practitioner with a heavenly root. Is that true, Master Uncle? Yunlu was momentarily stunned. Yin sect? In the state of Yu? Yunlu summoned a servant to inquire and confirmed that there had indeed been rumors of a practitioner with a heavenly root at the Yin sect. Yunlu cast a deep glance at Yi Jue and took off into the sky without further ado. Yi Jue awaited her return. Understanding that this matter of the technique was not only crucial for his present circumstances, but also for the strategic plans of his family, he dared not be negligent. However, Yunlu's character was quite earnest. She made her decision to go to the Yin sect without a hint of hesitation and promised to bring someone back. Days later, Yunlu returned, accompanied by a young woman. Yi Jue was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to truly bring back a practitioner with a heavenly root from the Yin sect. Yunlu smiled lightly and said, "You've struck it lucky. This girl is indeed a fire elemental root, having just joined the sect 2 or 3 years ago. Fortunately, there are disciples from my sect in high positions within the Yin sect, or else this information might have been overlooked. Coincidentally, she is also at the peak of chi refinement, preparing to establish her foundation, so I shall directly present her to you." Yi Jue bowed in gratitude. Yunlu smiled and remarked, "My actions are not without ulterior motives. Having cultivated the heaven and earth yin-yang technique to my current stage, I feel the path ahead is blocked. Though I have made some progress, I cannot see the path to the later stages of the nascent soul. I hope that once you have mastered this technique, You will take me as your teacher, so we can explore its depths together. Or perhaps verify the differences between cultivating this technique with heavenly roots and with other elemental roots. Yi Jue was momentarily stunned and quickly bowed. His master had once said that if Master Uncle Yin Lu wished to take him as a disciple, he need not seek his approval, but could agree directly, and he would not hold it against him later. Disciple here pays respects to master. Yin Lu looked at the clever young man before her and smiled. I know well what kind of temperament the Grand Elder possesses, but that aside, since you are sincere, come to me after you establish your foundation. You may also choose to remain on your own, but should you require assistance, do not hesitate to approach me. Saying this, she handed him a jade talisman. Yi Jue accepted the talisman, placing it in his storage bag, understanding that the pivotal events were yet to come. As expected, Yin Lu produced a jade booklet. The booklet appeared unremarkable, yet its pages were made of jade, having a somewhat soft texture despite their fragility. Yi Jue took the booklet in his hands, gently feeling the material's texture and weight, somewhat astonished. The cover of this seemingly plain booklet was inscribed with the title Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Technique. Chapter 57, Nangong 1. With some explanations from Yin Lu, Yi Jue gradually developed an understanding of this technique and became increasingly captivated by its power. Indeed, among mortals, there is no shortage of excellent techniques. What is lacking is those who can cultivate them to their fullest. The Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Technique is no exception. Its grading system does not follow the conventional 13 levels, with the 13th level corresponding to the early stage of God transformation. The first volume is quite simple, focusing on foundation establishment. There are no instructions on how to establish the foundation, nor on how to transition to another cultivation method, and no notes on cultivation precautions. However, it does state that if the response during foundation establishment is merely physical, certain operations may be conducted. It contains numerous plans for dual cultivation, the majority of which require compatible elemental root qualities, meaning heavenly roots should pair with heavenly roots, and other elemental roots should pair with their kind. Yi Jue furrowed his brow deeply. This technique is indeed extraordinarily powerful, allowing for rapid progress in cultivation, and the true essence cultivated is formidable, accompanied by extraordinary mystical powers. Additionally, it records a wealth of knowledge on dual cultivation, whether for solidifying the foundation and enhancing essence, advancing cultivation, healing injuries and detoxifying, or even prolonging lifespan. Methods can be found within. Furthermore, upon reaching great success, one could complement the 5 elements of yin and yang. Upon reaching this point, Yi Jue felt that this great success might not merely be the God transformation stage, but possibly the void refinement stage. He shook his head, discarding this reckless thought. After all, descriptions of techniques tend to exaggerate, which is unavoidable. Observing Master Yin Lu's demeanor, he could be assured that beauty and youth preservation were certainly included. After several days of study with the jade booklet imparted by Yin Lu, Yi Jue departed with the young woman who appeared to be of a similar age to him. What? You say your name is Nangong 1. Yi Jue looked at the girl before him, somewhat bewildered. She was simply dressed, with a charming appearance and a slender figure, her expression slightly cold. However, no chill could compare to the coldness that resided in Yi Jue's heart. He was well aware that many indicators suggested that the current time was long after the invasion of the demonic path. Yet, when a cultivator at the golden core stage stood before him, appearing to be of a similar age, Yi Jue found it difficult to accept. Another pressing concern was that it was said that mortals cultivating immortality was also known as the record of the ancestors' reincarnation. Yi Jue wondered if he might fall and die upon stepping outside. However, he also considered that cultivators wield swords to sever the past and knives to carve the future, seeking only the present, grasping at opportunities to alter their fate. Should he succeed in the future, he could reshape the river of time. Should he fail, he would have long turned to ash, requiring no one to act against him. Contemplating this, Yi Jue glanced at Nangong 1 before promptly sending a message for his family to bring Wang Kuer over. He could manage himself, but adding another person would be quite the burden. Moreover, the Red Valley, with its picturesque scenery and rich spiritual energy, was indeed an ideal place for culinary delights to flourish. Yet, as he thought of this, Yi Jue suddenly regretted not having taken 2 springs from Yin Lu. Otherwise, this would truly be a paradise on earth. Nangong 1 looked at the young man before her and asked, Hey, what is your name? Why did you bring me here? Yi Jue felt a slight headache. My master is Yin Lu, and this place is known as the Yi Jue Sect. I invited you here to assist me in my cultivation, he explained. Upon hearing this, Nangong 1's fair face turned white, then flushed a shade of red. Clearly, after several years of cultivation at the Yin Yu sect, she was not entirely ignorant. However, Such a blunt admission still left her feeling somewhat displeased. Yi Jue paid her no mind, as he was preoccupied with his own matters, leaving the rest for later. For now, his priority was establishing his foundation. As the two entered the Red Valley, Yi Jue unlocked the barrier, and upon entering, the little fox leapt directly into Yi Jue's arms. After all, it had been several days since their last encounter, and the little fox, missing its master, began to yowl in delight. Observing the little fox, now at the mid-stage of its first tier, Yi Jue couldn't help but reflect on the swift passage of time. With the timelessness of cultivation, Yi Jue stepped into the small bamboo cottage. Upon entering, Nangong-wan was awestruck by the entire flower valley and was immensely envious of the little fox. The residence before her resembled a celestial paradise. Just as she was about to inquire with Yi Jue, he entered the house and closed the barrier, retreating into seclusion. I can't eat anymore. If I do, I'll gain weight. Nangong-wan lamented, holding her cheeks, struggling to chew while shifting to the side. Be good. This fragrant, crispy tenderloin is sourced from the 4 tenderloin of a second-tier gale bull. Each bull yields only 2 to 3 pounds of such meat. The texture is tender and fresh, and the deep-fried coating perfectly locks in the meat's juiciness while offering a delightful crunch. Just one more bite. Just one more. As Nangong-wan listened to the gentle whispers of the person before her, it felt like the seductive murmurs of a devil. Her feet, however, uncontrollably moved toward the meat. After devouring an entire plate of meat, Nangong-wan lay back on a chair, basking in the sun with a round belly. Have I gained weight? Why do I no longer feel the chair digging into me? I remember it used to be quite uncomfortable. Wang Kuer, observing the roundness of Nangong-wan's face, chuckled. It's just that Wanner was too thin before. A little bit of weight looks good on you. Doubtful, Nangong-wan pondered over her words. Wang Kuer then quietly leaned in, whispering a few words into her ear. Instantly, Wanner's cheeks flushed crimson, and she weakly playfully punched Kuer. I knew you would say something nonsensical. It turned out that less than 2 days after Yi Jue entered seclusion, Wang Kuer moved in. After Yi Jue emerged from his seclusion, having gathered some materials and organized the rewards from the Hahuan twins, he encouraged Wang Kuer and Nangong-wan to bond before returning to the bamboo cottage to prepare for his breakthrough to the 13th layer. However, looking at the two before him, he could not bear to witness their abysmal handiwork, so he constructed a few more bamboo cottages, primarily for the 2 young women. Particularly, Wang Kuer's kitchen was built to her specifications, spacious with a partition for a dining area, and she even surrounded it with a fence to raise some spiritual birds. Upon seeing such a grand kitchen, the foodie could no longer hold back her modesty and rushed to help. The friendship between girls often blossoms in inexplicable yet unpretentious ways, like a girl who loves to feed and a glutton who has just reached adulthood. The two hit it off splendidly. Wang Kuer greatly alleviated Nangong-wan's initial fears of being in an unfamiliar place. After all, she was still just a girl in her teens. However, as she spent time with Wang Kuer, Wanner gradually understood the true nature of Yi Jue. Yet, she was not in a hurry, for now. She could go nowhere and could only focus on her cultivation in anticipation of establishing her foundation. Nangong-wan was already on the verge of completing her qi training, and with her heavenly spiritual root, she did not require foundation-building pills. However, who would ever find such things excessive? She planned to seize Yi Jue after breaking through to the foundation stage and leverage the old devil of Hahuan to return to the Yi Jue sect. Spring turned to autumn, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 years had passed. Since entering the bamboo cottage, Yi Jue had spent little time outside. In fact, Nangong-wan had established her foundation while Yi Jue was still refining his spiritual power. Yet, Nangong-wan's sharp tongue concealed a tender heart. Initially, she pondered how to coerce Yi Jue and intimidate Wang Kuer. Ultimately, after a commotion, all she sought was the chance to return to the Yi Jue sect someday. She did not hail from an influential family, but was an ordinary person with family still in the mortal realm, which made her somewhat anxious. After all, this parting might be forever. Nangong-wan's heart remained soft. Yi Jue candidly stated that once she established her foundation, she could leave freely without restrictions, though she would require specialized training for her safety. After all, her heavenly spiritual root had been forcibly taken by Yunlu, and whether the Yi Jue sect had plans for her was uncertain. If she were to be seized by some nefarious figure, the consequences would be dire. Thus, a farce ensued, leaving Nangong-wan feeling somewhat embarrassed, while Yi Jue and Wang Kuer were baffled by her endearing yet foolish actions. Even Yi Jue had yet to activate the restrictions set by Yunlu when Nangong-wan, feeling shy, confessed everything. At this point, Nangong-wan had truly resigned herself to her fate. After all, life in the Red Valley was more comfortable than in the Yi Jue sect. Not to mention that Yi Jue was kind and exuded an elegant demeanor, possessing striking good looks. Over the course of their 2 years together, the trio engaged in various antics, and Yi Jue had never lost his temper. Moreover, the enthusiastic endorsements from the little fox and cooter gradually diminished Nangong Wan's resistance. Yi Jue remained indifferent. While Wanner was quite charming, her personality was not entirely to his liking. Although she was adorable, Yi Jue, having come from a demonic sect, preferred the grace and poise of an older sister, like Tianmi. Nevertheless, being the first female protagonist from the mortal realm and a heavenly spiritual root, Yi Jue could not shamelessly assume the role of a saint. After all, Yinlu had gone to great lengths to bring her to him. It was only fitting that they engage in dual cultivation at least once. After all, he was a direct disciple of the Hahuan sect, the successor of the sect's grand ceremony, and had yet to experience dual cultivation, which was quite astonishing. What was Yi Jue doing now? Attempting to establish his foundation without foundation-building pills. Initially, Yi Jue opposed the use of spiritual roots, as the immense spiritual energy from pills was challenging to transform completely into absorbable energy, leaving residual potency in the body, which was the fundamental source of drug resistance. A heavenly spiritual root could break through without pills, facing no bottlenecks. Thus, Yi Jue controlled the dosage of pills to prepare for this moment. After 2 years, Yi Jue's Han Hai Jinjing had reached its limits, and his internal spiritual power was pure and substantial, on the verge of breaking through to the foundation stage. Above his consciousness, after absorbing the spoils of all the battles, Yi Jue had mastered the heart control technique, reaching the foundational level of cultivation. His physique, enhanced by the heavenly spiritual root and spiritual body, appeared remarkably purified. The principle of foundation-building pills was to accelerate the transformation of these 3 aspects. Yi Jue was eager to experience firsthand what it was like to establish a foundation without pills, with his body and mind fully adjusted. He spoke little and began to circulate the final chapter of the Han Hai Jinjing, the incantation for breaking through. As he activated the technique, Yi Jue felt himself entering a mysterious state. In this state, everything became remarkably clear, and he even sensed a heightened agility in his thoughts. With this state enhancing his abilities, Yi Jue voraciously absorbed vast amounts of spiritual energy, yet maintained a calm and methodical approach to refining it, transforming it into streams of spiritual power that relentlessly impacted the bottleneck of his foundation. At this moment, Yi Jue's body and consciousness underwent indescribable changes amidst the refinement of the abundant spiritual energy. Sensing everything falling into place, he continued to cultivate in this state. This period of cultivation lasted for over 2 months. For Yi Jue, time seemed to slip away in the blink of an eye, yet for the 2 women, it felt rather torturous. After all, with the stirrings of spiritual energy, they both anticipated Yi Jue's impending breakthrough. Who would have guessed that this phenomenon would persist for 2 long months, impacting their own cultivation? Fortunately, they understood the gravity of the situation. On a day when a gentle rain fell over Hong Valley, the 2 took refuge in a bamboo house. Do you think he might fail in his breakthrough? Wanner pouted, nudging Kuer, who lay in a nearby recliner. Kuer, the woman with the highest cultivation in the valley, ignored her, continuing to gaze out at the rain as if it concealed some profound secret. However, she was merely daydreaming. How could that be? But Wanner, are you simply eager for dual cultivation? Kuer rolled her eyes, not moving an inch. To her, it was merely a scenario of the young master pursuing perfection, resulting in an awkward situation. Yet, the reality was quite different. A month into the breakthrough, Yi Jue distinctly sensed that the Han Hai true scripture had reached its limits. At that moment, his Dantian's breakthrough had just concluded. Theoretically, this marked the end of the foundational stage. However, Yi Jue felt that such a breakthrough state was rare, prompting him to directly practice the first layer of the yin-yang technique. Given that the first layer pertained directly to the foundational stage, Yi Jue was divided and focused during the transition of his cultivation. He simultaneously controlled the magical energy cultivated from the Han Hai true scripture to align with the running techniques of the yin-yang technique, while also directing the worldly spiritual energy to continue his ascent. In this state, Yi Jue's cultivation gradually expanded. This continued for a month, and on this day, he felt a complete transformation throughout his being. Just as he prepared to rise, he encountered an awkward situation. The yin-yang technique began to operate involuntarily within him. Yi Jue quickly understood this was a scenario described in the yin-yang technique's texts, with the solution clearly elucidated by the elder Yunlu. It involved dual cultivation through a special method. They even found a partner for Yi Jue. The text did not specify what would happen if dual cultivation was not performed, but the automatic operation of this technique causing spiritual energy to leak rather than accumulate, clearly indicated an inability to continue ascending the path of immortality. Yi Jue stepped out of the bamboo house and swiftly scanned the valley with his divine sense, quickly locating Nangong. Without further ado, he flew towards her. It is worth noting that during Yi Jue's breakthrough, the surge of spiritual energy had caused him to shed his magical attire, rendering ordinary clothing utterly destroyed in such a state. However, now with his magical energy leaking, he could not afford to be concerned with such matters. He immediately seized Nangong and hurried towards the training chamber. Kuer, who had been watching the rain, was startled when a massive dragon appeared amidst the downpour, only to realize upon closer inspection that it was Yi Jue. Fortunately, he had taken her companion and not her. Kuer silently expressed her relief. Chapter 59. Origins. As Yi Jue carried Nangong into the bamboo house, her fair face flushed crimson. With the subsequent events that unfolded, the yin-yang technique and the secret arts Nangong practiced began to operate in unison, and at that moment, the remarkable powers of heaven and earth slowly initiated their entry. After a night passed, in a certain sense, the two had become intimately close. Although Yi Jue initially found this unusual closeness somewhat disconcerting, he gradually accepted it. After all, this was another world. It was unreasonable to impose the values of one realm upon the inhabitants of another. Yet, through this life and death experience, Yi Jue and Nangong continuously grasped the mysteries of the yin-yang transformation during their cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, they developed a more profound indifference towards life and death. As their techniques progressed, their insights into this matter deepened. In the following days, the two became absorbed in their cultivation arts. The spiritual energy absorbed by Yi Jue's water-based spiritual root intertwined with the energy drawn in by Nangong's fire-based root, creating a natural magnetic attraction that drew in even more spiritual energy. Furthermore, the transformative power of the heavenly transformation technique converted their spiritual energy into yin attribute energy. While Nangong's Su Nu reincarnation technique was an eclectic art that refined countless water and fire energies, blending them with their profound essence. This harmonious synergy of yin and yang yielded immense benefits for both. However, there were occasionally indescribable occurrences. After several uninterrupted days of cultivation, Nangong felt her vitality depleting and found herself utterly reluctant to rise. In exasperation, Yi Jue had no choice but to lift her up and carry her. Nangong, still dazed, seemed unsure of Yi Jue's intentions, perhaps expecting yet another novel experience. Yet, he simply placed her in a bathtub to help alleviate her cultivation fatigue. Nangong smiled contentedly, her brow relaxing, and shyly expressed, "Thank you, husband." Clearly, their efforts over the past few days had yielded some results, such as the change in their forms of address. Nangong had grown less guarded around Yi Jue, perhaps influenced by the characteristics of this era. After all, the world of cultivation was impacting mortals, and vice versa. Through their prior exchanges, they also discovered many shared secret arts. It was evident that the harmonious union and concealing moon techniques originated from the same source, mutually promoting and enhancing each other. Years ago, the female cultivators of the concealing moon sect departed with numerous feminine and yin attribute techniques. A dispute between the harmonious union's old demon and the sect leader that ultimately resolved without conclusion. The old demon of the harmonious union subsequently established the concealing moon sect in the nation of Yu, a legacy that has persisted for thousands of years. With the departure of many female cultivators and the incompleteness of numerous yin attribute techniques, the elder faction of the harmonious union and many female cultivators began shifting towards demonic arts and charm techniques. Conversely, the concealing moon sect, supported by a wealth of techniques, saw a continuous increase in promising female cultivators, while the harmonious union faced a shortage of powerful female practitioners, mostly appearing in combined forms. In light of this situation, the harmonious union had its own countermeasures. It was renowned for its harmonious union techniques, yet it also represented the foremost demonic sect. For the next millennium, a multitude of demonic cultivators emerged, leading the trend of the harmonious union. Thereafter, demonic cultivators practiced demonic arts, blood cultivators delved into numerous blood techniques, and ghost cultivators even raised countless vengeful spirits. Many even practiced malevolent energy, competing for resources with the heavenly calamity sect. During that period, the harmonious union resembled a runaway wild horse, with an increasing number of practitioners of peculiar secret arts among both male and female cultivators. However, the unfortunate aspect lay in the fact that, although this led to an unprecedented number of core formation cultivators within the harmonious union, Rivaling the combined strength of the lower three demonic sects, the overall strength inevitably declined due to the departure of the female cultivators. During this time, numerous sect conflicts arose, as it was evident that other demonic factions were eagerly seeking to exploit the Harmonious Union's displayed weaknesses. At that time, the Harmonious Union was powerless to suppress the chaos, nearly losing its chance to unify the heavenly realm. It was not until a millennium ago that the old demon of the Harmonious Union broke through to the late Yuanying stage that he personally visited the Concealing Moon sect and reclaimed the lost legacy. However, since then, the rift between the Concealing Moon sect and the Harmonious Union has only deepened. After all, the Harmonious Union had previously missed opportunities to reclaim their secret techniques, as some of the elders remained, and the Harmonious Union was cautious of the repercussions. Yet, those bygone events are now nothing but memories. Although the secret techniques of the Moon Concealment sect have returned, it is important to note that as a sect primarily composed of women, the majority of the techniques taken were predominantly of the Yin attribute. Consequently, the Harmony sect did not gain substantial benefits in the short term. Moreover, many cultivators within the Harmony sect have attributed the blood feuds accumulated over thousands of years to the Moon Concealment sect. For numerous enlightened nascent soul cultivators, there is a profound resentment towards the Moon Concealment sect for its lack of foresight, which squandered the promising future of the Harmony sect. Although the Harmony sect is currently powerful, it finds itself incapable of suppressing the entirety of the demonic path. It can only barely claim the title of the foremost sect within the demonic realm, primarily due to the presence of the ancient Harmony Old Demon, the only great cultivator among them. In terms of overall strength, there is hardly any significant disparity, and it has only managed to restore itself to the state it held at the time of the Moon Concealment sect's departure. Such a failure to recognize the importance of progress after thousands of years is hardly convincing to those with wisdom. While the recovery of the Moon Concealment sect's secret techniques is a positive development, the loss of time and opportunity is irreplaceable. The departing Moon Concealment sect took with it a wealth of techniques, and, bolstered by the resources of the Yu Kingdom, flourished in its absence. The period of stagnation in the Harmony sect, exacerbated by the decline of its formidable female cultivators, left numerous techniques without proper guidance and has yet to recover from this setback. However, during her interactions with Nangong Wan, Yi Jue distinctly sensed the merging of yin and yang energies. This phenomenon led Yi Jue to feel an inexplicable shift within her own constitution. Furthermore, under the operation of the yin-yang technique, Yi Jue could clearly perceive certain states of Nangong Wan, indicating that this dual cultivation method possesses a degree of perceptive ability, particularly beneficial for female cultivators. As Yi Jue subtly tuned into the technique, Nangong Wan was also undergoing unknown changes, though Yi Jue could only grasp these shifts in a vague manner. Chapter 60. The yin-yang technique. Several days later, as Yi Jue continued to cultivate, the first sensation was one of ease. This newfound sense of relaxation in her practice felt as though the very essence of the world was eager to nourish her. Previously, her celestial roots required her to seek sustenance independently. Now, the feeling was akin to having nourishment presented directly to her lips, ready to be consumed with but a mere opening of the mouth. Following multiple sessions of dual cultivation, Yi Jue's foundational cultivation was not only solidified but had also advanced significantly, while Nangong Wan had remarkably reached the pinnacle of early foundational cultivation. As Yi Jue attuned to her body, she experienced the delightful sensation of her spiritual body being fully liberated, reveling in the splendor of her cultivation journey. During the practice of the yin-yang technique, the pure yin energy generated within Yi Jue was condensed into spiritual power of a purely yin attribute, manifesting as a silvery luminescence reminiscent of moonlight, an embodiment of the power of lunar radiance, infinitely yin. While grasping at the fleeting essence during dual cultivation, Yi Jue also comprehended one of the divine abilities inherent to the foundational stage, the moonlight slash. It remains uncertain what divine abilities Yunlu attained during her foundational stage. However, this unique characteristic, where divine abilities are not explicitly defined but must be personally comprehended, is indeed distinctive. The moonlight slash, when the moonlight spreads across the heavens, transforms the tangible into the intangible, enveloped in the power of moonlight, launching a strike guided by her own magical energy. At first glance, it appears rather unremarkable, seemingly an ordinary strike. Yi Jue has not yet attempted it, but has realized that with a simple familiarization, she could easily put it into practice. Moreover, it can be further refined, a testament to the advantages of her personally comprehended divine abilities, which can essentially be utilized indefinitely. Now, As Yi Jue delves into the myriad mysteries of the yin-yang technique, it is evident that this technique is one of mixed attributes. Of course, it combines yin and yang. However, the methods of cultivation are diverse. Due to the overwhelming power of the yang attribute, cultivators are often prone to premature demise at a young age. Thus, the Harmony sect mandates that practitioners possess either a purely yin constitution or an extremely yin constitution. Although Yi Jue is unaware of the specifics of her spiritual body, her childhood experiences leave no doubt that she possesses a purely yin body. Nevertheless, Yin Lu has mentioned that this technique is most suitable for those who embody both yin and yang. Yi Jue had always believed this. Given that the name itself suggests dual cultivation of yin and yang, it is hardly surprising that Yin Lu has directly cultivated to the mid-nascent soul stage. In Tian Nan, such a level of cultivation places her among the elite. With such achievements before her, Yi Jue would not dare to dispute lightly. However, after personally engaging in cultivation, she sensed that this technique, which claims to seize the essence of heaven and earth, seems to resonate particularly well with someone of her stature. The unity of yin and yang represents harmony, and harmony implies a limited capacity for augmentation. Yi Jue possesses the ultimate celestial roots, with an extreme affinity for the yin attribute. The benefits derived from cultivating this yin-yang technique far surpass those of Yin Lu. Thanks to the training, Yi Jue experiences a cultivation speed that is twice that of the celestial roots, and her constitution increasingly aligns with the extreme yin. Yi Jue harbors a belief that once she gathers all 5 elemental celestial roots, dual cultivating with the essence of heaven and earth could potentially complete her elemental spectrum. Furthermore, with the fulfillment of the 5 elements, the subsequent enhancement could lead her constitution to evolve into the realm of extreme yin, where yin gives birth to yang, and yin and yang coexist harmoniously. Yet, contemplating this, Yi Jue could not help but smile wryly. Despite her familiarity with the original narrative, she remains uncertain whether she could locate the 5 elemental celestial roots within a millennium. Moreover, given Yi Jue's purely yin constitution, it seems that only female dual cultivation partners could aid her transformation into the realm of extreme yin. This thought, in turn, causes her some distress. Regardless, the journey of life is long, and each step offers its own scenery. If the pursuit of cultivation were solely for the sake of ascension, it would be excessively burdensome. Occasionally pausing to appreciate the beauty before her and rejuvenating her spirit is the true path of long-distance travel. Firmly resolved, Yi Jue began to familiarize herself with the foundational level of cultivation. It is rather absurd that her first act upon breaking through to the foundational stage was to engage in dual cultivation. However, after all, the pursuit of pleasures is inherent to human nature. Thus, it is not overly harsh to criticize, especially considering the exquisite experience of Wanner. Since she has come into this life, why should she fear not advancing? Living a millennium in the realm of cultivation only to become stagnant would be a waste. With the innate treasures accompanying her, Yi Jue possesses a confidence that rivals others, further enhanced by a life of abundance, instilling within her a sense of calm and composure. Even when faced with the ancient Harmony Old Demon, she remains neither servile nor arrogant. As her foundational cultivation solidifies, Yi Jue's demeanor gradually transforms, having transcended the foundational stage. Her lifespan now extends to 200 years, allowing her to witness the changes of 8 generations of mortals. At this juncture, Yi Jue's mindset has inevitably grown more detached. After all, upon reaching the foundational stage, one can genuinely be considered a celestial being amidst the mundane world. In the realm of cultivation, where the Dan formation stage is rarely seen, foundational cultivators are already regarded as significant figures. Thus, Yi Jue has acquired a measure of self-preservation capability. After all, chi refinement cultivators can easily perish from the aftermath of battles, while foundational cultivators can at least serve as cannon fodder, providing some time for rescue. As for celestial roots, the allure of directly forming a Dan holds little value for nascent soul cultivators, whose lifespans are tied to their nascent souls. Once they undergo soul seizing, their lifespans do not increase. In the resource-scarce Tian Nan, the possibility of forming another nascent soul is uncertain. Moreover, surviving the heart demon tribulation during the transformation into a nascent soul is a harrowing experience, and few nascent soul cultivators are willing to attempt it again. Many of these ancient beings focus on nurturing their lives, not without reason for having been harmed by the heart demon tribulation. While some Dan formation stage cultivators may harbor intentions, Yi Jue's current foundational cultivation, combined with the protection of her blood servant and the vigilance of ancient nascent soul cultivators, significantly lowers her chances of falling into traps and losing her life. As for foundational cultivators, unless they stumble upon an opportunity, attempting to kill someone with celestial roots like Yi Jue would likely prove exceedingly difficult, let alone seizing her soul. Before establishing a foundation, one could easily perish, making it unwise for foundation-building practitioners to covet the heavenly roots of the same realm. For the likelihood of being counterattacked is significantly higher. Hence, after forming a foundation, Yi Jue could commence his extensive planning. With this thought in mind, Yi Jue began to meticulously assess his current deficiencies. Firstly, his talisman crafting had reached a high beginner level, which was temporarily sufficient. Yi Jue had no desire to create talismans at this moment. As for weapon refining, finding materials was quite challenging, and he could not yet utilize the resources from Ling Miao Garden. Therefore, despite the profound nature of blood refining, Yi Jue had only managed to refine a single set of blood glimmers, with the rest being mere practice pieces aimed at mastering the blood refining technique, which allowed him to barely forge mid-tier magical implements. This set of blood glimmers was crafted by Qian Juezi, with Yi Jue responsible solely for the final blood refinement and sharpening. Even so, it was already powerful enough to rival top-tier magical artifacts, particularly effective against living beings or weaker practitioners, akin to a harvesting machine. Additionally, according to Yi Jue's design, this treasure could transform into multiple needle formations. However, due to his insufficient cultivation during the qi refining stage, he struggled to execute the needle techniques perfectly. Now, as long as his spiritual awareness was robust, he could arrange several magical formations based on the recorded needle techniques, which would undoubtedly possess formidable power. Chapter 61. The discussion of heavenly roots. With this in mind, Yi Jue retrieved the blood glimmer and began to manipulate the needles with his spiritual awareness, setting up a defensive needle formation, the Xiangui array. Utilizing 73 blood glimmers for one formation, he arranged 5 interlinked arrays, perpetually alive, forming a Xiangui shape, which constituted a powerful defensive needle technique. As Yi Jue's proficiency grew, he was able to successfully arrange the 73 blood glimmer formation that had previously eluded him during the qi refining phase. Building upon this foundation, he rotated and deployed 5 sets, resembling 5 interconnected turtles positioned before him. As he gradually refined his technique, the turtle shape became increasingly lifelike, resembling a turtle encased in a shield, taking on an arc form. Observing the 5 turtle shells before him, Yi Jue still felt a tinge of inadequacy. Nonetheless, it was sufficient for his current needs, and the urge to seek methods for cultivating his spiritual awareness resurfaced. However, there was no rush. He had too many matters to arrange after forming his foundation, and he would not venture out until he had familiarized himself with the foundation-building techniques and solidified his combat capabilities. Even with a heavenly root, one must discern priorities in cultivation. Next, Yi Jue practiced several offensive needle formations, and with the flapping of the blood crow, the ethereal movements of the blood enchantress, and the surging mist of blood malice, he had already begun to utilize the initial major needle formations of this technique. What remained was merely to practice and shorten the time required for condensation. In the following days, Yi Jue also took out his Zhan Padao, hidden spirit veil, blood drink cloak, and absolute spirit shield, beginning to acclimate to the manipulation expected during the foundation building stage. The magical implements he used post-foundation were still these, as they were exquisite tools that could not fully unleash their power in his previous qi refining state. As he gradually adapted to these magical implements, Yi Jue also prepared to seek a few that would complement the yin-yang technique, for he possessed none that aligned with the extreme yin attribute. After all, the items prepared by his family were primarily versatile ones, which were not particularly compatible with Yi Jue. He had no choice at the time but to utilize these implements. Although their power was formidable and their use incredibly smooth, they ultimately lacked versatility in tactical deployment. The next pressing matter was to seek assistance, or rather, to approach Yun Lu to obtain some magical artifact resources. After forming his foundation, Yi Jue also needed to report to the sect. His first stop was at Dan Mosey's residence. After paying his respects, he entered the cave dwelling. "Master, I have come for 2 matters." A glimmer passed through Dan Mosey's eyes, realizing that Yi Jue had come seeking benefits after forming his foundation. While he did not feel outright disdain, given their past teacher-student bond, he certainly did not feel overly pleased either. "What is it? You need not call me master anymore." Yi Jue was taken aback, clearly understanding that future attempts to take advantage would be futile. Indeed, practitioners of the demonic path are known for their lack of sentiment. "Respected master, I am merely a humble disciple. Today I feel the vast profundity of alchemy and have come to request some recipes for qi refining and foundation building pills. I hope you will grant me this favor." He continued, "Additionally, I have successfully formed my foundation and wish to express my gratitude to you. These 200-year-old spiritual herbs may not be of great value, but they are a token of my appreciation. As he spoke, he presented 2 spiritual herbs, each around 400 to 500 years in age. Dan Mosey's lips curled slightly as he accepted the herbs, then waved his hand, tossing out a dozen or so pill recipes. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Sensing the elder's indifference, Yi Jue understood that after today, their interactions would likely diminish. Clearly, his family had its own considerations, and Yi Jue did not fit into that scheme. The elder before him was merely a pawn in the game of the nascent soul cultivators. Returning to the Grand Hall, Yi Jue made his way directly to Yun Lu's palace. Master, I have come to pay my respects. As a sound transmission talisman flew in, Yi Jue produced a restrictive jade talisman and directly opened the barrier to enter the palace. As for why he sent a sound transmission talisman, it was evidently a matter of courtesy. However, since he had a jade talisman at his disposal, waiting idly was not in Yi Jue's nature, hence this peculiar scene unfolded. Yun Lu, the old demon, had no further cultivation to pursue at the moment and was not in seclusion. Upon receiving the sound transmission, he scanned the area with his spiritual awareness and soon located Yi Jue at a pavilion, teleporting there in an instant. Yi Jue had just instructed the maidservants to serve tea and pastries, followed by music and dance, when petals dispersed and Yun Lu appeared before him. Directly taking a seat across from him, Yi Jue stood and bowed. Jue pays his respects to Master, wishing you swift ascension to the great Tao and carefree existence in the mortal realm. Yun Lu waved his hand. What brings you here? How was the process of forming your foundation? Share it with me. Sensing Yun Lu's fluctuating aura, Yi Jue's heart flickered with speculation. It seemed Yun Lu had been replenishing his energy, though he did not know the identity of the recipient. After achieving completion in the Qi refining stage, I operated my technique and began forming my foundation independently, without relying on foundation-building pills. A month later, I was on the verge of a breakthrough, then transitioned to the yin-yang technique, and after another month, the transformation was entirely complete. Upon completion, my technique continuously operated, and I engaged in dual cultivation with a woman from the Yin sect, thus successfully mastering the first layer of the yin-yang technique. Yun Lu was silent for a moment. You two have been continuously operating your technique? It was only after dual cultivation that you ceased? Yi Jue nodded. Yun Lu recounted. After I broke through to foundation building, I turned to the yin-yang technique, and my entire being was overwhelmed with chaotic energy, rendering me unable to control it. In desperation, I sought out individuals with wind and thunder attribute heavenly roots for dual cultivation and replenishment. Both of their root qualities were depleted, leading to their immediate demise. Only then did the chaos of the yin-yang technique gradually settle. Thus, my understanding is that the yin-yang technique is a top-tier replenishment method, although it masquerades as dual cultivation. It is essentially a form of replenishment. After all, the creation of heaven and earth does not arise from nothing, nor does it vanish into thin air. Therefore, mastering the first layer will grant you a temporary balance of yin and yang, which requires the power of the 5 elemental attributes as a foundation. Yi Jue slightly nodded and then shook his head. It seemed there was still something he had not grasped. Warner was evidently on the verge of breaking through to the mid-foundation stage, suggesting a perfect dual cultivation. However, replenishment techniques? Yi Jue pondered. Master, was it not the case that the Hahuan sect primarily focused on replenishment, while the Yin sect emphasized dual cultivation, leading to the division between the two sects, ultimately resulting in the Yin sect retreating to the foreign lands? Yi Jue suddenly inquired. Yun Lu chose to ignore this question and continued with his narrative. The yin-yang technique can enhance your physical constitution and complete your spiritual roots. It seems that your affinity for fire attributes, both in spells and magical artifacts, is quite substantial now. You may now be considered a dual elemental spiritual root, harmonizing water and fire, which suggests that your foundation-building cultivation speed will be remarkably accelerated. However, this is the extent of your potential. Without encountering a celestial spiritual root, your path to forming the golden core may encounter obstacles. Do you harbor any regrets about practicing this technique? Nevertheless, the dual cultivation path also lies within this realm, and your subsequent dual cultivation will undoubtedly expedite your comprehension of the yin-yang technique. Chapter 62. Spirit Eye Stone. Yi Jue expressed her confusion, asking if having dual elements wouldn't lead to a true spiritual root. Yun Lu glanced at Yi Jue and carefully formulated her response. Do you feel that your cultivation speed has accelerated or diminished? Yi Jue replied that it had indeed accelerated. Yun Lu nodded, explaining. Celestial spiritual roots correspond to cultivation aptitude and the speed of absorbing and transforming spiritual energy. Essentially, your aptitude has not changed, which is one aspect of why your cultivation has not slowed. Furthermore, the rapid cultivation associated with celestial spiritual roots is largely due to the practice of single attribute techniques. True spiritual root cultivators also focus on single attribute techniques, which is akin to one spiritual root operating at full capacity, while another is left largely unutilized. Thus, cultivators with inherently superior celestial spiritual roots naturally experience faster progress. However, the reason orthodox cultivators predominantly practice single attribute techniques is due to the greater resource demands of multi-attribute techniques. In contrast, our demonic path encompasses a broader range of attributes and chaotic techniques, primarily because our cultivation method resembles nurturing goo. After all, demonic energy is difficult to classify by attribute, while the orthodox path places great importance on the 5 elemental attributes, which are viewed as more significant than life itself. Our demonic practices focus on ghosts, malevolence, allure, blood, and magic, dividing only by yin and yang, disregarding the 5 elements, which are classified as mixed attribute techniques. The transmission of this technique through generations has allowed us to understand that it aligns more closely with cultivation in the demonic realm rather than the spiritual realm. The distinctions of the 5 elements are not as pronounced in the demonic realm, and forcing comprehension can be detrimental. You must remember that. Although you may ascend to the spiritual realm, this technique may not be compatible with it. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue's speculation regarding the technique turned into certainty. Others might not realize that breaking through the void refinement stage in the spiritual realm requires the unification of the 5 elements. If it were not for the techniques of the upper realm, how could there exist a method that perfectly encompasses the yin-yang and 5 elements? At this moment, she also gained a deeper understanding that perhaps the demonic path aligns more closely with the pursuit of the Great Tao. The orthodox path's singular 5-element techniques are merely a truncated version following ancient practices. What could have transpired to lead the orthodox path to such depletion? Since you are cultivating a mixed attribute technique, your spiritual root aptitude must be operating at full capacity. However, given that your spiritual root attributes are water and fire, the spiritual energy corresponding to those elements is entirely transformed into your magical power by the celestial spiritual root's aptitude. The process of transformation relies on the technique employed. So under conditions where your aptitude remains uncompromised, possessing multiple attributes evidently enhances the speed of spiritual energy absorption. After all, no location genuinely allows for the celestial spiritual root to absorb energy at full capacity, as the density of spiritual energy does not reach that level. Thus, for you, it is as though a portion of your spiritual root aptitude has been liberated for the utilization of fire-type spiritual power, and in this process, your spiritual root aptitude has also improved, thereby accelerating your cultivation speed. Yi Jue seemed to grasp some of this, but noted it down for later. Master, does that mean that the denser the spiritual energy, the faster the cultivation speed? Yi Jue directly inquired. Yunlu, bemused, realized her disciple's true intention. You're here for the Spirit Eye Stone, aren't you? Yi Jue maintained her composure, stating that she only remembered the master's explicit order to come immediately upon establishing her foundation, without any other demands. Yunlu, observing her disciple's pretense, produced 2 Spirit Eye Stones the size of an infant's head. I can give you this. But what will you offer in exchange? Given your limited resources, I find little of interest. Yi Jue's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the 2, clearly indicating Yunlu's considerable wealth. However, in terms of bartering, Yi Jue felt somewhat uneasy. There were few feats her current level could accomplish, and among those, hardly any were within her capabilities. Yet, gazing at the Spirit Eye Stones before her, Yi Jue steeled herself and extracted a piece of sky blue mica from her storage, roughly the size of an infant's fist. As this item was revealed, Yunlu appeared somewhat astonished. The sky blue mica possesses remarkably unique properties. First, its quality. Holding it feels almost weightless. Yunlu weighed it in her hand, and the more she did so, the more incredulous she felt. The second remarkable trait of sky blue mica is its excellent malleability, allowing for the crafting of magical artifacts with intricate designs that are resilient to damage, and it can gradually restore itself. This alone makes it highly sought after among demonic cultivators. After all, materials that can recover over time are exceedingly rare, and the exceptional malleability makes this sky blue mica particularly enticing to Yunlu. However, what captivated her most were the third properties of the sky blue mica, which, while seemingly the least useful, is its hardness. Yunlu had long wished to forge a magical fan, yet had struggled to find suitable materials for the fan's surface, leading to delays in her project. Now, seeing such a precious material, she found it hard to contain her excitement. Cultivators are not devoid of desires. Yunlu, for instance, has a fondness for beauty, though she is not bloodthirsty. Despite having offended many, her long tenure in the Harmony sect has kept her relatively safe. Coupled with her mid-core formation cultivation, she finds little she cannot achieve. Fortunately, she understands the priorities between the pursuit of the Tao and personal pleasures, which is why she has never revealed her allure or expressed any improper intentions towards Yi Jue. Thus, at this moment, the unveiling of this item left Yunlu in a state of inner conflict. Although Yunlu possesses a family and disciples, Yi Jue has never encountered them. Individuals unrelated to Yi Jue are naturally of little concern to her. The same applies to Yunlu. Family and disciples pale in comparison to her own desires. And some are even regarded as tools for absorption, unwilling to depart after their purpose is fulfilled, instead choosing to serve her devotedly, such as the courtesans and maidens surrounding her, whose actions are merely aimed at securing Yunlu's favor for their own gain. While many of these young women may find their futures jeopardized after a single absorption, it is evident that they are unperturbed, their thoughts solely focused on Yunlu. Noticing Yunlu's furrowed brow, the maidens present ceased to regard Yi Jue with any favor. Yi Jue felt a tinge of helplessness. It was clear that the spirit eye stone deeply intrigued Yunlu, yet the stones could serve as a foundation for her family, making it difficult for Yunlu to decide. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Yi Jue proposed exchanging one of the spirit eye stones, with the remainder converted into contribution points, which she would use to redeem resources. Upon hearing the proposal, Yunlu permitted Yi Jue to select one of the spirit eye stones, and then readily stated that Yi Jue could choose any item or technique from her treasure vault. Yi Jue was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon, and together with Yunlu, she promptly rose, clearly eager to proceed. Chapter 63. Side Story. The side story is merely an attempt. Many elements from the previous outline were left unused, so I shall try them here. I hope you enjoy it. Master, why is it that I, Wanner, am already 10 years old and still cannot learn the arts of cultivation? Draped in an elegant, understated gown, Nangong Wan, though still petite, emanates an aura of delicate beauty, reminiscent of finely carved jade, suggesting that with a year or two of proper nurturing, she is likely to blossom into a graceful figure. A young woman clad in a blue palace dress gazes at the little girl before her with a hint of exasperation. You must prioritize your cultivation. Do not squander your innate talent. But Wanner has already been cultivating for 2 years. All the senior brothers and sisters have mastered so many skills. Wanner only knows how to cultivate. The path of immortality feels so dull. Her voice trembles slightly, betraying a hint of tears. The woman in blue, noticing the glimmer of unshed tears in the girl's large eyes, feels her heart soften. How could that be? Wanner is the most obedient. I will teach you whatever you wish to learn, as long as you understand that cultivation is paramount. Once you reach the core formation stage, you will have ample time to explore whatever interests you. With a smile breaking through her earlier distress, Wanner replies, All right, I want to learn how to raise spirit beasts. The blue-clad woman, observing the girl who seems to have few friends, smiles gently. Very well, let's go raise spirit beasts together. Yet, as she watches the little girl sob uncontrollably, the woman feels a headache coming on. Today, after accidentally feeding 3 sniffing mice some nuts without removing the shells, the girl realizes her mistake only after the mice have consumed them. The 3 tiny creatures, merely 3 or 4 months old, refuse to open their eyes again. With their untimely demise, Nangong Wan clutches the cage that housed the 3 little ones and bursts into tears. Seeing the sorrow of the girl who had cared for the sniffing mice for merely half a month, the blue-clad woman feels that perhaps it was too much to expect such a young child to care for delicate creatures. Nonetheless, with Wanner's insistence, a small grave is erected beside their cave abode, complete with a headstone inscribed with the names Wanner had given to the 3, Huan Huan, Xiao Xiao, and Xiao He. In the days that follow, Wanner refrains from mentioning spirit beasts. Occasionally, she sits by the grave, conversing with her 3 little friends, mostly offering apologies. To alleviate Wanner's sorrow, the blue-clad woman finds another spirit turtle for the girl to care for. However, the turtle, being clumsy and unattractive, fails to capture Wanner's interest. She often complains that it cannot keep up with her, lacks cleverness, and is sluggish. Despite her attempts to nurture it, the turtle refuses to grow, remaining the same size as when she first acquired it. After 2 months, the turtle remains unchanged, a stark contrast to the rapidly growing sniffing mice. Gradually, Wanner loses interest in feeding it, performing the task half-heartedly. Master, are you deceiving me? Who raises spirit beasts like this turtle? It moves so slowly and grows so little. I doubt it will outlive me. Observing the clever girl before her, the blue-clad woman gently strokes her head and inquires, What would you prefer to raise instead? Wanner. After a moment of contemplation, Wanner responds earnestly, I no longer wish to raise spirit beasts. I want to eat them. They are so clever. Surely, if I eat more, I will become smarter. The blue-clad woman gazes at the child who wishes to consume her companions and realizes that Wanner's initial desire to raise spirit beasts was perhaps not entirely pure-hearted. It is no wonder she favored the rapidly growing sniffing mice over the stagnant spirit turtle. Her affection lay more with their flesh than with the creatures themselves. Though the woman wishes to indulge the girl's whimsical desires, she ultimately quashes the idea, recognizing that no heaven-born spirit root female cultivator would stoop to the role of a cook. Furthermore, their sect, the Hidden Moon Sect, is filled with strikingly handsome individuals who would prefer to stay far from the kitchen, evidently lacking any culinary tradition. With a straight face, she says to the innocent girl, in truth, spirit beasts are not particularly delicious. Spirit plants are far more delectable. Take this wind and moon pear. When infused with rock sugar and chilled, it transforms into a delightful sweet treat. Look at these sunflowers. A quick stir-fry can yield wonderfully fragrant sunflower seeds. And these chestnut trees, the chestnuts, when dried and sautéed with oil and sugar, become tender and aromatic. As Wanner watches her master produce an assortment of snacks, she feels a pang of grievance. How could her master have so many delightful treats without sharing? Master is sneaky. You have all this food and do not share with Wanner. You do not care for me anymore. The blue-clad woman feels a slight headache returning. All right, I will show you where to find these spirit plants. You can gather them and prepare as much as you like. With a mischievous smile, Wanner beams, thank you, master. I knew you were the best. She dashes off towards the chestnut tree, instantly captivated by the golden-hued, fragrant chestnuts. Watching her student, who excels in dining but struggles in all else, the blue-clad woman can't help but smile, feeling a sense of solace brought by the lively Wanner, easing her own loneliness. Days later, after laboriously harvesting chestnuts for 3 days, Wanner finally manages to extract the nuts, only to watch in despair as her attempts to sort them result in a charred mess. In her eagerness, she inadvertently released her spiritual energy, causing the fire to blaze uncontrollably. The blue-clad woman, unable to suppress her amusement, pops a chestnut into her mouth and begins to chew. Observing her master enjoying the fruits of her labor, Wanner suddenly halts her tears, silently incinerating the burnt chestnuts before flying back to the chestnut tree to begin anew. Though young, Nangong Wan initially cried often when she first entered the world of cultivation. Yet, as she realized that tears were futile, she quickly learned to adjust her emotions. When her master appeared upon hearing her cries, she chose the most effortless path. When her master was unreliable, she resolved to rely on herself. At such a tender age, Wanner understood that sometimes shedding tears would endear her to her master, but at other times, crying would only lead to displeasure. With no one to depend on, Wanner was determined not to be a source of annoyance to anyone. Chapter 65. Blood Marrow. As the two entered a secret chamber, Yi Jue found it difficult to accept the overwhelming scent of cosmetics in this treasure trove. The space was filled with women-esque garments, and it was small, divided into 4 sections, front, back, left, and right, seemingly arranged according to the 4 stages of cultivation: chi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul. Each section contained an abundance of women's clothing, saturated with the scent of cosmetics, displayed freely as if this were merely a dressing room. At that moment, Yun Lu revealed a wicked smile while eyeing the garments. Yi Jue suddenly recalled that this individual was known as a gluttonous specter, infamous for abducting individuals for dual cultivation, particularly those of notable beauty, yet sparing many due to a reluctance to kill. Due to his exquisite skills and handsome appearance, many families, although filled with a desire for vengeance against him, wishing to see him torn to shreds, did not all share the same murderous intent as the women he had abducted. This can be considered a part of Yun Lu's infamous reputation. Gazing at the multitude of garments before him, it seemed to be a manifestation of his obsession with collecting. However, Yi Jue's eyes widened slightly as he recognized one particular outfit. It was a set he had seen before. A deeper look at Yun Lu made Yi Jue realize the extent of his madness. It turned out that while he was heading straight for the treasures of the nascent soul, he suddenly recognized this garment from the day of the grand competition of the Hahuan sect, worn by the sect leader's wife during the leader's speech. It is worth noting that the leader of the Hahuan sect was no ordinary figure. He was the father of Tianmi, a character in the original text whose son, Tian Buke, had already reached the pinnacle of early nascent soul cultivation. Moreover, his wife had already achieved the golden core stage. It was no wonder that Yun Lu had placed such a garment here. If discovered, the leader of the Hahuan sect would likely flay him alive. One could only wonder whether Tian Buke's surname was Tian or Gu. Upon noticing that Yi Jue recognized the outfit belonging to the sect leader's wife, Yunlu remarked nonchalantly, "You have a hand in this matter as well. If I hadn't gone to find you that day, I wouldn't have discovered that old devil Tian had brought his wife and daughter along. We hit it off splendidly. If you're interested in the details, we should go together next time." Yi Jue felt a tinge of embarrassment, unsure whether to agree, as he feared that if he did, he would become a pawn in Yunlu's schemes. Yunlu, spurred by the topic, continued, "In this world, there is an unending supply of desires. And the fundamental human desire for union between yin and yang is a heavenly principle. It is said that the desire for procreation stems from the desire for survival. It cannot be eradicated or severed. The more one suppresses it, the more violently it erupts. I help them discover and explore their desires, allowing them to better understand themselves. It can be said that this is a deed of immense merit, and I never force anyone. There are indeed those who have left my side after experiencing fulfillment. Yet many return to me afterward, though some do depart without looking back. I, Yunlu, operate with gentleness and never impose my will upon others. Even with the sect leader's wife, I merely noticed something amiss and naturally arranged a meeting. I suspect that old devil Tian is aware of this and simply chooses to ignore it." Yi Jue was profoundly struck by his grandiose words, resolving to uncover similarly shameless statements in his future endeavors. However, upon deeper reflection, there was a certain logic to it. One could only say that the demonic path persists for its reasons. Noticing that his disciple had grasped this insight, Yunlu refrained from further elaboration. Though he indulged in both the wholesome and the profane, Yunlu was quite discerning when it came to choosing his companions, requiring them to possess certain traits that aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities, much like Madame Tian. He continued to instruct, "You may perceive righteous female cultivators as pure and ethereal, akin to celestial beings. Yet I have encountered many, and they are far easier to deceive than their demonic counterparts. Most of them do not seek wealth or fame, often placing their cultivation on the back burner. A mere spark of affection or an act of saving their lives, or even a chance encounter of intimacy, can lead them to willingly offer everything to you. Many righteous female cultivators have dull minds when it comes to matters of the heart, especially those who engage in arduous cultivation. They are woefully inexperienced in romantic affairs. Given the opportunity, I shall introduce you to several such individuals. I have nurtured quite a number of them, and they are utterly compliant." Yi Jue, intrigued by this, realized that he had been surrounded by female demonic cultivators and longed to witness the righteous celestial maidens. As a disciple of the Hahuan sect, he could not afford to lag behind. Observing his disciple's interest, Yunlu felt a sense of excitement in imparting knowledge. For members of the Hahuan sect, nothing brings greater satisfaction than witnessing a righteous cultivator willingly descend into depravity. Yunlu had long recognized that Yi Jue, who had tirelessly sought a dual cultivation technique, could not possibly be as indifferent to women as some of the other demonic cultivators in their sect. The lack of beautiful women around him was merely a testament to his high standards. However, within Yunlu's realm, all such aspirations could be fulfilled. Having traversed hundreds of years, Yunlu had encountered thousands of female cultivators. To call him a master would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, as time progressed, his tastes became increasingly refined, often prioritizing the journey over the outcome. Thus, Yunlu did not mind taking this like-minded individual along to explore the vast world. As for his motives, witnessing the gradual transformation of this young man into a demonic star was more than satisfactory to him. As Yunlu began his explanation, Yi Jue was not one to let the opportunity slip by, persistently inquiring about several unfamiliar items. He understood that this treasure trove mainly housed items of commemorative significance, and the truly valuable treasures were likely beyond reach this time. His gaze fell upon a piece of blood essence, and his eyes gleamed slightly. It bore a resemblance to the crimson lotus blood flame of Qianjuizi, though its aura was faint and uncertain. Yunlu explained, "This blood essence was discovered within the body of a female cultivator. I found it amusing, so I extracted it and placed it here." Yi Jue was momentarily taken aback, then realized something, his expression turning peculiar as he regarded the oddly shaped blood essence, muttering, "Truly a hallmark of the demonic sect." Yunlu waved his sleeve dismissively. "If you think this is indicative of the demonic sect, you are gravely mistaken. That female cultivator was a golden core practitioner from a righteous sect. However, I have examined this item. The fluctuations of spiritual energy are weak, and it holds little practical value. If you desire it, consider it a gift, a mere keepsake." Yi Jue hesitated, unsure of whose belonging this might be, expressing concern that it could bring trouble in the future. Yunlu, with a hint of a smile, remarked, What if I told you it belonged to the disciples of Long Han and Feng Bing? Would you dare to accept it? Chapter 66. The changes in Ling Miao Garden. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue's hand trembled slightly. The current situation was such that the Righteous Alliance stood in opposition to the 6 demonic sects, while Wei Wuyi's 9 Nations Alliance held a precarious position. The Luanming sect, led by Long Han and Feng Bing, was merely an ordinary sect for the time being. However, once the Tian Dao Alliance, the largest organization in Tiannan, is established in the future, the status of Long Han and Feng Bing will undoubtedly soar. Yi Jue felt a headache coming on. Yunlu certainly had a knack for stirring trouble. Yet, the Tian Dao Alliance, it was still a long way off, and currently, there were no signs of its emergence. The future remained uncertain. With a slight smile, Yi Jue said, "How could the disciples of Long Han and Feng Bing make the Hahuan sect bow down?" Yunlu casually tossed the blood essence, and Yi Jue eagerly accepted it. Yunlu laughed. "That female cultivator has long admired our Hahuan sect. Perhaps in the future, we can rekindle the bond of our sect." Upon hearing this, Yi Jue realized that this woman likely had a connection with Yunlu and wondered how deep that relationship ran, pondering how much sense remained in her mind. Continuing, Yunlu stated, "I won't hide it from you. Most of the time, I go out to gather intelligence for our sect's arrangements. Of course, I cannot deny that I have my own personal desires as well. The upcoming movements of the demonic sects will concentrate in the central countries, so once I master a certain technique, I will take you to explore the Yu Kingdom." Yi Jue paused. "Master, I am but a foundation establishment cultivator. I fear I may become a burden to you." Yunlu chuckled. "Precisely because you are at the foundation establishment stage that it is advantageous. Golden core cultivators are not so easily deceived, you know? In the later stages of foundation establishment, the pinnacle of the foundational realm is the seed of alchemical essence, which can bear fruit within the next century. Is it not our aspiration?" Yi Jue thought of that female disciple from the Luanming sect, and suddenly recalled Hong Fu. Perhaps this encounter has woven a subtle connection between Yun Lu and Hong Fu. There are countless female cultivators in this world. Suddenly, having a Yun Lu makes it seem less bleak. At the very least, it adds a splash of color. As Yun Lu is dedicated to guiding righteous female cultivators into the tumultuous waters of love, one wonders what divine powers she is currently cultivating. Perhaps she has drawn inspiration from Yi Jue or the wife of the Tian sect leader, coupled with her weapon crafting. Yun Lu will likely be too preoccupied to wander aimlessly in the coming years. One can only hope that the female cultivators across the realm will express their gratitude towards Yi Jue. As the selection of treasures came to an end, Yi Jue departed from the story-laden treasure trove. Upon returning to Hong Valley, after teasing the little raccoon, Yi Jue retrieved a collection of alchemical formulas from the Dan Mosey. He then swiftly entered the Ling Miao Garden. Finally, after establishing his foundation, Yi Jue could access the Ling Miao Garden himself. Moreover, due to its essence as a Xiantian spiritual treasure, upon Yi Jue's entrance, no trace was left behind. The core of the Ling Miao Garden resided within Yi Jue's consciousness, a marvel of the highest order. It seems that this subtle manifestation of reality is largely due to the fragment of the Kunlun mirror. This also significantly reduces the chances of discovery by outsiders, ensuring safety to the utmost degree. Aside from this, Yi Jue noticed that the Ling Miao Garden had noticeably expanded in size and its spatial stability had improved greatly. Clearly, as Yi Jue grew, this companion spirit treasure also matured. However, it was regrettable that although the materials and spiritual herbs were abundant, no one capable of their proper utilization had yet emerged. Yi Jue could only make do with the rich spiritual energy and the time-accelerated properties to cultivate some low-grade herbs. Coupled with his search for resources, he could barely manage to support his learning of alchemy. He was far from achieving the miraculous effects of Han Li's small green bottle. After all, this was merely a Xiantian spiritual treasure. Despite its formidable properties and initial resources, it required Yi Jue's significant effort to yield any results. Alchemy is an endeavor that seizes the essence of heaven and earth, sharing a certain kinship with some aspects of the yin-yang techniques. Therefore, Yi Jue was not concerned that his alchemical skills would lag behind his cultivation. For the time being, he needed to find an alchemical predecessor to guide him. These low-level formulas clearly represented a complete inheritance of alchemical knowledge. Unlike artifact crafting or talisman creation, once successful, alchemy could yield an abundance of spiritual stones. As Yi Jue meticulously explored and absorbed the changes in the Ling Miao Garden, he began to construct a secluded place for cultivation. Although the garden was damaged and could not serve as a long-term retreat, it was certainly suitable for short-term habitation. Additionally, the plethora of spiritual herbs and materials required careful management, categorization, and nurturing. Many would need formations to ensure their growth environment. The thought of the resources and time needed to develop the Ling Miao garden caused Yi Jue some distress. Fortunately, for now, only low-grade spiritual herbs were needed, allowing for a self-sustaining supply. After establishing his foundation, he would have considerably more time, but fully developing the Ling Miao garden would likely require reaching the alchemical stage. Some spiritual herbs and materials might even demand the cultivation level of a nascent soul, such as the Tianqing Yunmu he had previously exchanged, which was naturally a material from a specific area of the Ling Miao garden. Yi Jue had heard of numerous precious materials, both known and unknown. This treasure trove was still somewhat advanced for him. After all, even a fragment of the Ling Miao garden had enabled Han Li to break through from the early to mid-nascent soul stage. Were it not for the core fragment being positioned between the mortal realm and the spirit realm, allowing it to remain undiscovered, it would surely have attracted fierce competition. Now, this treasure trove was entirely sealed, nestled within the Xiantian's spiritual treasure, existing between reality and illusion, with only Yi Jue as its sole beneficiary. Few could comprehend the frustration of possessing such a treasure, yet being unable to fully utilize it. After becoming somewhat acquainted with the changes in the Ling Miao garden, Yi Jue emerged, capturing the little raccoon and playfully ruffling its fur before heading to the cultivation chamber. Just as Yi Jue was meticulously outlining some cultivation matters for the foundation stage, a restriction flashed, and a traditionally dressed female cultivator entered, none other than Nangong Wan. Interestingly, though Nangong Wan's attire was quite thin, it somehow exuded a traditional aura, perhaps due to her constant wear of palace skirts. Yi Jue mused over the numerous female cultivators in the valley who could make such garments appear alluring, while Nangong Wan always projected a refined demeanor. Contemplating this, Yi Jue felt it necessary to revamp Wan's wardrobe. Upon noticing that Yi Jue was lost in thought about her attire without greeting her, Nangong Wan felt a flicker of annoyance. With a wave of her sleeve, several water serpents coiled around Yi Jue, binding him securely. Caught off guard, Yi Jue panicked once fully restrained. "Wana, what are you doing? Stop joking around." Nangong Wan ignored him, calmly sitting beside Yi Jue, taking out a recording orb and fixing it in place. Yi Jue immediately fell silent, quickly deducing that Nangong Wan intended to seize this opportunity to obtain some valuable information. As Nangong Wan cast her enchanting technique, Yi Jue felt as though the world was spinning, and the person before him appeared as a beloved relative, to whom he would willingly offer his life. However, with a jolt from the heart controlling Lotus Seed in his mind, Yi Jue regained clarity. "Waner, can you now control water attribute spiritual energy?" Nangong Wan looked at the clear-minded Yi Jue, feeling a twinge of frustration. The charm technique of the Yi sect, after all, was an auxiliary method for dual cultivation, lacking the sheer dominance of the Yi sect. She did not overly concern herself with Yi Jue's immunity to her charm, though she couldn't help but feel a bit disgruntled. "Since the last time, I've sensed some enhancement in my spiritual root aptitude, and my control over water attribute spiritual power has significantly improved. I've practiced several water attribute spells and found the difficulty has decreased greatly." As she spoke, Nangong Wan blushed slightly, candidly admitting, "However, I sometimes can't help but think of you, uncontrollably wanting to see you. Yet when I'm close to you, that feeling seems to fade. I wonder if it's due to an intrusion of heart demons. Is there any record of this in your techniques?" Yi Jue looked at the somewhat endearing female cultivator before him and felt a playful impulse. "This is quite normal. It indicates that Waner has finally recognized my genuine feelings. I, too, often think of you. Many times, I can't help but want to be by your side." Nangong Wan felt a mix of shyness and annoyance. However, lacking experience, she was uncertain how much of his words were sincere. Such sentiments were seldom expressed in the Yi sect, leading to her evident reaction. If it were the female cultivators of the Yi sect, they would have heard such declarations often enough to grow weary of them. Yi Jue stifled a secret chuckle, recognizing that Nangong Wan was indeed inexperienced and possessed a rather naive disposition. In this instance, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Contemplating this, Yi Jue said, "Waner, I am earnest in my plea. Would you kindly untie me? I shall reveal to you the depth of my longing, and you have my word that it is no mere fabrication." Naturally, Nangong Wan was not so easily deceived. Instinctively, she tightened the water rope, declaring, "Impossible. You will remain here. If you truly missed me, how could you rush out to seek your master instead of staying by my side?" Yi Jue endeavored to explain himself, and after a series of persuasive attempts, he finally managed to quell Nangong Wan's anger. However, she remained preoccupied with the troubling thought of why she found herself recollecting Yi Jue. This matter was of significant import, as it could potentially affect her cultivation. Yi Jue concocted a fib, claiming that it was a byproduct of their shared cultivation technique, suggesting that after dual cultivation, residual effects linger to enhance the emotional bond between practitioners. Upon Yi Jue citing several examples and attributing this phenomenon to the Yin-Yang classic, Nangong began to entertain his claims. After all, as the cornerstone text of the Huan sect, it was reasonable to assume that it possessed certain unique effects. It is worth noting that even Yi Jue and Yunlu were unaware that the Yin-Yang classic indeed had such properties, albeit weak. For practitioners of demonic arts, such minor influences were hardly worthy of consideration. It was only the innocent and diligent cultivator like Nangong who could discern such subtleties. After all, the dual cultivation technique of the Yin-Yang classic was primarily centered on the cultivator, and while the dual practitioners could enjoy benefits, they would inadvertently lower their defenses against one another, making it difficult to harbor disdain. Yunlu likely arrogantly believed that her prowess was solely due to her skill, completely disregarding the technique's influence. Yi Jue, too, was oblivious, assuming that Nangong's na-vet was merely her nature. Ironically, the lie he crafted served as a tenuous explanation for the situation. As their bond deepened and through Yi Jue's relentless persuasion, Nangong eventually yielded, slightly loosening her grip on the binding spell. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Jue broke free from the restraints, and the ensuing events were all too evident. After several sessions of cultivation, Yi Jue felt rejuvenated, embarking on his agricultural pursuits. In the days that followed, Yi Jue lived a life akin to that of a humble farmer, laboring alongside Nangong, who proved to be a capable partner. As the moon waxed and waned, their relationship blossomed, and their actions within the Red Valley became increasingly conspicuous. Wang Kuer frequently interrupted her cultivation in frustration, seeking out Nangong to voice her grievances. However, recalling the embarrassment she felt after their first dual cultivation session, Nangong felt a twinge of desire for revenge, occasionally encroaching upon Wang Kuer's territory. Upon discovering this, Wang Kuer nearly teared up and promptly activated her barriers. Retreating into seclusion, realizing the situation had escalated, Nangong attempted to temper her actions. Yet, with Yi Jue's subtle guidance, it remained uncertain how closely her future would mirror her original narrative, given the transformative nature of their environment. Though Nangong maintained a faade of decorum, her private conversations with Wang Kuer revealed a stark contrast to her initial trepidation regarding dual cultivation. At times, Yi Jue marveled at the adaptability of women. Recently, Nangong formally joined the Huan sect, registering as a named disciple under the illustrious Yunlu, thus granting her access to the sect's esoteric techniques, including the one before her now. "My dear husband, do you truly believe this technique can enhance the effects of our dual cultivation?" she inquired. Under Yi Jue's guidance, Nangong endeavored to practice the dual cultivation technique, discovering that her affinity for ice and fire was impeccably suited to it. Observing the flicker of fervor in Yi Jue's gaze, Nangong began to unravel the true application of the Huan sect's secret arts. As they progressively harmonized their energies, their cultivation speed accelerated. With each harvest of spiritual herbs, Nangong officially broke through to the mid-foundation stage, surpassing Yi Jue, who had begun his foundation cultivation a year later. However, Yi Jue felt entirely justified in relishing the attentions of Nangong. Although at times she appeared shy, the two had largely settled into a rhythm reminiscent of an old married couple. Occasionally, Nangong would experiment with peculiar Huan techniques to enhance the efficiency of their dual cultivation, causing little Li to scurry away in alarm. Chapter 68. The indispensable secret medicine. With the initial preparations completed, Yi Jue retrieved the alchemical furnace he had long prepared, igniting the nether flame to commence his first foray into alchemy. He could hardly contain himself, for he had never before labored in such a manner. A field never tilled would only yield more bounteous harvests, and water and grass would flourish. Yet the oxen tasked with the labor would inevitably grow weary under the increasing demands of their toil. Yi Jue, of course, would not succumb to such burdens. However, he suddenly recalled that many disciples of the Huan sect must be suffering under the weight of their labors. Although the sect was not lacking in dual cultivation techniques, the existence of cauldrons was no secret. A proficient cauldron must learn to care for its sustenance. Thus, Yi Jue set his sights on this particular market. Naturally, testing the properties of the medicinal ingredients during the alchemical process was essential. Yet, Yi Jue's first concoction was not a restorative elixir, but rather the renowned Huan powder. As the sect was famed for its numerous formulations of this particular medicine, Yi Jue possessed a collection of at least a dozen recipes, making it an indispensable starting point for any novice. The various herbs were readily available. Even those that were less common could be substituted with alternatives. Regardless, there was bound to be a suitable option, and the cost of the herbs was low, with minimal age requirements, making them relatively easy to procure. Thus, Yi Jue embarked on the first step of his alchemical journey without hesitation. He began to extract the medicinal properties, embarking on his refining journey with great patience. Fortunately, his prior experience in crafting tools laid a solid foundation, and with the increase in his control over the nether flames stemming from his dual cultivation sessions with Nangong, he discovered that dual cultivation truly was the path to enlightenment. Furthermore, herbs required less precise timing and duration compared to spiritual materials. Thus, within a mere hour, Yi Jue successfully refined all the herbs. Next came the fusion of the elixir, a more challenging step, as elixirs were creations of heaven and earth. As he engaged in the fusion process, Yi Jue's understanding of the Yin-Yang classic opened a new door of insight. This fusion, this creation, gradually dimmed the spiritual light, and the elixir began to take shape. Although it amounted to but a single pill, its spiritual glow remained somewhat dim, yet it seemed to have succeeded. Yi Jue pondered the efficacy of his creation and sought out Nangong, who was deep in her cultivation. After all, it seems that only she can test the effects within the valley. Nangong was diligently practicing the Su Nu reincarnation technique, exuding an aura of tranquility. Yi Jue quietly observed her, momentarily captivated, for even the cold-hearted could be moved. The visage before him was exquisitely refined, devoid of any charm. Her demeanor was gentle, untainted by pretense. Even though she had been abducted by Yunlu, over time, she had accepted her fate and gradually began to willingly trust Yi Jue, sacrificing much for him. At a certain moment, Yi Jue contemplated that perhaps he was truly suited for the demon sect, for gazing at the person before him. He felt no inclination toward a shared life or death, his heart rather indifferent. Despite the intimacy they had shared for over 6 months, and their deep understanding of one another, Yi Jue recognized that this was merely a fleeting experience. Their current entanglement stemmed from mutual benefit and the overarching environment of the Yi Jue sect, as well as Nangong's upbringing in the mortal realm, which had instilled in her a deep-seated notion of obedience toward her husband. Furthermore, Yi Jue treated her with kindness and equality, which naturally made her less resistant. After all, who would not cherish dual cultivation, especially when it could enhance their abilities? Yi Jue, with his striking appearance and commendable skills, made the prospect even more appealing. As she neared the end of her meditation, Yi Jue produced a pill and placed it in Nangong's mouth. Before she could react, he employed his heart control technique to compel her to swallow it. The timing was impeccable. Should she have fully awakened or remained in meditation, Yi Jue would have found it difficult to carry out this act. He capitalized on the moment between her awakening and her trance, feeding her the pill just as she regained consciousness. The famed Yi Jue Sand, after Yi Jue's refinement, revealed itself not to be a poison, nor a particularly unique remedy. Initially perplexed, Yi Jue began to understand when he discovered that various formulas yielded similar effects. Most of the Yi Jue Sand's medicinal potency, while not overwhelmingly strong, was not strictly a poison but rather a type of spiritual herb, with the side effects arising from the body's absorption of it. Thus, it was not inherently antidotal, unlike typical curses or barriers. This explained the multitude of diverse formulas within the Yi Jue sect, as the herb amplified its side effects, rendering it primarily a tonic and thus highly sought after. Conversely, while those who absorbed the herb's potency could expel it, Yi Jue was aware that those administering the herb would not easily permit its expulsion, especially since most market variants were relatively mild. It was evident that to mitigate the herb's side effects, a serene environment was essential, enabling one to address internal crises without disturbance. This also elucidated why many who mistakenly ingested the herb or alchemists who lightly tested it often suffered minimal harm. Their focus allowed them to suppress the side effects swiftly and gradually eliminate them with their spiritual power. Moreover, employing cold water to maintain clarity of mind or ice could significantly reduce the herb's adverse effects, granting the user time to rectify the situation. Nonetheless, a formidable fortress is often breached from within. Once under the influence of the Yi Jue Sand, the waves of its potency would gradually weaken the resolve of the afflicted, much like Nangong had experienced. This indirectly reflected Yi Jue's commendable talent in alchemy. Afterward, the two stood before a mirror. Yi Jue styled Nangong's hair, gazing at the enchanting figure in the reflection, her beauty radiant and her eyes brimming with emotion, as if she were glowing. Nangong was momentarily taken aback. While she saw herself every day, this uniquely alluring version of herself was rare. The captivating Nangong sat in Yi Jue's embrace, allowing him to braid her hair. Reflecting on her arrival at the Yi Jue sect, unable to discern which reality was truly real. Chapter 69. Some elixirs may be unnecessary, but none can be absent. Some dreams seem real, while some realities feel like mere dreams. As the two gradually restored their energy, this time, Nangong took the initiative. Sensing the blend of fervor and trepidation within the girl before him, Yi Jue endeavored to soothe her emotions. However, it also solidified his resolve to swiftly concoct nourishing elixirs. After all, the male cultivators of the Yi Jue sect had long suffered due to the female cultivators. Some elixirs may be dispensable, but they were indispensable nonetheless. Days later, upon consuming an elixir, warmth gradually enveloped his body, dispelling fatigue and igniting a vigor that felt as though he could battle for 300 rounds. Yi Jue grinned at Nangong, teasingly declaring, "Let us see who fears whom next." Nangong rolled her eyes at the playful Yi Jue, feeling a completely different sensation from him than before. She opened her mouth to speak but hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Yi Jue couldn't help but laugh heartily at the sight of the slumbering Nangong. He felt a burgeoning confidence in the prospects of his elixirs. Over the past few days, their interactions in testing the elixirs had been filled with a unique flavor, though it proved rather torturous for Nangong. After all, the way her partner treated her as a mere tool filled her with a sense of dread. Nevertheless, she remained silent, relieved that the elixir had finally been successfully developed. As Yi Jue planned to promote it on a small scale, the first candidate that came to his mind was Yi Jue. Being a member of the same clan and having entered around the same time, Yi Jue was a natural choice. However, Yi Jue was unable to locate him. In the previous competition, Yi Jue had easily passed the initial rounds due to his cultivation level, but he was eliminated before the top 100 and had sustained some injuries. Nevertheless, during their brief conversation, Yi Jue appeared spirited, and Yi Jue believed he would break into the top 20 and secure a foundation-building pill in the next 5 years. Subsequently, Yi Jue was accepted as a true disciple by the pill demon, becoming his 23rd disciple. However, the inability to find him cast a shadow over Yi Jue's heart. Clearly, the chaos within the Yi Jue sect exceeded his expectations, despite being a major sect. The disappearance of a chi-refining disciple amidst thousands of foundation-building cultivators likely caused little stir, reflecting on the recently mentioned Furnace Cauldron Conference, a grand event within the sect where any participant could attend. Yi Jue mused that it was a long-standing tradition of the Yi Jue sect. He recalled Nangong mentioning the dual cultivation conference of the Yin Yu sect, which bore similarities to the Yi Jue sect's dual cultivation gathering, though the latter's grandeur paled in comparison to the Furnace Cauldron Conference. After all, not everyone could achieve foundation building. Those who failed typically lacked resources rather than talent. Thus, the Furnace Cauldron Conference offered everyone an opportunity. If a foundation-building cultivator took notice of them, they could be directly adopted as a furnace cauldron, becoming private property rather than the sect's asset. However, this relationship must be recorded by the sect. Thus, although a furnace conceived through the sect endures a harsh existence, it is still far superior to those procured externally by cultivators. After all, it is widely acknowledged that even the slightest opportunity would prompt efforts toward foundation establishment, resulting in the allocation of certain resources. Furthermore, the innate talents of disciples within the sect are generally commendable. Coupled with diligence, many furnaces ultimately succeed in establishing their foundations. Therefore, despite their dire circumstances, there exists a glimmer of hope for these furnaces. This is the opportunity for Yi Jue. Although this group claims a lack of resources, they are not entirely devoid of them, and some are even wealthier than most chi refinement disciples. While their lives may seem arduous upon further reflection, despite occasional setbacks in cultivation, they have the chance to cultivate with female cultivators who have established their foundations, thus retaining a sliver of hope for their own foundation establishment. It is uncertain whether to deem such a life fortunate or lamentable. Yi Jue initially planned to penetrate this circle through Yi Jue, but unexpectedly, Yi Jue seems to have encountered danger. Without alternatives, Yi Jue resolved to seek another connection. In this vein of thought, Yi Jue suddenly realized that he seemed to lack connections within the Yi Jue sect, which could lead to considerable risks. Thus, he intended to start with Song Wei, hoping to join some circles and glean information. Song Wei was available and, due to the connection with Dan Moz, was quite amiable towards Yi Jue. However, upon hearing that Yi Jue had taken Yun Lu as his master, Song Wei displayed an expression of envy, as Yun Lu was indeed a nascent soul cultivator. Observing Song Wei's complete lack of aversion to Yun Lu's indiscriminate relationships, Yi Jue felt a chill run down his spine. Nevertheless, after Yi Jue's continuous explanations, Song Wei finally understood what Yi Jue had concocted, and then regarded Yi Jue with a peculiar expression. Yi Jue felt his face flush under such scrutiny, but remained unperturbed. Calmly, he produced a pill and handed it to Song Wei. Unable to resist, Song Wei accepted the pill, inhaled its fragrance, and treasured it. As it was indeed a remedy for kidney replenishment, an essential pursuit for men. Some pills may be dispensable, but this one was irreplaceable. Moreover, Song Wei was evidently well-versed in the art of supplementation, occasionally even engaging in dual cultivation with female cultivators within the sect. After all, within the Yi Sect, the atmosphere was quite liberal, and Yi Jue was keen to inquire about the specifics. In a dual cultivation sect, interactions among foundation establishment cultivators became notably frequent, as they occasionally sought variety. However, despite his curiosity, Yi Jue ultimately hesitated to engage in such practices. This muddled form of dual cultivation was largely driven by personal desires rather than genuine cultivation advancement. Unwilling to become a mere puppet of desire, Yi Jue maintained a respectful distance from activities that bore no benefit to his cultivation. However, when Song Wei mentioned a rather dubious form of gambling involving supplementation, staking several years or levels of cultivation against other cultivators in a contest for supplementation, where the victor could absorb the defeated's staked mana, Yi Jue's eyes widened in astonishment. He could only exclaim, "Truly, this is the Yi Sect." Within the sect, the application of matters concerning men and women could not be said to be anything short of extraordinary. Indeed, the daily lives of many male cultivators seemed to revolve around the mundane existence within the Yi Sect. Considering the prevalence of female cultivators in the Yi Sect, Yi Jue's interest in the storage bags of male cultivators was piqued. After all, while a single red lip may be easily tasted by countless, a horse that travels 1,000 miles is not so easily found. Through Song Wei's introductions, Yi Jue joined several small circles of foundation establishment, and through recommendations from group members, he infiltrated a small circle of alchemists. "What kinds of Yi pills have you all tried?" Yi Jue inquired with curiosity. Instantaneously, several alchemists beamed with delight. As they produced spirit stones to wager with one another, Yi Jue quickly grasped that they were betting on the answer to his initial question. Chapter 70. The first shot in the sale of spirit medicines. Amidst Yi Jue's embarrassment and the laughter of others, a rather handsome cultivator remarked, "Brother Yi, do not take offense. It is merely a customary part of our interactions. Aside from senior brother Chen Yi, senior sister Wang Qing, and junior sister Song Ji, who posed questions on different topics, the rest of us primarily inquired about Yi pills. After all, as men, if an alchemist does not concoct Yi pills on their first attempt, I find that rather abnormal." Yi Jue nodded in strong agreement, and then turned his gaze to Chen Yi, Wang Qing, and Song Ji. Chen Yi, caught between laughter and tears, stated, "My question is whether there are any pills related to ghost cultivators here. I do not shy away from sharing. My wife is a ghost. Hence my search for pills to help her enhance her cultivation." As he spoke, a ghostly figure emerged from his shadow, elegant and exuding an air of ominousness. Yi Jue was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find that someone here was entangled in a ghostly romance. The two female cultivators giggled at the sight, with Wang Qing teasingly asking, "I wonder, whom do you all test your Yi pills on once they are refined?" Instantly, the expressions of several alchemists grew uneasy. Yi Jue was slightly puzzled. Wang Qing then communicated telepathically with Yi Jue. "Many alchemists here are quite impoverished during their initial attempts at alchemy. They often lack a furnace and mostly experiment on themselves." Upon hearing this, Yi Jue understood, recalling how he sought out Nangong Wan for testing, only to end up trying it himself. He felt that having a dual cultivation partner was indeed a delightful experience. As their casual conversation continued, they soon transitioned into a discussion on alchemical techniques. Through their exchanges, Yi Jue gleaned numerous valuable insights, although the pills they were concocting were generally of lower tiers, with few suitable for foundation establishment. Song Ji mentioned that she had refined a batch of beauty pills, which had already been sold out to female cultivators, making it quite popular. The other alchemists also had no trouble selling their pills, yet their applications were limited, and they could not produce them in bulk, partly due to cost issues and partly because the main ingredients for such enhancement and healing pills were relatively scarce, along with the limited opportunities for practice, which meant they often could not find commissioned work for these types of pills. Yi Jue remained unfazed, as he was merely a novice and did not mind. However, he did require a large volume of orders to rapidly improve his alchemical skills. With this in mind, Yi Jue asked, "Have you all considered concocting nourishing medicines?" The group was taken aback, as nourishing formulas are difficult to come by and lack a coherent system. None of them had considered it. Yi Jue understood, and then produced a pill, stating, "This is called the Di Huang Wan, a spirit pill that replenishes the kidneys and invigorates energy, a true boon for men." As Yi Jue displayed the pill, everyone clamored to examine it. They were familiar with basic medicinal properties and naturally recognized that this pill was a treasure trove. However, the cultivator surnamed Gu shook his head, saying, "Such a pill would undoubtedly have a market. But brother Yi, have you considered that while it is suitable for foundation establishment cultivators and chi refinement cultivators, its price cannot be set too high? If it is too high, foundation establishment cultivators will have alternatives, and chi refinement cultivators cannot afford it. If priced too low, the profit margin becomes minimal, reducing you to mere labor." Yi Jue replied with a smile, "This pill indeed utilizes lower-grade spirit herbs, and there are 3 tiers, low, medium, and high, with varying effectiveness. Would you all be willing to promote it for me? Should you gain anything from it, I would be immensely grateful." He then displayed a knowing smile that all men would understand. Feeling the allure of the pill, Chun-Yi blurted out, "May I ask, which tier is this pill?" His face flushed, clearly indicating that he had a delicate wife, and the balance of yin and yang could be quite taxing on the body. As the gazes of the others converged on him, Yi Jue chuckled. "This medicine is categorized into 3 tiers, which I have designated as the 3-flavored Di Huang pill, the 6-flavored Di Huang pill, and the 9-flavored Di Huang pill. The second tier is effective for those in the late stages of foundational cultivation, while the third tier also provides benefits. The first tier primarily targets those in the mid to late stages of qi cultivation, while the second tier is beneficial for those who have perfected their qi and are in the mid-stage of foundational cultivation." As Yi Jue elucidated, the crowd's interest grew brighter. Subsequently, several messages were received, all inquiring about the purchase of this medicine. Yi Jue smiled and said, "This medicine is not easy to refine. A single basic pill is priced at 10 spirit stones, which is not exorbitant. A single intermediate pill is priced at 60 spirit stones, a reasonable price, while a single advanced pill is priced at 150 spirit stones. Do you find these prices fair?" The crowd gazed at the pill worth 60 spirit stones, uncertain of how to respond, as they had yet to test its efficacy. However, generally, such pills establish appropriate prices after market validation. Once this pill becomes known, a supply shortage is inevitable. In fact, just moments ago, 2 female cultivators had already sent messages inviting Yi Jue to their cave dwellings under the pretense of discussing alchemy, though it remained unclear whether they genuinely sought to explore alchemical techniques or were merely interested in assessing the effects of the Di Huang pill. After exchanging contact information and promising to promote Yi Jue's work widely, he felt a sense of relief. The gathering soon turned jovial as individuals presented various refined pills for tasting, with some seeking potential sales avenues. A cultivator with the surname Gu presented the renowned He Huan San. The attendees sampled its quality and offered their opinions. The 2 female cultivators appeared entranced. Whether due to the medicine's effects or their interest in Yi Jue remained ambiguous. Eventually, Wang Qing produced a pill that piqued Yi Jue's curiosity. Known as the 100 Refinements Blood Condensing Pill, which is effective for refining vital energy and blood. Yi Jue found it intriguing and purchased a vial. As he held a keen interest in matters of blood, he mused that should Wang Qing cultivate in this area, he might visit her in the future to discuss this profound path. In the end, Yi Jue acquired only a few uniquely effective spirit pills. Considering the 100 Refinements Blood Condensing Pill and an ice muscle pill purchased from Songji, which he intended to gift to Nangong Wan as a small token of compensation for her recent hardships. As he contemplated this, they arranged the next meeting time and agreed to help promote Yi Jue's pills, after which he took his leave. Reflecting on the gathering, Yi Jue contemplated the various insights he had gleaned about the He Huan sect, including the internal chaos that permeated it. Wang Qing lamented that were it not for the protection of a golden core elder, she might have perished within the sect. Songji remained silent. Although she appeared more refined, Yi Jue, trained in the dual cultivation techniques of the prestigious He Huan sect, sensed that despite both being devoid of primordial yin, Songji's experiences in dual cultivation likely far surpassed those of Wang Qing. The notion of the He Huan sect's purity was merely a fade. Chapter 71. Explosive. As Yi Jue digested the information he had acquired, he learned that Wang Qing practiced a demonic art related to blood, the name of which she did not disclose, merely stating that the 100 Refinements Blood Condensing Pill was remarkable for refining vital energy. Meanwhile, the seemingly frosty Song-ji left with a gaze that hinted at her desire to ascertain the constitution of the alchemist who produced the Di Huang pill. Observing the seemingly carefree yet organized Wang Qing alongside the decorously composed, yet evidently superficial Song-ji, Yi Jue felt acutely aware of the challenges faced by those without backing within the demonic sect. He suspected that Songji was not always this way, but had succumbed to despair due to her experiences. Thus, she clung to her beauty, excelling in the arts of charm and allure. Although her current life appeared satisfactory, it was likely she was ensnared by her past, unable to extricate herself, resulting in a plethora of connections that diluted the purity of her spiritual energy. In contrast, Wang Qing exhibited a commendable purity of spiritual energy, suggesting that while she engaged in dual cultivation, it was merely to enhance her cultivation rather than an obsession. However, the likelihood of her possessing extraordinary dual cultivation techniques was slim. Even Yi Jue could feel the lack of refinement in the cultivation gained through dual cultivation compared to that achieved through rigorous practice. Thus, Yi Jue's immersion in dual cultivation intensified, as the rapid and pleasurable nature of this practice offered a significant contrast to the arduous path of meditation. It was evident that Nangong Wan, already at the mid-stage of foundational cultivation, was also somewhat lost in the allure of rapid advancement. The Hehuan sect, maintaining its position as the foremost demonic sect in the southern heavens, undeniably possessed its merits. "Yi brother, why have you only just arrived?" In the cave of the cultivator with the surname Gu, a week later, which was also the site of the previous gathering, he was greeted warmly. "I rushed over as soon as I finished refining this last batch. Enough of that. Come quickly inside. Your Dihuang pill has attracted quite an audience." The two entered the cave together, where approximately 20 individuals had already gathered. Upon Yi Jue's arrival, the crowd clamored, "How many Dihuang pills do you have? I wish to purchase a vial." It turned out that during the last gathering, when Yi Jue had provided a few pills for assistance in promotion, the cultivator Gu had an inspired idea to offer one of the 6 flavored Dihuang pills, valued at 60 spirit stones, to a cultivator suffering from significant energy depletion. This individual rallied a large group to witness the effects, which astonishingly restored much of their vitality, albeit with some lingering weakness. Now, many were eager to partake, particularly foundational cultivators. As for them, nurturing their vitality was a lifelong endeavor. However, Yi Jue understood that the surge of interest might lead to more discreet inquiries in the future, rather than such overt enthusiasm. He presented 26 flavored Dihuang pills in exchange for 1,200 spirit stones, with each attendee receiving one. Yi Jue assured them that the prices would remain stable and fair, earning him unanimous praise. Yet, some realized this meant they were being recruited as distributors for Yi Jue's endeavors. Nonetheless, profitable ventures were always in demand, and many were eager to participate. Subsequently, Yi Jue sold several vials of the 3-flavored Dihuang pill, indicating that some were indeed eager to become distributors. Yi Jue, however, remained indifferent. The combined cost of the materials for the 3-flavor Remania pill does not exceed a single spirit stone, yielding a 10-fold profit. In contrast, the 6-flavor Remania pill requires several spirit stones for its production, resulting in a mere 6-fold profit, while the 9-flavor Remania pill incurs even greater expenses. Nonetheless, the simplicity of concocting the 3-flavor Remania pill allows Yi Jue, with his adept alchemical skills, to produce several batches simultaneously, yielding dozens of pills without difficulty. The 6-flavor Remania pill demands a more meticulous approach, typically resulting in only 6 or 7 pills per batch. Although the success rate is high, the pill itself is not particularly challenging to create, serving merely as a means of practice. Once he establishes a modicum of fame, it will become easier for him to procure materials and formulas from others for future concoctions. This, after all, is the standard path for an alchemist, who would emulate Han Li, who, out of fear, refrains from utilizing materials freely, secretly consuming them himself. The more profound one's alchemical skills, the greater one's ability to cultivate connections. After all, a single failed concoction can inflict great pain on the alchemist, as even a minor discrepancy in quality can be disheartening. Imagine the anguish of laboring tirelessly to procure the ingredients for a longevity pill, only to end up with a single pill that extends life by 5 years, while the time wasted exceeds that by far. Who could bear such a loss? Achieving a yield of 5 or 6 pills of commendable quality, extending life by 6 or 7 years, would merely be passable. If one were to possess only a single batch of primary ingredients, hesitation in concocting would be expected. Thus, a skilled alchemist would naturally be the preferred choice. After all, while alchemical creations can capture the essence of heaven and earth, a certain level of skill is requisite to produce them. And to achieve a high success rate with commendable quality, both practice and innate talent are essential. As evidenced by Yi Jue's ability to concoct the harmony powder on his first attempt, which even ensnared Nangong Wan. It is clear he possesses considerable talent. Although he benefited from a strong soul and proficient spiritual fire, his intuitive grasp during the pill fusion process also reflects a significant degree of spiritual sensitivity. As time progressed, more individuals quietly sought out Yi Jue for his remedies. However, with the public acknowledgement of Yi Jue as a disciple by the old demon of harmony, alongside the formidable support of the two most powerful figures in the sect, Yi Jue naturally faced no audacious intrusions into the Red Valley. Yet, the Red Valley was gradually gaining notoriety within the sect. Each day, countless communication talismans were sent in, with many even utilizing recording pearls. This influx included those seeking dual cultivation, possessing notable beauty and charm. Chapter 72. Master Yi. With the spread of his reputation, Yi Jue found himself ensnared in certain troublesome situations. For instance, at present, husband, why not consume another Millennia pill? Nangong Wan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Yi Jue could not muster a smile. With the rising demand for his pills, absurd rumors began circulating within the sect. For instance, the claim that the Millennia pill could enhance physical strength for an entire day. This assertion, propagated by Yi Jue, garnered little belief. As the disciples of the Harmony sect understood certain basic truths, whether self-deception or mere ignorance, the absurdity of such rumors felt like an affront to their intelligence. However, subsequent rumors claiming the Millennia pill could cure all ailments or even restore life were met with laughter, yet one particularly detailed tale gained traction, spreading in even more elaborate versions. This tale suggested that the Millennia pill could remedy impotence, alleging that the alchemist who developed this formula had once suffered from the affliction and was looked down upon by his dual cultivation partner. Following years of dedicated research and numerous trials, he purportedly succeeded in recent days. With the successful formulation of this pill, not only did it remedy his condition, but it also significantly enhanced his abilities, earning him unanimous praise from his dual cultivation partner. Yet, he remained somewhat psychologically scarred, requiring a Millennia pill prior to each encounter to ensure vigor. Otherwise, while the previous condition would not resurface, his performance would merely be average. Upon hearing this, Yi Jue discovered that the rumors were detailing the alchemist's plight in a rather vivid manner, leaving him at a loss for how to dispel the misinformation. As these rumors continued to proliferate, Yi Jue found himself greeted with expressions of sympathy and admiration whenever he ventured outside, often receiving distant salutes accompanied by the title Master Yi. Indeed, Yi Jue had ascended to the status of a master alchemist. How absurd, he thought. This was merely a reflection of the respect garnered from his dedication to research and the significant contribution made in resolving a persistent ailment. This admiration, however, was primarily from male cultivators. Female cultivators, upon seeing Yi Jue, could not contain their laughter, as they required no assistance from the Millennia pill, though they benefited from it. This did not hinder their amusement at Yi Jue's expense. Consequently, he had refrained from venturing out recently. They had come merely for amusement. In the absence of a means to dispel the rumors, it seemed wiser to endure the situation for the time being. Eventually, when the opportunity arose to establish his formidable reputation, all such rumors would surely dissipate. Thus, during this period, aside from nurturing the little fox within the Red Valley, Yi Jue's time was primarily devoted to dual cultivation with Nangong Wan. On another note, Wang Ku had emerged from her seclusion. With Yi Jue's pills combined with those of Nangong Wan, Wang Ku's strength had improved significantly. Although she had only reached the 10th level of Qi cultivation, she had gained a semblance of self-preservation within the Harmony sect. Consequently, Wang Ku now managed the transactions of pills. Each day, Yi Jue diligently honed his skills and addressed the shortcomings that arose post-foundation establishment, occasionally enjoying the company of Nangong Wan. Interestingly, although Nangong Wan had reached the mid-foundation stage, she possessed no formidable magical artifacts and lacked mastery in various cultivation arts, embodying the archetype of a diligent practitioner who knew little beyond her cultivation. However, recently, she had developed an interest in a certain endeavor. Being an avid foodie, she had been spending time with Wang Ku, the culinary thief, gradually cultivating a fascination with spiritual cuisine. Yet, after several attempts in the kitchen, Yi Jue and Wang Ku united to dissuade her from this interest. While some skills may be foregone, one cannot afford the confidence of incompetence. Describing Nangong Wan's culinary creations as whimsical would be a compliment, while calling them a blend of flavors might be an understatement. Her imaginative flair and unrestrained creativity were indeed fully expressed in her culinary endeavors, making it exceedingly difficult for both Yi Jue and Wang Ku to endure. Nevertheless, her recent interests, though still tied to culinary delights, had shifted from spiritual cuisine to brewing wine, with Master Yi delving into alchemy and Wang Ku experimenting with cuisine. These two were perpetually consumed with thoughts of how to enhance their dining experiences, prompting Nangong to ponder daily how to indulge herself more comfortably. Thus, she uncovered a legacy of winemaking within the scripture pavilion, vowing to elevate the reputation of the gastronomes of the Red Valley. Today, Master Yi was preoccupied with cultivating and comprehending the foundational technique known as the moonlight slash, as he discerned significant potential for enhancement in his execution of it. After all, the power of the moonlight was ethereal yet formidable. Yi Jue had expended much of his spiritual energy to coalesce a strike, resulting in unparalleled might. Yet the preparation time was overly prolonged, and he had not prioritized it in the past. Today, however, he realized he had fallen into a misconception. The moonlight slash should indeed coalesce around the waning moon, yet he had inadvertently gathered a full moon, leading to a mismatch with his own capabilities. Over the past few days, Yi Jue had been refining this technique, leaving him little time to attend to Nangong. As Nangong diligently cultivated her magical powers, she felt a growing frustration at the slow progress of her training. Hesitant to seek assistance from Yi Jue, especially given his preoccupations, she decided to venture alone to the scripture pavilion to explore the diverse arts of cultivation and refine her temperament. To her surprise, she did uncover some valuable insights. The legacy of the winemaker she discovered was, in fact, a complete inheritance of the spirit wine master. Through the refinement of various spirit fruits and liquids, combined with a base extracted from spirit grains, she surprisingly succeeded in concocting a rather delightful fruit wine. As she savored the fruit wine, it seemed to awaken some latent qualities within her, prompting her to spend her days indulging in drinks with Yi Jue and Wang Ku. Initially, she would often become inebriated after just a few sips, leading to bouts of lively chatter with Yi Jue, who, without hesitation, captured every moment with his recording pearl. Observing the mortified expression on Nangong's face upon regaining her senses, both Yi Jue and Wang Ku found themselves in fits of laughter. However, Nangong eventually sought her own form of retribution, resulting in the trio experiencing a night of heavy drinking. Given Nangong's remarkable talent for winemaking, Yi Jue felt inclined to allow her to pursue this passion, especially in light of her challenges with spiritual cuisine. Over the past few months, each had busied themselves with their respective endeavors within the Crimson Valley. While Yi Jue continued to refine elixirs, he also experimented with pills designed to enhance spiritual energy, all of which were naturally provided to Wang Ku. The management of family resources, along with the acquisition of external elixirs and various commissions for pill refining, fell entirely to Wang Ku. Nangong established her own winery, enlisting Yi Jue's help to create an array of peculiar tools and entrusting Wang Ku with procuring a plethora of materials, thus embarking on her whimsical ventures. Before long, she was able to present Yi Jue and Wang Ku with a new brew, which, while infused with spiritual essence, boasted a distinctive flavor profile. Chapter 73, Separation. One day, as Nangong lay nestled in Yi Jue's embrace, she softly voiced her desire to move out. Stealing glances at Yi Jue, she revealed a discomfort she had long sensed but had yet to address. Despite their deepening bond and harmonious compatibility, there remained an underlying dissonance in their relationship. Yi Jue understood her sentiments, but he also recognized the peculiar nature of their surroundings. Seeking love within the confines of a demonic sect seemed misguided. For him, as long as they could remain together, nothing else mattered. However, for Nangong, the situation was different. She felt herself gradually losing her identity, becoming nothing more than a subordinate to Yi Jue, a notion her pride could not endure. In the early days of their dual cultivation, the rapid comprehension of techniques and the enhancement of their powers made it difficult for Nangong to consider leaving Yi Jue. Yet as time passed, with both individuals engrossed in their own pursuits, she grew convinced that a degree of separation was necessary. After one of their joint practices, she lay in Yi Jue's arms and presented her proposal. Though apprehensive, she was never one to waver. Having broached the subject, it was clear she had contemplated it thoroughly. Yi Jue, feeling her delicate form in his embrace, was not taken aback. Nangong, capable of reaching the mid-stage of the nascent soul alone, had cultivated her powers using the resources left by the old demon Han, ultimately achieving a breakthrough to the transformation stage. Although her misfortune had led her into the minor spirit realm, her extraordinary talent and unwavering commitment to the path of cultivation set her apart. To Yi Jue, it was never his intention to treat women as mere subordinates or decorative objects. He believed that everyone should possess value. The useless were better off sacrificing their essence to forge a magical artifact. Nevertheless, the thought of her departure left a hollow feeling within him. Silently, Yi Jue resumed their dual cultivation practice, allowing their energies to intertwine. Nangongwan sensed his emotions flowing through their connection. Then, in a gentle whisper, Yi Jue spoke, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, yet she did not protest. Resolving to indulge in one last moment of abandon, they ventured to a secluded spot within the Crimson Valley, surrounded by vibrant blooms that paled in comparison to her beauty. As Nangongwan approached Yi Jue, each step felt like a monumental effort, as if she were expending her very soul. Eventually, she could contain herself no longer and launched herself into his arms. Despite their close companionship and shared practices of the Hahuan Sect's secret techniques, her reserved nature had often prevented Yi Jue from fully expressing his intentions. Today, however, he found his desires fulfilled. As the moon rose and the sun set, the two lay quietly amid the blossoms, basking in the harmony and beauty of nature. Both were engaged in the restoration of their magical energies, and under the moonlight, they found themselves communicating on a deeper level. That night, Nangongwan shared her fears and grievances, as well as her aspirations and ambitions. In Yi Jue's eyes, she was the most captivating version of herself he had ever encountered, authentic and vibrant. In turn, Yi Jue found himself revealing parts of his own heart, perhaps influenced by their shared cultivation or the connection of their souls, or simply the result of growing affection. He reluctantly acknowledged that even within the confines of a demonic sect, he too experienced fatigue and the desire for companionship. That night, they confided in each other, sharing their loneliness and reaffirming their commitment to their respective paths of cultivation. As if nothing had changed, yet everything had shifted. As the night deepened, perhaps comforted by the presence of another or simply exhausted from the emotional toll, Nangongwan succumbed to sleep amidst the sea of flowers. Observing the sleeping figure beside him, Yi Jue gently draped a blanket over her, shielding her from the cool night air. As he departed, he noted a slight smile on her lips, as if lost in a beautiful dream, one in which the Hahuan Sect and Yi Jue did not exist, and she was merely an ordinary village girl, living a tranquil life untouched by calamity. With the dawn breaking, Nangongwan awoke, folding the blanket and summoning her robes with a wave of her hand. The specifics of their conversation that night remained shrouded in mystery, known only to the gentle breeze that may have caught fragments of their exchange. Days later, Nangongwan visited Danxia Peak to acquire a nearby map, fully aware that relocating would not be a venture into a benevolent domain, and she had no intention of placing herself far from Yi Jue's side. However, gazing at the ethereal veins surrounding Honggu, Nangongwan found herself momentarily indecisive. It seemed as though she encountered some dilemma, causing her hesitation. Meanwhile, what was Yi Jue up to? Yi Jue, observing the little raccoon before him, was struck by an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Although his standard of living had significantly improved while accompanying Yi Jue, witnessing the small creature preparing for a breakthrough, now lost in slumber, made him realize it could no longer be deemed a mere little creature. It had likely reached the late stage of the first rank. By this calculation, its cultivation speed must surpass even Wang Kur, wouldn't it? Wang Kur. Yet, observing the slumbering raccoon, Yi Jue had prepared an ample supply of Yin attribute spiritual materials, piling them around it, before relocating it beside the spirit eye stone. As the spiritual light radiated from the little raccoon, it officially commenced its breakthrough. Yi Jue pondered briefly before dismissing the thought. After all, while the resource consumption for early-stage spirit beasts was greater than that of humans, it did not necessarily imply a longer cultivation time. Indeed, many spirit beasts could ascend to the second or third rank within just a few months of birth. Shaking his head, Yi Jue decided not to concern himself further. It lacked combat capability and was destined to remain adorable for the time being. Chapter 74. The Market. Yi Jue. Yi Jue, have you ever visited the market? Nangongwan gazed at him with hopeful eyes. No, I don't even know which direction the Hahuan Sect's market opens, Yi Jue replied. Nangongwan felt speechless. The person before her was truly indifferent, as if capable of lingering in the valley until the end of time. She found herself at a loss. I need to move and lack many essentials, including a set of defensive formations. I still require numerous spiritual valley seeds. Yi Jue, the market. Aren't you curious to explore it? Nangongwan enticed him. Yi Jue understood that the chaotic nature of the market belonging to the demonic sect likely surpassed his comprehension. Within the market, everyone maintained a semblance of harmony, ensuring no one went hungry. However, once outside the market, one's identity as a disciple mattered little. The souls of the fallen and the resentful spirits in the banners grew stronger with hatred. Thus, Yi Jue generally preferred to let his family handle procurements, as it was more convenient. At present, he clearly had no intention of going. Nangong was acutely aware of the dangers of venturing alone. Moreover, beauty within the Hahuan sect was akin to a crime. Although not often seen, she was not overlooked by those who should take note of her. Were it not for her pressing need to acquire substantial supplies, she would not have considered it. In truth, Yi Jue was not entirely dissimilar. Many resources could not solely rely on his family, as everyone harbored their own little secrets. Nangong was no exception. It was impossible for every little surprise to be known by Yi Jue, or else the effect of the surprise would be halved. Observing the indifference emanating from the person before her, Nangong understood that it was not a lack of desire to go, but rather a temporary inability to sway him. Furthermore, she grasped that Yi Jue was merely cautious. In terms of trump cards and prudence, even 10 times the caution of the rogue cultivators outside could not match his. Not to mention, Yi Jue's ruthless nature allowed him to exert strength surpassing that of Nangong in her mid-foundation stage. Clenching her teeth, Nangong leaned closer, whispering sweetly into Yi Jue's ear. As she spoke, her neck flushed with a rosy hue. Yi Jue's interest was evidently piqued. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Not enough, unless." Upon hearing the outrageous request from the person before her, Nangong's body trembled slightly, uncertain whether from anxiety or excitement. Ultimately, she playfully glared at Yi Jue. "Deal, but you must grant me a day of solitary activity." Yi Jue shrugged nonchalantly. "Within the market, you're free. On the way there and back, everything will be arranged by me." Having completed the modifications to the Moonlight Slash and grown familiar with multiple magical artifacts, Yi Jue had long wished to prepare some trump cards for himself at the market, but opportunities had been scarce. After all, following the Foundation establishment, Yi Jue, equipped with numerous magical artifacts and a blood servant, was not particularly concerned for his safety. Rogue cultivators merely served as nourishment for his blood radiance. The blood radiance had grown somewhat dim due to a lack of blood consumption. Before long, the two prepared individuals made their way directly to the Hahuan sect's market. This market, known as the market, was actually a subordinate force of the Hahuan sect, controlled by the Tian family lineage. It was rather amusing. Although there was no clan within the Hahuan sect, the founder, an old demon, bore the surname Tian. Among his disciples were those with the surname Yi and Tian, representing both the Tian and Yi lineages. However, the Tian lineage comprised the founder's descendants, while the Yi disciples established the Yishe lineage in Huangquan Valley. Closely tied to the Hahuan sect, they controlled numerous Yin realms and malevolent secret domains. The Tian lineage served as the sect leader's lineage, although there were notions of family. They were directly integrated into the sect. Nevertheless, many resource overseers were Tian family members, wielding substantial influence. This market was one such entity, and Yi Jue was well aware of this. Along the way, he altered his appearance and concealed his tracks, arriving at the market days later. As the two entered, the brightly lit arrangement made it feel like daytime, blurring the line between day and night. The decor here was entirely different from Yi Jue's expectations. The atmosphere was rife with indulgence and opulence. The street they entered stretched endlessly, with both sides adorned by spiritual flames and towering edifices, exuding immense grandeur. They encountered no stalls or vendors along the way. The buildings housed either lavish pleasure houses or gambling dens, with numerous scantily clad female cultivators outside beckoning to patrons. Their enchanting arts dazzling and competing for attention. Yi Jue felt as though his eyes had been opened to a new world, secretly lamenting his lack of preparation. He had assumed all markets were somewhat similar, only to discover that the Hahuan sect had transformed theirs into a den of pleasure and gambling. Truly, each realm has its own paths. Yet, there were benefits. Nangong tightly grasped Yi Jue's hand, seemingly alarmed by this den of temptation. Yi Jue found it amusing. But recalling their conversation that night, his heart softened a little. Thus, he allowed her to stay close. As the two walked in tandem, even the longest street of indulgence would eventually reach its end. Moreover, the layout here was intriguingly designed, exhibiting clear characteristics of industrial clustering with an immense flow of customers. The area they had just traversed was the West Gate. Beyond it lay a haven for feasting, drinking, and entertainment, where anything imaginable could be found. It was rumored that if one possessed sufficient spiritual stones, they could even negotiate for the services of the sect's true disciples. Not to mention, there were many righteous female cultivators here. After the Hahuan sect's massacre, numerous captives were systematically trained as cauldrons, with a portion reserved for rewards within the sect. This street accounted for a significant share. No wonder the rogue cultivators moved swiftly during the demonic invasion. It seemed their interests were intertwined. This bustling street, often referred to as the Western Paradise by many rogue cultivators, was indeed vividly depicted. The earthly paradise was nothing short of this. As Yi Jue continued forward, he gradually approached a grand and towering building. Since both had altered their appearances, the disciples guarding the entrance did not recognize them, indicating that this was the Hahuan sect's stronghold in this area. Yi Jue had heard of this place, yet, lacking knowledge of the route, he was keen to enter and uncover more. Upon entering the grand hall, the two individuals soon discovered its modest size, featuring only a few counters, while staircases and rear exits flanked all sides, indicating that this place was merely for reception. Yi Jue casually approached a charmingly delicate woman, gradually employing her heart-controlling technique. As their conversation flourished, Yi Jue gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the establishment. This nameless venue was referred to simply as the Hahuan Sect's auction house. The first floor was dedicated to appraisals and consignments, while the second, third, and fourth floors were reserved for auctions, categorized into 3 tiers: Earth, Human, and Heaven. Chapter 75, The Wineworm. Yi Jue did not inquire further about the specific entry requirements. Although the auctions were highly bustling, she, supported by her family background, lacked any need for such items. Auctions were merely orchestrated schemes for murder and treasure theft. At times, she perceived that certain demon cultivators exhibited signs of losing control. Auctioning a few urgently needed items could lead to significant depletion of their potential or even result in their demise. Such non-violent slayings were not uncommon in the demon sect. If not 1,000, there were at least 800 instances. Those who frequented auction houses rarely met a good end, as robbers relentlessly targeted them. Once Yi Jue comprehended the layout and the names of numerous well-stocked shops, the two departed from this predatory den. After establishing a meeting code and time, they split up. Yi Jue found a secluded corner, altered her appearance and attire, and emerged from a different exit. Upon reappearing, Yi Jue's visage had transformed significantly. She now appeared unremarkable, yet emanated a bloodthirsty aura. This guise resembled that of a demon cultivator well-versed in combat and blood techniques, rather than a Hahuan cultivator. And such individuals were typically ill-tempered and prone to violent outbursts, prompting others to maintain their distance, perfectly suiting Yi Jue's forthcoming needs. As Yi Jue continued to procure some basic materials, the final component for the foundational construction of Ling Miao Garden was secured. Unable to arrange the magical formations just yet, she purchased a multitude of items to study later. Subsequently, she acquired various suitable spiritual herbs and some clandestine tools, certain that Nangong Wan would appreciate them. Furthermore, she purchased several spirit insects, casting them into Ling Miao Garden to breed autonomously. With no time to manage such a vast domain, she acquired a plethora of social insects, butterflies, and worms. As long as the queen insect was under control, there were no worries about mishaps. Yi Jue had never intended to release them. They would serve as mere tools. After depositing all her purchases into Ling Miao Garden, her contingencies were also exhausted. Yi Jue was acutely aware that many spirit pets likely harbored some hidden schemes from the spirit control sect, hence she would never trust the promotions from these large establishments. However, even if the spirit insects had hidden agendas, they were unlikely to be placed upon the queen. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The Xian Tianling Bao concealed all hidden schemes, and Yi Jue did not believe any worldly markings could transcend spatial boundaries and be used so freely. Once her disguise was complete, Yi Jue prepared to head to the agreed-upon rendezvous point. This would be the true marketplace, bustling with numerous loose cultivators peddling their wares, and the site where the most opportunities and conflicts arose. Both were eager to explore their fortunes, designating this place as their ultimate destination. Upon arrival, Yi Jue spotted a small stall and, having recognized the code, reunited with Nangong Wan. Noticing that Nangong Wan had replaced her storage bag, clearly upgrading her possessions, Yi Jue refrained from questioning and took her hand to browse together. Nangong Wan made no effort to break free, as the two had previously practiced a secret technique that allowed them to communicate telepathically without fear of detection. "I just found something you might find intriguing. Let us take a look." Yi Jue's voice resonated directly in Nangong Wan's mind, and she followed suit without hesitation. Before them lay a small stall cluttered with various odds and ends, but their attention was drawn to a pair of peculiar deceased insects, resembling chubby silkworms. They exuded a soft glow akin to pearls, with 2 tiny dark eyes and curled bodies, seemingly veiled by a delicate layer. Although they lacked the characteristic aroma of wine, Nangong Wan instantly recognized them as 2 wine worms. Her heart ached. As a descendant of a winemaker, she clearly understood the cultivation methods for such extraordinary creatures, and these were precisely what she needed. Ranked over 100 on the chart of peculiar creatures, wineworms possessed no offensive capabilities, even at their peak cultivation. They were unlikely to exhibit any. However, for winemakers and connoisseurs, their ranking was indisputable, first place. Their sole purpose was to brew exquisite spiritual wines. When these worms inhabited the wine, impurities would permeate their bodies alongside the spirit, causing them to gradually change color to match the wine. As they absorbed spiritual energy, their hue would deepen, facilitating the brewing of fine spiritual wine. Many spiritual wines required extensive fusion time due to material issues. Yet the presence of wine worms accelerated this process, enabling swift completion through their bodies. Thus, wine worms could effortlessly transform a batch of wine from newly brewed to aged, imparting the flavor of a well-cellared vintage. Moreover, as wine worms harnessed spiritual energy, they often accumulated more than usual, enhancing the wine's effects. Due to their integration with the wine, the overall quality improved significantly. Hence, Nangong felt such sorrow, with just a couple of wine worms. She was confident she could cultivate more. These silkworm-like wine worms were easy to rear, though defenseless. They could continuously absorb spiritual energy as long as the wine retained its vitality. However, they were also incredibly fragile. As spiritual energy dwindled and the quality of the wine declined, the worms would gradually deteriorate, ultimately perishing when the wine lost its essence and becoming mere corpses. In ancient times, wine worms were commonplace, but following the great alteration of spiritual energy in the world, they became increasingly rare. Now, they were nearly extinct, and those that existed were often kept as heirlooms, fading into oblivion when their family lines dwindled, spiritual energy faded, and the wine was ruined alongside the worms. As the two inquired, the stall owner shared a lamentable tale of a late discovery. Although they both remained skeptical, Yi Jue expressed sympathy for the man. Recognizing the need to play along in the act, without participation, the scene would feel awkward. This gesture garnered a flicker of goodwill from the vendor, who then informed them of a region rumored to host wine worms. Yi Jue expressed her gratitude, promising to investigate further, and led Nangong away. Do not trust what he just said. It's likely a fabrication. That place probably harbors an ambush, came Nangong's transmission, revealing her rationality had triumphed after some internal struggle. Chapter 76. The Blade of the Yin Wind. It is not likely there is an ambush. It is a certainty, Yi Jue retorted with a roll of her eyes. Did you not sense that those two spirit insects had been dead for quite some time? This is a bait preserved through secret arts, designed to lure wealthy female cultivators such as yourself, who indulge in their appetites. Nangong felt somewhat dissatisfied, yet she restrained herself. After all, Yi Jue spoke the truth. To prevent Nangong from leaving without any feelings for the Yin sect, they had bestowed upon her a considerable sum of spiritual stones. Therefore, despite her lack of means to earn spiritual stones on a daily basis, she was indeed a wealthy female cultivator. However, Yi Jue's subsequent actions made Nangong realize that this man was merely talkative when faced with reality. He too could be easily deceived. Reflecting on her earlier performance, which seemed somewhat naive, she widened her eyes to keenly observe the various tricks others employed, no longer fixating solely on the illusions presented before her, which had previously stirred her emotions and dulled her vigilance. Then came a moment that caught her attention. How many spiritual stones for this seed? Yi Jue inquired, fiddling with a seed in his hand. Not for sale. I only engage in barter. If you desire it, you must exchange it for a spirit herb over 300 years old, the vendor replied bluntly, setting an exorbitant price. Nangong clearly observed that the seed before her was shriveled, its spiritual energy feeble, making it unlikely to thrive. Moreover, it was evident that the individual was merely jesting. If he truly intended to negotiate, he could easily lower the price. However, observing Yi Jue's actions, it was clear he was prepared to make the purchase. Nangong quickly transmitted a message, tugging at Yi Jue's arm, exclaiming, "He is trying to trick you. This is an illusion." To her surprise, upon hearing her words, Yi Jue hastened his movements, waving his hand to place a 300-year-old spirit herb on the stall, while the seed vanished. Subsequently, he departed without uttering a word. The vendor, however, wore a sullen expression, seemingly hesitant to take action for some reason. As they departed, Nangong incessantly murmured, 300 years. 300 years. We could have formed a fetus in that time. Such an old spirit herb. She chastised him, spendthrift. Spendthrift. Annoyed, Yi Jue released her hand, but to his astonishment, Nangong's grip remained firm. He had no choice but to explain. I have a way to revive that seed. Though its spiritual energy is weak, it is undeniably an ancient elixir. That cultivator was fortunate. Yet he remains unaware that this seed is his greatest fortune. Yi Jue then fell silent with a smile. Feeling a mix of curiosity and defiance, Nan Gongwan retorted, "You shouldn't have accepted the price without haggling. It's obvious you're wealthy, and now you'll likely attract unwanted attention." Yi Jue chuckled. "That was precisely my intention. I want him to follow us. He covets my elixir, while I have a desire for his legacy. Such items are typically found in the sacred grounds of sects. I wonder which hidden ancient legacy this one has stumbled upon." In that moment, Nan Gongwan felt like an innocent little rabbit, realizing that the hearts of those around her were darker than she had anticipated, each harboring more cunning schemes than the last. After perusing the area, the two of them purchased several items that caught their fancy, significantly broadening their horizons. They then found an inn to rest for the night. At the fourth watch of the night, Yi Jue awakened Nan Gongwan, and they stealthily set out on their journey. After walking a certain distance, they changed their attire and burned the old garments before taking to the skies, flying low until they had covered over 100 miles. Only then did they take turns piloting their flying artifacts, soaring uninterrupted. By the time dawn broke, they had traveled a considerable distance. A group of ambushers, exhausted from the night's endeavors, found themselves empty-handed, gnashing their teeth in frustration, cursing their ill fortune. However, this did not include the cultivator who had sold the seed, for Yi Jue had kept the seed safely in his storage bag, occasionally taking it out to ensure he did not lose it before catching a bigger fish. As expected, after flying for an hour, a figure appeared ahead, blocking their path. It was none other than the male cultivator from before. "Hand over the seed and your storage bag, and I can grant you a swift end. Otherwise, today you shall experience true suffering." Yi Jue stowed away his flying artifact, then pulled Nan Gongwan along as they executed a combined attack technique. The male cultivator approached, clearly intending to eliminate one of them first. He had encountered many dual cultivating practitioners before. Disrupting a combined attack was typically all it took to turn them into easy prey. For precaution, he had even concealed an accomplice nearby. As the melee commenced, Yi Jue initially appeared somewhat flustered, revealing two inconspicuous blades on his arm, sharp and menacing, placing him at a significant disadvantage in close combat. This artifact, known as the Yin Wind Blade, was a rare, Yin attribute melee weapon, particularly suitable for complementing Yin-based martial arts. In close quarters, it seemed as though he was fighting unarmed, yet hidden within his forearms were these blades, capable of extending to become long swords, transforming close combat into a deadly blade technique. Although foundational cultivators typically focused on ranged attacks, they often controlled multiple artifacts simultaneously, inevitably engaging in close combat to secure victory. The Yin Wind Blade was capricious, compatible with various combat strategies. Initially, Yi Jue found himself on the defensive, but as he gradually adapted, coupled with the unique properties of his Zanpakuto, he managed to hold his ground. With further adaptation and support from Nan Gongwan, Yi Jue swiftly initiated his counterattack. Given his peak foundational cultivation, defeating a mid-level foundational rogue cultivator should pose no challenge. However, the difficulties stemmed from the Yin Wind Blade in the opponent's possession, along with the unpredictable spells and movements. Although it became increasingly evident that Yi Jue was gaining the upper hand, the rogue cultivator proved to be exceedingly troublesome, preventing Yi Jue from delivering a decisive blow. Yi Jue instructed Nan Gongwan to remain on the sidelines, contemplating the artifacts in his possession and the various techniques at his disposal, pondering whether there was a swift method to subdue his opponent. Initially opting for close combat, he knew that was where his strength lay. Recalling the proficient use of the bloodlight formation techniques, Yi Jue's thoughts crystallized. With this in mind, he collided with his opponent before abruptly creating distance, and then the bloodlight transformed in the air, morphing into several blood crows that surged forth. The rogue cultivator brandished a long pennant, summoning several skeletal heads that immediately soared from it, casting darkness around them. The shadows were a result of the black mist emanating from the pennant, and the skulls surged toward the blood crows. Chapter 77. The battle spirit of Nan Gongwan with the appearance of this ghostly pennant. A sense of urgency gripped Yi Jue. Indeed, foundational cultivators were troublesome, and this one possessed a considerable fortune, as evidenced by the high-tier artifact he wielded. It was known that while high-tier artifacts were not rare for foundational cultivators, acquiring them was no easy feat despite Yi Jue appearing equipped with several high-tier artifacts. Most were artifacts used by core formation cultivators, while those suitable for foundational cultivators were merely artifacts, with high-tier artifacts being the pinnacle among them. These high-tier artifacts would not have been bestowed upon Yi Jue so early had the Yi family not foreseen his imminent foundation establishment. Most of their true power could only be fully realized once he reached that stage. Now, this individual, despite possibly possessing some legacy, had wealth that could not be transformed merely by heritage. Given his substantial fortune, it was likely that he frequently engaged in such nefarious dealings. Realizing this, a sense of urgency surged within Yi Jue as a sudden flash of insight illuminated what he had overlooked. In the presence of two Foundation establishment practitioners, how could this individual dare to be so audacious? Those who frequently resort to ambush and murder must have survived to this day through extreme caution and an abundance of contingency plans. Realizing this, Yi Jue swiftly conveyed a warning to Nangong Wan to be vigilant of their surroundings and to be cautious of any surprise attacks. However, even before the transmission, Nangong Wan had already sensed the potential danger and was attentively monitoring their surroundings. Yet, as the saying goes, without a solid foundation, one cannot venture into the treacherous mountains. After traversing the long, dark path, they were certainly equipped with certain skills. Although Yi Jue was troubled by the absence of the allied cultivators he had anticipated, he understood that their adversaries were likely well prepared. The female cultivator who had not yet made a move was undoubtedly on guard against such scenarios. To his astonishment, the individual before him possessed profound cultivation and an array of techniques, causing the offensive to become increasingly rushed. Constantly on guard, Yi Jue recognized that a swift resolution was the most effective means to break the stalemate. Thus, he resolved to activate his talismans. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light appeared and a blood-colored figure lunged towards Yi Jue. Taken aback, Yi Jue promptly activated several defensive talismans, along with his absolute spirit shield and magical attire, only to find them utterly ineffective. It dawned on him that this was the Blood Sea technique. He had not anticipated that the hidden individual practiced such a formidable method. A blood shadow surged into Yi Jue's body, prompting Nangong Wan to launch a magical artifact at a gaunt cultivator, striking him and causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Nonetheless, the opponent erupted into maniacal laughter. As if victory was assured, Yi Jue remained silent, while Nangong Wan swiftly flew in front of him, grasping his hand to probe his internal condition, only to discover that her spiritual power could not penetrate. Shaking his head, Yi Jue communicated via sound transmission, instructing her to contend with them for a while longer while he prepared his talismans. He had forcefully suppressed the internal threat and aimed to resolve their adversaries first. Observing Yi Jue's pallid complexion, Nangong Wan faced the two cultivators without uttering a word. Yi Jue activated the absolute spirit shield for defense, evidently intent on first addressing the internal peril, with Nangong Wan unleashing a series of powerful spells and intricate sword techniques. Several magical artifacts under her control exhibited extraordinary combat prowess. Her murderous intent had never been so intense. Although she did not voice it, it was clear that her close companionship with Yi Jue had fostered a deep concern for his well-being. Furthermore, she understood that had it not been for her persistent entreaties, Yi Jue would not have placed himself in such perilous circumstances, and he had previously allowed her to traverse the battlefield alone. Reflecting on this, Nangong Wan gradually dispelled any thoughts of retreating to the Hidden Moon sect or becoming a wandering cultivator. After all, while the Harmony sect belonged to the demonic path, the individuals before her were not inherently evil. As her thoughts flowed, her combat prowess continued to escalate, indicating that she was experiencing a moment of enlightenment during their first engagement. The two adversaries, however, were in a dire predicament. It was evident that no matter what tricks they employed, they were thwarted by her seemingly prophetic foresight. The emaciated cultivator, sensing the situation of the blood shadow and noticing that Yi Jue did not exhibit the symptoms of mutual injury, grew increasingly anxious. Unfortunately, it was too late for desperation. In truth, the moment the blood shadow entered his body, Yi Jue had summoned the nether fire to envelop it completely. Blood-related techniques were inherently susceptible to fire and thunder. Yet the balance of existence is not absolute. Should this blood shadow prove excessively powerful, it could extinguish the spiritual flame. Yi Jue's actions were no mere coincidence. This marked the third time he had encountered the blood shadow technique, and he had been contemplating a countermeasure. Thus, he had discreetly accelerated the cultivation of the nether fire, which now proved invaluable, as Yi Jue gradually urged the nether fire without launching a direct attack on the blood shadow. It was evident he intended to obliterate the shadow in one decisive blow, subsequently targeting the other adversary with his talismans to secure victory. Observing Nangong Wan's growth, Yi Jue felt a sense of relief. He had always treated others with sincerity. His decisiveness in matters of life and death was unyielding, and his malevolence was unmistakably evident. Generally, he never repressed his true nature. Thus, he was never concerned that those around him would harbor ulterior motives upon gaining strength. What exists is real, and thoughts are inconsequential. Actions, however, warrant no leniency. Should one act, Yi Jue would not hesitate to sever ties completely. Just like with Nangong, he understood her desire to return to the Hidden Moon sect, and he did not oppose it, as he too sought the sect's many dark attributes' secret arts. However, should she dare to defect outright, Yi Jue would unflinchingly capture her and impose restrictions to make her comprehend the terror of the demonic sect. Fortunately, Nangong presently harbored no such intentions, likely aware that a silent departure would irrevocably transform their previously amicable relationship into one of enmity. Over the years, Yi Jue's gradual growth within the demonic sect had undeniably hardened his disposition. Just then, with a shriek from the emaciated cultivator, the one who had been selling seeds was suddenly startled and was instantaneously pierced through the brain by a shadowy demon, meeting a swift demise. Nangong seized the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow, severing the head of the gaunt cultivator. The two swiftly cleared the battlefield, and Yi Jue activated several wind attribute talismans to obliterate any traces of their presence before summoning a flying magical artifact, urging Nangong to hasten their escape toward the Harmony sect. After alternating control of the flying artifact and taking turns to recuperate, they soon found themselves nearing their destination. Once they changed their appearances and donned the garments of Harmony sect disciples, they utilized their identity tokens to unlock the protective barriers of the sect and proceeded directly to Red Valley. Chapter 78. Harvest. After settling into the training chamber at Red Valley, Nangong suddenly pulled Yi Jue towards the bathtub. Yi Jue immediately understood her intention. Clearly, she sought to relax first. After several hours of rejuvenation, both felt invigorated. Subsequently, they began to examine the spoils of their encounter. Yi Jue first opened several storage bags belonging to the practitioner of the Blood Sea technique, seemingly eager to sample this appetizer before indulging in a grand feast. However, it quickly became apparent that Yi Jue would be disappointed, as he found little of value in the first two bags: some demonic artifacts, a few drops of essence blood, a modest collection of spirit stones, and a jumble of miscellaneous items. Such meager findings were hardly satisfactory. Contemplating this, Yi Jue prompted Nangong to open one of the bags. To his surprise, she uncovered the manual for the Blood Sea technique, a top-tier magical artifact, and several high-grade artifacts. The top-tier artifact was a small shuttle for escape, but alas, it had never been utilized before its owner perished. Nangong was familiar with the high-grade artifacts and showed little interest, merely taking a small sword as a symbolic gesture. This sword was designed for stealth, capable of masking one's presence and dampening fluctuations, though it was otherwise unremarkable apart from its aesthetic appeal. Yi Jue glanced at the manual for the Blood Sea technique, but quickly lost interest. Such cultivation methods were notoriously difficult, with stringent prerequisites. This particular volume was even less potent than that of the Yi family and considerably more arduous to master, only applicable for those at the initial stage of foundation establishment. With no further advancements available, Yi Jue once again acknowledged the challenges faced by loose cultivators of the demonic path, and this was merely among foundation establishment practitioners. However, among the rogue cultivators of the demonic path, the foundational practitioners are somewhat more numerous than those of the righteous path. After all, within the ranks of demonic cultivators, one can never tell when a method that defies the heavens might emerge. Take, for instance, the Blood Sea Great Law, which contains foundational techniques. It requires the essence blood of 1,000 kin to be assimilated into one's own being, thereby strengthening the source and seizing a fragment of the world's foundation, significantly enhancing the probability of successful foundation establishment. The subsequent two storage bags also contain numerous demonic cultivation methods, chronicling a variety of sinister arts. Among them, Yi Jue found one particularly intriguing, worthy of further study. It was named Blood Demon Arrow, and its effects were rather straightforward. It taints the blood of others. The practice was equally simple. One needed merely to gather 1,000 pounds of blood and refine it through secret rituals. The outcome was commendable, albeit it required certain resources. Yi Jue planned to refine a few arrows as a contingency, for the blood essence beads were limited, and the Blood Demon Arrow could evidently serve as a lower-tier alternative. However, the process of self-refinement seemed a bit troublesome. Thus, Yi Jue resolved to send this item back to his family for them to arrange the necessary personnel and resources, retaining only a small portion for his own use. As the assets of the emaciated cultivator were thoroughly pillaged, it amounted to just 2,000 spirit stones, totaling less than 4,000, still an inflated estimate considering that peak-grade magical artifact. Yi Jue silently labeled him a miser. Following this, Nangong began to open the storage bag of the seed-selling cultivator, evidently no longer trusting her luck. Upon the opening of the first storage bag, which yielded over 2,000 spirit stones. Yi Jue's interest in this mysterious rogue cultivator began to peak. As more ancient artifacts were revealed, both understood that this was likely another instance of a mysterious inheritance from an ancient cultivator, fortuitously discovered and mined in solitude. Indeed, the ancient cultivators of the southern heavens have left behind a wealth of legacies. As they sorted through the items, the Yin Windblade was taken by Yi Jue. Nangong selected a few spirit stones, and they agreed to settle their accounts later with the spirit stones. As for the secret realm, they decided to keep that information under wraps for the time being, as there was another pressing matter at hand: the wine bug. To their astonishment, acquiring this information required little effort, though its authenticity remained uncertain. Nevertheless, they noted the location, Jiuquan town, and prepared for a relocation. Yes, a relocation. Upon returning, the first thing Nangong intended to do was to move out. However, this so-called relocation was merely a ruse. Despite her proud demeanor, Nangong possessed an innate trait of clinginess. When not cultivating, she often found herself drawn to Yi Jue's side, evident in her habitual excuses about the spirit eye stone being in his possession. Yet, she had never truly been seen cultivating in Yi Jue's room. Yi Jue had not anticipated that Nangong possessed a small piece of spirit eye stone. This revelation slipped from her lips one time after a dual cultivation session when she was in a daze. The preferential treatment afforded to this heavenly root made Yi Jue feel a twinge of envy. One could only wonder how Yun Lu managed to negotiate with the Hidden Moon sect, believing that Nangong would return. After a busy half-day, Yi Jue found himself somewhat speechless. When he was searching for a cave dwelling, he discovered a place not far in a mountain ravine with abundant spiritual energy. And to his surprise, Nangong had chosen that very spot. For foundation establishment, it could be said that it was right at their doorstep. One could even reach it with a mere glide, should their skills be sufficient. However, Nangong insisted, and Yi Jue acquiesced. Once Nangong had set up her defensive formations, Yi Jue assisted in clearing the area and crafted some elegant embellishments. Subsequently, Nangong set about leveling the ground for planting spirit grains and various brewing materials. The spiritual vein in this mountain, near the ravine, led her to avoid disturbing the serene beauty of the area, opting instead to carve out flat land along the ravine's edge and excavate cave dwellings within the mountain. Yi Jue felt a modicum of admiration for Nangong's arrangement skills. The terraced layout and the entrance to the cave were completely open air, evoking a sense of a humble abode hidden among the clouds. Indeed, though the ravine was not high, the surrounding mist lent an ethereal quality. And once the formation was completed, it blended seamlessly with the mists, imparting a true sense of transcendent cultivation. However, the celestial maiden before him was merely a semblance of a true cultivator. Reflecting on the promised rewards, Yi Jue couldn't help but sigh. Most likely, it wasn't due to his own merit. She was perhaps inherently a demoness, merely restrained by her nature. After Yi Jue had assisted in arranging her cave, naturally, a female cultivator's dwelling could not be as haphazard as his. With luminous pearls and exquisite gemstones as a foundation, the entire cave became resplendent. The flooring was entirely laid with white jade, presenting an air of understated luxury, and while Yi Jue felt no particular attachment to it, he still sensed an abundance of elegance. As Nangong proceeded to arrange her personal quarters, Yi Jue chose not to intrude, but rather to leave. After all, barging in would not align with Yi Jue's mischievous nature. He preferred to let her anticipate for a couple of days, building up excitement before indulging in this grand feast. Chapter 79. Nangong's reward. Days later, Yi Jue arrived at Nangong's new abode and, utilizing a restrictive jade talisman, entered directly. With Yi Jue's arrival, the weight that had hung over Nangong's heart for 2 days finally lifted. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Jue got straight to the point, evidently there to fulfill a promise. Nangong, adhering to their agreement, first took a bath, followed by Yi Jue, who displayed remarkable patience today, taking half an hour merely to wash. Lying on the bed, Nangong trembled slightly, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety enveloping her. Clearly, the promise made earlier weighed heavily on her, given her somewhat bashful nature. However, having seen much during their time at the Huan sect and the life and death struggles they faced, Nangong was keen to release the accumulated pressure. Despite appearing decisive in battle, this was her first encounter with such severity, and she often recalled the near traps set by the enemy with a shiver of dread. Thus, she had willingly sought to dual cultivate with Yi Jue, hoping to alleviate the tension born from their brush with mortality. As time passed, especially after settling into her own space, the solitude of being the only one at the Huan sect, with the Hidden Moon sect leagues away, often left her feeling lonely. Though she, as a diligent practitioner, did not dwell on such matters, Yi Jue, as her sole intimate partner, became her only emotional anchor. So, when Yi Jue came to fulfill his promise, Nangong Wan, though exceedingly bashful, resolved to follow through, having made the commitment in a moment of fervor. Yet, she clearly underestimated Yi Jue. Half an hour later, her body was aflame with warmth, while Yi Jue had yet to finish bathing. Nangong Wan had been preoccupied with thoughts of what was to come, unwittingly falling into Yi Jue's trap. As Yi Jue gradually approached, Nangong Wan shyly closed her eyes. In the hours that followed, she felt as though her body no longer belonged to her. For a long time thereafter, Nangong Wan took to calming the turbulent waves within her heart. Nangong Wan felt that this bout of madness would likely be unforgettable for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, she underestimated Yi Jue's boundaries and her own indulgence towards him. Who could predict what would unfold in the days to come? The following morning, Yi Jue was amusing himself with a small raccoon, reveling in the ethereal beauty of the blossoms, absorbing the profound mysteries of creation and the balance of yin and yang. As Nangong Wan glided into the sea of red flowers and observed Yi Jue's relaxed demeanor, she instinctively slowed her pace, eventually drifting down to rest beside him. After my relocation, Senior Brother Song had come to visit, mentioning that foundation-building cultivators were entitled to receive a vial of elixir and 2 mid-grade spirit stones each month. However, they were required to complete a task annually. For those who did not wish to claim these resources, a sect mission must still be fulfilled every 5 years, or else their cave residence would be reclaimed. Regardless of whether one desired these spirit stones, an exterior task was mandatory. His implication was clear. The recent increase in sect missions meant that if feasible, they should first complete an exterior task, which would alleviate the burden of future resource obligations. Whether for seclusion or other tasks within the sect, Yi Jue pondered this. Given the news about the wine insect, an outing was indeed necessary. Furthermore, there were tasks related to talisman crafting and artifact forging within the sect, presenting an opportunity to gain some benefits. Thus, a visit to the Exterior Affairs Department was warranted. We should check with the Department of Affairs for any missions near Jiuquan Town. If there are any, we can take them on together, Yi Jue suggested. The Hahuan sect was divided into 3 halls and 15 departments, with the main hall responsible for various competitions, along with the Qinsha Hall for rewards and punishments, and the Hahuan Hall overseeing the Hahuan ceremony, dual cultivation conference, and furnace gathering. Other affairs were managed by various departments, including the Exterior Affairs and Interior Affairs departments, which jointly established the task system for cultivators within the Hahuan sect. Upon their arrival, a foundation-building cultivator from the Exterior Affairs department greeted them. Senior Brother Yi, Sister Nangong, are you both considering an exterior mission today? It has been quite tumultuous lately, primarily due to the Tiansha sect stirring trouble, resulting in a surge of tasks issued by our sect. Do you have any specific needs? Yi Jue, observing the unfamiliar foundation cultivator, politely indicated that they would browse first. As they searched, they indeed found a mission pertaining to Jiuquan Town, where a blood spring, a valuable resource point for the Hahuan sect, was guarded by several qi refinement cultivators. However, the blood spring's vitality seemed diminished, suggesting that something was amiss. The group wasted no time and promptly reported this. The sect arranged for the task. The only foundation-building family near Jiuquan Town was the Du family, which was Yi Jue's target. The Du family was an established cultivation lineage, reputed for its origins, with ancestors who had achieved the nascent soul stage, lending credibility to Yi Jue's information about the wine insect. Yet, the specifics of the blood spring remained unclear. Yi Jue refrained from inquiring further, knowing that only the Exterior Affairs system was privy to task details. Asking the earlier foundation cultivator might inadvertently alert those with ulterior motives. Thus, Yi Jue accepted the exploration task, intending to conduct a casual soul search and then return after locating the wine insect. While the task's completion rate might be low, the associated risks would be significantly reduced, allowing him to conceal his true intentions. When the time came, he could spend some spirit stones to ensure that no one would dare to challenge him, especially with 2 esteemed nascent soul ancestors backing him. On the second day, the 2 set off early to undertake their mission, flying directly towards Jiuquan Town. The distance was not far, merely a day's journey, and they arrived near Jiuquan Town by midnight, promptly making their way to the Du family estate. After resting and gathering information from the Du family's disciples, Yi Jue easily discerned the general layout of the estate. After some deliberation, they decided to visit the next day, employing both overt and covert strategies to search for the wine insect. It was reasonable to assume that the insect would be hidden within the wine cellar. and by narrowing their search area, the likelihood of success increased considerably. After a flurry of preparations, they found a secluded spot to set up a formation and began meditating, awaiting the dawn. As the first light of day broke, Nangongwan concealed her aura, disguising herself as a Qi refinement maid. Soon, a cluster of buildings nestled in the mountains came into view. Upon their visit, a white-bearded foundation cultivator greeted them. "Ah, it's the esteemed disciple of Elder Yunlu. Please, senior brother Yi, come this way." The elderly man appeared to be at the mid-foundation stage, suggesting that the Du family had likely seen better days. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of ancient grandeur, with numerous stone structures bearing the marks of time, many of which clearly held considerable age. However, Yi Jue, hailing from a lineage with nearly 10,000 years of heritage, recognized these as mere illusions of antiquity. Genuine depth would not manifest in such a contrived manner. Nevertheless, these weathered buildings, along with the vast estate, intrigued Yi Jue. Upon closer inspection, he noted that some structures genuinely dated back millennia, although aged stones held little value. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Yi Jue engaged the elder in conversation, while Nangongwan, nestled against him, portrayed the role of a compliant concubine. Thoroughly embodying a servant trained by the Hahuan sect's malevolent practices, dutifully adhering to her role. Yi Jue found amusement in this. It seemed that role-playing had a significant allure for Nangongwan as well. "Senior brother, may I inquire why the esteemed sect disciple has come to visit?" the elder asked. Yi Jue smiled slightly and replied candidly, "I came due to the recent unrest surrounding the blood spring." The elder appeared momentarily taken aback, as if he had anticipated this inquiry, yet he chose to redirect the conversation. "This matter is confidential, and I cannot elaborate. Although I am not a member of the Hahuan sect, I have long admired its teachings. The Du family holds considerable influence here, and we are obligated to assist whenever possible." Yi Jue smiled silently, contemplating that if the elder were aware of their true purpose regarding the wine insect, he might not be so accommodating. "Your visit is quite timely. We are holding a clan meeting today, and afterward, there will be a grand competition. Would you do us the honor of witnessing it?" Hearing the elder refer to him repeatedly as senior brother became slightly uncomfortable for Yi Jue, and he interjected, "As cultivators, we may address each other more casually. Would it be acceptable for you to call me Yi brother, and I shall refer to you as Du brother?" The elder laughed heartily, agreeing, "Very well. Then, I shall address you as Yi brother." Yi Jue nodded slightly, indicating to the elder to lead the way. Eager to observe this clan meeting and draw attention to create an opportunity for Nangongwan. Before long, they arrived at a high platform where many cultivators and disciples stood below. The elder took his seat at the forefront of the platform, inviting Yi Jue to sit beside him. Yi Jue, without hesitation, pulled Nangongwan onto his lap, exuding the demeanor of a Hahuan sect cultivator, signaling for her to serve him wine and peel spirit fruits. Nangongwan shot him a discreet glare when no one was looking, but promptly set to work. Yi Jue then shifted his focus to the many cultivators below. Upon closer examination, he was taken aback to see that despite their uncertain spiritual roots, these young disciples had already achieved the late Qi refinement stage, indicating they possessed considerable potential. Yi Jue was mildly astonished by the Du family's depth of resources. If these young adolescents were to fully mature, it is likely that the Du family would gain an additional 5 or 6 foundation establishment cultivators. Judging by the talents of these youths, the emergence of another golden core cultivator in the future is not beyond the realm of possibility. With this thought in mind, Yi Jue felt a slight spark of interest in the upcoming clan meeting and the subsequent competitions. Just then, as the sound of a bronze gong echoed, Nangongwan, who was in the midst of pouring wine, suddenly trembled, spilling the drink all over Yi Jue. His expression instantly darkened. Nangongwan immediately fell to her knees, pleading for mercy. The cultivator who struck the gong announced the commencement of the clan meeting, but his voice faltered at the mention of the clan. At that moment, the entire assembly fell into a hushed silence, clearly understanding that this young man, personally welcomed by the clan head, was either extraordinarily powerful or possessed an impressive background, neither of which they dared to provoke. Yi Jue waved his hand, unleashing a fiery spell that sent Nangongwan tumbling from the high platform, crashing heavily to the ground. She dared not activate her protective spells and braced herself against the impact, ignoring the pain as she turned to kneel on the ground. She cried out for her master's mercy, insisting she would not dare to offend again. Yi Jue retaliated with several fiery whips, causing Nangongwan to roll on the ground in agony, her skin torn and bleeding. After a while, her pleas grew faint, and Yi Jue unleashed a large fireball spell, engulfing her in flames. Moments later, nothing remained but ash. Having vented his anger, Yi Jue returned to his seat, reclining sideways and taking a swig from a jug of spirit wine, seemingly attempting to douse the flames of his earlier rage. The elderly member of the Du family noticed Yi Jue's lack of further anger and cleared his throat, announcing the start of the clan meeting. The formal proceedings commenced with the clan leader's speech, followed by presentations from various officials, showcasing the family's resources. It was revealed that 2 new foundation establishment cultivators had joined the family, marking the total number of such cultivators in the Du family to 3. This was a momentous occasion, prompting a celebratory atmosphere within the clan, wherein a high-grade magical artifact was presented as the grand prize for the upcoming competition. Yi Jue found little interest in the trivialities of the qi refining cultivators and instead pondered the progress of Nangong Wan's investigation. However, the more attention he garnered, the less energy the crowd had to focus on other matters within the clan. Thus, even if someone reported minor anomalies, they would likely be overlooked. The wineworms were exceedingly delicate, difficult to nurture, yet all too easy to kill. Had he not confirmed success, Yi Jue would have preferred to avoid alarming the snakes. These demonic cultivators were notorious for their willingness to perish alongside their foes, an attitude that often proved counterproductive. Thus, Yi Jue spoke up, declaring that the victor of the grand competition would receive a personal sponsorship of a high-grade magical artifact, and any female cultivator who performed admirably could be taken as a concubine. As he spoke, he revealed a gleaming iron hook, its blood-red hue unmistakably signifying its high quality. The eyes of the crowd widened with desire. However, a few female cultivators appeared hesitant, clearly intimidated by Yi Jue's earlier display of lethal force against a maid. Yet, 2 female cultivators gazed at him with bright eyes, evidently intrigued by his wealth. In their eyes, a decisive killer like Yi Jue was undeniably appealing. They yearned for such treatment, while the maid's fate was merely a consequence of her own folly. The 2 women exchanged glances, resolutely deciding that they would showcase all their talents, leaving no hidden cards behind in the competition. As time passed, the competition unfolded under Yi Jue's watchful gaze, attracting considerable attention. Notably, a female cultivator named Du Mei, introduced by the clan head, was revealed to possess dual elemental roots of water and wood, making her the most gifted of her generation in the Du family. Remarkably, she had already reached the 12th layer of qi refining by the age of 15. Adorned in battle attire and wielding a long whip, she commanded the arena with confidence, leaving many male disciples unable to approach her. Another female cultivator moved like a butterfly amidst the flowers, her graceful form constantly casting flirtatious glances at Yi Jue, clearly desiring to become his concubine. As anticipated, Du Mei emerged victorious, claiming a high-grade magical artifact in the form of a long whip, which had evidently been prepared for her by the clan, merely presented through the competition. As she received the artifact, her fingers lightly brushed against Yi Jue's palm, her eyes sparkling with intent, suggesting she hoped to catch his interest. The clan head, observing this interaction, turned pale, recognizing the implications of such a remarkable disciple pursuing a higher status, which weighed heavily on his desire to uplift the family. Yi Jue, gazing at the talented female cultivator before him, smiled gently and opened his arms. She immediately leapt into his embrace, beaming with joy. The clan head, aware that Yi Jue was a nascent soul cultivator, refrained from taking rash actions. However, upon realizing that Yi Jue would likely reach the golden core stage soon, he altered his demeanor and approached to offer congratulations. Yi Jue accepted the praise with a slight smile before receiving a message from Nangong Wan. He gently patted the female cultivator on his lap, signaling her to rise. Clan head, I have matters to attend to. You may discuss amongst yourselves. In a few days, I will return. If a Mei wishes to leave with me, she may. If not, consider this matter as if it never occurred. With that, he mounted his sword and departed without looking back. The clan head, unable to catch up, opened the family's restrictions to allow Yi Jue's exit. As he left, a beam of light followed him, soaring into the sky. Once they were a distance away, Nangong Wan could no longer contain herself. How dare you strike me while seizing the opportunity? That female cultivator can forget it. If you take me, I will simply eliminate her. Yi Jue could only nod in resignation. After I absorb her essence, you can decide what to do with her. She's nearing the 13th layer of qi refining, and with a couple of pills, she can break through to mid-foundation establishment. After that, do as you please. Nangong Wan furrowed her brow, but said nothing further. It was not unusual for cultivators of the Harmony sect to engage in such practices. It was only Yi Jue's dual cultivation with her that seemed unconventional. By the way, I have discovered the whereabouts of the wine worms, but they are not within the clan. She continued, Have you noticed anything amiss? For instance, their cultivation speed seems disproportionately rapid given their mediocre talents. Yi Jue nodded in agreement. We can confirm that the Du family indeed harbors wine worms, but their exact location remains unclear. This may be linked to the blood spring. Have you heard of blood spirit wine? That treacherous spirit wine is said to enhance spiritual root quality, and its brewing method is exceedingly sinister, requiring 999 blood infants as materials to produce a single vat. Do you know what I discovered in their wine cellar? A half vat of blood spirit wine. The reason for the existence of the wine worm, I am certain, lies in the necessity for the blood spirit wine to take form. It requires the assistance of the wine worm to absorb the blood essence at the moment when 99 blood infants are transformed into spirit wine. Without this intervention, the natural formation would deplete the vital energies of the blood infants, making the wine difficult to materialize. Yi Jue, upon hearing this, was somewhat astonished. Blood infants? They are notoriously difficult to refine. It is unlikely that even dozens of infants, each under 3 years old, could successfully become a single blood infant. Especially considering the high mortality rate among infants these days, this is indeed a challenging endeavor. Nangongwan nodded, then shook her head. I fear we must visit the blood spring. The blood infants are likely connected to it. As for the source, there is probably only one town nearby, likely the town of Jochuan. After discussing their next course of action, the two decided to first investigate the blood spring to ascertain the cause of its recent anomalies. As they soared through the air, they realized they had lingered too long at the Du family, and, upon their arrival at the blood spring, the sky had already darkened. To ensure their safety, Yi Jue resolved to enter the blood spring the following day when the sun's rays would be strong. Since the Huan sect occupied this area, it was only natural that they established an office here. Upon their arrival, a thin, haggard cultivator rose to greet them. Following the confirmation of their identities, the others immediately became respectful and began to voice their grievances. Please, Master Uncle, intercede on our behalf. The blood energy here was once abundant, barely allowing us to sustain our practice of blood energy techniques. The entire area is barren, and the remuneration for our station duties is meager. The spiritual energy here is too weak for cultivation, and in recent days, we have been losing vitality while practicing. From their accounts, Yi Jue gradually understood that the reason for their choice of station duty in this location was the rich blood energy available for cultivation. After all, utilizing the blood spring required considerable spiritual stones, which they could not afford, leading them to accept this compromise. The sect provided a small amount of spiritual stones, allowing them to utilize resources without entering the blood pool, while also maintaining the formation in the area, confirming any anomalies, and eliminating any reckless rogue cultivators. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, with the blood energy waning recently, they lacked the cultivation prowess to dare enter the blood pool, relying solely on their own spiritual stones for sustenance, which naturally led to their lamentations. Yi Jue gestured for them to be quiet, signaling that he would address their concerns. He then requested a meditation chamber be prepared for him and dismissed them. As they withdrew, under Yi Jue's spiritual sense, several concealed fluctuations emerged, indicating the presence of spies. Yi Jue marked several cultivators, and in an instant, blood rays shot forth, eliminating them one by one. The blood rays returned with a few lingering souls, which Yi Jue unceremoniously probed. Unexpectedly, one soul was incinerated instantly, another screamed as it shattered, while the remaining two silently dissipated. Yi Jue was momentarily taken aback, and then an intense fury surged within him. The Demon Flame sect, the Ghost Spirit sect, and the Du family. How audacious! A mere blood spring has drawn so many to vie for dominance, clearly disregarding the Huan sect. Just wait until I shatter your schemes. Chapter 82. The blood spring in the distant town of Jochuan. Several black garments hung on a rack, while a bed was in disarray. It was evident that these dark robes belonged to the two individuals entwined upon the bed. Suddenly, the male cultivator froze, as if sensing something. The female cultivator, feeling his stillness, inquired, "What is it, my dear?" "Nothing. I fear that someone from the Huan sect is approaching. We must hasten our actions. Once the blood infants manifest, let the Ghost Spirit sect contend with the Huan sect. I will use the secret arts of the Demon Flame sect to conceal our involvement, for a while. No one should discover that this is the doing of my heavenly evil sect. We must expedite our efforts and extract the infants within the next few days." The female cultivator was somewhat taken aback by this. So soon? Shouldn't we discuss this further and request assistance from the sect? The male cultivator, irritated, replied, "No. If we do that, we will gain nothing." That night, Nangongwan reflected on Yi Jue's carefree demeanor from earlier in the day. She felt a mix of reluctance and helplessness. Yi Jue, clearly sensing her lack of enthusiasm, leaned close and subtly coaxed her. If your secret arts were perfected, perhaps. With Yi Jue employing the heart control technique to gently influence Nangong Wan, combined with her own inclinations, she was easily drawn into the notion. As they delved into the validation of their secret arts, they commenced their night of cultivation. The following morning, due to the previous night's fervor, Nangong Wan indulged in a rare opportunity to sleep in. Yi Jue joined her in relishing the lazy morning in their cave dwelling. After all, for Yi Jue, this outing was primarily about sharing experiences with Nangong Wan, akin to reliving a honeymoon, making the matters of the blood spring seem trivial in comparison to her presence. As the sun rose high, Nangong Wan, brimming with vitality, gazed at the seemingly slumbering Yi Jue, a smile gracing her lips. Playfully, she pinched his nose, waking him. Upon awakening, Yi Jue, captivated by her side profile, found himself dozing off again. When he finally roused to behold her rare morning beauty, he willingly indulged in her playful antics for a while before preparing to rise. Once they were ready, they made their way to the blood spring. Passing through a cave entrance, they found an interior measuring merely 4 or 5 zhang, with a blood pool at its center, already over 3 zhang in diameter. This blood spring was entirely crimson, exuding a chilling blood energy, bubbling as if something beneath was constantly stirring. The depths of the spring concealed numerous entities, their presence enigmatic and profound, which explained why the chi-refining disciples dared not probe further. Yi Jue's spiritual sense penetrated the depths, revealing a blood-hued world, suffused with red, where strands of malevolent energy relentlessly assaulted his senses. He managed to glimpse a blood-colored serpent gliding within, but his awareness could venture no deeper. Unperturbed by the serpent's presence, Yi Jue skillfully lured it upwards with his spiritual sense. Although this blood serpent was at the late stage of foundation establishment, once it left the blood spring, he had ample means to subdue it. Moreover, it was evident that this creature was raised by a family rather than being a wild entity, suggesting that its ferocity was likely less than that of a wild blood serpent. As Yi Jue communicated telepathically, Nangong Wan had already prepared a powerful fire attribute spell, awaiting the serpent's emergence. However, the serpent proved elusive, as Yi Jue made several attempts to entice it, all in vain. Yi Jue directly manipulated the blood serpent, transforming it into a blood allure form, persistently attacking it. Each time the serpent struck, the blood allure deftly evaded. As the serpent grew enraged, it followed the blood allure out of the spring. Nangong Wan shouted, "Go!" and the blood serpent was sent crashing into the cave wall. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Jue unleashed several array flags, sealing the blood pool and planning to deal with the serpent outside. The serpent, in pain, let out a piercing howl, sensing danger as it attempted to retreat to the blood pool, only to collide violently with the formation, which shimmered with spiritual light. After enduring several more attacks, it realized it could not return. It then roared at the two, spewing forth streams of blood light aimed directly at Yi Jue and Nangong Wan. The two individuals found the cave to be constricted, retreating while simultaneously launching their attacks. As they ascended into the air, their coordinated efforts unleashed a relentless offensive, forcing the blood python into a series of retreats. Fortunately, its vitality was abundant, allowing it to recover from injuries at an astonishing rate. Both Yi Jue and Nangong Wan understood that this could not continue. Although Nangong Wan suggested that Yi Jue employ his talisman, he shook his head, knowing that it was not the right moment to reveal his trump card, especially with so many eyes possibly watching from the shadows. Seemingly struck by a thought, he signaled Nangong Wan to create an opportunity for him. In the intervals between attacks, Yi Jue produced several blood marrow beads, and, seizing a moment when the python opened its mouth to exhale, he hurled the beads directly into its maw. As the beads detonated, the blood python emitted a piercing wail, plummeting to the forest floor. Its massive body rolled violently, uprooting trees and stirring up clouds of dust. The two continued their assault with relentless spells, leaving the blood python with no choice but to evade, lacking any strength to retaliate. Soon, as the python's struggles began to wane, Nangong Wan prepared to claim the spoils. However, Yi Jue grasped her hand and wielded his blade from a distance, striking the creature's vital point with a decisive blow. The python let out a heart-wrenching roar and unleashed a torrent of blood light towards Yi Jue, but the distance was too great, and it was effortlessly blocked by the spirit shield. Nangong Wan, feeling somewhat flustered yet relieved, then used her sword to dismantle the python's form before collecting its precious blood materials with a sense of bitter satisfaction. Not far away on a cliff, a foundation-building cultivator in his 30s knelt before an elderly man. The two, standing at the edge of the cliff, had witnessed the recent events unfold. Master, why do you not intervene? This python has been nurtured by our family for hundreds of years, only to be slaughtered by this youth. It is truly infuriating. That girl Dumei has remarkable insight. Who would have thought this youth had a mid-foundation companion with him? To visit our clan alone was indeed a clever strategy. The cultivator lamented. The elder sighed softly, pondering the arrival of this youth. It was truly uncertain whether his presence was a blessing or a curse. If Dumei could become his consort, perhaps the family might have a chance to revive. However, Dumei was cunning, and despite her thoughts, she likely could not outsmart this youth. Our clan has controlled the blood pool for a millennium, only to be discovered by the Yi Jue sect, forcing us to retreat and conceal ourselves while secretly nurturing the python, waiting for it to break through to the second stage. Just as our fortunes began to improve, this calamity came upon us. The elder felt the weight of his family's revival pressing down upon him, leaving him stooped and weary. He sensed that Yi Jue's first destination would likely be the Du family, and given his decisive nature, it was doubtful he would be a friend. Yet, the elder found little hostility in Yi Jue's demeanor, which seemed peculiar. He could only hope that this youth was merely acting on a whim. However, his worries were growing heavier. Among the various factions, the Du family appeared the strongest on the surface, but the elder, now aged, lacked the courage for reckless gambles. Feeling increasingly drained by the actions of several young cultivators, after arranging for surveillance, he prepared to return to discuss matters with Dumei. A fierce wind swept through the mountains, rustling the trees. The elder tightened his robe against the chill. A storm was on the horizon. Yi Jue, have you ever seen a ghost? He asked. Yi Jue reached out to touch Nangongwan's forehead. You're not feverish, so why are you speaking nonsense? I have slain countless spirits. Do you really think I haven't seen one? Nangongwan swatted Yi Jue's hand away and slowly turned, her face reflecting terror. Yi Jue quickly pulled her close, employing a secret technique from their dual cultivation to dispel her fears, using a calming method to soothe her emotions until she gradually regained her composure. What did you see? Yi Jue inquired. Nangongwan collapsed into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. It was so cruel. So many infants. They were laughing, smiling at me while devouring others' hands. In a sea of blood, countless infants writhed, some reduced to mere remnants. Yet they continued to laugh and crawl. Yi Jue soothed her, feeling perplexed. Logically, a foundation-building cultivator's spirit should be immensely robust, especially given that Nangongwan had developed a strong heart through their dual cultivation. It was bewildering that she would be frightened by such a sight. Yi Jue was hesitant to use his spiritual perception, wary of falling into a trap himself. It seemed that the blood spring had undergone a transformation. He led a composed Nangongwan downwards, deliberately maintaining a distance. The array's restrictions at the cave's entrance remained intact, as did the formation over the blood spring. Yi Jue surveyed the turbulent blood spring, his expression darkening. Nangongwan, using her spiritual perception, discovered that her senses had been tainted by the blood spring, causing her mental state to falter. However, from her description, it was evident that within the blood spring lay the clues they sought, the blood infants. Yet, it was also apparent that these blood infants had undergone some sort of transformation, becoming far more malevolent. Shaking his head, he silently invoked the heart-controlling lotus, hoping it would prove effective. He then released a fragment of his consciousness into the spring. Upon entering, he was met with a scene starkly different from before. A tide of anger and resentment enveloped him. Delving deeper, Yi Jue witnessed a maddening sight. Countless infants writhed below, many reduced to mere remnants. Yet they tore and gnawed at one another, having completely lost their sanity, trapped within a shrinking blood-red barrier. All the blood infants emitted a unique sound, one that was subtly enchanting. The heart-controlling lotus seeds glimmered faintly, and Yi Jue quickly withdrew his thoughts from the area. After conferring with Nangongwan, they concluded that the scene before them could not possibly be the work of the Du family. The blood infants they sought did not need to be so ferocious. After all, the more ferocious they were, the greater the burden for the wine worm. And the blood spirit wine required only a complete collection of 999 blood infants to suffice. Exchanging glances, the two understood that their next course of action would lead them to Wine Spring Town. Blood infants did not simply materialize. Even with the blood spring's anomalies and extraordinary secret techniques, the most basic raw materials would inevitably come from infants not older than 3 days. Though Yi Jue and Nangongwan walked the path of the demonic, they were not indiscriminate in their killings. While they could be ruthless towards mortals, they did not take pleasure in senseless slaughter. Thus, witnessing so many infants stirred a twinge of distaste towards the Du family within them. If necessary, they would not hesitate to eliminate this family. Following the clues, they entered the realm of Wine Spring Town. Upon probing with their spiritual perception, they were astonished. The town appeared somewhat eerie. Men worked the fields, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians, presenting a facade of normalcy. However, as they walked, they soon realized something was amiss. There were no women to be seen in the streets or fields. Having both experienced the mortal realm, they understood the hardships of agriculture. Where women constituted a crucial part of the labor force, how could a place be devoid of them? They had come seeking blood infants, and without women, how could they find any children? Afterward, the two individuals employed their spiritual perception and stumbled upon a peculiar scene. In the entire town, every household's women bore swollen bellies. From the elderly matriarchs in their 60s to the young maidens just blossoming into womanhood, all wore a serene smile, each harboring a nascent life within. In one household, 4 women were present. The elderly mother, over 60, reclined in bed with her hand gently caressing her belly, murmuring softly, her mind clouded, yet still filled with concern for the life inside her. A woman in her 40s, also with a pronounced belly, exhibited a resolute demeanor as she tidied the house and paced slowly, evidently knowledgeable about nurturing a fetus. As Yi Jue observed her sweeping in the sunlight, a maternal radiance seemed to emanate from her face. The 2 daughters, in their teens and 20s, displayed youthful faces juxtaposed with their pregnancy, hinting at a vitality that belied their condition. However, a dimness in their eyes betrayed a past trauma, as they leaned on each other for support while moving about the house. The men of the household were away working, and although Yi Jue was unaware of the events that had transpired here, he sensed that this eerie phenomenon had not always existed and was likely connected to the practitioners of immortality. The recent lineage of cultivators in this area was evidently the Jue family. Observing the seemingly idyllic village, which had devolved into a den of darkness, Yi Jue felt as though he had unwittingly stepped into a labyrinthine conspiracy. Nonetheless, the anomalies here appeared to have only recently begun. Many women were evidently in the early stages of pregnancy, with numerous others merely exhibiting reactions without any visible signs of being with child. In reality, even if a fetus could be extracted, it would only be viable after 3 months of gestation, indicating that Yi Jue's arrival afforded him a measure of time. As the two continued their investigation, that night, they utilized their supernatural abilities for observation and discovered an overwhelming presence of malevolent energy. Chapter 84, Gathering Evil Spirits. Upon detecting the malevolent energy, Yi Jue and his companion promptly employed their magical artifacts to trace its flow. In but a moment, they discerned that the energy was subtly shifting. They swiftly made their way towards its source, deep within a dungeon at the heart of the town. There, a cloaked figure was engaged in the ritualistic crafting of a large banner. This banner, entirely black with a crimson pole measuring over 2 meters, bore intricate patterns on its front, the designs indecipherable, yet glowing faintly. The reverse side depicted a ghastly image of spirits consuming souls, emanating a chilling black light. The pole was adorned with numerous miniature skulls, the tip resembling the point of a spear, thrust into the ground, barely visible. Surrounding the place where the banner's tail was planted were various smaller flags, indicating that this large banner served as the core of a formation. Scattered around were ominous skeletal remains, alongside cages containing human-like remnants, evidence that this individual had been here for some time, preying upon mortals for their cultivation. As the practitioner continued to perform the rite, the banner began to rise as if stirred by an unseen wind, its movements subtly synchronized with the flows of magical energy, drawing the malevolent essence towards the array beneath its tail. Indeed, the density of malevolent energy here was profound, equivalent to multiple days of offerings within a single day. The voice of the cloaked practitioner, however, did not carry an air of malevolence, but rather an oddly vibrant tone, rendering it strangely unsettling. Suddenly, the glow of a jade talisman beside him flickered, prompting a change in his expression. Has someone intruded? Did I not warn those 2 sneaky ones to keep their distance? Rising to his feet, he dismantled the formation, grasped the large banner, and with a swift motion, wrapped its fabric around the pole, transforming it into a spear-like weapon. Rather than stowing the artifact away, he slung it over his back and departed with a casual air. Let us go, old friend. Let us have a word with our guests. The gathering evil spirits banner emitted a faint glow, as if in response. On the other side, Yi Jue's expression shifted, and he grasped Nangongwan's arm. This place is warded. Once we enter, the presence will surely be aware of us. We must not proceed further. Let us find a suitable location to confront the intruder. Nangongwan immediately dispatched several talismans to conceal their presence, then employed a spell to mask her cultivation level, quickly transforming into a perfected Qi practitioner. Yi Jue likewise concealed his blood light, and scattered numerous talismans into the air, simultaneously employing a concealment spell. Subsequently, they each drew close combat weapons, standing back to back in vigilant readiness. Clearly, through their combined cultivation techniques, they sensed the approaching presence. As the figure drew near, Yi Jue could distinctly feel the malevolent energy converging upon their position, emanating from the spear-like banner held by the intruder. The location they had chosen was a street corner leading to the town's center, with pathways in all directions, facilitating an escape should they find themselves outmatched. Flanking buildings concealed various surprises prepared for any adversary. Without a word, the intruder unleashed a spear of light, which Yi Jue swiftly shattered with a blade, while Nangongwan followed up with a thrust of her sword. The assailant initially underestimated them, but as he advanced, the sword's force surged unexpectedly, penetrating his defenses and piercing his left shoulder. "You insolent wench! How dare you!" he bellowed. Yi Jue then sent a blood raven to strike at his back, while simultaneously launching himself with the slashing soul blade, delivering successive blows that forced the intruder to parry with his spear. Yet, the intruder countered with a deft flick of his weapon, shattering the blood raven and deflecting Yi Jue's blade, narrowly avoiding Nangongwan's sword strike. He promptly declared, "I am a core disciple of the Ghost Spirit Sect, here solely to conduct the ritual for this gathering evil spirit's banner. I have no quarrel with you." Upon hearing his plea, Nangongwan breathed a sigh of relief. Several magical artifacts surged forward in a rhythmic assault, controlled by the intruder. Yi Jue activated the Absolute Spirit Shield and retaliated without hesitation, utilizing bloodlight for ranged attacks and engaging in close combat with the slashing soul blade, occasionally unleashing shadow wind blades to harass the opponent. The intruder cried out in desperation, "I am Wang Feng, a disciple of the Wang family in the Ghost Spirit Sect. My uncle is a nascent soul practitioner. You cannot kill me." Yi Jue delivered a powerful strike that sent him crashing into a talisman array, triggering a series of talismans that inflicted severe injuries upon him. Wang Feng, gritting his teeth, began to cackle. "You have forced my hand." He then unleashed the full power of the gathering evil spirit's banner. Instantly, the sky darkened, enveloping the realm in a shroud of blackness, with ominous winds carrying hints of sanguine energy. As Wang Feng fully activated the formation, the two could no longer ascertain the situation outside. At that very moment, a gruesome spectacle unfolded within the town. Specters surged into the homes, compelling the women to stab their own bellies with knives, extracting undeveloped infants, some even lacking human form. Two cloaked practitioners convened, urgency in their voices. "We must hurry, while that Ghost Spirit Sect practitioner enacts the gathering evil spirits formation. We must gather the infants and deliver them to the blood spring to ensure the birth of the demonic child. Once the demonic infant is born, it can grow rapidly, drawing in the essence of souls and controlling the minds of people. In a short span, it could obliterate the grand foundations of the Hahuan sect. And should that infant gain significant power, even nascent soul cultivators would find themselves in a precarious position. At that moment, the two of us would undoubtedly bask in immense accolades and rewards. With such monumental achievements at hand, we might even truly cultivate to the late foundation establishment stage." The male cultivator continued to express his aspirations for the future, while the female cultivator gazed softly at him, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Their mutual affection, intertwined with the current brutality unfolding in Joyful town, painted a vivid tableau of a blood-soaked purgatory, a hell on earth. The grand gathering of malevolent energy intensified, its power magnifying with the accumulation of sinister aura I had painstakingly gathered. "You two should relish the impending feast." As I spoke, I manipulated the strands of malevolent energy into blades, formidable in strength, and directed them toward the pair. Yi Jue braced himself, but was sent flying. Seeing Nangongwan preparing to withstand the attack, he immediately transmitted a warning. "The power of this attack is akin to that of a late foundation establishment stage. Do not attempt to withstand it." Upon hearing this, Nangongwan swiftly evaded. As they dodged, Yi Jue gradually realized that the earlier attacks had not dissipated but were continuously gathering strength. Witnessing the increasing onslaught, both understood that if they prolonged the confrontation, they would likely be reduced to mere fragments before the enemy's energy was exhausted. They swiftly resolved to use their trump cards. Chapter 85, Blood Slave. Yi Jue clenched his jaw and secretly summoned the Blood Slave. As a torrent of blood was expended, the Blood Slave began to regain its vitality. Simultaneously, the talismans he cast failed to yield the desired effect, prompting him to activate the Blood Feather Spike talisman. With Yi Jue's and Nangongwan's talismans in play, the pressure suddenly lessened. They gradually drew together, using their talismans to wear down the oncoming malevolent energy. At this moment, Wang Feng grew increasingly anxious and decided to take a desperate gamble, employing the gathering malevolence flag to voraciously absorb the surrounding sinister aura. It was clear that such an action would diminish the quality of the flag, but at this juncture, little else mattered. The influx of malevolent energy caused the pressure on the two approaching Wang Feng to surge. Thankfully, the talismans proved resilient, allowing them to endure momentarily. Wang Feng planted the gathering malevolence flag into the ground, and as he continued to cast spells, the aura emanating from the flag grew increasingly terrifying, while his own energy began to wane. Clearly, forcing such a powerful attack imposed a significant burden on him. Yi Jue unleashed the Blood Slave, whose charged strike landed directly on the gathering malevolence flag. However, to his surprise, the flag did not completely shatter. Wang Feng merely spat out a mouthful of blood before fiercely channeling energy into it. Yi Jue then commanded the Blood Slave to launch 3 consecutive strikes. Such expenditure of blood was already beyond his limits, yet the outcome was gratifying. The gathering malevolence flag's formation was shattered. However, sensing the impending collapse of his formation, Wang Feng detonated the flag. As the malevolent energy surged violently, the attacks from the core formation cultivators were rendered null and void. Hidden behind the Blood Slave, both Nangong Wan and Yi Jue emerged unscathed, though Yi Jue's complexion paled slightly. In stark contrast, Wang Feng was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Yi Jue collected the sole advanced storage bag in the vicinity, evidently all that Wang Feng possessed, while the gathering malevolence flag lay utterly destroyed. Yi Jue felt a twinge of regret for the loss of such a powerful artifact, but upon stowing the Blood Slave, the scene that unfolded before them as the malevolent formation collapsed filled them with a sense of being toyed with. In Jiuquan town, all the males had perished, while the females lay disemboweled, their infants long vanished. Sensing the lingering ghostly energy, Yi Jue discerned that the orchestrator behind this chaos had not strayed far. Clearly, their swift resolution of Wang Feng had forced the mastermind to hastily abandon their plans. The two wasted no time in unleashing their utmost speed. Aware that the final conspiracy was on the verge of unfolding, they collected Wang Feng's corpse along the way, and after extracting his soul, Yi Jue quickly comprehended the identity of the individual before him, someone from the Tiansha sect. Indeed, the disguise of the Immortality Union Sect had been uncovered by Wang Feng long before. After all, the malevolent aura of the Tiansha sect, refined over decades into the gathering malevolence flag, was something Wang Feng would never forget, even in death. Although the two had concealed themselves well, certain nuances of their techniques had been detected by him. At this point, Yi Jue had grasped these secrets. The audacity to catalyze the birth of a demonic infant to disrupt the Hahuan sect was staggering. Upon concluding the soul search, Yi Jue found it somewhat exasperating that much of what Wang Feng had said was indeed true. He had merely detected the dense gathering of malevolent energy in the area and sought to refine the gathering malevolence flag. However, this individual was no benevolent soul. After clashing with the ancestor of the Du family and emerging victorious, he had been left unchecked, only to engage in a stalemate with the Tiansha sect's twin cultivators. Wang Feng's formation had posed some challenge to the twins, yet he had managed to control the usage of malevolent energy reasonably well, unlike Yi Jue, who fought desperately. This advantage allowed Wang Feng to occupy the town's center, facilitating the gathering of malevolent energy. While the twin cultivators from the Tiansha sect employed secret techniques to ensure the women of Jiuquan town became pregnant. It seemed this was a long-standing tradition of the town, though its origins remained shrouded in mystery. It involved seeking out better conditions to facilitate conception if a woman had not yet become pregnant. However, after the arrival of the Tiansha twins, it was evident that their secret techniques and potions had radically altered this custom. With all the women subjected to relentless torment under the influence of the Tiansha sect's potions, within a month, nearly every female was found to be pregnant. Some who had miscarried due to health issues continued to be subjected to the potions until they conceived. At this moment, Yi Jue finally understood why the peculiarities of this place had not shocked the locals. This town had long adhered to such practices. It was merely that the Tiansha twins had expanded the scope and ignited their desires. Many women must have endured tragic fates, yet it mattered little now, as all had perished. Contemplating this, Yi Jue felt an uncontrollable surge of rage. Beasts. He then urged the Blood Slave to pursue, striking down the male cultivator in a single blow, and the two followed suit. The male cultivator tossed several storage bags to the female cultivator, a sorrowful expression on his face. Hurry, you must facilitate the birth of the demonic infant, or you will not escape this chaos. Go, do not look back. Go, let the blood demon be born, and in the future, avenge me. With that, He pushed the female cultivator away and turned to control several magical artifacts to self-destruct. The female cultivator cast one last glance at the male cultivator before soaring toward the blood spring. The male cultivator nodded in satisfaction, then countless talismans began to fall. A torrent of secret techniques collided, igniting the surrounding forest in flames as many trees were consumed. Yi Jue and his companion, fearing the birth of the demonic infant, held nothing back and urged the blood slave to attack. This individual, possessing merely the cultivation of the early foundation establishment stage, could only match Wang Feng when paired with his partner. Recently wounded by the blood slave's assault, he fought desperately. Yet with Yi Jue and Nan Gongwan eager for a swift resolution, coupled with the blood slave's intermittent strikes, he was soon left battered and bloodied, and within moments, he was beheaded. However, this individual was indeed remarkably courageous, determined to cling tightly to Yi Jue and the other two even unto death. In the end, he resorted to self-detonation, forcing the two to retreat. Gazing upon the desolate ruins before them, Yi Jue and his companion dared not linger for a moment and hastily made their way towards the blood spring. Although they were aware that the blood spring harbored numerous contingencies, the thought of the demonic infant, yet to be born, capable of tainting both Nan Gongwan and Yi Jue's consciousness and directly shattering Nan Gongwan's mental defenses, filled them with foreboding. Such a bizarre demonic infant was certainly not something they could allow to come into existence. If the demonic infant were to emerge, it would not be long before it sought them out, eager to absorb their magical energy and swiftly elevate its own powers. Thus, the two relentlessly pursued the female cultivator. As they hurried onward, upon entering the cave's mouth, a tearing sound resonated, followed by the female cultivator's piercing scream. Chapter 86. The opportunity of blood needle. Yi Jue had earlier placed the little raccoon safely within the cave, providing it with several concealed talismans and instructing it to ambush any cultivators that entered rather than engage in direct confrontation. He also offered a few blood essence pearls to the creature. Nearby, a series of attack talisman arrays were set up, allowing the little raccoon to lure enemies into the talisman formations should the opportunity arise. Although they were unaware of how the little raccoon had fared upon their entrance, they found the female cultivator cornered and desperate. "Lang, how could I let you die alone? I cannot wait for our revenge after forming the Golden Core. You haven't even named our child yet. I am coming to find you, to discuss a beautiful name for our child together." With a mournful smile, as if liberated, she reached into her abdomen, extracting the still-forming infant, and plunged into the blood spring, performing a secret method without a trace of hesitation. The infant in her hands transformed, as if receiving a great boon, instantly becoming a blood infant, voraciously absorbing the essence of the blood spring. As this blood infant sank deeper, the blood spring began to bubble, as if boiling. Yi Jue, witnessing this scene, felt a stirring within him. However, he had no time for reflection, as he sensed the aura within the blood spring growing increasingly terrifying, recalling his previous frenzied speculations. Without hesitation, he withdrew all the blood needles and plunged directly into the blood spring. Activating the restrictions within the blood needles, he felt their power swell within the countless infants. Yi Jue understood this was a gamble of monumental proportions. Indeed, he intended to ascend directly at this location, relying solely on the blood spring without the aid of blood flames. Regardless of the outcome, absorbing a substantial amount of blood essence and blood infants would naturally resolve the threat posed by the demonic infant. Recalling the teachings of Qianjuezi, Yi Jue remembered their conversation. "Master, I plan to forge a treasure using human blood. May I ascend using human blood? I hope you can inscribe the ascension array directly within the magical artifact, so that once I am prepared, I can commence the ascent." Qianjuezi had looked upon him as if he were a fearsome demon, yet being his master, he diligently fulfilled Yi Jue's requests. With Yi Jue's own blood refinement and the opening of human blood, coupled with the blood spring and the gathering of countless blood infants, the timing and location were fortuitous. They merely needed to see if a simplified version of the ascension could be achieved. Yi Jue was not greedy. As long as he could complete the ascension method of the 9 runes, the blood needles could effortlessly elevate from an ordinary top-tier artifact to an exceptional top-tier artifact, becoming a distinguished weapon among the finest. Once completed, the blood needles would temporarily become the most formidable artifact in Yi Jue's possession, a tool for reaping the lives of enemies. As Yi Jue diligently manipulated the grand array, directing the blood needles to traverse and absorb the essence and spiritual power of the mature blood infants, the blood needles gradually amassed the formidable energy required to initiate the ascension. Ascend. With a single command, 365 blood needles formed an intricate formation, drawing numerous blood infants from within the blood spring into the array. As the formation activated, the blood infants melted away, transforming into the most primal essence, blood energy, and power, continuously inscribing the runes of ascension. From the depths of the blood spring came a series of anguished howls. Evidently, the demonic infant, though not yet formed, felt it could not remain idle. Yi Jue and Nangongwan produced several confinement artifacts, casting them down in a desperate attempt to hold the creature at bay. As their array and artifacts began to take effect, the blood infants were systematically consumed by the blood needles. Days passed, and at last, they successfully completed the task without incident. After fully absorbing the blood infants, the ninth ascension rune was nearly inscribed, prompting Yi Jue to act decisively, shifting the mass of remnants that were coalescing into the demonic infant into the array. With the depletion of energy, the formation of the demonic infant was reversed, gradually transforming into a conglomeration of unknown blood infants. At the core of this conglomeration lay the infant that had been birthed by the cultivators of the Tiansha sect. With the digestion and absorption of this batch of energy, the blood needles successfully completed their ascension. Otherwise, they would have faced failure. Following the thorough cleansing of the blood spring, the duo finally located their primary objective. Initially, Yi Jue intended to store the blood needles, but within a confined space. The distillation of blood spirit wine commenced. It appeared that the formation of thousands of blood infants had long been anticipated by the Du family, who likely intended to seize them at the last moment. Nevertheless, despite the absence of blood infants within the blood spring, the residual essence of thousands, even tens of thousands of blood infants, surpassed that of 999 blood infants. Thus, Yi Jue and his companion watched as the hidden space of blood spirit wine gathered the essence of blood infants, witnessing several wine worms eagerly consuming it, bearing witness to the birth of a vat of blood spirit wine. Observing the numerous vats of blood spirit wine within this small space, Yi Jue realized the source of this venture. Clearly, this place belonged to the Du family, who had altered the customs of the town to secretly gather infants for cultivation into blood infants, with the small space operating autonomously to allow the wine worms to distill blood spirit wine. This, he surmised, explained why the wine worms had persisted for millennia. Although the essence of blood infants could barely be considered a form of spiritual energy, the wine worms, having parasitized the blood spirit wine, naturally possessed methods to absorb the essence. This location, rich in blood energy, allowed the wine worms to thrive, perpetuating their existence. Yet now, all of this had fallen into the hands of Yi Jue and Nangongwan. The devastation of a small town yielded merely a handful of spirit wine. At that moment, an invisible flying needle hurtled towards Yi Jue. He broke into a cold sweat, relieved that his protective garment was adequate. Yi Jue reminded himself to remain vigilant at all times. Just as they were feeling accomplished after the battles and their subsequent gains, an ambush struck. Hand over the blood spirit wine, and I can grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you shall suffer a fate of skinning, muscle stripping, marrow extraction, and soul refinement. I assure you, it will not end well for you. A masked cultivator spoke menacingly. Surrounding them were 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators, 2 in Mid-Foundation Establishment, and 2 in Early Foundation Establishment. Yi Jue smiled calmly. Master of the Du family, we have been waiting for you here for quite some time. A wave of inexplicable unease surged within the leading masked elder. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring. He had no choice but to act. Attack! With a command, a multitude of Qi refinement disciples surged in from outside, clearly intending to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Yi Jue, unperturbed, observed the crowd and then waved his sleeve. A colossal blood-red shield enveloped everyone, followed by a dense mist of crimson that obscured their forms. Chapter 87, Annihilation. Yi Jue and Nangongwan huddled together, observing the encircled crowd within the burning heaven-boiling sea array. They collaborated to enhance the array's power, subsequently unleashing over 300 blood rays that shot forth. The disciples in the Qi refinement stage were largely no match for a single opponent. As they struggled against the array, one or several blood rays pierced through them, directly siphoning their essence and vitality. In mere moments, only the 4 cultivators from the Du family and Yi Jue remained within the array. The members of the Du family were still unaware that all their kin had perished, and what awaited them was only defeat. The head of the Du family sensed the mounting pressure around him, as flames relentlessly assailed him, their intensity increasing compared to the onset. He realized that the elite forces accompanying him had likely suffered substantial losses. Acting decisively, he produced a long banner-like artifact, and, after expelling several mouthfuls of essence blood, his form became increasingly hunched, with a pallor of decay settling upon his hair, indicating a severe depletion of his vitality. At that moment, the long banner transformed, revealing itself as a treasure. Waves of potent, formless attacks surged forth, causing the array to tremble precariously. It is worth noting that this array was capable of withstanding the assaults of core formation cultivators, let alone those within the array. Crafted by the combined efforts of Yi Jue and Nangong Wan, augmenting its might through the harmonious blend of water and fire. Observing the adversary's desperate actions, Yi Jue and Nangong Wan intensified their onslaught. Just as the array was on the verge of collapse, the two early Foundation establishment cultivators were slain by Nangong Wan and Yi Jue. Witnessing the array's breach, they wasted no time in fleeing. Their gains had been substantial. There was no need to prolong the conflict. Suddenly, with a flick of the banner, the head of the Du family unleashed a wave of confusion upon Yi Jue, who immediately felt a jolt in his consciousness. The heart-controlling lotus seed within his sea of awareness trembled, restoring clarity to his mind, while Nangong Wan unsparingly thrust her sword toward him. Fortunately, Yi Jue reacted swiftly. Upon sensing Nangong Wan's mind was clouded, he activated his restraints, promptly subduing her. Observing the clarity in her eyes and the faltering form of the Du family head in the distance, a middle-aged man addressed him as brother, revealing a familial bond. It seemed the malevolent banner was the cause of this turmoil. The Du family head, having suffered a backlash, was gravely weakened. Yi Jue relentlessly directed the blood rays to assault the two, soaring before them and declaring, "Today, the Du family shall perish because of you." The Du family head was too exhausted to respond. Meanwhile, the middle-aged cultivator poured all his essence blood into the malevolent banner. This was the moment Yi Jue had awaited. All the blood rays surged into this man's body, forming a blood fiend array that fiercely competed for essence blood. In just a brief moment, the mid-Foundation establishment cultivator was drained of his life essence and succumbed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that today's events would not end well. Yi Jue, or the Du family, would be a relentless threat, and the only recourse was to activate the malevolent banner for one final strike to obliterate the man's consciousness and slay him. Yet, under Yi Jue's cunning, he easily relinquished his essence blood, falling victim to the ambush of the blood rays. With a wave of Yi Jue's demonic fire, he incinerated the two and, after a brief assessment, retracted the malevolent banner. This artifact possessed immense power, capable of altering thoughts and controlling minds, subtly influencing its wielder. The head of the Du family, though not yet a century old, was in the prime of life, with a lifespan of 200 years for Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, after wielding this artifact in his youth and repeatedly altering the lives of the townsfolk, he had gradually been drawn in by its formidable power, unwittingly using it time and again. Ultimately, it was this very artifact that led to his downfall at the hands of Yi Jue. Moments later, as Nangong Wan regained her senses, she beheld the slain enemies before her. Though Yi Jue was strikingly handsome, he exuded an inexplicable sense of security. Through their time together, she understood that while Yi Jue was not averse to bloodshed, he did not engage in indiscriminate killing. He was forthright with those close to him, willing to offer assistance within his means, albeit sometimes resorting to unscrupulous methods. In the realm of darkness, such qualities could be regarded as a glimmer of humanity. Once Nangong Wan was fully aware, Yi Jue simply posed a question. "The annihilation of the Du family, are you in?" Nangong Wan's eyes widened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Yes, I will guard the entrance to prevent any survivors." Nangong Wan understood that this annihilation was not merely about eliminating cultivators, the Du family's affiliated clansmen, though mortals resided within their domain. This slaughter would not claim merely dozens, but potentially tens of thousands, if not more. Yet, Nangong Wan harbored no regrets. The Du family had exploited the town of Jiuquan for generations, manipulating life and breeding, regularly harvesting hundreds of infants. Their demise was hardly lamentable. Moreover, they harbored intentions to slay the two of them. Had it not been for the treasures safeguarding Yi Jue's consciousness, they might have already perished at their hands. As Yi Jue's blood rays danced through the air once more, he rediscovered the exhilarating thrill reminiscent of the past, when he had annihilated families. The blood rays traversed swiftly, absorbing the essence of the mortals without a trace of hesitation, as they eradicated the nearby affiliated clansmen of the Du family. The remaining hundreds of thousands of clansmen were closely related by blood and resided within the Du family's territory. Meanwhile, atop the grand stage from the previous clan assembly, several elders and young cultivators gathered, the last remaining chi refinement practitioners of the Du family. An elder spoke with teary eyes, lamenting the loss of their family head and numerous elites. It was unclear how they had received this news, but a heavy silence fell over the crowd. If they did not perish alongside their foes, it was likely that the annihilation of the Du family was imminent. Struggling to survive amidst the turmoil between the Huan sect, Ghost Spirit sect, and Demonic Flame sect, only a single early Foundation establishment cultivator had come from the Huan sect. The Ghost Spirit sect and the Demonic Flame sect, having engaged with their clan, were no trifles. It seemed they might not benefit from this chaotic situation. An elder explained to the gathered, evidently unaware that the cultivators of the demonic flame sect were actually disguised disciples of the Tiansha sect, merely intent on luring attention to the birth of a demonic infant. We have managed Joyful for so long, never anticipating it would be seized by those from the demonic flame sect. After this, it is likely to be ruined. We must make plans early. Several slightly younger elders urged the crowd to escape. They evidently believed they had some years left to live and sought to survive rather than perish alongside their clan. Chapter 88. The Aftermath. What plans can be made now? We should strategize, Yi Jue's voice echoed, startling everyone. Among them, Dumei regarded Yi Jue with a complex expression, never anticipating their reunion would unfold in such a manner. Yet, Yi Jue did not even spare her a glance, clearly regarding them as nothing more than the deceased. The group strained to activate their family's grand array, only to find it entirely unresponsive. Yi Jue chuckled, "There's no need to expend your energy. If you were Foundation Establishment cultivators, you might discern my arrangements. But as mere chi refinement practitioners, how could you comprehend the capabilities of us Foundation Establishment cultivators?" Yi Jue, with prior experience in extermination, understood well the adage that cutting the grass without uprooting it allows it to regrow in the spring. With the assistance of Nangong, he seized control of the protective array using the prohibition token held by the head of the Du family. Nangong managed the array from the outside, allowing entry while forbidding exit, enabling Yi Jue to carry out his mission of total annihilation. Contemplating the slaughter of 100,000 souls, Yi Jue felt a tinge of regret for not having mastered Wang Chan's blood spirit great method. Otherwise, he might have had a breakthrough in his cultivation right then and there. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He would treat this as a means to refine his blood spike needle. As Yi Jue took action, the nearby mortals fell like grass cut down in a field. The unexpected assault left the crowd in disarray, unprepared to escape. No one anticipated that the head of the family would perish so soon, only to be confronted by this individual who clearly didn't intend to leave any survivors. Dumei dashed forward, kneeling before Yi Jue, pleading for mercy and a chance to live. Following her lead, several young cultivators also rushed to kneel before him. Yi Jue regarded the kneeling figures with a faint smile, silently commanding the blood spike to eliminate those who dared to resist. The Du family, once a formidable force with mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, found themselves utterly defenseless against Yi Jue's relentless slaughter, their elders having fallen early in life, leaving the family vulnerable. The crimson light of the blood spike swept mercilessly, signaling his intent to leave no one alive. Yi Jue even sat down to recover his magical energy, while the kneeling individuals trembled, too afraid to raise their heads. This bloody feast continued until the following evening, as the many mortals within the array fought back, despaired, and ultimately succumbed to a grim acceptance of their fate. Their will to survive, once fervent, appeared feeble and laughable in the face of the blood spike's strange and ruthless method of killing. As silence enveloped the scene, only a few remained alive. Nangong soared to Yi Jue's side, noting that there were no survivors left within the formation, and that a few had fled through secret passages, only to be slain by him as well. Yi Jue nodded, rising to his feet. The blood-red glow of the blood spike danced ominously behind him as he stowed away his magical artifact, pondering how to deal with those before him. Dumei's thoughts, amidst the carnage of these 2 days, had shifted from a glimmer of hope to a profound emptiness. Witnessing her family, which she had grown up with, being obliterated by this man only magnified her desire for power. Facing this seemingly indifferent demon, who had slaughtered countless kin, she trembled uncontrollably, engulfed by an overwhelming fear. Reflecting on her previous hopes to serve him and grow strong enough to exact revenge, she found herself laughing at the naivety of her past thoughts. The cruelty of demonic cultivators was starkly evident in this moment. Observing the trembling figures kneeling before him, Nangong remained silent, clearly awaiting Yi Jue's decision. As Yi Jue spoke, the kneeling individuals raised their heads with a flicker of hope. "I can offer you a chance to live." No sooner had the words left his lips than Dumei thrust her hands forward, piercing the hearts of 2 of her clansmen. It was clear that she had instantly grasped Yi Jue's dark amusement and had unhesitatingly chosen to eliminate obstacles for that fleeting opportunity of survival. Yi Jue smiled faintly, pleased with her actions. Indeed, well done. The last one standing may yet earn a sliver of mercy. Upon hearing this, the others transformed into bitter enemies in a heartbeat. Faced with the prospect of certain death, they believed Yi Jue's words without question. After all, as long as someone had faith, there would be hope. The ensuing battle for survival saw Dumei shield a man from an attack, embracing him while tearfully urging him to live bravely. Willing to forsake her own chance at survival just to ensure the lineage of the Du family continued. In that moment, as the man held Dumei, She struck him down without mercy, and he, too, activated his techniques with ruthless intent, their expressions of affection nothing more than a facade. Yi Jue and Nangong observed this dramatic spectacle with keen interest, understanding why those of great power often reveled in such tests of human nature. It was, after all, a thrilling experience. Half an hour later, bloodied and exhausted, Dumei crawled to Yi Jue and knelt before him. Yi Jue smiled gently. I will grant you 3 months to reach the 13th level of Qi refinement, after which I may let you go. A surge of hope flooded Dumei's heart. Oblivious to the fact that what awaited her after her breakthrough would be Yi Jue's ruthless abandonment following his extraction of her essence. With the extermination complete, Yi Jue and Nangong thoroughly searched the Du family, famed for its millennia-long heritage of having birthed nascent soul cultivators. As expected, aside from acquiring a talisman, their haul yielded nothing extraordinary, though they did find a considerable accumulation of spirit stones, amounting to several tens of thousands, marking a significant shift in their fortunes. Once the dust settled, Nangong obtained several recipes for alcoholic beverages. After dividing their resources, they departed. Upon returning to the valley to report, Nangong retreated to her secluded glen, clearly wishing to avoid witnessing how Yi Jue would extract essence from Dumei. Yi Jue, however, took Dumei to reside within the Red Valley. In the aftermath of their exploits, Yi Jue realized that the young cultivators of high cultivation levels were mostly enhanced through the blood spirit wine. He intended to withhold the formula and the wine worms from the family until they reached the core formation stage, ensuring that he would have a voice in the family before the inheritance truly revealed its worth. With the wine worms, and with Nangong's resources and talent, it was likely she would carve a niche in brewing. Moreover, having acquired a magical artifact that could control the hearts and minds of others, Yi Jue generously allocated most of their resources to Nangong, successfully obtaining this artifact, which, aside from consuming blood essence, aligned perfectly with his needs. Months later, with a refreshing sound, Yi Jue remarkably broke through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Observing Dumei, whose cultivation had regressed to the early stage of Qi refinement, Yi Jue mercilessly fed her to a manifestation of desire that resided within his sea of consciousness. Indeed, during these months, Yi Jue had not been idle. He had been cultivating a technique from his sect, the 6 Desires Heart Demon Art. This renowned technique involves the continuous gathering and absorption of desires from all beings and cultivators to form a heart demon, which is then severed using secret methods, allowing the practitioner to absorb the formidable primal energy gained from slaying the heart demon. As the heart demon is born from the cultivator's own essence, and is thus eliminated by them, the resulting soul energy is of the same origin, allowing for absorption without adverse effects while also facilitating rapid progress. Such a technique is indeed well known, though practitioners are scarce. While it accelerates the growth of spiritual awareness, it also harbors the potential for uncontrollable advancement. If one's heart demon grows too swiftly, or if one becomes careless, they may face a backlash. Many have suffered such consequences. Yet Yi Jue's confidence in practicing this art stemmed from his own strength and resolve. After the last encounter where the heart-controlling lotus seed withstood an attack from a treasure, Yi Jue began to contemplate ways to enhance this precious item. Unsurprisingly, the lotus seed germinated slowly within the sea of consciousness, necessitating nourishment. Yi Jue discovered in an ancient tome that this item is a nemesis to heart demons. Though puzzled, he recognized that all things exist in mutual creation and destruction, leading him to wonder how such entanglement with heart demons could arise without cause. Thus, he embarked on experiments, ultimately finding that the heart demon dust, residual after being shattered, proved effective. Yi Jue then focused on the 6 Desires Heart Demon scripture, aiming to suppress the heart demons within the sea of consciousness using the heart-controlling lotus, fattening it up for eventual slaughter to enhance his essence and expedite the lotus's growth. Indeed, at the outset of his cultivation, the heart-controlling lotus exhibited formidable restraint against the heart demons, allowing Yi Jue to cultivate this technique with a sense of ease. At this moment, the demon was already capable of manifesting in reality. As the heart demon devoured Dumei, her endless resentment, hatred, and unwillingness transformed into nourishment for the demon. To absorb even more sustenance, the heart demon slowly continued to consume Dumei. After a short while, observing the demon's noticeable growth, Yi Jue nodded approvingly. Only now did it possess a semblance of vigor, as previously, he had hesitated to strike due to its emaciated form. The heart demon, now displaying some intelligence, prompted Yi Jue to test whether slaying it would benefit the growth of the heart-controlling lotus. With a firm resolve, he unleashed his mental blade, severing the heart demon beneath the lotus's radiant glow. The demon shattered completely, its essence fully absorbed into the lotus seed, which began to shimmer softly from within, while cracks emerged on its surface. Yi Jue watched the transformation with anticipation, clearly seeing the heart demon's contribution to the lotus was significant. As the cracks widened, a small sprout emerged from the seed, transforming into a delicate bud with a round leaf after absorbing all the seed's nourishment. Its roots firmly anchored in Yi Jue's sea of consciousness, he felt his soul's power gradually strengthening, as if his sea of consciousness was being tempered, enhancing the potency of his mental faculties. Yi Jue marveled at the wonders of Ling Miao Garden. As he sensed the changes brought forth by the completion of the 6 Desires Heart Demon scripture, he realized that only upon successfully slaying a heart demon for the first time could he be deemed to have mastered the first layer of cultivation. Each subsequent layer required the nurturing of increasingly larger and stronger heart demons, only to then eliminate them for progress to be made. Feeling his mastery over the heart-controlling technique deepening, Yi Jue found himself effortlessly breaking through to the 5th layer, leading him to conjecture that the 6 Desires Heart Demon scripture significantly enhanced emotional control. After all, desires arise from the heart, and heart demons are birthed from the heart. This technique's insights into the psyche greatly advanced Yi Jue's understanding of the previously half-comprehended heart-controlling technique. Reflecting on this, Yi Jue sensed a prior connection formed through the heaven and earth creation technique regarding female cultivators after dual cultivation. With a gentle application of the 6 Desires Heart Demon scripture, he discovered that this connection represented an application of mental power. As he contemplated this, Yi Jue linked through the 6 Desires Heart Demon scripture, suddenly feeling a connection form, which he recognized as the secret art, enabling him to communicate with Nangong Wan through mental transmission. "Wana, what are you up to? Feel free to come find me. The new plum blossom I've planted is about to bloom. We can enjoy the flowers and share some wine together." Upon hearing Yi Jue's voice echo in her mind, Nangong Wan nearly thought she was hallucinating. Wanting to respond but unsure how to transmit her thoughts, her emotions spiraled into confusion. Meanwhile, Yi Jue sensed the abrupt cessation of their connection. Realizing that Nangong Wan understood, he had concocted some scheme again. Reflecting on the lonely months spent in her chamber, she felt a flush of warmth rise within her. "Oh, you truly are shameless," she muttered to herself, promptly changing into a cooler outfit before swiftly seeking out Yi Jue. With the recent rise in temperature, it was entirely reasonable for Nangong Wan, a foundation-building cultivator, to change into a lighter dress. Upon their reunion, as Nangong Wan was about to inquire, Yi Jue's gaze fell upon her light, almost translucent attire, which seemed to conceal yet reveal her form. Understanding her intentions, he immediately ceased his academic discourse and pulled her into a flurry of sweet whispers. As she listened, entranced, they found themselves on the bed, lost in unrestrained passion. Time passed, the moon rose and fell, and the stars adorned the heavens. As their pent-up emotions released, they lay entwined, and after a series of shameless encounters, Nangong Wan recalled the purpose of her visit. Gazing at Yi Jue's mischievous smile, she playfully bit him, leaving 2 marks on his chest. Feeling a bit shy as she leaned down to tenderly lick his wound, her heart aching for him. "It's all your fault," she softly scolded. "You come here and immediately cause trouble, always bullying me." Gradually, Yi Jue restrained his grin, gently stroking Nangong Wan's long hair. Chapter 90. Mei Ruahua. This visit was due to the discovery of a significant secret. Nangong Wan was reluctant to engage. "Open your mind. Allow me to demonstrate," he urged. Ignoring him, she remained silent. Yi Jue then initiated the 6 Desires Heart Demon scripture, swiftly establishing a connection with Nangong Wan's consciousness. Observing her quiet demeanor, Yi Jue smiled slightly. "So proud. You do trust me after all. The heart-controlling secret techniques abound. Can you hear me?" he asked. Nangong Wan's mind stirred, and she promptly severed the connection, her eyes fixed on Yi Jue. Initially believing it was a coincidence, she was astonished to find it was indeed controllable. Realizing this was the purpose of her visit, she relaxed her mind slightly. They engaged in mental transmissions, ultimately confirming that, with her consent, they could establish a simple mental link. Under this connection, Yi Jue could communicate through thought, while Nangong Wan merely had to contemplate him to understand. Although distance might impose some limitations, it shouldn't be significant, for their connection stemmed from the unique nature of their techniques. Moreover, this mental bond seemed inexplicably linked to the simultaneous cultivation of the 6 Desires Heart Demon scripture and the Yin Yang technique. Reflecting on this, Yi Jue's thoughts began to flourish. With this unique capability, they would no longer need to fear being unable to communicate in times of danger. Furthermore, this mental ability, akin to that of twins, would likely enhance their strategies in dual cultivation and combat, rendering them more unpredictable. With his thoughts ignited, Yi Jue experimented further with the heart-controlling technique. Indeed, the 6 Desires Heart Demon scripture proved to be a masterful tool for manipulating the hearts of others. The subsequent events, however, are not for outsiders to know. It is evident that while demonic techniques are often arduous to master, their potential is equally enigmatic and formidable. Contemplating this, Yi Jue felt a strong urge to explore the blood spirit great method. The cultivation of the blood path would likely greatly enhance his understanding of blood refining. However, there was no rush. It was imperative to stabilize his foundation during the mid-stage of his cultivation. Moreover, he longed to visit the state of Yi, this sprawling land, the realm of the protagonist Han Li, and those familiar yet unfamiliar faces, if he did not take the opportunity to journey to Yi with Yin Lu. He feared such an occasion might not present itself again. After the events in Jiuquan town, Yi Jue resolved to dedicate the next period to diligent training, avoiding unnecessary outings. He intended to carefully manage the Ling Miao garden and enrich his abilities. The nether fire had been nurtured for several years, yet he lacked powerful fire control techniques. He aimed to comprehend and practice the Six Desires Heart Demon technique, and to learn and master offensive skills. Moreover, he needed time to delve into the Yin-Yang technique and the crafting of talismans. Alchemy would be the foundation for his future, as he progressed through each realm. The magical power required for breakthroughs would increase significantly. Even with a heavenly spiritual root, rapid cultivation did not negate the necessity of gradual accumulation of magical power. Medicinal pills could greatly alleviate the time required for this accumulation. In daily practice, although not needed, the crafting and consumption of pills would expedite the process of breaking through. All of this required time. Unfortunately, while he had a foundation in weapon forging and occasionally practiced, he had yet to delve into formations. Otherwise, the development of the Ling Miao garden could proceed more swiftly. His foundation building period was still too brief, with much knowledge yet to be accumulated. In the coming years, aside from a trip to Yi Jue did not plan to venture out. Foundation building cultivators had a lifespan of 200 years, and each possessed a substantial and profound arsenal of skills. They were not easily dealt with, especially since the demonic sects relied heavily on such secret techniques. It would be perilous to underestimate them. Wanner, do you wish to return to Yi? Nangong Wan's eyes brightened slightly. Though Yi Jue spoke casually, he understood her completely. That fleeting glance held hope, longing, and a touch of sorrow, yet also a poignant maturity that tugged at his heart. Observing this, Yi Jue smiled and said, "In the next few years, we shall journey to Yi and visit your family." Upon hearing this, Nangong Wan was overjoyed. She understood that traversing the entirety of Tianluo alone, passing through the realm of the ghostly spirits, while surrounded by the Jiangwo, Cheki Kingdom, and Yuanwu Kingdom, would be fraught with peril. Moreover, her hidden moon sect was located in the central southern part of Yi. Such a long journey posed numerous risks for a foundation-building cultivator without the protection of a core formation master. Attempting to return alone could lead to being captured once more after enduring countless hardships. It would be wiser to cultivate and reach core formation before exploring the vast world. Thus, having accepted her circumstances, Nangong Wan refrained from further mentioning a return to Yi, though she lamented the prospect of never seeing her parents again. Unexpectedly, fate took a turn. Unable to contain herself, Nangong Wan offered her lips to him. In her mind, Yi Jue's desire to accompany her back to Yi was clear. Yi Jue, pleased, chose not to reveal the truth. After all, it was far better for him to possess the grand teleportation technique and the ancient teleportation array in his own hands. Such a long-distance teleportation array, once mastered, would serve as a formidable weapon for either solo exploration or future development with the sect's power. It was likely that there existed only that single ancient teleportation array in all of Tiannan. As for the repairs, it seemed he would need to undertake them personally. However, that was of little concern. After reaching core formation, there would be ample time. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Yi Jue was receiving a guest in Honggu, and this person was none other than Mei Ruohua, the woman who had been his adversary in the final battle against the twin disciples of the Yi Jue sect. She was the one whom he had ambushed with the heart control technique, leading to her defeat when her mind faltered. Although Yi Jue had playfully dubbed her Mei, she was, in fact, quite young, appearing to be around 23 or 24. Her failure to establish her foundation had caused her vitality to wane, resulting in a head full of silver hair. It was precisely due to this failure that she had developed vulnerabilities in her psyche, which Yi Jue had seized upon. Furthermore, her failure necessitated her participation in the Qi refining competition 5 years hence. Yet, upon observing her now, it was evident that she had successfully established her foundation. Young master, I am Mei Ruohua. You may simply call me Ruohua. I am unworthy of being addressed as Mei Ruohua. Having fortuitously broken through to the foundation stage and now stabilizing her cultivation, had come post-haste to seek an audience. Young master, I have come to plead for a chance at survival. Yi Jue lightly tapped the table, remaining silent for a while. Ruohua's legs were tightly closed. Her hands clenched into fists resting on her knees, trembling slightly. With her head bowed, her voice quivered as she spoke, and after finishing, she lowered her head deeply, awaiting judgment, clearly anxious to the extreme. Chapter 91. Heart Control Technique. Had she not established her foundation, she might not have discovered the truth. A month ago, as Yi Jue refined the 6 Desires Heart Demon Technique, he stumbled upon a peculiar revelation. Not only could he connect with Nangong Wan, but the individual before him. After having the heart seed planted by Yi Jue, saw it gradually take root. Previously, he could only exert a slight influence on it. However, with the continuous refinement of the 6 Desires Heart Demon Technique, Yi Jue found that the heart seed could serve as a vessel for him to activate the heart demon technique. Thus, he slowly communicated with the heart seed, transforming it into a demon seed. Given that she had recently failed her foundation, the psychological shadows from that failure were amplified during her current attempt. Yi Jue effortlessly controlled the demon seed, making it absorb her negative emotions and root itself deeper. Consequently, upon her successful foundation establishment, her life and death were entirely within Yi Jue's grasp, and he could even manipulate her from afar. Moreover, she was no ordinary individual. During her foundation establishment, she realized that the heart seed from their previous battle had not been fully eradicated but instead was further entrenched due to her foundation building process. After stabilizing her cultivation, she sought him out, intending to leverage her newfound power to force him to remove the heart seed. Little did she know that Yi Jue had already advanced to the mid-stage of foundation building, leaving Ruohua in sheer terror as she awaited her fate. The thought that her very life was now controlled by another sent shivers down her spine. Yi Jue regarded Ruohua, her pale complexion and silver hair evoking a sense of satisfaction. She would soon become his first servant after her foundation establishment. In the demonic path, such situations were common. A moment's negligence could result in exorbitant costs, potentially leading to a lifetime of struggle. Ruohua's singular conflict had cost her entire lifetime. The Huan sect's seductive techniques were rampant, and the methods of controlling others' minds were abundant. Many foundation cultivators kept a multitude of subservient fighters. Unfortunately, such practices stifled others' potential for growth. Thus, most of these were merely chi refining cultivators, and it was rare to seize control of a foundation cultivator. However, their numbers were certainly not insignificant. What are your thoughts? Feel free to speak candidly. Yi Jue observed the individual before him, noticing their mental resistance gradually waning, realizing they were nearing their limit. Thus, he initiated negotiations, for Yi Jue had no desire for a mere puppet that followed orders without any subjective initiative. The greatest value of a foundation establishment cultivator lay in their 200 years of lifespan, providing ample time for manipulation. If they could advance to the late stages of foundation establishment, it would serve as a significant boon. Mei Ruohua dared not lift her gaze, murmuring softly, "If Ruohua possesses an evil path inheritance, I am willing to offer it to the young master," only pleading for the young master to spare Ruohua's life. Yi Jue recalled the peculiar Buddha statue she had previously manifested, piquing his interest. He reclined, stretching his form, and took a delicate sip from a cup of clear tea on the table before speaking. Mei Ruohua responded, "I stumbled into a strange cave while practicing qi. Inside, there was only a jade Buddha, its presence majestic yet entirely bare. For a moment, my spirit was seized, and I prostrated there for 3 days before I felt my body belonged to me again. Upon my return, I frequently heard whispers in my mind, recounting an evil path inheritance, with various mystical arts that were both unpredictable and enigmatic. All of Ruohua's secret techniques stemmed from these whispered teachings, each spell adorned with a solemn, yet deeply sinister aura. As she spoke, she produced a jade statue, the very one she had wielded in battle. It exuded an aura of purity intertwined with malevolence. The moment Yi Jue touched the statue, he felt his consciousness ensnared, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him, compelling him to succumb to slumber. Meanwhile, Mei Ruohua continued to murmur, "Sleep, sleep." Yi Jue felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring, enveloped in blissful tranquility. Waves of exhaustion surged forth, as if he had not slept for years. At that moment, the heart demon within his consciousness seemed to absorb something akin to a potent elixir, rapidly expanding. Just as Yi Jue was on the brink of slumber, a heart-controlling lotus bud sprouted, emanating a gentle glow. Instantly, he jolted awake, all fatigue dissipating. Upon gazing at the jade statue again, he sensed its malignity, losing any prior impression of sanctity. In stark contrast, Mei Ruohua appeared vacant and devoid of spirit, clearly a victim of the backlash from her spell. A surge of unnamed anger ignited within Yi Jue. The malevolence of this individual's inheritance was unlike anything he had ever encountered, likely akin to his own heart demon techniques, both revolving around the control of the heart. Contemplating this, he regarded the now backlashed Mei Ruohua. Yi Jue directly commanded the demonic seed to grow, allowing the heart demon to absorb the various sinister thoughts emanating from her. Moments later, she uttered, "Master, how may I serve? Ruohua will strive to fulfill your commands." It was evident that Mei Ruohua, following the backlash, had her memories subtly altered by Yi Jue. He had implanted the notion of being his possession, ensuring her eternal loyalty. Moreover, the demonic seed would continuously deepen this sentiment, gradually leading her to prioritize Yi Jue's interests over her own. Yi Jue nodded in satisfaction, having just inquired about her inheritance. It turned out to be a long-lost evil path divine ability, a remnant from the chaotic era of the demon Buddha. This demon Buddha was a master of the dark arts, having created numerous sinister techniques. The foundational scripture was the Ming Wang Changxing Jing, with the publicly disseminated inheritance being the Jiao Ming Fei Ju. Practitioners would slowly transform into the cauldron of the Ming Wang, ultimately pursuing the highest goal of serving the Ming Wang. The secret techniques contained immense power, but they were inscribed by the Ming Wang. Many righteous sects and demonic holy maidens, lured by the potency of these techniques, gradually succumbed to becoming the Ming Wang slaves. Such an inheritance was clearly intolerable to both righteous and demonic paths, leading to a joint extermination of this sect thousands of years ago. However, the followers of the Ming sect were equally ruthless. Having previously spread their teachings widely, they took great care to conceal their inheritance as they faced annihilation, embedding it within various artifacts. At that time, their headquarters resided in the Tianluo realm, causing many demonic sects to possess remnants of the Ming sect's teachings. Yet, a complete inheritance like that of Mei Ruohua was rare. It likely indicated she was a holy maiden within her sect or belonged to another high-ranking echelon. With this thought, Yi Jue felt a surge of joy. Had it not been for prior coincidences, he might not have been able to subdue such a fitting cauldron. Indeed, while the Mingfei inheritance was strange and powerful, it was ultimately a cauldron technique. To master this woman would mean possessing the most suitable cauldron. Yi Jue perused the Jiao Mingfei Ju, absorbing the divine abilities recorded within. The heart control technique could manipulate the hearts and minds of others, progressively altering their perceptions through layers 1 to 13, culminating in the ability to control the nascent soul, rendering them unwittingly subservient to the practitioner. Yi Jue was momentarily taken aback. The heart control technique was indeed a legacy of the Ming sect. Upon closely comparing the heart control technique in his possession, Yi Jue discovered that Mei Ruohua's version contained even more secret techniques and bizarre spells. It detailed numerous formations designed to amplify the potency of the heart control technique, facilitating the control of all within the formation. The value of this secret technique far exceeded Yi Jue's expectations. After all, he also possessed a heart-controlling flag artifact, which was related to this matter. Reflecting on the numerous secret techniques documented within, Yi Jue sighed lightly. Had it not been for Mei Ruohua's mental damage, which allowed him to plant the heart seed early on, and had it not been for his own mastery of the Six Desires heart demon technique, he might not have stood a chance against her given a few years to address her shortcomings. Ultimately, it was the heart-controlling lotus that proved sufficiently powerful, safeguarding his consciousness from all evils. After all, many secret techniques required the foundation establishment stage to cultivate, with few available during the Qi training phase. Had it not been for Yi Jue's formidable soul, coupled with insight and various fortuitous encounters, he might not have been able to achieve the fourth layer of the heart control technique. However, gazing at the abridged version of the heart control technique, Yi Jue found himself somewhat speechless. The secret techniques were inherently challenging, and the full version posed an even steeper difficulty for cultivation. As he meticulously observed the heart control technique, wondrous spells flashed through his mind. Just these two techniques, the Six Desires heart demon technique and the heart control technique, provided ample enlightenment for Yi Jue's soul. One cannot overindulge, and there was no need for more. Observing the dual cultivation secret techniques still contained within the Jiao Mingfei Ju, Yi Jue decided to retain a copy for future reference. Additionally, numerous nefarious cultivation methods were available, but upon comparison, they paled in depth and compatibility to the heaven and earth yin-yang technique, leading Yi Jue to merely catalog them without further consideration. With a wave of his hand, Yi Jue dismissed Mei Ruohua and resolved to continue his secluded cultivation journey. The extensive volumes he had acquired granted him a deeper understanding of the Six Desires within his heart demon technique. Previously, he had merely nurtured the heart demon, then vanquished it to strengthen his consciousness. Yi Jue had not fully grasped why the term Six Desires was employed. Having perused numerous texts that described the Six Desires as the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, Yi Jue found that the heart demon he cultivated seemed unrelated, evoking a sense of ambiguity. However, the The text he examined this time delineated the 6 desires as follows: lust, desire for beauty, desire for commanding presence, desire for eloquent speech, desire for subtlety, and desire for companionship. Yi Jue felt further confusion, gradually beginning to comprehend. The 6 desires of the heart, what are they? The longing for what one likes is greed, while the aversion to what one dislikes is anger. Ignorance and delusion manifest as ignorance, accompanied by joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and a myriad of desires. These comprise the realm of the 6 desires. Each era possesses its own interpretations, yet the heart's demons are beyond comprehension. They merely enumerate the myriad desires of the world, selecting the most representative for explanation. The true demons of the heart do not concern themselves with such matters. Regardless of the desire or emotion, they only hasten their own growth. Strong attachments breed demons. Intense murderous thoughts breed demons. Material desires run rampant, and demons flourish. Yi Jue gazed at the foundational technique rooted in the cultivation of the otherworldly demons, astonished by the astonishing talent of its creator. It is likely that within the demon realm, they are not nameless entities, or perhaps this technique is not solely of the demon realm, but could also belong to the spirit realm. The mysteries of the heart's demons piqued Yi Jue's interest. As the cultivation chamber fell into silence, aside from the occasional visit from Nangong Wan and Yi Jue's sporadic trips to her, the chamber remained inactive. Months passed, and one clear morning, the autumn wind began to rise, bringing a hint of chill to the small bamboo pavilion. Outside, a vivid display of red flowers bloomed, the only ones left in this season being the strikingly beautiful spider lilies. The flowers appeared without leaves, and the leaves without flowers. When the spider lilies blanketed the red valley, it was truly their time to shine, marking their most beautiful moment. The 2 individuals leisurely seated in the main building quietly admired the splendor of the blooming flowers. Yi Jue was gently preparing the tea, clearly just beginning to brew a pot. In this tranquil moment, it was evident that Yi Jue's cultivation had firmly stabilized in the mid-foundation stage, and he had made considerable progress in the realm of consciousness. The person across from him, though also indulging in flower appreciation and tea tasting, lacked Yi Jue's ethereal disposition. Subtly, they hesitated to speak, suggesting that their visit was motivated by a request. What they sought remained unknown to Yi Jue, yet he felt it difficult to refuse the person before him, not only because they were an old acquaintance, but also due to a sense of guilt that Yi Jue harbored. Though the competition had been fierce, Yi Jue's conscience remained clear. Nevertheless, there was a history between them. If it was within his power to assist, he would not hesitate. This person was none other than Lan Ying, who had lost her place in the top 10 due to Yi Jue's challenge, a victory achieved through somewhat dubious means. The fact that Lan Ying was still at the qi refining stage indicated that the battle had impacted her more profoundly than Yi Jue had anticipated. However, if she sought a foundational pill or an opportunity to establish her foundation, or if she blamed Yi Jue for her plight, it would only disturb the peaceful ambience. Yi Jue was not unwilling to offer her aid, yet it was clear that those who survived in the demon sect possessed a discerning eye, if not necessarily overwhelming strength. Though Lan Ying appeared anxious, she patiently awaited her turn. After all, the mere fact that Yi Jue allowed her presence was a pleasant surprise. Indeed, upon seeing the beautiful flowers, Yi Jue had planned to brew a cup of tea and invite Nangong Wan to enjoy it together. Coincidentally, he had noticed a communication talisman. Recognizing an old friend, he had invited her to appreciate the splendid autumn flowers. Yet, upon entering, Lan Ying remained silent about her intentions, acting as if she had merely come to enjoy the scenery, fearful of disrupting Yi Jue's enjoyment. After a cup of tea, Yi Jue felt a sense of satisfaction in the current tranquility. "Speak, what brings you here? I shall assist you within my capabilities." Lan Ying, hearing this, was overjoyed and immediately attempted to kneel. Yi Jue waved his hand, signaling her to remain seated. "There is no need for such formality. We are old acquaintances. Merely addressing me as Yi brother will suffice. In truth, I owe you an apology. Had the top 10 not chosen you as a challenger, the outcome might have been different." Lan Ying attempted to rise, but found herself unable to move, her lips quivering slightly. "I dare not. The events of that day are not your fault, but rather my own inadequacy, which I cannot blame on you." Observing the cautious demeanor of Lan Ying, whom he had not seen in years, Yi Jue suspected that much had transpired in her life. "It matters not. I am not so petty. However, since you have failed to establish your foundation, why not prepare for the next grand competition instead of seeking me out now?" Chapter 93. Lan Ying's intentions. Lan Ying trembled slightly, her voice carrying a hint of tears. She had come seeking Yi Jue's assistance, imploring him to save her life. Previously, having acquired a foundational pill, I did not dare to delay and immediately sought a place to cultivate for a breakthrough. However, with only one pill, my luck faltered. And I failed. Fortunately, I was unharmed. It is a small mercy amid misfortune, and with my magical power reaching perfection, I began preparing for the next grand competition. As Lanning spoke, a flicker of pain crossed her face. However, my family recently faced a sudden calamity, severing my source of cultivation. As someone who knows nothing of the myriad arts of cultivation, I can only rely on completing sect tasks to earn spirit stones. Thankfully, some acquaintances from the past, upon hearing of my plight, have expressed their willingness to help me. Among them, Yi Jue has assisted me greatly. Curious, Yi Jue interrupted. You still have contact with Yi Jue? He has not perished? Lanning paused to sip her tea, seemingly deliberating. Regarding Yi brother's demise, I cannot escape responsibility. After I closed myself off for 2 years, I feared that during this time, something must have happened to him. Initially, I was unaware of Yi brother's passing. But as time passed without contact, I began to realize that something was amiss. I sensed that someone was targeting me, coveting my perfected qi refining cultivation to use it for their own breakthrough. Yi Jue chuckled. A cultivator at the foundation stage coveting your prowess could easily harm you. Why involve Yi Jue? Lanning, slightly embarrassed, replied, previously, my dual cultivation partner was Yi Jue. He provided me with numerous cultivation resources when I was alone and destitute. And given his exceptional background and talent, I chose to become his dual cultivation companion. After his incident, I remained in the sect, cultivating alongside several female cultivators. However, a short while ago, one female cultivator stole my disciple token and registered for the Furnace Cauldron Conference, revealing that she had been bribed. Yi Jue shook his head slightly upon hearing this. If you seek assistance, speak plainly about your actions. I fear you are only looking for a benefactor. The tranquility of the moment was disrupted by her words, and Yi Jue felt a slight annoyance, wishing to redirect the conversation. What is this Furnace Cauldron Conference? Could you elaborate? Upon sensing Yi Jue's tone had shifted, Lanning grew slightly anxious. Her family was suddenly beset by misfortune, leaving her without any skills to rely upon, compelling her to resort to the art of seduction. Gradually, she found herself subsisting through dual cultivation, navigating among a dozen admirers. Among them was Yi Jue, the one who contributed the most resources. However, one day, Yi Jue mysteriously vanished, and Lanning felt a fleeting sense of regret. After all, who would prioritize a mere admirer? Moreover, she had a multitude of suitors behind her. Yet, good fortune was short-lived. One of her admirers unexpectedly acquired a foundational elixir from his family and successfully established his cultivation. He yearned to be devoted solely to his goddess. While Lanning managed to remain discreet among her numerous male companions, she became vulnerable before a foundational cultivator. Unsurprisingly, this individual, upon achieving his foundational success, hurried to share his joy with the goddess, only to stumble upon her in the embrace of another man. Enraged, he nearly faltered in his newly established cultivation. A direct fall from grace would surely become a notorious jest for the Huan sect. Nevertheless, Lanning, demonstrating her prowess, managed to extricate herself from this tumultuous situation unscathed. Subsequently, the foundational cultivator expressed a desire to become her dual cultivation partner, evidently sincere in his intentions. However, Lanning dared not acquiesce. If he were to discover the multitude of admirers standing behind her, she would be left in a precarious position. Temporarily, the male cultivator needed to stabilize his cultivation and left her to contemplate his proposal, yet to prevent her from making any foolish decisions. He registered her for the alchemy conference. Thus, should she accept, they could become partners. If she declined, they could still forge a master-servant bond. Clearly, the awakened admirer found it difficult to accept that his goddess had found solace in another's embrace. Yi Jue, of course, was unaware of these developments. However, observing his demeanor, with a vacant gaze and aimless fidgeting of his hands, occasionally sipping tea to moisten his lips, it was evident he was fabricating a lie. Yet, even without such observations, Yi Jue's burgeoning desires had begun to sense the emotions of others. The individual before him, possessing meager strength, revealed his anxiousness, fear, and a hint of smugness, likely pride in the perfection of his deceit. Yi Jue remained indifferent, encouraging him to continue. Lanning proceeded to elaborate on the alchemy conference, which Yi Jue was somewhat familiar with. However, as the event occurred once every 5 years, Yi Jue had not yet established his foundation during the last occurrence, fearing he would have been taken as an alchemical vessel. Indeed, participants were divided into masters and servants, officially sanctioned. Of course, that was only if someone truly believed in the Huan sect's credibility, which merely offered a semblance of consolation to lower-tier cultivators. Yi Jue was eager to attend, recognizing that after establishing his foundation, he might spend months in seclusion. Often, gatherings, transactions, and social engagements could be overlooked, which Yi Jue had typically managed. with Wang Kuer overseeing such matters. It was not burdensome, yet prolonged seclusion was untenable. Coincidentally, Wang Kuer was currently in an extended retreat, prompted by Yi Jue's indulgence in dual cultivation with Nangong Wan. However, the underlying cause was likely the significant impact Yi Jue's foundation establishment had on her. After all, she had always been the least proactive in her cultivation, possibly spurred by the realization that everyone around her was progressing, leading to a fear of being left behind. Yet, her newfound diligence was commendable. She subsisted solely on elixirs, refraining from venturing outside. Years passed, and Yi Jue remained uncertain of her progress. Based on speculation, with Yi Jue's ample resources, she would likely establish her foundation within the next 2 or 3 years. Thus, Yi Jue resolved to find a few maidservants to help manage the valley, as the Red Valley had yet to resemble a flourishing herbal garden.